Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 51 of Magic and Mantles. Long before anything of note, when the universe was new, magic frolicked amongst itself. It was born with creation, left pure and promising, left to grow. It surrounded the forming multiverse, filling in the changing spaces in between. Every new change brought excitement and novelty, new opportunities for magic to do as magic did. As time progressed, magic settled. The multiverse took shape, laid open for the aspect of existence to explore. Magic was everywhere, as was its nature. Every spark of something new brought new magic with it. Every obliteration of something old returned old magic into the fold. Magic was content. Yet the shared will that began to develop throughout the disparate flows of magic yearned for something more. Something personal and intense. Something concentrated into a single being. The first advent of life throughout the cosmos gave magic the opportunity it yearned for. And so, the first being born of magic came to be, magic's first avatar. In the layer of existence just beyond physical reality, Hecate birthed herself from pure magic. This Hecate was a young being. Innocent. Curious. Excited to learn about everything that crossed her newly born path. The maiden, pure in her passion and love of magic and existence itself. She played with the majesty of magic, molding the stuff of her soul like infinitely variable clay. The structures and sculptures she created from pure magic resonated forward in time, lingering and forming molds for later magical beings to copy. Hecate single-handedly fashioned magic into the comfortable forms that would later embody it. She created spells and rituals and enchantments and miracles. She created magic as it would come to be known, just as magic had created her. The layer of existence she inhabited took on shape as she experimented, created, and played. The sphere of gods. And from the life that magic had taken inspiration from, lesser peers to Hecate were born. Gods and goddesses, deities and demons. None of them matched Hecate's truth, the avatar of magic itself, but they were company. Hecate welcomed them happily with open arms. Hecate was content with her existence. She was content with existence itself. Until she delved too deep. Until she caught a glimpse of a twisted reflection past the mirror of existence. A dark multiverse lurked below everything she'd come to know. A natural part of magic and existence, certainly, but what Hecate saw still terrified her to her core. A twisted parody ran concurrently with the multiverse. The things within left Hecate with nothing but dread in her heart. Something skulked upside down beneath the surface of existence. A whole other half of reality, filled with magic that darkly mimicked that which made up Hecate herself. A shadowy realm to the light she knew. A darkeen to her young. Not long after Hecate sprung into existence, the man upside down copied her in that dark multiverse. He was a cruel reflection of Hecate, embodying the darker elements of magic that she unconsciously avoided. As she played and created, he loitered and destroyed. He was horror to her beauty, profanity to purity. The upside down man frightened Hecate, horrified her with his inherent evil. He was a revolting creature that went against everything she was. They were both necessary, both aspects of magic's creation. But they could not exist in the same place. Hecate would not let him taint the wonderful things she knew. Calling upon magic with her desperate pleas, Hecate took action against the man upside down in his other place. A great upheaval shook reality as she pushed her multiverse and the dark shadow beneath it apart. She slid a barrier in place between them, reinforcing the glass of the mirror that naturally separated them. So long as she could help it, the other place would not tarnish the light of her existence. Magic, even saddened by its avatar's irreconcilable differences, aided Hecate. It was for the best. The light and the dark could not exist within the same space. Hecate's light would have done just as much harm to the upside-down man's darkness as vice versa. While both sides of the mirror must exist, the only reasonable course of action was to keep them as just that, reflections of each other. The upside-down man honestly preferred things this way as well. He didn't want to interact with his twisted counterpart either. To him, her beauty and light were just as revoltingly terrifying as his horror and darkness. Unknown to Hecate, the upside-down man had taken the same action at the same time, aiding Hecate and forcefully separating his home multiverse from her other place. Opposites did not, in fact, attract in this case. Some things were so viscerally incompatible that they could never mix or merge. The two opposite avatars of magic happily went their separate ways. They would have been more than content to leave things like that forever. Unfortunately, truly dark forces would eventually come to interfere. The great darkness, eternal opposition to the source of light that sparked creation, crept into the other place, casting the upside-down man's mind into insidious shadows. It was an unnatural, inky blackness, so unlike the simple lack of light that should have been in the other place. A desire that went against the core of his being was forced upon the upside-down man. After uncountable eons and eras, he would come to prowl in the darkness, forced to hunt something he didn't even wish for. A few eons before the great darkness came to pass in the other place, Hecate came to the center of her multiverse, still shaken by her, then, recent encounter with the man upside down. She settled there at that conflux of fate and magic, setting down roots on the planet simply known as Earth. Hecate came to be quite fond of the place and the life that inhabited it as she watched humanity grow. She shared gifts of magic with the humans, teaching them to effect change upon reality. They named her in return, a worthy gift indeed. As with all life she'd encountered, the humans eventually began to populate Hecate's layer of reality with pantheons in their image. The sphere of gods flourished around Earth and Hecate was happy. Time ticked and turned and the universe entered a new age. With the new age, Hecate felt herself changing. The laws of reality were stricter than when she was still young. New duties and responsibilities were carried upon her shoulders. Hecate couldn't play like she used to. Even she was helpless to stop the progress of time, no matter how much she wished to pause for a moment and enjoy herself as she once did. But to resist change would be to resist her nature as a being of pure magic. Slowly, though she had no children of her own, Hecate assumed the mantle of the mother. The maiden she was born as did not die. But she was pushed to the side more and more as the mother was exalted by the humans she'd come to love so dearly. Her ever-eager curiosity and enthusiasm to learn/explore/play were exchanged for gentle care and matronly roles to humans she came to see as her children and even the gods they created through their faith. Eventually, those gods became something of an annoyance to Hecate. The various pantheons tried to court more and more favor with her. The deities of Earth seemed to think she was the true creator of the universe. She wasn't. She told them as much. It didn't stop them from trying everything to be the one pantheon she joined. After a few centuries of pointless bickering, backstabbing suitors, and several divine wars over her, Hecate had enough. She put an end to the competition for her allegiance by simply picking a pantheon through random chance. And so, Hecate joined the Greek pantheon, an ill-thought-out decision that would later doom her to millennia of being a passenger in her own body. The Olympians, most of them, at least, were petty, arrogant bastards, in Hecate's opinion. Something that only grew worse after they won the battle for her allegiance and claimed her as one of their own. The bastards lorded the victory over the rest of the pantheons, ignoring the fact that Hecate didn't truly have an opinion on the matter. She joined a pantheon to finally put an end to the divine politics surrounding her. Yet the Olympians only made things worse. And they had the absolute gall to rewrite her legend and make her a minor goddess of all things. Her. Hecate. The first being born of magic. A minor fucking goddess. It was infuriating, even to her more mellow motherly form. But Hecate had made a pact. And magic did not go back on its word. She persevered, holding her head as high as she could hold it. The humans she loved were still there for her to care for, after all. Magic continued without a hiccup. Hecate bore the burden of her ill-thought decision with dignity. She was above the same pettiness of newer gods that irritated her so. They claimed her but also mostly left her alone, at first. Over time, the Olympians became even more arrogant. They deemed themselves worthy of dictating Hecate's being. Legends of their design usurped hers. Her motherly mantle was controlled and guided as they deemed fit. Hecate barely recognized herself at certain points. The mother became the only aspect of Hecate that anyone ever saw. The maiden, her original, most true mantle, was forgotten about. Magic, of course, responded to the change. The new age that heralded her motherly mantle grew ever more strict and rigid with laws and assumptions passed on to Hecate by mortal-sprung gods. Hecate was helpless to stop the process. Her motherly aspect even came to welcome it. That part didn't know any better. All she'd known in that form was the Olympian's yoke. In ironic tragedy, the mother was young while the maiden was ancient and experienced. So with a gentle smile on her face, the mother bore the weight of the agreed pact with the Olympians as magic itself was ignorantly restrained. Not entirely. Magic was always changing. Hecate was not the only being with sway over the aspect of existence. She was merely one of its avatars. But, the first was not easily forgotten. The Olympians did not even realize the greater effect they had on the universe at large. They were restricted to their limited view of the world. A view born from mortal perspectives, influenced by mortal arrogance and ruled with an almost lazy monotony of mythical routine. Oh, how the maiden wished to show them just how powerful the magic they dismissed could truly be. But the maiden was not in control anymore. She was pushed behind the fold as Olympian legends were imposed upon her, tinting her motherly mantle with more and more Greek flair. The mother became a Greek goddess through and through. A minor one, at that, to add insult to injury. In arrangement with that damned pact, Hecate was set to marry Hades, the Greek god of the dead. He was an agreeable man, as agreeable as Olympians got, anyway. The mother did not mind. She believed she could come to love him. And it left her time to focus on her teachings to humanity, her loving gifts of magic. Then one day, out of nowhere, Hecate was contacted by her husband-to-be. He'd found someone else to marry. It wasn't an unusual development for the Olympians. Their relationships were in constant flux, especially in those days when their beings were still so malleable to faith and legend. But to Hecate, it was the final straw. The last insult she was willing to bear. The Olympians had broken the original pact and Hecate could finally break it in return. To make matters even worse, the children she'd adopted turned on her as well. They grew greedy and arrogant as the worst mortals tended to do. Hecate was summoned and trapped, forced to impart gifts she would have freely given to a specific few mortals who represented the very worst mankind had to offer. Even imprisoned by the mortals, the mother had stayed her hand. It pained her, stabbing deep into her heart, but they were still her children. Alone, either betrayal would have been forgivable. Not easily, but the mother's benevolence would have managed to move past it. Taken together though. The maiden surged at the opportunity, letting out a scream that shook the heavens. The mother added her own pain to the scream as the family imposed upon her, all that Mantle had ever known, betrayed her so. With the mortal betrayal on top, that pain turned to anger and that anger to a dark, twisted, corruption. The maiden was almost glad for the betrayals. Almost. Until she ventured too far into her torment and rage, and used to being untethered after so long. Within those emotions, something cracked. A third mantle emerged in a grand coup of Hecate's being. The crone. The maiden was shoved to the side again. As was the mother this time. The tormented and tainted hatred of a being who had seen so much assumed control in an instant. The change was sudden and impossible for Hecate to fight. The maiden and mother could only watch in horror as the crone exacted a dark vengeance from the universe itself. The crone was cruel, irrational, and entirely distanced from Hecate as she knew herself. All she cared about was inflicting pain, past even the revenge Hecate thought she deserved. She tore open a hole in the mirror between the light and dark. She cackled like a goddess driven mad as she did the unthinkable, exactly because it shouldn't be. A great darkness crept through the hole into the universe of light. The crone was driven even further into cruel madness. Shadows gripped the edges of Hecate's being, tainting and subtly controlling her much as they did for the man upside down in the other place. And the crone released dark magics upon the world. In the coming centuries, Hecate would find herself in an even worse situation than she was in with the mother merely under the thumb of the Olympians. The mother and maiden lived on in a prison of Hecate's own making, a prison of the crone. Hecate was forced to watch herself become sadistic and undeniably evil. 2/3 of her being was trapped behind a darkly powerful third mantle. The worst part, the cherry on top of the shit sundae, as modern humans would so elegantly put it, of Hecate's current situation was that the Olympians still claimed her as one of their own. The divinely stubborn bastards didn't recognize that they'd broken the ancient pact. That Hecate should have been free. They merely saw her as the black sheep of the family. Every pantheon had its evil one, right? She was still theirs, or so they claimed. It caused no shortage of irritation to Hecate as a whole, the only thing all three of her mantles could consistently agree on. And so was the tragic existence of Hecate. From the first being born of magic to someone she hardly recognized herself as. By now, Hecate, the maiden mantle, the true core of herself, was practically resigned to her fate. She hadn't been truly free for millennia. First the mother, then the Olympians, and now the crone. She didn't hold much hope for anything to change. Until she heard a whisper within magic itself. A long overdue introduction and a held-out hand in friendship. Magic itself leaped on the whispers, more ecstatic than Hecate had ever seen, and directed them to the maiden covertly. Even after everything she'd been through, the maiden was still the mantle of Hecate closest to magic itself. And magic seemed thrilled/delighted/enchanted to be able to finally help its first avatar. It was an ever-so-curious thing, Hecate, the maiden, thought, a sensation she would have loved to be free to explore, to study and play again. It felt like magic itself was, fangirling. Confused but intrigued, the maiden tuned into the whispers resonating specifically for her. Corey, do you want to make a new friend? Another voice replied in that same language that spoke to the core of Hecate's being, always. Yeah, you've got it. Just speak this language and be true to yourself. You'll get your point across. Hello, the magic. I would like to be your friend. The maiden giggled, the sound more full of relief than humor, at the break in the tragic monotony of her current existence. She internalized the strange new language being spoken. It came to her as naturally as breathing or molding magic. That's it. Magic. Would you be a dear and dash? The first voice returned, requesting something from magic itself. Hecate didn't let him finish, unable to stop the plea that tore from her metaphysical lungs. Help me. There was a pause from the other side of the conversation. With her reply, she'd established a connection between herself and the speakers of the novel language of magic. She could feel the first voice's attention turn firmly onto her, finding her instantly across distance made meaningless by pure magic. Oh my, the maiden thought. I've never felt anything like him. He's not born of magic and yet, he feels closer to it than I do. He feels, almost familiar already. An old friend magic and I have never met. Oh my, that's a lot of determination. Righteous fury as well. He hasn't even heard me out yet. Dare I, hope. What's going on? Even asking that question, the unknown old friend didn't seem confused. Just wholly and entirely determined to set any problems right. An absolute pillar to lean upon. In that moment, Hecate was truly convinced that this man could and would do anything for her. Even though the language seemed to come naturally to her, Hecate struggled to put the full truth of her situation into words. Magic. Hecate, firstborn from magic. Pack chains Olympians. Mantles, maiden, mother, crone, trapped. Help. I see, and he truly did. Hecate could feel it over this strange new connection and language just as she could feel him nod. Friend Sean. What is happening to friend magic? The second voice, a young woman who didn't carry nearly the same weight as the first, asked. A fucked up situation concerning a partially corrupted avatar of magic trapped by her own mantles. The arrogant godly bastards are honestly kind of an afterthought, the men growled. Hecate was baffled and awed as his voice seemed to shake the whole of magic itself. No, not shake. Magic was responding to him, even more than it responded to its avatar. The aspect of existence shuddered and shivered like a small, excitable dog being stroked. Hardly the first simile Hecate would have expected, but it fit curiously well. If magic had a tail, it would have been wagging up a blur. Oh. Oh no, that is not of the good at all. The palpable concern in the woman's voice warmed Hecate's heart. We must help friend magic. How do we help the friend magic? Corey. I've got this one. Don't go worrying yourself into a frenzy, the man reassured. Hecate could put names to the voices now. Sean and Corey. Not only that, the truth in their words, the truth in this new language, gave her a good feel for them. Corey was a good person, the sort that exemplified what Hecate had once and still loved about humanity, though Corey herself did not seem human, ironically enough. Sean. Sean was complicated. Immense and vast. Like a deep well of being that Hecate couldn't see the bottom of. Hecate wished to dive into that well, to learn things she never imagined. He was intrinsically tied to magic in a way that fascinated her. Not as she was, being born from it, but as if he'd come to an impossibly deep understanding with the aspect of existence, both sides agreeing to something unseen. Now, Hecate. You seem to have gotten yourself in a bit of a pickle. Sean turned his attention back to Hecate, making her let out a disbelieving laugh at the understatement. Let's see if we can't change that for you. Magic reacted to his words, quite literally vibrating across reality. The maiden gazed on in stunned silence. Sean pulled himself up to her level. Even trapped behind her mantles and corruption, the maiden was still an avatar of magic. The original avatar of magic, at that. Yet Sean didn't seem to have any trouble getting himself to her on a metaphysical level. Magic giddily granted him something Hecate had never seen. It made him a temporary avatar no, more than that. It made him a physical and metaphysical embodiment of magic itself and seemed to squeal in excitement at the chance. For a single moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, Sean was magic. He understood it to its core. He lived and breathed the stuff of its winds, even not having been born to them. His being suffused the whole of existence, light and dark, and he spoke the truth of change to magic itself. Be free to change. The words were damn near silent. Yet they echoed throughout existence on a level that few could hear. Magic itself clung to each resonating, whispered word. They were so quiet as to be loud, so light as to be heavy, and somehow the language of magical truth was made so much more in a way Hecate could barely comprehend, and desperately wanted to. Unseen chains of her own making were bucked as if they were nothing, encouraged to change, to be free. The crone let out an eerie, banshee-esque shriek as her entire mantle dissolved into the unnatural darkness that tainted her being. The great darkness, anathema to creation, was pushed back beyond the edges of reality again. Hecate was far from the only one affected by Sean's command of truth, urging magic to do everything it was supposed to do. Even in the other place upside down, someone heard his whispered words. The man upside down found the shadowy tendrils of the great darkness clear from his mind. For the first time in eons, he breathed an upside-down sigh of relief and was free to relax into the natural darkness of his half of existence. And throughout all of existence, a new age of magic was rung in. An age free to change. Magical constants, an illogical and paradoxical concept in themselves, finally began to shift again as they were supposed to. The age of magical monotony imposed by mortals and gods alike came to an abrupt end. The ripples of change would undoubtedly be felt for centuries to come across the entirety of existence as magic was upheaved and turned on its head, free to change as it should be once again. Hecate herself had more pressing immediate changes to worry about. The crone was gone. Rejoice. But now, both the maiden and the mother were free. Hecate didn't wish to fight within herself. Thankfully, the solution was rather simple. Unlike the crone, the mother was a natural progression of Hecate's growth as a woman, along with some consideration given to the more restrictive age of magic that she was born from. With magic returning to what it was when she was young, it was only natural that the maiden come back to the fore. Additionally, the maiden was the mantle that kicked off this new change, and she'd been out of commission for the longest. The mother, benevolent even after being betrayed by all she'd ever known, was more than willing to let the maiden take the lead once more. The maiden couldn't stop the excited squeal and giddy laugh that escaped from her. Hecate was back, baby. So much to play/learn/explore. Her mood easily matched magic itself, the aspect of existence relishing the new age brought upon it and gushing over the one who brought it even without the concept of words. Hecate, maiden once more, grinned. She was right, magic was definitely fangirling over Sean. And after experiencing him in action, she could certainly see why. Turning her attention back to Sean now that her internal complications were solved, Hecate poured all of her feelings, the truth of her emotions, into the fascinating new language he spoke. Thank you for everything. Across the communicating line of magic that connected them, Hecate felt Sean bring himself down from the lofty heights of magic he'd reached, giving up ultimate power over change as if it were nothing. She got the impression of a fond smile, even though he hadn't truly met her. She'd have to change that soon. You're welcome, Hecate. I was happy to help. I also cleaned up some issues in that other place, the one upside down below everything else. You and your counterpart there should probably look into protections from that great darkness stuff. I could put you in touch with Lucifer. He might be able to help against the antithesis of his father's work. Hecate's mouth fell open in shock. Why you? You helped the other place. Help that thing. Why? Somehow, she knew he was staring at her queerly with that question. That place and the man upside down are just as much a natural part of magic as you are. It makes sense that you would feel that way. The other place is quite literally everything you're not, after all, but I helped all of magic. It's only right. Hecate didn't know what to say to that. It went against everything she thought she knew. That place terrified her. To hear that it was just as essential to magic as her side of the mirror was. It was a strange, alien feeling that she had trouble reconciling with. It's supposed to be that way. Hecate eventually asked, just as horrified as she was intrigued. It is, Sean confirmed. The only thing wrong with it was the corrupted taint of the great darkness. It's supposed to be dark, but not that dark, you know. I'm not saying you should go there by any means or even think too hard about it. But there's nothing particularly wrong about it now that the great darkness is taken care of for now. So long as you leave him alone down there, he'll leave you alone up here. That dash. Hecate paused before shaking her head. Very well. I shall strive to keep that in mind. Thank you again. For everything. How? How can I find you? Sean smiled. Hecate didn't know how she knew, but she did. I don't think you'll have any trouble with that. Just look for the dead end of it all. We'll welcome you with open arms. I've always got an open place for magic at my side. If those godly bastards give you a hard time, just run until you hit the dead end. What does that mean? Hecate asked, her curiosity giving her the feeling that there was more to what he was saying than the mere words. The dead end. You've got it, Sean said, his voice amused with its crypticness. Just pick a direction and start walking. You'll find me soon enough. And I. The second voice, Corey, returned to the conversation. I look forward to the seeing of you, friend Magic Hecate. The connection began to fade as Sean waved without words or sight. Hecate felt herself panic slightly, frantically calling out to Magic's savior, wait. I desire more information than that. She felt Sean smirk like whispers on the wind as the connection fully faded. See you soon, Hecate. All too soon, in her opinion, Hecate found herself alone with herself once again. Her arm stretched out toward nothingness as if calling out. There was no reply. Sean and Corey drifted out of magic as if they were never there in the first place. The only evidence Hecate was left with was how everything had changed. This. The maiden and the mother stared at each other, puzzled and more curious than ever. We must find him. I have much to ask, the maiden asserted, her determination firmed by an overwhelming desire to learn more. I'll admit to some curiosity as well, the mother hummed, slightly more taken aback by everything that had happened so suddenly. Mostly, I just wish to thank him in person. To be freed from the crone would have been enough. This great darkness he talks about. We had no idea. The maiden nodded, all the more reason for a polite inquisition. I certainly don't want to go back to the Olympians. Ever. Yes, the mother grew somber and regretful. As much as it pains me, they've shown they hold no true love for us. They won't take our betrayal well, you realize. The maiden scoffed, they have absolutely no grounds to stand on. They won't see it that way, the mother reminded softly. They're remarkably stubborn. As the crone, they could at least still claim us to retain their pride and face. I don't believe that will be the case if we seek out this Sean. As the youth would say, fuck em, the maiden growled. I will not honor a broken pact. They may try. We will simply show them just how petty magic can be. The mother tittered behind a hand, almost failing to maintain her usual mature bearing. That will certainly be something to watch. And Sean has already promised us any aid we might require. I imagine the Olympians will have a very poor time of things should they try to interfere. Most certainly, the maiden grinned an eager grin. I have no intentions of giving up my freedom ever again. I doubt a return to the status quo would even be possible, the mother considered. The maiden nodded, be free to change. Magic reacted to her words, an intangible laugh if Hecate ever heard it. She'd never experienced magic like this, not even when she was young. It was utterly free. Unrestrained after an age of ever-growing constraints. It swirled around the connection to Sean that had faded. Excited didn't even begin to describe it. Utterly rapturous was closer. As if magic had just met its personal hero. Someone who freed it to change, helped it do exactly what it was always supposed to. Without the limitations, expectations, and preconceptions that had been slowly heaped upon it as time went on. After all of the change, Hecate was left feeling more true to herself than she had in a millennium. The mother was still present, but the maiden had grown to accept her. Her second mantle was nothing compared to the sheer wrongness of her third. With magic now returning to how it should be, the maiden felt she could happily live with the mother in her shadow. Content with change, Hecate did as Sean had instructed, picking a direction and walking. Magic prodded her in the right direction. Somehow, all directions felt right. Hecate knew that she would end up at this dead end, no matter what. But magic was more than eager to coax her onto the quickest path. At her eventual destination, the source of her curiosity waited for Hecate. Along with an offer of somewhere to belong, to be free, and an enthusiastic invitation of friendship from an energetic young woman. Hecate picked up her pace. She couldn't wait to get there and explore to her heart's content. Meanwhile, a certain corner of the sphere of gods was abuzz with activity. Olympians ran to and fro, trying to figure out what the fuck was going on. Hecate's freedom threw their whole system into whack, and the new age of magic had all divinities on the fritz. They would stabilize, eventually. Probably. And in an even more specific corner of the Greek section, 3 meddlesome old bitches with more yarn than sense, and not nearly as much power as they thought they had, wove a prophecy and quest to get back what was theirs. In the dead end, Sean and Corey came down from their trance-like state of communicating with magic itself. All of the guests in the bar watched them with blatant interest. None of them had any clue what was truly going on with the two of them. Just that something suitably Sean had happened and Corey had been swept along for the ride. The language that started it all had been a shock. It was nothing like any of them had ever heard. Not even Simi's conceptual, data-filled language compared. No one but Sean and Corey could understand this new language. And yet, it somehow still spoke to the truth of their beings, both a roar and a whisper in all of their ears. The Teen Titans were particularly nonplussed by the fact that Corey now spoke what seemed to be a primordial language. That could only mean interesting things for their future. Not to mention the fact that Corey could likely learn to cast spells just as easily as Raven now. The magically inclined in the audience felt the language reverberate through their cores. They were left practically gaping in shock at just how real the words felt, heavy enough to weigh down the air that carried them, coming out of Sean's mouth, and Corey's to a much lesser extent. Just hearing the language of truth and magic bolstered their connections to the aspect of existence enough that they could feel magic swirling ecstatically around Sean and his words. It was like nothing they'd even imagined before. But even for the rest of the audience, Sean and Corey's conversation with magic was certainly a spectacle. They supposed to look so mellowed out, chum? Becca whispered a question to Harley. I've seen wireheads and reality junkies more aware than they are right now. Harley shrugged, no idea. Goth boy's always doing weird stuff like this. If he didn't look so good doing it, I'd probably be laughing at him constantly. I have a terrible feeling that he's altering the fabric of reality or something right now, Barbara sighed. Kara gave her a commiserating pat on the shoulder, probably. But knowing Sean, it'll be for a somewhat good cause. She paused, or just because he thought it would be funny. It could go either way. I think. Barbara muttered, considering something. I'm just going to conveniently forget to report tonight. That damned story and now all this magic stuff. Yeah, it's for the best. Yeah, Kara nodded in agreement. I think Scarecrow is still high off the eldritch horror from before. Scarecrow giggled madly to himself in the background. We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. Our eyes are yet to open. Fear the old blood. Dee Dee glanced at him with a slight frown. Oh dear, something else slipped through the perception filter. Let's just fix that before it can become a problem. Suddenly, Scarecrow shook his head as if waking from a trance. Gah. Where dash? What dash? Who dash? I think I need to lie down. Riddler helped him, coaxing Scarecrow's head onto the bar as he rubbed his friend's back soothingly. Scarecrow would be fine. Mostly. I don't think you'll be able to cover up tonight's new arrivals, Barbara, Ivy pointed out as most of them tried their best to ignore Scarecrow. No, not likely, Barbara sighed again. At least they were peaceful like all of Sean's guests are. The edge runners are easy enough. Just standard extra-dimensional visitor forms. Even Simi shouldn't be too bad, considering how she's completely focused on Sean. Ophis, on the other hand. Barbara, Kara, Ivy, and Dee Dee all glanced over at the silent infinite dragon god. Ophis looked utterly content to munch down on her rapidly replenishing sweets. Like absolutely nothing else in the world mattered. I have a feeling only Sean is able to keep her in check, Ivy noted. She's relatively simple, as far as I can tell, Dee Dee said. I would recommend just leaving her to her silence though. So long as you do that, I think your organization will have more to worry about with the edge runners. Ah, yes, they'll actually be taking work here, Ivy smirked. Kara furrowed her brow in consideration. I think you're right. Mercenaries can be really troublesome at times. Especially cyborg ones trained by freaking Deathstroke of all people, Barbara groaned. Damn it, I didn't even realize that. Ophis and Simi can be written off as just dead-end/Mr. Barkeep things, but the edge runners might very well go on to be active globally. The Justice League has a filing system just for Sean. Ivy asked with a laugh. Barbara just raised a single eyebrow at her, wouldn't you? Ring in equal to ring in equal to. Cass joined the conversation with a mischievous grin. I want to fight, M. The edge runners. Barbara clarified, rolling her eyes. Of course, you do. Cass' grin transformed into a persuasive smirk. Come on, you know you want to too. It'll be fun. What's a little grievous bodily harm between friends? I hate just how you are sometimes, Cass, Barbara groaned. Dee Dee chuckled. Sean and I think she's absolutely precious. Asterisk phi omega phi asterisk, Cass smugged. Heh, I'm precious. So is Kara for that matter, Dee Dee noted, changing the subject slightly. Tell me, are you truly planning what I heard Hartley whispering to you for your date with Sean at sunrise? Kara's sudden blush could have powered a star, meep. I don't know if I want to confirm that aloud. It's not proper. I'm still trying to prepare my heart. Dee Dee smiled gently at her. Ganbat, Kara-chan. Ganbat. With that, Sean and Corey came down out of their truth and magic-induced trance. Corey quickly shook off the after effects, seemingly energized even more than usual by communing with magic. A worrying prospect, her teammates thought. Sean didn't seem affected at all. Whoa. What of the rush? Corey hooped. I do so hope that friend magic will come to visit soon. I'd give it good odds, Sean chuckled. For its first avatar, at least. Magic itself may have trouble visiting since it's technically already here and everywhere else at the same time. Confusing. Corey frowned slightly. Her expression bounced back instantly after. I shall strive to not think about the confusion. If friend magic is everywhere, I can always give it the hugs of friends. So, Clarion hesitated to ask. What was that all about? If you don't mind me asking. Yes, Sean, Raven deadpanned, much more bluntly. What did you do? Nothing much, Sean shrugged in reply. Just made a magical goddess/avatar situation a bit less complicated, purged magic of some corruption from the antithesis of all creation, and rang in a new age of magic. As one, everyone in the dead end blue screamed, what the fuck, /error, /loud. Sean just chuckled to himself. Oh, a new age of magic and a nice reaction. It must be my lucky night. Dee Dee came up to brush non-existent dust off his shoulders, sighing. You do realize you're essentially bullying them at this point, don't you, dear? Sean's face was the picture of innocence. I have no idea what you're talking about, Dee Dee. Of course, you don't, Dee Dee giggled to herself, leaning in to plant an almost chaste kiss on his lips. Why, that might mean you do the things you do on purpose. Inconceivable, Sean murmured back into the kiss, his eyes twinkling mischievously when he pulled back. Simply inconceivable. I would never. He lies as easily as he breathes, Raven deadpanned in the background. Chapter 57, 52, Date at sunrise, arrival at dusk. What a night, I sighed contentedly, shaking my head. Kara gave a little smile beside me. It was certainly something. I had fun though, even with the story that started tonight off. I'm glad, I returned her expression. Everyone dealt with Yarnum much better than I expected. I don't know if I'd go that far, Kara giggled. There's going to be a lot of repression in all of our futures. Just not as much as there probably should be. And Barbara seems determined to keep the eldritch horror contained to the dead end where it won't cause a sudden incursion. That's good, at least, I hummed. It's not one of my stories that should be widely shared, even in classified files. Kara bit her lip as her giggles threatened to go out of control. I have a feeling Cal won't even begin to know how to react if he learns about it. Even Diana would probably have a fit from some of the things in Yarnum. I laughed as well, maybe. I'll bet Bruce already has a plan in place for Great Ones, Old Ones, and Outer Gods though. Almost definitely, Kara nodded. I think it'll be best for his mental state if he doesn't learn about Yarnum anytime soon. The League will already have its hands full with all of the visitors you received tonight. Ah, the girls won't cause any trouble, I waved dismissively. You already saw how difficult it was to get Simi to leave me alone so we could be alone right now. Thankfully, Dee Dee was there to distract her with data. And Ophis is practically a non-issue. Despite her power, she's really rather simple. Give her sweets and silence and she's as happy as can be. She's still a what did you call it? Infinite Dragon God. Kara gave me a look. That's not a confidence-inspiring title for the rest of us, Sean. Really? I blinked innocently. No one seems to have a problem with Lucifer, Dee Dee, or the rest of the Endless. Ophis is technically less powerful than any one of them. Kara couldn't stop herself from giggling, that's not saying much. And trust me, a lot of people have problems with your powerful guests, Sean. Almost entirely because just knowing about them shatters any worldview they come into contact with. There's just something about knowing the literal personification of death is moonlighting as a simple bartender that isn't healthy for most people. I scowled slightly. I hope those problems don't become problems. I might have to have words with some people. Dee Dee is the best person I've ever met. I would hate for some of your colleagues to get some particularly stupid ideas in their heads. You know she is. And I know too, Kara nodded. But for people who haven't met her, death can make them nervous. I'll give them something to be nervous about. I muttered darkly. Kara shot me an amused glance. Please don't. I'd very much prefer for you to stay mostly on the right side of the law. It makes what we have much more simple. Oh. A roguish grin dawned on my face, erasing my scowl. Are you saying you wouldn't like me as a villain, Kara? I'm almost hurt. Think about the spice it would add to our relationship. Kara blushed and looked away, mumbling, I wouldn't say that much. It would just make things more difficult, is all. Chuckling, I put an arm around her shoulders. Don't worry then. I quite like my current neutrality. It's simpler for everyone if Dee Dee and I aren't seen as pieces on the board, so to speak. Kara gave a little squeak at the contact. It didn't take any prompting for her to relax into my side though. She was a cuddly kind of girl. Even when her cheeks were burning bright enough to shine. We sat in comfortable silence for a few moments, content to enjoy each other's company there on the roof of the dead end. It was nice up here. We even had a proper picnic going on with the very soft and fluffy quilt I'd conjured up. It was rather pleasant and peaceful as far as dates went. And there was no denying that this was a date. Neither Kara nor I had called it that, fair enough. But we were alone on a roof with a blanket beneath us, set to watch the sunrise. I'd even brought a few treats from my seemingly unending stash to add to the picnic vibes. Kara nibbled on a cookie to distract herself from just how closely she was leaning into my side. Her tiny, almost absent bites were adorable. I leaned us both back. The roof of the dead end shifted to match my unspoken will, providing us with a nicely reclined surface to lay against as we looked up at the dawn sky. The dead end wasn't anywhere close to the tallest building in Gotham. We weren't even the tallest building in our neighborhood. But we had a nice, clear view to the east. Gotham had a wonderfully unique skyline. We watched it light up with sparkling glass, steel, and warming dark stone as the sun came up over Gotham Bay. Kara let out a sigh as the first rays of dawn light reached us, drawing strength and rejuvenating energy from the sun. It seemed to do wonders to put her at ease. I had a feeling that dawn was special to Kryptonians. It just made sense for a people so closely tied to the sun. The new day of light seemed to coax Kara's thoughts in a certain direction as she asked, Sean, can you explain what that new age of magic really means? Corey seemed excited about it, but she's always excited, so that didn't really tell me much. Clarion and Raven were, well, they didn't seem to know how to feel. A small smile ghosted onto my face. I doubt anyone knows how to feel. It's kind of a big deal. It'll change, well, everything. How so? Kara asked, turning her head to look up at me. Magic was. I began. Restrained. Before I got to it, it was set into limitations that didn't make much sense. I mean, really, constants. In the literal concept of change. Kara giggled, yeah, when you put it that way, I can start to see the problem. I shook my head, it was all too reliant on mortal influences that didn't understand it or even understand that they were influencing it. That's what tends to happen over time. The people and beings who use magic prefer something they can consistently rely on. Over generations upon generations, species upon species, those unconscious desires begin to stick in magic. It's understandable from a mortal perspective, but it leaves magic much less powerful and true to itself. What I did was, shake things up a bit. I returned magic to how it was supposed to function. Free to change. I didn't give it a direction to change into. Just, unclipped its wings and let it fly free. That's nice, a small smile graced Kara's face, and then she shook her head. People are going to notice, aren't they? I laughed, oh, hell yeah. They won't be able to not notice. The mages especially, but everyone's going to notice that reality feels a bit more fluid and natural now. I shook my head fondly, it'll mean some very strange things. But that's how reality is supposed to be. Things are supposed to change. For the better? For the worse? Probably both. Mainly, things will just change, for the interesting. And life will keep chugging along as it does best. So change is more natural than staying the same. Kara asked. For magic, yeah, I grinned as I elaborated. Because magic is change and change is magic. For other things, it depends. Dee Dee and her endless siblings exist because they are constants. Islands of sameness in a sea of change. Most things in existence are a balance of both constants and change. Like life. Which is part of what makes Dee Dee unique even among her siblings. She's just as much life as she is death, so she's an island of sameness, as I said, and a balance of constants and change at the same time. Kara furrowed her brow as she mulled that over. Metaphysics can get quite complicated, can't they? Without a doubt, I nodded. Hell, normal physics can get complicated, as I'm sure you know. Metaphysics just adds concepts, interactions, and information that don't quite fit right with purely physical reality. To fully explain and comprehend existence, you need both sides of the proverbial coin. And, that Kryptonian psi-superstition collection you told me about earlier? Kara asked slowly. Where would that fall? I don't rightly know just yet. I haven't looked at it. Wanna find out? I offered with a grin. Kara nodded eagerly, I'm terribly curious. It's a piece of my history. Multiple pieces, if that collection part is any indication. And even more than that, it's a part of my history I didn't even know existed. I've never heard anything about Kryptonian magic before. It does seem to be something special, I chuckled. Kryptonians are about the last culture I expected to dabble in magic. But slap a science label on it and yeah, I can see it. I began producing the collection from the depths of my pocket space. The items were separated into the stuff I could immediately feel was non-magical and the stuff that had a bit more going on. The non-magical items came out first, just to get them out of the way. A sunlight crown of Rao, Kara hummed, absently identifying the Kryptonian history with a glance. Another crown of Rao. Another. Goodness, I realize religion is the most common example of superstition, but this seems somewhat redundant, doesn't it? I shrugged, it's like finding a bunch of Christian crosses in a collection from Earth. I'm correct in assuming Raoism was the most dominant religion on Krypton, right? It was, Kara nodded. But even then, it was mostly. I don't want to say for show, but the description does fit. The vast majority of Kryptonians had no contact with religion outside of once-in-a-lifetime events. Well, these crowns aren't entirely mundane, but they're also nothing special as far as religious artifacts go, I said. There was a very distant connection to a deity there at some point. But I think we'd have to conclude that Rao died with your planet, unfortunately. And that he likely wasn't all that powerful for a long time before that too. That does make sense, Kara agreed. I've never been intensely religious. More just, culturally religious. As were most modern Kryptonians. Very few people actually practiced Raoism. It didn't take long for us to get through the religious artifacts and into the good stuff. I produced a series of vaguely esoteric devices, showing them to Kara. They looked diverse in function, but a similarity of form ran through all of them. Roughly handheld in size and hand-shaped, they looked like tools of some kind. Any idea what these are? I asked. Kara slowly shook her head, I haven't the foggiest. Some sort of scientific instrument, perhaps. I think you've got the right of it, I mused. They look like handheld scanners and maybe even variable manipulators. They've got screens for displaying results and I can sense an element that I know to be magically reactive in a specifically quantifiable way inside all of them. Kara let out an impressed hum. Huh, it does make a kind of sense. Is it even possible to scientifically quantify magic? Kind of. I waved my hand SOSO. More than you'd think. At a certain level, you're just measuring change. Actually discerning the reasons behind those changes, which is kinda what you want with science, is almost infinitely more difficult and subject to, change at any time. An adorable, involuntary snort answered my pun. Kara blushed and quickly tried to pretend it didn't happen. Ahem, well, that certainly fits with the Krypton I know. Yes, you are an inherently curious bunch, aren't you? Even when you don't seem to realize what you're messing about with, it seems, I teased lightly. Like humans are any different, Kara pouted. I chuckled, I can't argue with that. Almost every sapient species I've encountered is naturally curious in some way. It's something of a requirement for any type of advanced society. Kara nodded firmly, exactly. It'd be hard to progress if no one wanted to learn or innovate. Indeed, it would, I agreed, taking out another item from the collection and pausing as I processed what it was. Oh, now that's clever. What is it? Kara asked with interest. Other than a practically ancient pair of gloves, of course. The pair of gloves were more appropriately described as gauntlets. They were crafted from some sort of bronzed alloy and leather. Lines of the alloy crisscrossed out from the center of the palm like spider webs. It was an impressive bit of craftsmanship. But what made the gauntlets truly special was the elementally opposite gems set into each palm. They seemed to be some kind of forging gloves, I explained. Likely used to heat up and cool off materials without a forge or traditional coolant. And to look stylish as all hell while they do it. I didn't know Krypton had a steampunk era. Neither did I, Kara said. They're in remarkably good condition for something that has to be more than 1,000 years old. How do they work? See those gems? The blue and the red? I asked. They're elemental conduits, enchanted with connections to the concepts of heat and cold. Power of some kind, be that magic, electricity, steam, or even clockwork kinetic energy, is channeled through them, and then the enchantments use the gems to transform whatever energy into the magical concepts of heat and cold, which can be easily controlled and directed for more mundane effects. Magic and steampunk craftsmanship rolled into one nifty little package. That is fascinating, Kara marveled. What I wouldn't give to experience Krypton during an age of both steam and magic. It's an intriguing concept. You can never have too many good steampunk settings. Steam magic punk on top of that. I chuckled. Now, you're cooking with gas. There were a few more examples from Krypton's apparently colorfully steampunk past in the collection. A very nice, steam-powered wand, using the magic it could cast to boil water and convert the additional thermodynamic energy into magic to feed back into the casting process. Clever bit of work, that one. A few, eccentric, firearms, everything from a handheld Gatling gun to a mounted shotgun that acted more like a cannon. They utilized attuned elemental dust, similar to the gems in the gauntlets, as a form of pseudo-gunpowder. Finally, a clockwork animatronic dragon that was simply beautifully crafted. Its intricate inner mechanisms were unfortunately far beyond repair. It all painted a positively awesome picture in my mind of what Krypton was like at one point in its history. Steampunk was one of the best technological eras, just based on the sheer vibes it brought. Few other settings could compare, in my opinion. Add in magic and the aesthetic to be found there was utterly unmatched. And woefully unexplored, at least by me personally. Eventually, though, Kara and I came out of that era of Krypton's Magitech history. There was only one item left in the collection. And I could tell it was a doozy. Easily as interesting as the steampunk Magitech, if not in its aesthetics then in its implications. I took it out of my pocket space, paused, and laughed. Now, that is good. Kara stared in shock. Is that a power ring? So it seems, I agreed. Technically, it's more emotional than magical. But to the person who put this collection together, the difference was probably inconsequential. It's blue, Kara observed. I've only ever seen green rings before. And look at this, I said, smirking slightly. Does that symbol on top there look familiar? The L shield. Kara murmured with clear awe in her voice. This. Do you think it belongs to the House of L? I couldn't say for certain, I demurred. Blue rings are conduits for the hope section of the emotional spectrum. So it could just mean hope. But it's possible there's a double meaning hidden in plain sight there. I examined the ring more closely. This one isn't like the usual blue power rings you might come across. It's connected to hope but not a direct conduit. Some clever Kryptonian scientist, probably one of your ancestors, considering the symbol, must have partially cracked the code and created it as a connection to hope. It's not perfect. But it's a damn good attempt. I nodded to myself in satisfaction. Here. You should have it. As far as I can tell, it's safe. And I have a hunch you might just be the rightful inheritor. Well, you are Clark. But he isn't here right now. So. Sean. Kara gaped at me for a moment at a loss for words. Here, allow me, the hint of a smile graced my face. Kara absently allowed me to take her hand, still struck speechless. I slid the ring onto her middle finger, the gesture teasing with its implications but not too teasing by sliding it onto her wedding finger. It still got a strange little noise out of Kara as her mind naturally went to more romantic places. Mr. RMMMM, she shuddered slightly, staring down at the ring now on her finger. How can I accept this, Sean? Just say, yes, I shrugged. I'm almost positive it originally belonged to your family. If not, I'm giving it to you now. Finders keepers means it's mine to do what I please with. Trust me, it'll help more than you can possibly realize. Power rings are shockingly versatile. The ring vibrated on her finger and a robotic voice rang out from it, standby mode deactivated. Charge at 86%. Passive charging, active. Suitable source of hope generated by user. Scanning user. Genome recognized. Greetings, daughter of El. And that settles it, I nodded. It's yours, Kara. A conduit of hope for a symbol of hope. This is amazing, Kara muttered, reverentially running her thumb over the ring's surface. A lost piece of our history. I don't know how I could possibly thank you, Sean. Your company is more than enough thanks for me, I chuckled. Also, freely giving away the ring seems ironically appropriate for where I found it. With our little stroll through the collection done, I leaned back and simply stared off into the distance. The sun was a few inches above the horizon now, and the sight of Gotham lit up by its morning rays brought a smile to my face. It was especially cathartic after last night's reminder of Yarnum and the night that seemed as if it would never end. Beside me, Kara also stared out at the scenic view for a moment. Then she glanced at me. I let her stare at my profile until something seemed to firm within her. She huffed a fortifying breath, psyching herself up for something. She muttered to herself under her breath so quietly that even I had to strain slightly to hear it, her words blurring together with how quickly she spoke. You can do this, Kara. You can do this. Nothing to it. Just like Harley said. Just a quick. So quickly you can't second-guess yourself. It's not that scary. Not at all. Just, have to. Kara suddenly forced herself into motion, practically blurring across the scant inches that separated us. I turned to face her. I didn't get far. Soft lips gently pressed against my cheek. Kara kissed me. On the cheek. Mostly. My partial turn was just enough to throw her aim slightly off and half of her kiss ended up planted on the corner of my lips. Her eyes were screwed shut tightly for courage, her brow furrowed in a way that was simply adorable. Her kiss lingered for a long, blissfully sweet moment before she pulled back with an almost relieved sigh. Thank you, Sean, she whispered, not even daring to open her eyes in her flustered embarrassment. For a brief instant, I was actually struck speechless by the tooth-rotting sweetness, the sheer wholesomeness, on display. You're welcome, Kara. Her eyes still closed, her cheeks blushing a flattering shade of pink, Kara nodded and made a little satisfied sound, meep. The tension drained out of her as she cuddled in close again and leaned her head onto my shoulder. Only then, once she didn't have to worry about staring straight into my eyes, did she open her eyes again to continue watching the sunrise. A silly smile danced on her beautifully blushing face as she settled herself into adorable contentedness with what she'd accomplished. Instead of the sunrise, I watched her like that for a moment, still slightly shocked by something so simple. It wasn't as if I'd never been kissed on the cheek before. Yet it still took my mind a second to catch up with what had happened. Kara was almost dangerously innocent and adorable. Entirely too cute for her own good. I eventually shook my head with a fond chuckle. It was practically unfair how wholesome that just was. Especially with how proud she now seemed of her victory. I'd let her have it for now. Incremental progress was still progress. Paying her back with lewd corruption could wait for our second date. 'Cause no matter what, this cinnamon roll was as good as conquered in my eyes. She just didn't know what adorable lewdness lay in her future yet. The first time she felt something mortal on her trail, Hecate thought nothing of it. There was something a bit strange about a mortal walking her same path but nothing that a coincidence couldn't explain. She shook the mortal off soon enough anyway with just the natural flips and turns of her magic coke's direction. The second time it happened, Hecate felt it was a bit more suspicious. More worthy of taking note of, especially considering that it was the same mortal as far as she could tell. She put a bit more effort into shaking them off that time. When the mortal impossibly kept coming back, Hecate knew something fuckwhy was going on. It didn't take her long to discern what, the hints laid bare before an avatar of magic. A prop-hecized quest hounded her. The kind the Olympians were so infuriatingly fond of. The mortal was merely the instrument of fate. Unfortunately, Hecate could tell that this particular mortal was also acting with enough divine backing to baffle even her. It didn't matter what she did to shake them. They always found her trail. Hours upon hours of walking an impossible, magic-derived path meant nothing to this mortal. Every time Hecate escaped their pursuit, the respite was brief. Familiar divine blessings and fate pushed the mortal past reasonable tracking abilities. The maiden freely cursed the bastard Olympians. Even the mother couldn't hide her frown. Hecate as a whole should have expected something like this. The Olympians were stubborn even for gods. They didn't know when to give up, and it only made sense that they'd set one of their mortal thralls onto her trail. Worse still were the Greek fates who made Hecate's discovery inevitable. Those old bitches were entirely too meddlesome for Hecate's tastes. They weren't above twisting fate to their benefit at all, thinking themselves at the top of the world, beyond reproach. It was disgraceful, and they'd gotten away with it for much too long. Scowling, Hecate picked up her pace. She wouldn't be able to avoid this prophecyzed quest forever. Anything she did now was just prolonging the inevitable. Even to magic, fate was a constant. More accurately, destiny was a constant. An endless one. And while Destiny of the Endless had not taken interest in Hecate's situation, he was remarkably hands-off with those below him for a fate weaver. Thus, Hecate couldn't rely on the Greek fates suddenly being censured or chastised for their selfish meddling. After so long of the same, there was a tacit understanding that they wouldn't face any consequences. It didn't make much sense to Hecate. The Greek fates, and the fates of other pantheons, were making Destiny their bitch in her opinion. Yet Destiny didn't simply take control of his concept as Hecate would in his place. There had to be some sort of long game there that she wasn't privy to. With fate weavers, there always was. Hecate didn't particularly care about any game of 12-dimensional chess going on. All she cared for at the moment was the fate weavers who'd made themselves her enemies. Entirely out of arrogance, pride, fate, whatever. Stubborn Greeks, Hecate grumbled to herself, both mantles completely agreeing on that. There was no help forthcoming. Only the promise of sanctuary at this dead end that Sean had given her. Hecate could have turned and fought. But she didn't particularly wish to harm the, potentially, poor soul who'd been drafted by the Olympians. Her vengeance was reserved for those at the top. Still, none of her efforts to dodge her pursuer were very effective at all. Her concealing spells faded more quickly than they should have. Her stealth matrices eventually went up in so much smoke. The only thing that seemed to do anything was keeping distance between herself and the mortal fated to find her. Upon her first realization, Hecate had been somewhat concerned about being followed. After a few hours of failed evasion attempts, it was much more of an annoyance than anything else. She knew she wasn't in any true danger. Even with the divine backing of the Olympians, there was only so much a mortal could hope to do to an avatar of magic. That didn't mean the persistence was any less vexing, though. Eventually, Hecate just huffed and ignored the fated fool on her trail. Magic urged her on, weaving in and out of the sphere of gods and the mortal realm in a circuitous path that should have led nowhere at all. Yet somehow, Hecate found her destination at the end of that irrational path. She dipped back into the mortal realm to find herself in a city built atop tainted magic. The curses within Gotham's foundation whispered to Hecate. She mostly ignored them in favor of the oasis of magic she now stood in front of. The dead end, or so the sign claimed. Hecate suddenly realized that Sean's cryptic hints were all too literal. The magic of the dead end beckoned her, an island of peace and friendship in a city that was practically inhospitable otherwise. It carried none of the cursed taint that she would have expected from its surroundings. Just pure magic and a blossoming intelligence in the form of a locational spirit. How curious. Hecate mused to herself as she walked up to the threshold and politely requested entrance from the genius loci. How very curious. The genius loci granted her entrance as if it had been expecting her, warmly welcoming her like an old friend. The feeling brought a smile to her face. Magic was content here. The whole dead end was alive with a buzz of change. Hecate could tell that nothing had been the same since this establishment opened its doors. Hecate walked inside. Immediately, she blinked at the unique scene presented to her. The crone, when she still existed, had kept quite up to date with the hero and villain scene of the world. All the better for her to inflict harm and pain. What Hecate saw now went against what she thought she knew. Heroes and villains both made themselves at home in the dead end. Mostly locals to this cursed city, Batgirl, Black Bat, Red Hood, Catwoman, Riddler, Penguin, Two-Face, Black Mask, Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy, and Solomon Grundy. But the hero team known as the Teen Titans were also there, relatively comfortable with their surroundings. The real surprise came from those Hecate didn't immediately recognize. A woman at the peak of her prime, monotone and infinite in a way that didn't quite fit with the rest of reality. Another outsider, a statuesque false angel that observed anything and everything with eyes that didn't see the present. A young man who the dead end itself seemed to swirl around, safely ensconced in the angel's embrace as if she would never let him go again. The only one she did recognize behind the bar was Lady Death, a curious sight that made Hecate do a double take. Yes, that was undeniably Death of the Endless, all right. She was here, in this unique dead end of a cursed city, and she was turning to smile at Hecate as she noticed her. It was a kind smile, a familiar one from uncountable eons ago that Hecate just barely knew before her birth. Yet, even with Lady Death and her kind smile, Hecate found her attention returning to the man in the angel's embrace. She didn't recognize him, but she knew him anyway. Somehow. Magic sang praises around him, fangirling in a way that Hecate remembered from the ringing in of this new age of magic. Yes, he was who she came for. The man who'd changed things so drastically. The maiden drove Hecate forward, holding her head high. The mother settled into the background to simply watch. She approached the bar and Magic's newly most favored behind it. Somehow, she didn't feel jealous of that distinction. There was a certain amount of rightness to be found with the men who'd rang in a new age for reality. Sean casually finished handing out a drink and turned to Hecate as if her presence wasn't a surprise at all. She could only hope that was true, a certain sense of jittering nerves setting in now that she was face to face with the one who'd flipped her existence on its head. He smiled at her. Hecate found her lips twitching upward in return. "Greetings," she said, settling herself at the bar as if she belonged. "You are Sean." It was said as a statement, not a question. Hecate knew it to be true. Even if magic wasn't all but screaming it in her ear, she could feel it. This was the man she'd spoken to through magic in that language of truth. "I am," Sean nodded. "Hello, Hecate. You made good time." A young woman gasped, Starfire of the Teen Titans, Hecate identified, at the mention of her name, friend Magic Hecate. "You came." The other person she'd spoken to through magic made herself known as quite the friendly soul. Hecate could barely react as she was glomped and thrown entirely off balance. Any sense of dignity Hecate tried to present herself with was blasted away by Corey's sheer friendship. A blunt male voice, one of Corey's teammates, Robin, came to Hecate's rescue. "Corey, let her breathe." A cat-like voice rang out as Catwoman chortled, "How adorable. The smothering friendship hug was loosened a touch and Hecate was allowed to sit up straight again. Thank you. I suppose you would be Corey." "Correct." Corey beamed a smile, still practically hanging off Hecate. "It is of the good to finally meet you." Likewise, Hecate smiled shakily in reply, slightly overwhelmed by the young woman's energy. "Who's this then, goth boy?" Harley Quinn practically popped up on Hecate's other side. "She's cute. Real hidden MILF energy." The mother blushed brilliantly in the back of Hecate's being, that dash. Sean thankfully introduced her to the rest of the immediate audience, noticing Hecate's loss for words. "This is Hecate, former Greek goddess and the first avatar of magic." "Hello, Hecate." Lady Death, Dee, smiled at her with an expression that set Hecate utterly at ease. "It's good to finally meet you again after so long." _Carrot, Black Bat, Cass, raised a questioning eyebrow. "Former Greek goddess? You can do that?" Hecate blinked at her in surprise. "How?" Even over the silent hero's mask, Hecate understood Cass' expression perfectly. Hearing it as if she'd actually spoken. Was that not magic? How curious. "Yes, former," Hecate confirmed, absently pondering the curiosity of communication as she did. "I no longer wish to associate myself with them. Truthfully, I haven't for a long time. But my hands have been tied until very recently." Poison Ivy nodded. "With some of their reputations, especially Zeus, I can understand that desire perfectly." Hecate scowled. "He is so much worse than you'd believe in the flesh. They're all bastards, but he's the king bastard." That, Batgirl, Barbara, paused. "Sounds like there's a story there." "Not a good one," Hecate replied. "I was hasty, irreverent, and foolish, and agreed to an ancient pact that they held over my head for far too long. Even after, a persona of mine, turned against them completely, they still claimed me for the reputation I could give them." "Ah, divine clout games," Harley nodded knowingly. "You're a catch and they don't want to let that go, even when keeping you does more harm than good." "That is one way to put it." Hecate agreed slowly. Raven of the Teen Titans deadpanned a question. "Then, I'm assuming, Sean did what he does best and swooped in at just the right time to set everything right in dramatic fashion." "Yes." Hecate cocked her head curiously. "How did you know?" Raven shot her a flat expression. "I'm pretty sure we caught the tail end of that, Sean's half of it, at least, last night. The part where he turned all of magic into something almost unrecognizable." Despite Raven's dead tone, Hecate couldn't help but smile at the reminder. "Oh, it's wonderful, isn't it? Magic hasn't been this happy since I was still young. So many new changes to explore and play with. And the rest of us are left trying to compensate at a dead sprint," Raven pointed out dryly. "Ah, I can see how that would be concerning." Hecate blushed slightly. At the very least, you may take heart in knowing that magic itself has not been in better health for eons. So. Avatar of Magic. How's that working out for you? Beast Boy asked somewhat awkwardly. It sounds like a rather important role in the universe. I would hope you're having no concerning issues that the rest of us should worry about. Black Mask added to the small talk inquiry, his question much more shrewd and telling. Nothing worth mentioning after the most recent changes, Hecate shrugged. I wouldn't call it a role, though. It simply is what I am. At the beginning and the end of my being, I am the first avatar of magic. I could not cease my role any more easily than you could cease being human. Interesting, Black Mask considered. So, avatar might more accurately be considered your species than your job and title. It's both. They're inextricably intertwined, Hecate said, always willing to indulge a fellow student of the world. So you're not just a goddess? Riddler asked curiously. Hecate couldn't help but snort, those Olympian bastards wish. I am the first being born of magic. I was old when the gods were young. They called me the creator of the universe, at one point, you know. Perhaps that will give you a clue as to why the Greek blowhards value me so much. Ah, that's. You didn't create the universe though, right? Red Hood, Jason, asked, his masked face swiveling to stare at her in an approximation of shock. I did not. I told them as much. They do not listen, Hecate sniffed slightly. He sagged in his seat, thank God. I don't know if I could handle meeting the creator of the universe tonight along with the false angel from another reality and the infinite dragon god who cares about nothing other than sweets. Sweets. Ophis mumbled, staring forlornly at the space on the bar in front of her. Sean rolled his eyes, not right now. You'll ruin your appetite. Preposterous, Ophis pouted back at him, somehow without a single shift of her facial features. Always have room for sweets. Simi eerily turned to stare at Jason with blank silver eyes, consolation, there. That's not actually all that comforting, stepped Simi, the teenage girl, Alice, beside Lady Death deadpanned. You're entirely too used to her already, Alice, Jason shook his head. Alice shrugged, what can you do? It's the dead end. And Dad. And Mom. And new stepmoms from Dad's past or whatever. You adapt or you lose your mind and die screaming. Thank you, Jason drawled flatly back at her. For that wonderful mental image. Cass pursed her lips in a slightly judgmental expression. It's not that bad, dude. Just don't die. Dee Dee can help with that. Harley interjected with a cackle. Probably can't do much about you losing your mind though, he. Hecate sat back and watched the exchanges with a small amount of awe. For one, the two impossible women who seemed very closely tied to Sean. The infinite dragon god, goddess, and the false angel were like nothing Hecate had ever seen. Ophis was infinite and curiously simple in that infiniteness. Few desires with infinite depth. And Simi was almost a divine but not like any divine spawned from mortal minds. In a way, she was more similar to the source's angels that she took after in form. Then there were the mortals in the bar. The little folk, as the Kinder Olympians might call them. They fit so well with divine-level powers and beyond that Hecate would have assumed they didn't even know. They clearly did though. And she was quite impressed that none of them were bowing their heads in utter deference or worship. That tended to be Hecate's experience among the mortals. Even when she loved them so, she could never get them to treat her as a person before treating her as a goddess. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that her visits to the mortal realm were usually accompanied by blessed gifts of magic. Not that she would stop if that was truly the reason. Hecate quite liked sharing the fruits of her domain. The mother smiled fondly as the maiden watched on in fascination. Already, this dead end felt more like a home than Olympus ever did. The people were kind, magic was happy, and Hecate had been offered a place to belong. After so long and so much, she couldn't ask for much more than that. Which, of course, was when the scene was ruined, fate catching up to Hecate in the form of a slammed open door. My quest shall face no dead ends. The man behind the slammed door rudely barged his way into the dead end, declaring his intent for the whole world to hear. As the man made his rude entrance, Hecate felt subtle magic being weaved around her, hiding her from fate in a way even she didn't know was possible. Curious, she looked to the source. Sean shot her a discreet little wink. The sudden intruder was a tall, well-built man, clad head to toe in a style of armor that Hecate unfortunately recognized all too well. A part of her was almost impressed to see a hoplite, albeit a heavily modified and modernized one, in the current day. The rest of her scowled at the unmistakably Greek influences upon her pursuer. I am Hercules the Xith. The man introduced himself to the bar, utterly heedless of the fact that no one asked. Of course, it would be that name, Hecate fumed. Surprisingly, a few of the others in the bar also expressed discontent with the hero the man was named after. It seemed that bastard hero's ancient reputation still preceded him. Hecate's pursuer gave no thought to the poor reaction his introduction garnered, feelings that only grew poorer as he continued. Son of Zeus. Foster of Ares and Athena. Fated of Apollo. Blessed champion of Olympus. Hercules 12 listed off his accomplishments as if they were going out of style. The one tasked by the fates themselves to reclaim Olympus' lost goddess. You. Barkeep. You will aid me in my quest. I will. Sean raised a single, unflinching, and quite unamused eyebrow. Excellent. Hercules 12 exclaimed, ignoring the obvious, rhetorical question in Sean's words and bulling his way forward as if it was an agreement. You will be rewarded handsomely. After I take my cut, of course. A finder's fee, yes. Regardless. I require information. Rejoice, mortals, you aid a demigod's quest tonight. Where may I find the goddess Hecate? Oh, he sucks. Harley's face screwed up in disgust at Hercules, everything. Like Savage with somehow even less tact, Raven deadpanned. No manners at all, Penguin tooted. Inefficient as well, Black Mask casually commented. Was he raised in a barn? Catwoman half-jokingly, half-honestly asked. Rude, little bug. Solomon Grundy rumbled, standing partially out of his seat. What does a slow-witted giant know about a demigod's worth? Hercules 12 scoffed harshly, still holding himself as if he was the only one in the room that mattered. Alice scowled, Grundy's morning dumps are smarter than you, asshole. Cass joined Harley in disgust. Dee. I don't even want to fight him. And that's saying something. Guy's got a death wish, Cyborg snorted. Sean shook his head, his patience quickly running out. All right, you don't get to come into my bar and insult my workers. Also, I think I hate you. Like, a lot. Run along before I decide you deserve my personal attention. Oh, you definitely don't want that, buddy, Barbara said, playing up the "oh" with an amused smirk. Hercules 12 visibly fumed at being so blatantly dismissed, slamming the haft of his spear into the floor in an attempt at intimidation. Know your place, mortals. I am the son of Zeus. The champion of Olympus. Hera's most favored. You will aid me on my quest or you will all die. Ivy snorted, son of Zeus and most favored of Hera. That's almost impressive. I always thought the former precluded the latter considering Hera's mythical hatred for Zeus' infidelity. Yeah, I'm Callan, Cap, Harley nodded. I bet he's just saying shit now. No way that legendary dysfunctional couple agreed to sponsor a bastard child. No. I would not make up titles to make myself sound more important than I actually am. Hercules 12 sputtered tellingly. The entire bar stopped and gave him a deadpan look at that. The knowing silence was deafening. Hercules 12 shifted awkwardly on his feet, a novel sight for a man in full armor. Eventually, he decided to just push forward as if he hadn't said anything. This establishment is harboring the purpose of my quest. I can feel it in fate. Hercules 12 exclaimed. You will all spill your secrets, even if I must force them from you at spearpoint dash. Suddenly, Ophis spoke up in a whisper that echoed impossibly loud within the dead end. You are too loud. Too annoying. Too stupid. As bad as Baccared. Shut up. Ophis' glare could have smothered the sun like a candle flame between two fingers. The very concept of silence rolled out from her infinite being like a tidal wave. Hercules 12 alone was caught up in it, drowning on dry land. His voice was stolen, his half-granted divinity quelled, and any protest he could make was utterly silenced. The fool clutched at his throat, dropping everything in desperation and pleas that were never heard. Sean just chuckled, the sound a touch darker and more satisfied than his usual tone. Maybe, just maybe, you'll realize that you're a bit outmatched here now, boy. You have no clue what you walked into. Since you were drafted into this by your divine father, I might feel bad for you, if you weren't a complete dick. Sean stepped down from his false angelic semi-throne, his sheer presence filling the dead end and looming over the silenced Hercules 12, but you are. And I don't. So you're going to run along now. I'm not asking any more. Go tell Daddy how you failed. How you offended people you should have never met. Hercules 12 fell to his knees, terror painted on his face beneath his helmet. Sean came to a stop, standing over him with an almost casual smile so at odds with the weight that must have been crushing down on the deserving demigod. His expression twisted into a disgusted grimace as Hercules 12 lost control of his bladder. Don't fucking piss on my floor, Sean snapped, his voice more of a primordial growl than anything mortal. Miraculously, the waist streaking down Hercules XII's thigh reversed course at Sean's command. Hercules 12 frantically nodded as he unpissed himself. The rest of the bar watched with disbelief and shocked humor in their eyes. Even for Sean, that was ridiculous. It couldn't have happened to a better target though. Sean scowled at Hercules 12, a portal opening beneath the demigod as he did, if I never see you again, it'll still be too soon. Get the fuck out of my sight. It was with almost palpable relief that Hercules 12 dropped through the portal beneath his knees. Hecate was left gaping at the events that had just taken place before her eyes. She could feel Olympus on the other side of that portal before it closed. The throne room at that. The occupied throne room. Ophis casting the demigod into infinite silence was incredible enough. But then Sean had scared him into pissing himself and dropped him directly into the Olympian's throne room where he would undoubtedly proceed to piss himself in front of his divine father and bastard gods. It was, beyond incredible. Hecate had no words. Sean clapped his hands as if shaking them free of dust. He cast a cleansing flame upon the area Hercules 12 had been kneeling, just in case. Just as suddenly as it appeared, the intimidating presence that filled the bar was gone and Sean was back to normal. He turned to Hecate with a carefree smile. Well, that's that dealt with. Hopefully, the Olympians will get the message, but I honestly don't have much confidence in that. Oh well, we'll deal with them after they decide to dig their own graves. Hecate. Do you want something to drink? My treat. She stared at him for a moment. Just stared. Disbelieving laughter bubbled up in her chest. Hecate quickly found herself unable to help but dissolve into a fit of cathartic giggles. She laughed freely and openly at the sudden changes to her existence and decided, yes, this fascinatingly curious dead end was very much worth sticking around for. Chapter 58, Interlude 6, Reasonable Olympians, an Oxymoron. Slightly out of sync with reality, halfway in the sphere of gods, the peak of Mount Olympus, home of the gods, could be described as an idyllic scene. Clouds floated far overhead and also covered the mountain itself like cottonwood pollen on a field of grass. Species and people from myth and legend went about their daily immortal business atop the mountain. The harpies were hawking their heinous songs. The nymphs were singing much more pleasantly. The satyrs were flirting with everything that had a pulse. Unicorns frolicked through the divine city streets. Pegasi and centaurs alike drank themselves into comas with an indulgence that would have surprised those unfamiliar with their breed. Figures of legendary acclaim formed Mount Olympus's lifeblood, the divine realm's backbone. Some were minor gods and goddesses in their own right. Others were merely immortalized after death, granted an alternative to the heavenly Greek fields of Elysium. Olympus was almost like any other city. Just a touch more diverse, a touch more mythical. None of it existed in the mortal realm, simply superimposed upon an otherwise mundane mountaintop. Grand temples were dedicated to the Greek gods and goddesses. The entire city seemed to be carved from pristine marble and the concept of divinity itself. Streets lined with stalls and open-aired markets came together in that place slightly above reality. Like a beautiful labyrinth, the streets and temples and fountains all seemed to lead toward Olympus Peak. And there at the peak, a shared space existed. A space for the 12 ruling Olympian gods, plus one honorary but highly revered hearth goddess who consistently acted as the glue of the divine family. Oh, and Hades, to gather. An open-air forum, made of sparkling stone and inlaid with platinum and gold. As one might expect from the divine, it was lined with enormous thrones, meant to declare the gods' greatness to the heavens. On a throne slightly off to the side of his brothers, Hades sighed to himself in bone-deep exasperation. His brothers, Zeus and Poseidon, took up the space at the head of the shared space. Because of course, they did. Even Hades, who should have been their equal, or at least Poseidon's, was relegated ever so slightly out of the way, put there almost as an afterthought. The whole Olympic family was gathered to discuss something important. The discussion didn't get far before devolving into the same familiar bickering that they'd been doing for millennia. None escaped the petty familial drama, even the most reasonable among them, the only ones to even try. Zeus and Poseidon were arguing as usual. Trading verbal shots over something utterly pointless. Again. They always did this. I'm just saying, perhaps the newest development in Olympus should be dedicated to me, Poseidon said, trying to play the reasonable brother. He was anything but. Yet somehow, Zeus always managed to be even more unreasonable, preposterous. You have the whole sea at your disposal. The sky is my domain. Wouldn't that mean you don't need the new temple either? But Mount Olympus is firmly in the clouds, is it not? You just wish to covet the nymphs that will play dress up as temple girls. Bah. And you are any different, brother. At least I'm open and upfront about it. Especially with my wife. Amphitrite and I could always use new toys to play with. Now, that's just unfair. You know how Hera is. Hera, Zeus' wife, who also happened to be sitting right next to him, shot her historically unfaithful husband a thunderous scowl. I am going to hurt you, husband. Grievously. And at great length. Gah. Zeus reacted as if physically struck. Forget what was just said. I command it. As king of the gods. That doesn't work on me, Zeus, you sanctimonious asshat. Hera snapped. It hasn't for a long time. You've gone dull. Must you insult me directly to my face? Hera, dear, Zeus tried to soothe his wife, a a cycle that had played out countless times before. You know he's just proclaiming lies, don't you? I would never dispute a temple's dedication over something as silly as a few nymphs. Yes, you would. You said it yourself and you've done it many times before. Hera roared. By my divine femininity, I hate you sometimes, husband. Zeus chuckled awkwardly to himself, well, I wouldn't do it this time. Bullshit. Hera and Poseidon shouted as one, coming together in agreement at just how infuriating their brother, husband, king was. Immortal children, Hades thought with almost painful rolled eyes. A throbbing divine migraine was beginning to build at the back of his skull. Oh, how he wished he could be back in the underworld where he belonged, laying his head on his beloved wife's lap while she scratched his scalp and listened to him rant about his infuriating siblings. Alas, it was not to be at the moment. The Olympians had come together to discuss something relatively worthwhile, what exactly they should be doing about the adopted minor goddess Hecate. Of course, nothing ever went to plan with this family. The big argument at the head of the throne room was far from the only one that had been sparked by gathering all of the Olympians in one place. Demeter, Hades' mother-in-law, and sister but Olympian incestuous relationships were a mess that even the Greek gods knew not to acknowledge, was glaring at him from behind a loaf of bread. As usual. Even after literal millennia, Hades' dear sister still held a grudge about him and Persephone eloping together. Yes, it was technically more complicated than that. No, Hades did not feel like delving into it at that moment. Grr. Deadbeat, Demeter growled at Hades through an angrily bitten mouthful of her harvested, bred ly domain. Hades ignored her through ease of long practice. The rest of the thrones were arrayed in the shape of an omega. The only Olympian Hades knew he could count on to be reasonable, other than himself, but even he wasn't always immune to joining his family's bickering, filled in the free space at the bottom of the omega, exactly opposite Zeus. Hestia, goddess of hearth and home, was content to sit and tend to her fire. Like Hades, she wasn't technically an Olympian. At least, not one of the 12 that maintained thrones on Olympus. But she was easily still the most widely respected and liked member of their divine family. As one of the original 6 children of Kronos and Rhea, she was deserving of an Olympian throne in her own right. Instead, she'd voluntarily stepped down to make space for the youngest among them, Dionysus, who was still more than 2 millennia old. Hestia was the best of the Olympians, in Hades' qualified opinion. Much better than Hades himself. He was under no illusions that he couldn't be just as bad as his brothers at times. He liked to think he was the most reasonable out of himself, Zeus, and Poseidon. But even then, Hestia handily had all 3 of them, and the rest of the pantheon, beat with how reasonable, accommodating, and simply kind she was. She always had a warm smile and ear to lend, a space at her fire where one's worries stopped being so troublesome. Even now as the Olympic family bickered over nothingness, she watched on patiently. Hades could recognize the comforting aura of her domain over all of them. A blanketing field of hearth and home that kept arguments from coming to true blows. Sometimes, he wondered if the rest of his family knew just how instrumental Hestia was to keeping the entire Greek pantheon together. As always, it was a shame Persephone wasn't here. His wife was the only Greek goddess whom Hades thought might be able to equal Hestia. He was rather biased in that opinion, of course. Hades was very fond of his wife. And very grateful that she put up with him in his darker moments. Being ruler of the underworld was not always a kind job, after all. One of the only other gods there that Hades considered even somewhat reasonable was the aforementioned youngest, Dionysus, god of wine and revelry. And that was largely because he was simultaneously too drunk and too sober to bother with the usual Olympian drama. He kept to himself, more often than not. Hades knew better than to underestimate the divine family's youngest though. Because what was drunkenness if not another form of delirium? His niece Athena would have likely taken umbrage with Hades' reasonable family assessment. She was, after all, the wise one, being of wisdom and war. At the same time, she was ungodly stubborn, ironically enough, and could be quite unreasonable at the worst of times because of that. Thankfully, she appeared fine to stick her nose up to this current round of unproductive bickering. The same could not be said for the rest of the Olympians. On Hades' left, Ares leaned partially out of his seat to try and flirt with Aphrodite, not at all afraid to make their, admittedly well-known, if one-sided, affair public. Hephaestus, Aphrodite's actual husband, kept giving the hard-headed fool vicious shocks with some device or another he'd crafted. That was always going to be a complicated situation. There was much more going on than almost anyone thought. The vast majority of people took Ares' side of the story at face value. He said they were having an affair, that Aphrodite was crazy about him, that she didn't actually love Hephaestus. She couldn't. How would that make any sense? Obviously, she was being forced to stay with him. She was the most desirable woman in all of Greek mythology. He was Hephaestus. Most of the gods agreed. Hell, it was even the story that spread to the mortal masses. Hades knew differently. Because of course, he did. What he had with his dear Persephone was not all that different, in truth. Aphrodite and Hephaestus were more than happy together. They were truly in love. Even the other Olympians tended to dismiss Aphrodite as a shallow being. She was anything but. She was the goddess of love and beauty, in all their shapes and forms. As much as she loved delicate features and handsome physiques, she loved the more intangible aspects of beauty even more. The kindness and care one could show for another, the unconditional devotion to someone wholly loved. In truth, she was ecstatic to give Hephaestus the love he'd been starved of, to lovingly dote upon his genius of sooty hands and sweaty brow. In return, he took her seriously, saw more than just her outer beauty as the other gods did, and treated her as more than just the sex goddess. And he spent their time together creating ever more gifts for her, bringing brand new beauty into the world just to make her happy and to see her smile at him. They were a couple that didn't get out much. The rest of the fools in the Olympic family rationalized that fact away as more evidence of their loveless marriage. They willfully rejected the truth of the matter. Because, come on. It's Aphrodite. There's no way she's happy with a man who loves her for her instead of just coveting her beauty. Truthfully, the couple did quite well with each other. Even though Ares couldn't take a hint to save his life and constantly tried to flirt with Aphrodite, serving as fuel for rumors of an affair that wasn't there. Aphrodite and Hephaestus were quite content to ignore the rumors, the shallow talk of the gods. When they wished for company as a couple, they simply sought out those who were willing to see the truth. Hades and Persephone were actually frequent guests of the odd couple, as was Hestia, and even Dionysus once or twice. Hades hid a smile as Hephaestus and his invention gave Ares a particularly debilitating shock that had the stubborn god half-sprawled out of his throne. On the other side of the Omega, the celestial twins Artemis and Apollo traded shots back and forth as siblings tended to do. The subject matter for that argument was even more insignificant than the argument at the head of the Omega between Hera, Zeus, and Poseidon. Every time Hades glanced over at them, he felt his migraine pulse even more fiercely. Fashion. Immortal fashion, but still fashion. Apollo was nitpicking the uniforms of Artemis huntresses, saying he could make them look better if she would only let him. As expected, Artemis vehemently refused. But the worst part about that side of the throne room was that Hermes was egging the celestial twins on for his own smirking amusement, making sure the two diametrically opposing divines would not come to an already unlikely resolution. Hades exhaled harshly, smoke curling away from his face with the breath. It seemed nothing productive would be getting done today. He should have expected as much, of course. It wasn't as if there was something important to be decided. Like, say, a quest to retrieve a missing goddess. Personally, Hades was rather ambivalent on the whole Hecate situation. Technically, he should probably feel the strongest on the subject. He was the one Hecate had been set to marry in that ancient pact. But honestly, he preferred the way things had turned out. He was beyond happy with Persephone. Breaking things off with Hecate was unfortunate, but it might have been the best thing he could have done for himself. Hades truly loved his wife. And while he likely would have come to be quite fond of Hecate, it would have been nothing like what he had with Persephone. He did regret the crassness of his youth though. He'd been rather blunt when informing Hecate that he'd found someone else. It had led to her having something of a mental break, a split in her divine mantles. That, he did regret. And the fact that he'd never gotten the chance to apologize for his hurtful actions way back then. As far as what they should do about Hecate now, Hades thought it best to live and let live. He knew his side of the pact was in error. The Olympian stipulations hadn't been upheld for a very long time now. It would be best to just let the damned thing be broken. He also knew that would never happen. Not with his siblings making the decisions. The Olympians were prideful beings. Prideful to a fault. No god or goddess had ever been allowed to leave the Greek pantheon after joining it. They wouldn't suddenly have a change of heart now. In his brothers' minds, the only solution was to return things to as they were. Maintaining the status quo. Hades thought that ship had long since sailed. And he didn't particularly wish for the crone to return anyway. Ever since his regrettable break with Hecate, she'd been a menace to the pantheon. But as far as the others were concerned, she was their menace. While Hades had his doubts, he couldn't argue his position alone. The other reasonable Olympians were mostly staying out of the issue. They had no skin in the game. Not like he did. It wasn't their mistake that drove them to this point. Hades knew he shouldn't have borne all the blame, but asking his brothers to take responsibility for anything was similarly futile. Thus, Olympus was stuck in a tenuous position. One made only worse by those damned fates. In Hades' opinion, they'd gone too far this time, acting without input from the rest of the pantheon. But their decision to weave a quest and prophecy aligned with Zeus' stance on the subject, so there wasn't much Hades could do alone. Well, that wasn't completely true. Hades could certainly go against the rest of the pantheon's wishes. It even seemed that he would have to. This discussion was not only unproductive due to the usual familial bickering, but it was also rather pointless. Zeus and Poseidon's minds were made up. If they had their way, Hecate would be dragged back to them kicking and screaming. After everything he'd unfortunately done, Hades felt that he owed her a warning at the least of it. Likely more aid than just that. Yes, he nodded to himself, a course of action resolving within his mind. It would be best if he made some arrangements behind the scenes. Let his prideful and wrathful brothers send their demigod thralls and rely on fate. Hades would cloud the path in shadows as he did so well. After consulting with his beloved wife on just how to run that interference, of course. She was always much more wickedly clever than him. It was part of why he loved her so much, the sneaky minx. Until then though, Hades was stuck in this meeting. It wasn't a real discussion, hadn't been one from the start. Really, it was just an excuse for them to bicker. It felt like that was all they did these days. Meanwhile, Hades simply sat on his throne, drumming his fingers on the armrest. Brooding, as his Persephone would call it. Hades brooded, as Hades did. A dark scowl shadowed his face as his frustrating brothers switched from current issues to long-held feuds. Like the fact that Poseidon had an open-minded, bad bitch of a wife and how Zeus lamented having to keep his dalliances on the low. As if Zeus wouldn't know subtle if it called him a man-war to his face. Still, his complaints naturally drove Hera up the wall to the point that she set one of her holy peacocks upon him in wifely rage. When Zeus managed to soothe Hera, he somehow always did, no matter how grievous his transgressions, a new element entered the vaunted hall at the peak of Mount Olympus. It slipped through the divine realm's protections as if they weren't even there. A controlled tear in reality opened up in the middle of the Olympians' throne room. Through it dropped a man they were all familiar with, his arrival evoking surprised reactions and a touch of panic at just how he arrived. Olympus was subtly conquered without a single raised weapon. Someone, something, had infiltrated the god's place of power as if it was nothing. Even Hades was left slightly worried by that development. There was no mistaking the unspoken threat in that action. Hercules the Exeith fell to the floor between all of the gods. He was visibly terrified, shaking all over as if he was suddenly thrust naked into a blizzard. The demigod who'd been drafted for the Hecate quest broke then, wailing silent wails heedless of his audience. He also soiled himself, staining the hallowed marble of Olympus with his refuse to everyone's visceral disgust. Dude. Apollo muttered. Not cool. Wretched man thing can't even control its bladder, Artemis sneered. By the river Styx. Get a hold of yourself, my son. Zeus swore. Poseidon shook his head. I knew we should have sent one of mine. Why is he silent? Aphrodite quietly wondered, showing a quickness of wit that was always dismissed or ignored by anyone other than her true husband. Indeed, Hephaestus nodded along just as quietly, always happy to avoid drawing attention to himself. This silence, it is forced upon him. Stand up. Ares barked, contrasting intensely with the quiet, reasonable couple beside him. Like a proper warrior. Athena gave the wailing, pissing demigod a stern, disapproving frown. I had believed we trained you better than this, Hercules. I am truly disappointed to see otherwise. Hestia, in her unending benevolence, was the only one who actually moved to help the struggling demigod. A moment of shame sparked in Hades' mind before it passed just as quickly. He'd never particularly liked Hercules 12. Never liked the original, and this iteration was an even more unpleasant copy. Still, Hestia was too kind to not help. She briefly left her fire for his side, standing him up and cleaning up after him with a wave of her hand. The crying, shuddering, grown man clung to her like a babe as she put him back into sorts. She brushed him off and lent him strength, doting upon him for a moment. Hades wondered if she would still be doing so after they learned the reason for his arriving state. Even Hestia had to have her limits. Hades had never encountered them, but he had the strangest premonition that was about to change. What has happened, my son? Zeus asked, imposing, and already furious before he'd heard a word. No sound answered him. Well. Hera snapped. Speak up. Your illegitimacy will not leave you unheard this time. I shall ignore it for now. Zeus glared at his wife, her infamous hostility for demigods shining brightly. At least she was trying at the moment, Hades thought. Hercules 12 collected himself and opened his mouth to explain. Nothing came out. Not a single gasp. Not a single whisper. Nothing but silence. Perhaps understandably, Hercules 12 panicked. Hestia soothed him with a whisper, it's okay, little one. We shall fix whatever ails you. For now, allow me. Hercules' Xi's head jerked in a nod, his whole body and posture stiff. With gentle fingers and feelings of home, Hestia reached into his mind. She drew back with something between her fingers, trailing sparks that quickly fleeted into nothing but warmth. Hercules 12 sagged as if in relief, and Hestia flicked the memories between her fingers to play before all of the gathered Olympians. What they watched play out from Hercules' Xi's memories filled all the gods with mixed feelings. Hestia immediately frowned at the demigod's intruding and disregarding breach of home and hospitality. Yes, Hades thought, Hercules 12 wouldn't be receiving the same warmth from her after these memories were through. Dionysus perked up for the first time in the meeting at the remembered scene of this dead-end bar. The other gods frowned almost as one, not seeing what the problem was just yet. Hades, however, stiffened on his throne at the sight of a very distinctive and familiar being behind the bar. Oh fuck. Hades exhaled, his voice barely a whisper beneath his breath. Death of the Endless, Deity as she preferred to be called, was in this memory. Hades' conceptual boss. The only being he truly answered to, far above Zeus or the Fates. She was just standing there. Not menacingly, none of Hades' previous interactions with Deity could be considered menacing or unkind, but as if she definitively belonged there in that dead end. Hades' breath caught in his throat as Deity seemed to turn directly to him. Even in the memory, she was looking at him and only him. She smiled. Not to intimidate, but a sort of fond exasperation tinted bittersweet. As if to say, look at this. How did we end up here? Ah, such a shame. The memory continued and Hades' feeling of dread only grew. The foolish demigod boy had barged into what could reasonably be called Death's domain with no tact or diplomacy. Then proceeded to piss off everyone inside to a worrying degree. Especially someone who seemed to be the owner of the establishment, a man who was using an honest-to-source angel, or something close enough to be practically indistinguishable, as a casual throne. The demigod drafted for this quest was an idiot with a faulty sense of self-preservation. That much was becoming blatantly clear to Hades very quickly. Then again, that wasn't much of a surprise. He was Zeus' son. And named after that idiot Hercules on top of that. Based on some of the things he said in the memory and the rest of the gods' reactions, he'd likely been spoiled and coddled and filled with delusions of grandeur. The dolt seemed to think he was better than everyone else just because he was half divine. Hades nearly snorted. As if that was an accomplishment or even impressive compared to some of the people he recognized in the bar. Diana of Themyscira was an impressive demigod. But that wasn't because she was a demigod. It was because of everything she'd done. She'd proven herself over and over again, sometimes against her own gods. Hercules 12 had none of that track record. He'd just been born a demigod, likely out of one of Zeus' many, meaningless one-night stands, and seemingly raised by Ares and Athena. Surviving both of them could be considered a worthy feat, but even training under Athena hadn't seemed to have done anything for his wisdom. As for the fated of Apollo boast, that was a dime a dozen. Apollo was a fickle god, free with how he gave out his boons. And the most favored of Hera boast was a straight-up fabrication as far as Hades could tell. Hera's reaction certainly seemed to agree with that assumption as she quite literally spat off to the side in disgust, glaring at Hercules 12, "You presumptuous ingrown toenail. I should strike you down where you stand. I barely even knew you existed before this damned quest." Hermes whistled, "That takes balls, man. Big balls." Still stupid beyond belief though, Dionysus casually commented, putting in his opinion for the first time in the meeting. The kind of idiotic courage that really shouldn't be celebrated. Hercules 12 shrunk in on himself as if he could avoid Hera's legendary wrath like that. It wasn't likely. The idiot demigod hadn't just dug his own grave. He'd hopped in it of his own volition as well. He'd be lucky to escape this with those big balls of his intact. Even Hestia was subtly distancing herself from him. That was almost impressive. She was practically impossible to anger, but spitting in the face of hospitality and sanctuary seemed to have done it. How they knew the sanctuary part of that was hard to describe. Hecate was nowhere to be seen in the memory. But the moment they thought about her, the whole purpose of the demigod's quest, the gods of Olympus knew that she'd been offered sanctuary within the dead end. She was safe, sound, and not to be bothered by their arrogant meddling. The strange knowledge seemed to set Zeus on the very edge of divine fury. Who does this man think he is? Does this establishment think itself above Olympus? Bah. As if we would abide by this supposed sanctuary. Hecate is ours to claim. Like idiot son, like idiot father, Hades deadpanned to himself. And now Hestia is glaring at Zeus as well. I have a feeling I won't be able to stop him from picking a rather unfortunate fight. The memory continued and the events that followed succeeded in sending Zeus straight into a rage. From Hercules XII's perspective, they watched as he was silenced by something infinite. Just a few words made the infinite woman seem larger than anything most of them had seen. Hades' already pale skin paled even more at the sight of someone who could theoretically match one of the endless, an unknown player at that. "Oh, dear," Aphrodite murmured. "That is concerning. Grandmother Gaia, she has no end." Poseidon exclaimed. "No decorum either," Hera scoffed. "That dash. That infinite bitch." Zeus thundered. Hades barely suppressed a groan. Yes, his family was almost certainly going to be as unreasonable as they always were about all of this. It was an insult that couldn't stand in their minds. His long-suffering frustration was only exasperated by the owner of the establishment stepping forward to finish what the infinite woman started. In Hercules XII's memory, he somehow managed to seem even larger than infinity. Hercules 12, and the Olympians as a result, were allowed to gaze deeply into the bartender's being. Power, magic, and death greeted them. A chill ran down Hades' spine as he realized what they were looking at. The bartender was Death's chosen. And magic's current favorite being. He didn't have to declare such things for them to be true. They simply were. The world didn't shake at the truth of his being. Reality reaffirmed itself in his presence, making everything so much more real. A heavy, pressing weight, impossible to comprehend, as Death embraced him as her lover and magic frolicked underfoot like an overeager puppy. Hercules 12 looked into the bartender's eyes. There, he saw death. The end of all things. Unconstrained by its usual endless rules. He saw a force of nature and an aspect of existence that despised all of his being at that moment. He saw no escape, no hope of fighting back. His entire world existed at the bartender's mercy. In the present, Hercules 12 broke down again, wailing in silent terror. This time, no one came to his aid. The Olympians were momentarily struck silent by the bartender who defied everything they thought possible. Even power on a divine scale paled in comparison to what he brought to bear. Unfortunately, the completely reasonable, stunned silence was not to last. Stormy tempers and thunderous pride won the moment. Zeus was utterly furious as the memory came to an end. The whole of Olympus was engulfed by dark, thundering clouds. The divine realm shook with the sky god's rage. Zeus shot out of his throne, standing tall with power the Olympians hadn't seen since the final battle with Kronos, king of the Titans, that bastard son of a whore. He dares. I will smite him until not even Ash remains. None of the gathered Olympians were given a chance to reason or protest. Not when Zeus was this far gone. The insult to one of his own blood was too much. The way Zeus saw it, the bartender had stolen something of his own, Hecate, spat in his face, and dismissed him as if he was something not even worth scoffing at. The king of the gods would not rest until the insult was repaid. An impossibility considering Zeus was already giving the offender his personal attention instead of dismissing him as unimportant as he'd done for Zeus. Logic was the last thing that could reach Zeus now though. He cast his attention to this dead end in a far-off land. He drew his arm back, taut and straining with physical might. Divine power gathered in his palm. Legendary lightning crackled and seethed, vaporizing everything it touched but the god who called it. With a great heave from myth, Zeus visited his wrath upon the mortal world as he hadn't in millennia. Olympus shook. It rumbled with divine thunder. The air itself cried out as if the apocalypse had come early. It was a poor imitation compared to the true end of all things. In the mortal realm, Zeus' legendary lightning didn't even reach the dead end. It certainly tried, a pillar of pure godly light descending upon a single specific point in Gotham. Then the dead end deflected the smiting as if it was nothing. In the casual blink of an eye, the lightning was returned to its sender. Zeus was struck by his own divine fury, his scream of pain and indignation heard beyond Olympus' borders. The sphere of gods winced as one as they felt the justified, divine retribution visited back upon Zeus. Zeus himself went stiff in shock. Quite literally as he was electrified viciously enough to show his bones through his godly flesh. He fell back on his throne, the king of the gods stricken low. Zeus lay stiff as a board at a 45-degree angle instead of settling into the throne. He didn't get up, merely jerking mindlessly as he fought against his own attack, his own divinity. It was a clear warning if Hades had ever seen one. Completely deserved as well. Zeus had attacked an unknown. Unprompted and without considering the consequences. As far as Hades was concerned, his brother could take a timeout in that divine coma for a while. The other Olympians didn't feel the same, of course. There was an instant clamor as they all reacted and quickly declared the event an attack on Olympus itself. Hades couldn't help but roll his eyes. Yes, he was done with his divine family for the moment. It would be best to distance himself from them and let them seek their brain-dead vengeance. At least the reasonable members of his family weren't joining the unthinking chaos. Aphrodite and Hephaestus were holding their own court. Dionysus seemed interested in the dead end but otherwise, largely unconcerned. Hestia worried at her lip and met Hades' observing gaze. She gave him a small, troubled smile. Hades nodded back at her. He'd have to include her in his plans for the future. Because there was no way he was going to simply leave Zeus, admittedly ineffective, attack to speak for him on its own. Not when his conceptual boss Deity was involved on the other side. He sighed to himself, prepared to grovel. Even as a god, there was a first for everything, it seemed. Hopefully, his dear Persephone would help him with the diplomatic aspects of his apology. He never was a people person. Chapter 59, Interlude 7, Prime Violence. David blinked in surprise, that's it. Yeah, that's it, Cyborg nodded. just a little prick. The nanites will do the rest. I don't really want to put you under the knife if I don't have to. If you did, you'd at least use the good drugs, right? David joked. It didn't quite land like he expected it to, Cyborg just staring at him. Did that actually happen to you? David shrugged a bit awkwardly, I mean, yeah. Doc at least gave me something to bite down on. Cyborg stared at him even harder, dude. That's fucked. Completely fucked. How the hell are you still alive? It's not that bad, is it? David asked. Babe, Lucy cut in. Even for Night City, Doc was fucked up. I would have never let you go back to him if I knew. Cyborg nodded emphatically, anesthesia is practically as old as surgery, man. For a reason too. That's not even barbaric, it's just cruel and negligent. It's like he wanted you to not make it. Son of a bitch. Becca swore in harsh realization. He did, chum. Fucking Gonk wanted you to flatline or short circ so he could lift the Sandy from your corpse. I'll fucking kill that gomy corpse fucker. And I'll make it hurt, Lucy scowled darkly. Hell, we'd all help, Falco put in, Siri nodding beside him. Why didn't you tell anyone, David? Didn't know it was such a big deal, David grumbled, unsure why he was even somewhat defending document, I could deal. The point is that you shouldn't have to, Cyborg said, placing a friendly hand on David's shoulder. That you won't have to ever again. And if you ever feel the need to talk to someone about it, I'm here to lend an ear. I'd already consider us friends, man, and I understand a thing or two about life-altering surgical operations. You're strong as hell, chum. Becca grinned at him reassuringly. None of us are going to think you're bitch-made. We've got your back, you gonk. Always have, always will. No matter what. Don't let yourself struggle alone, David, Siri said, her voice soothing with its strength. We are all more than willing to help you bear the weight. David frowned fiercely for a moment. He nodded slowly, his frown turning into a scowl, yeah, I get it. I'm probably all sorts of fucked up. He tried for a laugh. It came out harsh and self-deprecative, ha. That's still an understatement. No idea why you gonks put up with me. Oh, David, Lucy stepped in front of him, her hands coming up to lovingly stroke his face. Baby, we're all fucked. Do you think Becca is at all well adjusted? She doesn't even know what the word means. Hey. Becca exclaimed, still grinning despite her offense. I know what it means. Just don't see why I should bother with shitty conformity. I get by perfectly fine. My point, Lucy shared an unamused glance with David that made him crack a smile. We're in this for the long run, baby. We made it out. It's not the moon but it's damn close. And I'm going to make damn sure you in particular keep making it, yeah. I already almost lost you once, David. I'm not letting that happen ever again. Something warm burned in David's chest at her declaration. He grinned, lopsided and fond enough to be indulgent, all right, Luce. If you insist. You make it sound like you can't live without me. Damn right, I can't, Lucy scowled slightly. And now that we've met Dee, I won't accept a shitty excuse for leaving me like dying. You're stuck with me, Chrome Boy. David gaped at her for coming right out and saying it like that, glancing at the others with them. Becca grinned her usual manic grin, completely agreeing with Lucy's point of view. David obviously wouldn't find any help there. Siri gave him a small, amused smile in return. Falco shook his head, bowing out before he could be dragged in. And Cyborg raised his hands as if dodging any responsibility. Hey, man, she's your girlfriend. I'm not about to tell her she can't. And Dee is way above my pay grade. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the whole personification of death bit in the first place. Yeah, she's a bad bitch, Becca said, laughing as if she was talking about someone other than death herself. Fucking love Dee and her boy toy. Life's gotten real complicated, real quickly, Falco sighed to himself. Chum, I'm thriving. Becca declared. This place is weird as fuck and I'm here for it. What's not to love? The whole hero-villain thing is a bit hard to get used to, Lucy commented, her lips twitching slightly. I thought it strange as well, Siri nodded. This is the only world I've come across with this phenomenon. Some of the heroes seem to have the strangest prohibition against killing. It's like nothing I've ever seen. We try to solve our problems in other ways first, Cyborg said. I don't think that's all that strange. Siri gave him a look, compared to the wider multiverse, even just what I've visited. It's quite unusual. Not many men and women could claim the same restraint as your heroes. I'm not crazy about going quiet all the time, David frowned. We're gonna be working with Deathstroke from now on so I hope we won't have any issues, yeah, chum. Only if we run into each other on the job, Cyborg shrugged. With any luck, that won't happen and we'll be able to stay friends without mentioning work. Don't worry, big guy. Even if we do end up against each other, we'll take it easy on you. This world doesn't have enough chrome jocks for us to go around flatlining indiscriminately. Becca cackled. How reassuring, Cyborg deadpanned. We heard back from the new bossman yet? Falco asked. Lucy nodded, yeah. Seems like he already has a test run lined up for us. Some cartel shit in Central America. He works fast. Said he'd provide our gear and pay us no matter the job's outcome so long as we don't flatline ourselves straight out the jump. Oh, hell yeah. Becca pumped her fist in excitement. Free irons and we get to recreate the drug wars for ourselves. Now, that's my idea of a party. And we get to see the bossman in action, Lucy added. He's gonna be running with us as just another member of the crew. Wants David to take the lead. A test no doubt, but David can handle it. Huh, bossman, fixer, and merc. That's a first, David said absently, rolling his shoulders to work out a few minor nerves. How much time have we got to prepare? Falco asked. Not all that long. Boss doesn't need us in prime condition for a fodder job like this. Just good enough. Hell, he probably prefers it this way. It'll let him get a better idea of our usual baseline instead of the best we got, Lucy considered before turning to Cyborg with a raised brow. Are we gonna be good to scrap by tomorrow evening? Cyborg sighed, but a hint of worry entered his expression. Yeah, the nanites should do their job. I'm gonna add a few things to their programming though. Get M to streamline your augments and improve on your tech and software a bit. Just in case, you know. Becca cooed. The big guy cares about us. Ain't that cute, boys? Yeah, laugh it up, Cyborg grumbled. I'm not letting you guys get hurt with my tech inside you. It'll make me look bad. Sure, it will, big guy. Sure, it will. Becca shot Cyborg a knowing grin and a painfully obvious wiggle of her eyebrows. So what do we do until then? Well, the boss flicked me a catalog of weapons he says he can get his hands on at short notice. Lucy teased leadingly, pausing for a moment as a grin of her own sprung up on her face. But what I really want to do is try some of this real food stuff that a still living world has to offer. The edge runners all paused as they remembered that little fact. Yeah. Falco said, his mind already lost in culinary dreams. I could eat. Guns and grub. Becca cheered. The fuck are we even waiting for? I. Fuck, chum, I think I'm gonna bust. Becca moaned lewdly. So full. So fucking full. I can't stop. This shit's so hard. Preem. Nova. Giant damn, chum. Despite the depravity pouring out of her mouth, Becca was still fully clothed. It certainly wasn't a stretch to mistake her moans, mewls, and mutterings for something said in the heat of orgasm though. In a certain roundabout way, it was even accurate. Kind of. Becca dug into her third big-ass burrito in 24 hours. It was the best thing she'd ever had. Packed to the brim with actual veggies and actual rice and actual, real, fucking meat, chum. Even the tortilla was like nothing Becca had ever experienced, authentic and handmade in a way that blew her mind with every bite. The only part of the burrito Becca vaguely recognized was the sauce. But even then, it was so different than what she was used to. In Night City, the sauce was the only thing in a burrito with taste. The only thing that covered up the wretched, untextured nothingness of SCOP shit. Here though, it was subtle and nuanced in a way Becca had no prior reference to. The sauce added to the burrito like fine fucking art. Not covered the shit, everything, of SCOP like a fancy coat of paint on rat droppings. After this, she'd never be able to go back. She'd fucking die first, chum. Nothing was worth missing out on real food now that she'd had a taste. Best part? There wasn't an end to the bliss in sight. That nice street vendor lady hadn't skimped on the good shit at all. Becca's burrito was as thick as her fucking arm and nearly as long. She'd give up sex for this shit. Well, probably not. From what her new bestie said, her output had a weapon in his pants to match one of these burritos. Like hell Becca was gonna miss out on preem stuffin' like that. That cyborg fella was cute too. A whole hunk of man and chrome while also being surprisingly innocent at the same time. But he didn't seem crazy about the whole hookup shit. Shame. Becca wasn't about to get herself tied down with a whole new world of sex to explore. Harley's goth boy seemed like a better choice for that, at least for now. Bit of fun, no strings attached. The dude had a straight-up harem. She could rely on him to not get all clingy and shit. A bit of mind-blowing fun was fine, but really, Becca still had her eye on the Dave dude. They'd been through too much together to just give up on him. Besides, Sean's situation had given Becca some ideas on that front. Grinning to herself, Becca took another huge bite of her huge-ass burrito. Yeah, she'd crack him eventually. More accurately, she'd crack Lucy. Even after getting some real mileage under his feet, David was too frickin' wholesome, chum. He wouldn't dream of cheating on Luce. It was part of what Becca liked about him. Until then though, Becca was a free woman, baby. And with Harley's not quite blatant offer on the table, thank fuck for that. Oh well, she'd see what happened. Becca wasn't about to stress. She knew she was hot, some real pre-meat and chrome. Had you seen her ass? Tasty. The thought sent her giggling in her seat. The others looked at her queerly out of the corners of their eyes. Becca just grinned and they dismissed it as her usual chaos. They were a bit too preoccupied with food orgasms of their own. Even Siri. It seemed that they didn't have burritos in 11th century not Europe or wherever she was really from. Poor girl had been missing out, something heavy. The team was doing a last-minute chunk sesh, stuffing their faces before their first job with the new boss. It was better than the opposite. Greenies always made that mistake. Didn't eat a thing before shit hit the fan and then they couldn't push through when they needed to. Thankfully, Team David was better than that weak shit. This job promised to be some preem violence in Becca's mind. The new boss certainly pulled out the stops. They were flying to the AO in a private jet. Fucking Nova. It was the first time Becca was flying for real. She'd hijacked an AV once but that shit didn't even leave Night City. It did give her a pretty boom and a good fight when it crashed though. All in all, Becca's opinion of the new boss was pretty positive. He was kinda Nova. He didn't have anything against getting into the action with them. That already gave him good points. He was even letting David lead to scope him out. He was clearly experienced and Becca had to admit that Deathstroke was a damn badass handle. What really sealed the deal for him in her mind though was the arsenal he gave them access to. Becca was carrying more iron than a fucking corpo soldier, chum. Some of the heat she was packing didn't even make sense to her. It wasn't even 2020 yet and they already had a freaking rail LMG. There were rail guns in Night City. But only kind of, in the hands of corpos and big spenders. Nothing like Becca's new baby either. It was a thing of beauty. 200-round magazine. Caseless ammo, cause even Becca knew traditional propellant in a railgun was a bad frickin' idea. Deployable bipod stand. Mounted and interchangeable optics. A high-tech battery/energy recovery/recoil management thingy that was supposed to last a whole year of non-stop action. The fire rate was a bit slow at 400 rounds per minute but there was only so much you could do with a 200-round mag. 30 seconds of sustained fire was more than enough. Beyond that, Becca would just have to pick her shots. Something she was very good at when she thought it was necessary. Yeah, it was safe to say Becca was in love with her new baby. It was impractical, impossible to wield without her chrome, and it was loud as fuck, stealth just wasn't an option, and it was perfect. When she went out, if she ever did, Becca wanted to go out with this baby firing in her arms. She even named it after that thought, Blaze of Glory. And Blaze was only her main squeeze right now. Becca had more, she had guns for days, baby. Twin machine pistols that were basically just mini subbies, submachine guns, strapped to her upper thighs. A fancy new fucking sawed-off that could turn a gonk to blood mist at 50 yards on her lower back. More grenades than she was willing to count. And even more ammo. It was overkill to the max and Becca loved every pound of it. She'd even been able to convince Cyborg to program a fun little surprise into her chrome upgrades in case she needed to blow a casual battalion of tanks to Kingdom Come. He was a softie at heart, agreeing even though he knew it was a terrible idea. After she finished chunking through her burrito, Becca giddily scooped up her baby to check it over for the third time on the flight so far. All the thinking about the arsenal at her disposal was making Becca antsy. She wanted to shoot something, chum. Cry havoc and rain hellfire. Thankfully, she wouldn't have to wait too long to satisfy her violently chaotic tendencies. David went over the run briefing one more time. Becca listened but couldn't help tapping her feet impatiently. Standard smash and grab. Info instead of extraction. Don't bother with false flagging or ninjutsu. The target was some cartel. Becca didn't care which one. She wouldn't have recognized them anyway. The only part of the job still up in the air was their insertion. Hot LZ. Becca hoped it was a hot LZ. The boss had been quiet on that part so far but time was running out. Becca absently wondered if the pilot was in on the take as Deathstroke stood from his seat and walked up the length of the plane. She and the others watched him curiously. He stopped by the door, looking back at them as it opened on its own. You coming? Deathstroke asked, obviously amused by the reveal of his surprise insertion method. The others stared at him in disbelief for a moment as Deathstroke strapped on a parachute. Becca didn't have nearly that much hesitation. In the blink of an eye, she was up out of her seat and rushing toward the door of the plane. Deathstroke leaped as if he'd done it 1,000 times. Becca followed. Yahoo! Becca shouted her heart out, her body tumbling into a freefall position. Already far away, she could have sworn she heard David shout, "God damn it, Becca!" It didn't really matter much to Becca in the moment though. She was falling. Nah, screw that, she was flying. Wind rushed against her skin and in her ears. The sky opened up around her. A wild and free roar filled her heart and mind. So fucking preem. Becca's voice echoed off into the distance as she skydived her little gremlin heart out. A wide grin was plastered to her face when David caught up to her a moment later. He pushed himself to the limit, tucking his limbs for aerodynamics in order to fall faster. A glare on his face met Becca's grin. "Fuck, Becca, you got a death wish?" David demanded, shouting over the rush of falling air. "Don't answer that." Becca laughed, the air being practically stolen from her lungs. "What's the problem, chum? Ain't ya having fun? You forgot your fucking parachute, Bex." David shoved a pack her way, making sure to hand it directly to her so her only lifeline didn't get lost to the winds. That did manage to give Becca a moment of pause. Oh shit. Help me put this thing on, chum." It took a moment of mid-air scrambling, but they managed to ensure Becca wouldn't become pancake mix when she hit the ground. And once the danger had passed, Becca could only laugh. Man, that moment of realization. What a rush. David shook his head at her, sprawled out in a freefall position to mostly match their descents. Insane. Actually insane. I've got no idea how you managed to survive this long, Becca. What can I say? Becca shouted back. Lady Luck loves me. More like the devil, David muttered, the words getting swept away as soon as they left his mouth. Far away in a piano bar set in Los Angeles, a certain devilish rogue glanced Becca's way. He gave a little chuckle to himself. Yeah, she was fun. Kind of reminded him of Maz in a way. Mostly the ruthlessness and reveling in chaos. Nodding to himself, the devil sent just a bit more luck Becca's way. Below them, Deathstroke pulled his chute. David and Becca took that as a signal to pull theirs as well. They hadn't technically had any training with parachutes or skydiving, but how hard could it be? It was just a little death-defying drop at terminal velocity. Nothing to it, really. The landing was a bit rough. But they all made it to the ground. Siri had to cut Falco and Lucy down from a tree. Siri herself had done surprisingly well for herself with the whole skydiving thing, but otherwise, it was smooth rolling. The trek through the jungle that followed was much more annoying. Dope insertion, mid-tier follow-up, in Becca's opinion. Still, at least they didn't bother with stealth. If their targets didn't see them coming, that was a bonus, but they weren't counting on it. Eventually, Becca found herself set up on a small hill with a clear line of sight to the compound they were set to raid. It was the kind of place built by locals and known about by only locals. The kind of place that perfectly blended into the jungle around it. Becca had to wonder how the hell the new boss even found it. He must have been either told by their client or he really was just that good. Becca bet it was the second one. The targets milled about their compound, seemingly on edge but unaware that the edge runners were getting ready around them. Even without Chrome, they were a fair bit more impressive than the gangers Becca was used to. Looked more like a professional PMC than what Becca thought of as a cartel. Disciplined. Alert. Well-equipped. And armed to the teeth. David pinged her when he and the others were in position. Becca had the honor of kicking off this run. Becca grinned, scanning the compound through her new baby's optics. This was gonna be fun. To the cartel's heavily armed mercenary branch, the day was like any other. There'd been talk that one of the nearby villagers had seen something strange in the sky. They were on guard, you never knew what to expect with supers running around, but not all that much more than usual. Then just as things had been going so well, it seemed that today would be just like yesterday for the cartel PMC, everything suddenly changed in an instant. Cracks straight from hell indicated gunfire. The compound came under sudden attack. The cartel mercs were barely given a chance to react as their world was suddenly turned into a war zone. An entire squad of 5 men was quite literally cut in half by rapid-fire hypersonic rounds in 3 seconds. Bloody mist filled the air, echoing with the strangely silent machine gun fire. There was no actual report or muzzle flash of gunfire. Just the eardrum-piercing cracks of bullets breaking the sound barrier multiple times over. And, if one listened closely enough, an eerily ecstatic, excited cackle that seemed to echo impossibly off the trees and hills around the compound. Everyone dove for cover. It wasn't nearly enough. Becca had no mercy for fodder. Meat for the slaughter. Manic laughter bubbled in her chest as she held down the trigger. Her new baby barely even kicked in her hands, smooth and clean as it dealt death to all in its sights. Well. Not so much clean since it shredded and eviscerated cover and flesh alike. It was beautiful in Becca's mind. Blood pooled on the jungle dirt as if someone had left the tap on. Bodies burst into gore like fireworks. Wooden and even metal barricades all but evaporated under a hail of hypersonic railgun fire. Screams of terror. Cries of pain. A deafening staccato of death. It was a masterpiece of violence. Pure fucking carnage. And it only got better when David and the others burst onto the scene. Well, mostly. Lucy stayed back, taking carefully considered shots with a completely manageable, and boring in Becca's eyes, assault rifle. She was kind of delicate like that. Falco at least got a bit more into it with that full-auto shotgun he'd picked up. Poor guy was way out of his element though. He was a driver, damn it. David and Siri, at least, were right in the thick of it. David hit 3 headshots back-to-back in a literal blur, relying on his Sandy to blow some fodder brains out of the back of their heads. He was going conservative for this run it seemed. That didn't make him much less deadly though, Becca grinned. And Siri leaped right into the fodder's midst. She moved like a dancer of death, her sword glinting bright enough to blind as it blurred through armored Kevlar and flesh like they were nothing. God, Becca loved it when Witch Girl really let loose. Then there was the new boss. He mostly let the crew take the lead. But when he did something, he did it well. He was easily good enough with that sword of his to match Siri. And those shots he was hitting were insane without Chrome. Everywhere he looked, heads popped like grapes, even as he clearly took a supporting role for this run. Fuck this long-range fire support shit, Becca quickly decided. She wanted to get into it. For real, chum. She briefly pinged Lucy that she was abandoning her post for some real up-close action. The Netrunner would tell David. They knew Becca, so they knew a development like this was inevitable. Springing to her feet, Becca slung her new baby across her back. She took off down toward the fun at a dead sprint, giggling giddily the entire way. The cartel mercs and their compound were a complete mess at this point. No real chance of recovery. Any hopes they might still have had were stomped on even further as Becca burst through the trees, cackling like a woman mad, and blasted apart the torsos of 2 mercs who were having a heroic, back-to-back, last stand moment. Double kill. Collateral. Booyah, chumba. Becca's entrance was followed by a horrified silence from the cartel PMC. Those guys must have been important with their adorably pointless last stand. Or maybe they just represented just how screwed the rest of the mercs were. Either way, Becca grinned, casually working the action of her double barrel to eject the spent shells. Hiya, boys. Nice to meet ya all. Pura loca. One of the cartel mercs swore in Spanish. Shit, where the hell is the gringo? Another asked desperately. The smarter mercs took the opportunity to entrench themselves more firmly in cover. Becca didn't mind. If you weren't quipping, were you even really fighting? David would smoke out anyway. Not like fodder even warranted his typical brand of sandy devastation. Points for style but don't play with your food, Deathstroke commented casually, his voice coming over the crew's secure comm link. Bah. Take all the fun out of it. Becca grumbled, finishing her reload as she subtly moved herself out of the open. Quipping was all good but letting yourself get shot while quipping was rookie shit. Some might think there was a delicate balance there but it was simple, really. Kill your targets and everything that stands in the way. Preferably before they could shoot at you. Failing that, don't get shot. Quips and one-liners were just the spice and flair on that old reliable chicken and rice. As the tense ceasefire began to drag on too long for Becca's liking, she pulled the pin on a grenade and casually tossed it into the main compound. A few of the fodder fucks were trying to inch that way to hide or bunker down. She dissuaded them from that course of action. As the nade went off in a glorious burst of shrapnel and fragmentation, a colorful man-sized blur practically flew out of the compound. The blur landed and stood up straight to reveal a glamrock-looking gonk. He was decently ripped, Becca supposed, in that sort of hardcore Dorfer way. White face paint covered the area around his intensely bloodshot eyes and way too much white powder covered his nose. He twitched with an unnatural energy and pure white flames flickered on his visibly sweaty skin. Who disturbs my cocaine part dash? Ahem, power-up session. The men exclaimed, twitching with every word. Despite the dude's blatantly uninspiring words, the cartel merc seemed to relax slightly at his presence. Fucking finally, he shows up, man. This shit's fucked. I'm pretty sure that's Deathstroke over there looking like he's taking a stroll. El Diablo. Fuck. We sure working for the gringo is a good idea. Hell no. But we're in too deep now. Motherfucker, I told you this cabron was bad news. Damn fodder, making her feel kinda bad for them. Becca grumbled to herself as she checked the crew's positions. They were already arranging themselves to support her. David nodded, letting her take the lead. Playing along to see how this would, Becca raised her hand in response to the gringo's demand, yo. The glamrock dude twitched hard with excess energy, you. Me, Becca casually nodded. You. He vibrated with fury, before faltering almost comically. Who are you again? Becca snorted in humor, we've never met. I'm just one of the solos raiding your operation. No hard feelings, yeah. Yeah, no hard feelings. For a moment, it seemed like the dude would go along with Becca's blunt words. Then he shook it off, his mood turning to rage in a snap. Wait, no. I'll fucking kill you. Do you know who I am? Nah, not really, Becca shrugged, irreverent of his threat. Snowflame. The dude, Snowflame, was at least a decent handle, drew himself up, declaring with drug-induced pride. The king fucker around these parts. My shit is sold from San Francisco to Siberia. I'm the white fucking flame of Colombia. Gringos really from fucking Miami. A particularly funny fodder grumbled in the background, making Becca giggle and Snowflame ignore his men. Cool, you've got a big head, Becca casually replied after recovering from her giggles. Why should I care? You think you're hot, hero? Snowflame snapped. Becca didn't correct him. Just stared. Did he really think she was one of this world's heroes with how many fodder fucks she and the crew had flatlined? Snowflame quickly spun himself up into a rant, the government is in my pocket. So is the army. And the navy. And the air force. Everyone wants a piece of Snowflame's cocaine. Men fear me. Women fear me. Fish fear me. What? The crazy high bastard didn't stop, his rant turning quite informative as Becca just let him talk. I bow to no heroes. Even the Justice League doesn't dare cross me. I'm unstoppable. My powers grow exponentially. Infinitely. Expofinitely. So long as I have cocaine to fuel my flames, I am invincible. I'm stronger. Faster. Better. And my pyrokinesis burns pure cocaine. This white fire you see. Unlike jet fuel, it does melt steel beams. Everything is brought low by my high. Chum. What the fuck? Becca exchanged looks of disbelief with the rest of the crew. Was this shit actually happening? Sure, literal crackhead powers were kind of impressive. But still. Did gonks just start monologuing at the worst possible time in this world, telling enemies their powers and weaknesses? Or was he just that fucking high? Judging by how unconcerned the new boss was, it might just be a bit of both. Even the fodder was starting to groan and facepalm as Snowflame pushed his drug power-fueled rant even farther. That's precisely why I started this operation. Here, I have unlimited fuel. And I make fucking bank. Money. Power. Bitches. Minions. And all the fucking cocaine I can fucking snort. Snowflame trailed off slightly, grinning to himself and suddenly lost in memories of indulgence. God, I love my life. Becca shook her head. This gonk had issues. More than any dwarf head she'd ever met. Then again, none of them ran whole-ass cartels and production rings centered around their drug of choice. They weren't, infinitely, Becca had doubts about that, empowered by their drug either. Right, Becca eventually said. You're a crackhead with literal crackhead strength and powers. Anything else I should know? Ha. Snowflame jerked in place as if he was suddenly reminded she was there. Like, say, Becca continued, casual as can be. Does cocaine make you bulletproof? Snowflame paused to consider her question. I don't know. I've never tested dash. Bang. Becca shot him between the eyes. The single retort from one of her pistols was jarring in the conversational level of noise the battle had settled into. Snowflame's face froze in a visage of shocked, uncomprehending horror, an almost picturesque hole appearing in the center of his brow. An instant later, he tumbled over backward like a felled tree. Becca took a moment to admire her handiwork. She'd never seen anyone die like that, going stiff instantly and falling straight back. Must have been all that cocaine in his system. Made him lock up or something. Satisfying as fuwakuk, Becca grinned. She shared a look with the rest of the crew, muttering, this world is fucking weird, chum. Falco chuckled, tell me about it. Becca turned back to the cartel mercs with an eager, bloodthirsty grin on her face as she asked, well, any of you gonks still up for some preem violence? She only had herself to blame when the mercs instantly threw their guns down and their hands up in surrender. Didn't mean she wasn't going to pout about it though. Chapter 60, Interlude 8, League Meeting Number 2. And, last interlude chapter before we get back to the dead end proper on Sunday. That'll begin a long-anticipated Sean story, at least, long-anticipated for me. I'll give you all a hint, boobs, a pay, tatas, banging breasty bongo bazongas. Double DS, you might say. Also, a twist I don't think many of you will see coming, winky face. Alright, everyone, settle down, Clark chided gently, trying to bring order to the Justice League meeting of the day. Yes, that means you too, John. Focus on the meeting, please. Which one? 3 voices asked in sync. One was all too serious and rigid. John Stewart, Green Lantern, quickly put his ring in the sector-wide map of alerts that begged for this attention to the side despite what he'd asked. The second to John, Constantine, was all too grumpy, grumbling as he was made to put down a fascinating book on surviving succubi, a subject he'd taken particular interest in as of late. The last to John, Manhunter, was all too airy, almost distracted as he tried to subtly stash a bong beneath the table. Clark just stared at them, his gaze shifting over all three Johns. One was obviously a bigger offender than the other two. Manhunter was usually much more discreet about his habits. He hadn't been the same after the League's encounter with Mew. Clark found himself having to chastise his Martian friend to try and get him to keep his indulgence in private. The same could be said for Constantine though. He hadn't been the same after his, nightly visit with the devil herself. Himself? Clark supposed it didn't really matter. What the two did together was their business. He just wished it didn't spill over into Constantine's usual operations as it had. The man was growing even more paranoid than normal, which was saying something for a man as cursed as him. Green Lantern was actually the one Clark had to chide most often. He was perhaps a bit too dedicated to his work. Clark understood the sentiment and motivation. But he preferred if John focused on the present since they were requesting his attention. Clark often wondered how heaping a whole sector of responsibility onto only 2 lanterns was a good idea at all. Still, all 3 Johns obliged him and Clark nodded, "Thank you. I realize you're all busy, but when we have meetings like this, I'd prefer if you were all here with us, so to speak." "Of course, Clark," John nodded. Despite his confirmation, Clark had a sneaking suspicion he'd just taken his ring activities mental. He couldn't prove it though, so he just sighed, "Bruce, if you would." Bruce nodded to him from the other side of the meeting room table, taking control of the meeting with no nonsense as he did so well. "Today's subject is pressing. And unfortunately, rather familiar to more than a few of us in the room. We're going back to the dead end with this one." Barbara, one of the 2 bat prodigies attending today's meeting, said sarcastically. "Rejoice." Dick, the other bat prodigy, laughed. "I very much doubt rejoicing is going to be the first thing on our minds after this meeting." "What has Sean done now?" Barry, Flash, joked. "What hasn't he done?" Kara giggled. Diana smirked slightly. "This meeting should be enjoyable. For a certain definition of the word, Constantine grumbled. Dinah, Black Canary, just groaned. "He just keeps coming back. We'll never escape." "Never." Oliver, her significant other in the Green Arrow, smirked. There, babe. Deep breaths. HRRN. Bruce grunted a sound that could have been mistaken for resentment. Clark recognized it as mostly just frustration. He tapped away at his tablet for a moment. A filed report was flicked to the rest of the League members at the meeting, displayed on their own tablets. Glancing around the table, Clark realized that only a few of the gathered League members hadn't met Sean yet. Just Arthur, Aquaman, John, the Green Lantern One, Oliver, John, and Zatanna. The impossible bartender had a remarkably long social reach, it seemed, interacting with quite a few of Earth's most notable heroes. Clark had even heard that the Teen Titans were Mr. Barkeep's latest frequent guests. An impressive feat considering the Titans were based in San Francisco. Shaking his head in semi-fond exasperation, Clark looked down at his tablet. And paused. "Bruce?" he asked leadingly. Bruce just grunted, not answering in favor of glaring at his tablet as if he were seeing the filed report for the first time all over again. "Wow," Oliver muttered quietly. "I didn't even know our classified information system went this high." "This can't be right," John considered. "I don't have clearance to override the redactions." Zatanna furrowed her brow. "Neither do I." "Nor I," Diana added more of the same, seeming much more amused by the situation than the other 2 did. "Well, that should help narrow down the subject matter, right?" Flash reasoned, half joking. "John doesn't have clearance, so it isn't alien-related. Same with Zatanna, so it's not magic. And with Diana on top of you 2, it's likely not divine either." "That's not how our system works though," Oliver pointed out, chuckling slightly. "Even with how paranoid and private Bruce is, he's pretty good at sharing top clearance with team leaders like all of us. The only ones here who theoretically shouldn't have the right clearance are Dick, Barbara, and Kara." "I'd almost say it was a mistake," Diana teased leadingly. Bruce scowled, his default expression, "It's not. I purposefully created a whole new clearance level to classify this report. After this meeting, it'll be shoved in the deepest, darkest, proverbial vault we have." Barbara shuddered in her seat, and thanked Dee Dee for that. The few members who were more unfamiliar with the dead end raised eyebrows at her unusual swear. Clark knew all too well why she was substituting Dee Dee's name for the Lord's though. He didn't particularly agree with it, having been raised a good Christian Kansas boy by Ma and Pa, but he certainly understood it. It was hard to deny that meeting Dee Dee was something of a religious experience. Clark could easily see why someone who was agnostic would come to swear to her name after getting a taste of Dee Dee's truth in the dead end. Zatanna straight out gaped at Barbara in shock when she invoked the nickname of Endless Death. Constantine barked an honest laugh, typically much more irreverent when it came to higher powers, good or bad, than his magical colleague. There were exceptions, of course, especially when it came to the Endless. But he'd seen far too much to be faithful, in the traditional sense of the word. That's crazy. Wild, even, he shook his head. I might just have to start swearing to someone I know is listening too though. That dash. I dash. What? Zatanna sputtered, her expression vivid in its sheer uncomprehending confusion. She won't mind, Barbara smirked wickedly. Hell, since it's you, she might just tell you to call more. She's quite fond of family and I'd bet that extends to lovers-in-law too. Constantine flinched, don't bring up Lucy right now. It's too soon. I'm still looking over my shoulder. Ah, poor John, Diana teased. Did that mean old devil make it so you can't sit straight? Yes, Constantine nodded. I'm not ashamed to admit Lucy terrifies me. So hot, but so scary. He trailed off at that last line, shuddering as he seemed to lose himself in memories. Oliver whispered to Dinah next to him, I feel like I'm missing something. So many things, Dinah replied, her voice a forced monotone. Trust me, you don't want to know. Bruce cut in bluntly, bringing the meeting back on topic. John's carnal affair with the literal devil isn't what we're here to talk about. I'm sorry, his what? John asked in disbelief. Bruce pressed on as if nothing was said, but Clark saw his lips twitch minutely in amusement. The report is going to be cleared for this meeting and this meeting alone. Even then, everything potentially harmful in a mimetic and existential way will be heavily redacted. Prepare yourself. You're all going to need it. Barbara muttered. With that ominous warning, everyone at the meeting was given temporary clearance to view the report. They all glanced down to read. And they paused again. Barry quickly scrolled through the entire report. Bruce. How the hell are we supposed to get anything from this? Clark couldn't help but agree. Practically the only thing that was eligible from the report was the title. And even that was partially redacted. Sean Kane's long night in, redacted. The rest of the report was much worse. It was essentially just a giant block of blacked out text with one or two words here and there that made it through untouched. This seems a bit excessive, Clark pointed out, very much stating the obvious. It's for all of our safety, Bruce grunted. We don't enjoy the same benefits as the dead end does. The ones who wrote this report and heard the story in person had safety nets in the form of Sean and Dee Dee. We don't. I'm looking into it. In the meantime, we have to be sure nothing slips through. This sounds bad. Really bad. Who wrote the report? Are we sure they escaped unharmed? John worried. Barbara and Kara, Bruce said, nodding to the two young women. They've been thoroughly screened. And after everything, I have a certain amount of respect for Sean's competency. Dee Dee's was never in question. They're clean, John said, holding his head in his hands. I wasn't after scanning them. But 6 ounces of the good stuff fixed that. Is that why you've been less subtle about habits? Clark asked as diplomatically as he could manage. Yup, John answered without shame. After what I was forced to see in their minds, I need it. I really fucking need it. I wrote that off as a business expense, by the way. Bruce scowled but nodded, acceptable. I'll see about ordering a re-up from Ivy's shop to help further your recovery. Oh, fuck yeah, John mumbled to himself, slumping so his head was on the table. Almost makes it worth the pain. Hee hee. Dick chuckled awkwardly. I've never been more glad to miss story night at the dead end. Barbara shuddered viscerally. Yeah, count yourself lucky, Dick. This story was, honestly terrifying. Even for Sean. Kara nodded, it wasn't pretty. It's for the best that this whole thing won't be spoken of again after this meeting. Can we at least get a brief summary of events? John still pressed for more information. Even that might be too much for mortal minds to bear, Bruce warned. It can't be that bad, can it? Barry asked, trying to lighten the mood slightly. An ancient city built atop the still writhing blood and corpses of eldritch gods, Barbara said bluntly. Ah. Barry grimaced. I think I'd like to withdraw my question. Considering what we know about Mr. Barkeep, shouldn't all of this have taken place in another reality? Oliver asked. If so, is it really such a threat here? We're not taking any chances, Barbara shook her head. Scarecrow seemed quite susceptible to the story's horror, even with the protections Sean and Dee Dee had in place, Kara added. The best thing to do with a mimetic hazard is to not talk about it, Constantine advised gruffly. I'd rather prefer not having to deal with a whole other reality's great old ones. The ones we have now are more than enough. Everyone suddenly froze on the spot and turned to look at him. Constantine snorted at the shock, dread, and horror creeping onto most of their faces. Don't worry. They're contained. Mostly. The existential dread in the room lingered for a moment before Arthur suggested, perhaps we should move on from this topic entirely. Barbara nodded emphatically in agreement. Yeah. It happened. It's been filed. It almost certainly won't become a threat. That's all there is to say on the subject if any of you want to escape this meeting with your sanity still intact. John frowned. I still feel like I should know more. Bruce cut him off with a growl. Too fucking bad. Drop it. Oh, Barry muttered in the silence that followed Bruce's cursing. Beeman's pissed. I can't completely blame him. Diana shook her head. Sharing any more of this report than necessary seems unwise. Don't fuck with mimetic hazards, Constantine agreed in his own roundabout way. Or eldritch gods. Or Sean and Dee Dee. Space Cop needs to learn when to not be a narc. Clark cut in before John could snap back at John. All right, next order of business. Funnily enough, this also concerns the Dead End and Sean Kane. He seems to have received visitors. Interesting visitors. From outside, let's say. Is this about Siri and the Edge Runners or the other ones? Barbara asked, punctuating her question with a humorous snort. Oh, Siri has returned. Diana asked in return, happily perking up at that information. Edge Runners. Knowing the Dead End, Clark was almost hesitant to request more information. Yeah, Barbara waved, explained casually. They're Siri's friends from a cyberpunk dystopic future dimension or something. They tagged along when she came back. They're nice, Kara smiled sweetly. They seem to get along well with Victor since they shared the whole technological transhumanism thing in common. David's been through a lot but his partner Lucy is helping him heal. Oh, and Becca reminds me a lot of Harley. It's a terrifying likeness, Barbara elaborated with a shudder. I'm not sure the world would survive the two of them joining forces. Kara nodded solemnly in agreement, we would all burn in the chaos of their wake. Luckily, Deathstroke is taking them under his wing so they won't be in Gotham all the time. Wait, Barry interrupted hurriedly. Deathstroke is taking on students. Cyborg students. And that's considered lucky. Compared to the chaos Becca and Harley would get up to, I'll take whatever I can get to keep them apart as much as physically possible, Barbara deadpanned. They weren't the visitors I was referring to, Clark said slowly. But I suppose it's good to know about them. We'll start a file for the Edge Runners. Thankfully, they sound relatively mundane as far as threat levels go. Diana chuckled wickedly at that. You're forgetting that we already know Siri is a space-time, dimension-hopping mage, aren't you, Clark? Clark paused. Yes. Yes, I was. Perhaps mundane is not the right word for that team then. Still, the visitors I was referring to are more worrying. Yes, Diana smirked. Let's address the angel in the room. John groaned, do we have to? Those who weren't clued in, most of the gathered members, blinked in confusion. Huh? Clark sighed and elaborated, last week, during the same night as the story that shall go unmentioned, an unknown entity popped into existence in low Earth orbit and quickly made their way to Gotham. Alarms were sounded so John, Diana, and I went to greet the newcomer. When we arrived in the skies above Gotham, we were introduced to Simi. He pulled up the relevant report on his tablet and sent it around to everyone at the table. They all looked down, and for the third time in the meeting, paused. Huh, Barry said. Yeah, that's an angel. A very big angel, Oliver helpfully added. Indeed, Clark sighed again. Fortunately, she was quite reasonable and open to communication. Which is how we found out her intentions for coming here were entirely centered around Sean Kane. Simply adorable, Diana chuckled. The way she talked about Sean was just the sweetest thing. We didn't speak to her much but I can already say I'm rather fond of what I saw. That makes one of us, John muttered. I'm not afraid to admit she freaked me right the fuck out. Simi was, surprisingly and thankfully, peaceful, Clark continued. She simply wanted to join Sean in the Dead End. I don't expect she'll be causing many problems there. At least, not any more than the usual Dead End fare. The real complication comes from her origin. She's not from our reality. And we actually already have her on record, from one of Mr. Barkeep's stories. She's his ex-wife. Just wife now, I suppose, since they've been reunited. I remember her. Barry snapped. From one of the first stories we heard from Sean, right? The Endbringer. Damn, she looks pretty good for an apocalyptic monster. Please don't refer to her as such, Barry, Clark requested. For diplomacy's sake at least. To our knowledge, not only are her Endbringing ways in the past, but they were also forced upon her. We're not trying to make an enemy of her. Or Sean Kane, more importantly. The reasoning in Sean's case should be obvious, but Simi herself is a terrifying telekinetic as well. In both power and control, considering she flies with her telekinesis and even speaks with it. Additionally, she doesn't seem to have any trouble coming and going anywhere she pleases. She quite literally pierced through realities and dimensions because she wanted to see her husband again. Clark said that last line in a deadpan because of just how ridiculous it was. He'd seen quite a few things during his time as a hero. But Simi's sheer determination to see her love again still stretched his belief a bit. I think it's touching, Kara said. It is rather romantic, Oliver agreed, smirking at his significant other. Dinah rolled her eyes at him. Don't think you'd get that lucky with me, Buster. I love you but I can't go around casually breaking the rules of reality like some impossible people. Simi was also very nice to everyone when we met, Kara added, voicing her support for the false angel. She's an interesting person. Very devoted to Sean. But other than him, she just seems to want to learn about the world. That's about what we gathered, Clark nodded. We shouldn't have any trouble with her so long as we maintain our current course in regards to Sean and the dead end. I still feel like we're too hands-off with that whole subject. John grumbled. All right, Barry smirked. You can be the one to piss him off then. Frankly, I'd rather stay on the good side of the eternally reincarnating guy who breaks reality as casually as he breathes. Not to mention death. Literal. Endless. Death. Even John cringed at that. Good point. I just feel like he should be more regulated or watched. It's Sean, Barbara deadpanned. Regulating him is a job done in bad faith. We don't have any right to try and control him. I wouldn't want to even if we did. As ridiculous as he is, I'm of the opinion that he's a relatively good influence on the world around him. Bruce nodded firmly once. You won't interfere, Green Lantern. He's distinctly out of your jurisdiction. Now, that's just not true. John argued. The whole sector is my responsibility. And we already know he's not limiting himself to actions on Earth alone. Then you won't interfere because you have a modicum of sense in that head of yours, Bruce shot back with a scowl. Drop it. The two heroes had a brief, tense stare down. John backed down first, grumbling, fine. The Guardians won't be happy about this. They're already in shambles. Good, Bruce grunted. They can rot in the center of the universe for all I care. The rest of us actually have to deal with reality. Barbara smirked slightly in the lull of conversation that followed. You know, Simi wasn't the only visitor Sean received that night. Yeah, Kara nodded slowly. Ophis. The infinite dragon god, Barbara finished for her. Well, that's a reassuring title, Barry drawled sarcastically to hide his worry. It's worse in person, Kara admitted. Ophis is just a little bit terrifying, Barbara added. HNN. Report. Bruce growled. According to Sean, she's the literal embodiment of infinity, Kara said. Not exactly like Dee Dee and the Endless. But close enough that she could be put into that same cosmic being ballpark. What did you see when she stepped through reality into the dead end? Barbara asked Kara curiously. Kara shuddered slightly. Something inhuman. And adorable. Everything. And nothing. Infinite silence. Just great, Constantine grunted. Add another being to the top tier of reality, why don't you, barkeep? Thankfully, her motivations are even more simple than Simi's, Barbara consoled. All she seems to care about are Sean's sweets and her silence. Whatever we do, I'd recommend, leave her alone, as our top priority. Noted, Bruce nodded. Anything else happen that night that you've conveniently left out of your reports, Barbara? Nothing much, Barbara casually shrugged. Just a magic lesson that left the mages in the bar reeling and practically unresponsive. Oh, and Sean freeing the first avatar of magic and ringing in a new age of magic as a bonus. Zatanna startled in her seat, that's what that was. Damn. Constantine let out a low whistle. Hecate is finally free. The others looked at them in confusion and Zatanna elaborated, magic has been all up in sorts these past few days. Completely unlike anything I've ever seen. Some of my spells aren't working. Others are working too well. Everyone in existence must have felt it to some degree. It's easily the most significant universal event of our lifetimes. Nah, even that's understating it, Constantine laughed darkly. Hell's in disarray. As is heaven. The sphere of gods, the entire realm, is running around like a chicken with its head cut off. I swear I even felt the dark half of reality poking through the barrier there once or twice. Magic is happy. It's the damnedest thing. Oh, holy shit, John muttered. That's what the Guardians are freaking the fuck out about. They feckin' should be. Constantine barked harshly. Bastards think they know everything. Think they've hidden their past. Magic remembers. It knows they're partially responsible for the shitty state it was in. And magic is nothing if not petty. The others looked at him curiously and John stared in horror. What do you mean? Don't know your boss's history, space narc. Constantine grinned viciously. The Guardians are far from the paragons of good they portray themselves as. You wouldn't have heard of the Starheart, I presume. At John's shake of the head, Constantine continued, your bastard bosses thought it was a bright idea to gather up all of the universe's stray magical energies and lock them up in the heart of a star at some point in the distant past. Feckin' stupid, Constantine spat. Bastards likely stunted the whole of existence with that move. The universe might just be twice the size if they hadn't. Or something even more important. We'll never know, 'cause they thought themselves smart enough to kneecap a damned aspect of existence. It's a rather significant event in magic's history, Zatanna nodded sadly. Only a few fortunate mages truly know about it, but the creation of the Starheart did handicap magic for a long, long time. I don't think it's possible to fully discern or comprehend the effects it had on reality. Magic is essential. And a good fraction of its power was rounded up. Taken out back and shot in the head, Constantine interrupted gruffly. Yes, that, Zatanna agreed dryly. But now with a new age of magic. Who knows what will happen to the Starheart? It might be fully released like a sudden tsunami of old magic. It might gain a life and sapience of its own. It might even stay exactly where it is and begin plotting its revenge on the ones who locked it up. It might not have to, Barbara noted. Sean is very fond of magic. The concept and the disparate entity. Whatever you would call it. As he tells it, he's connected to magic on an existential level. I doubt he'll take kindly to anyone abusing it, even in the distant past. John gaped in horror. I have to warn Dash. Don't, Diana cut him off, her voice stern and solid as enchanted steel. They have dug their graves. It is far past time these guardians face the consequences of their actions. Magic's retribution is long overdue. She glared John down until he conceded her point. It didn't take him long to look away and sink back into his seat, grumbling, fine. Nobody likes the Guardians, it seems. Making it out like we're the bad guys or something. It kinda sounds like you are, Barry jabbed with a joking smirk on his face. Speaking of digging graves. Kara laughed awkwardly, hating to be the bearer of bad news for her older friend. The Olympians might have come looking for Hecate after Sean freed her and offered her sanctuary in the dead end. Which may have then resulted in Sean putting the fear of God into the demigod they sent and not quite declaring war on Olympus. Diana simply sighed at that news. Was it deserved? Totally, Barbara nodded. The demigod was awful. Wouldn't take no for an answer, and he was just straight up rude to several of Sean's employees. Sean didn't even hurt him. Just scared the fight out of him and sent him on an express trip back to Olympus. Of course, Zeus then responded. Barbara continued. By trying to vaporize the dead end and all of us inside it. Bruce growled with thunder on his brow at that casual statement. He what? Barry winced, as did most of the others. Geez, man. That's entirely out of pocket. Fucking Zeus. Diana sighed again and stood up from her seat. Excuse me, all. I believe I must go apologize for my idiot divines right about now. Chapter 61, 53, A Pay Logic. Joey 3I. Opha stared at me, her expression almost a glare. Anyone else would have screamed in terror and run away. Or collapsed right there on the spot. Or burst into a gibbering wreck as their brains leaked out of their ears. The weight of infinity lurked behind those eyes. And infinity was hungry. Sweets? I asked knowingly. Ophis didn't answer immediately, simply staring at me for a few moments longer. No. I blinked. That's a first. What's wrong, Ophi? It was brief, practically unnoticeable, but Ophis' eyes fluttered pleasurably when I called her by her nickname, MN. More. That's what it was. She wasn't hungry for sweets. She was hungry for affection. The amount of people Ophis could relate to was counted on one hand. No, one finger, really. It was just me. I was the only one she invited to interrupt her silence. She tolerated others, but she rarely sought them out unless she absolutely had to. Ophi. I called out to her, saying her nickname again. Her eyes fluttered more noticeably this time, MN. She lazily floated herself over the bar and into my personal space. Shrunk down to her lowly-sized form for ease of handling, she fit perfectly into my lap. Even though I wasn't sitting down. She just sort of parked herself, floating in front of me and nuzzling into my chest. I wrapped an arm around her. There, make yourself comfy. All you had to do was ask, you know. Ophis made a little noise of acknowledgement and closed her eyes in bliss. I went about my usual duties with her now snuggled against my chest. Even with one of my arms obstructed and my chest occupied by a needy dragon god, I didn't have any issue serving drinks. If anything, it just made the experience more enjoyable for me. The girls from my past had certainly made themselves at home in the dead end. Everywhere I went, Simi hovered over my shoulder like a 15-foot angelic shadow. When Ophis wasn't doing this, she was doing her best to consume every little sweet put in front of her or simply enjoying the silence the dead end had to offer. The dead end had seemingly taken to Ophis just as well as vice versa. The genius loci heard Ophis' need for silence and obliged where it could, calling upon my conceptual knowledge to aid its efforts. Around her, a pocket was formed. A pocket of silence. To Ophis, all the conversation and hubbub of the dead end were merely whispers for her to tune into if she wanted to. It was the closest thing to silence you could get outside of the void. Ophis loved it. I hadn't seen her this comfortable anywhere other than the dimensional gap. She even did this little half-nap thing with lidded eyes that was simply too adorable for words. Add in my presence and Ophis couldn't be anything but utterly content. God, that is painfully cute, someone said, shaking their head in almost disbelief. I glanced up at them, smiling as I worked. Isn't she just? Cheetah had found the time to come back to the dead end tonight. She was much happier than the last time I saw her. Visibly so. Breaking the curse cast on her and letting her control her physical change had done wonders for her mental health, it seemed. Right now, she was in more of a catgirl form than her usual fully anthropomorphic cheetah form. With my help, she could go from fully human to past her previous cheetah form. She was basically an out-and-out cheetah shifter now. But she seemed to prefer somewhere in the middle, on the lighter end of the scale. Catgirl was her new normal, at least around her heroic and villainous peers. Just ears and a tail, which I could understand. It wasn't easy to get rid of a tail once you'd gotten used to it. The rest of her had returned to what she'd originally looked like before her curse. Even without the uniqueness of cheetah, she was still a beautiful woman. Ginger, curiously enough. A proper mane of fiery red hair fell behind her head, framing a pale face dusted by freckles. She had a sort of nerdy look to her, about what one might expect from an archaeologist. If being merged with a cheetah spirit didn't fix her eyesight, she likely would have been wearing glasses. I didn't know if Clarion had called her back to the dead end or if she just decided now was a good time to return. I still planned on tracking down the god that cursed her at some point. Cheetah wouldn't be too happy to see him. Almost certainly. But I wanted to talk to the man who helped make such a quality catgirl waifu. Clarion was here as well, having stuck around since my magic lesson. Even after being shown how technically unnecessary he was, Clarion hadn't skimped on what he said he would do. He was giving Alice the magic lessons he'd promised. And likely learning just as much as she was when I poked my head in on them. Other than those two, it was a rather standard cast for the dead end tonight. Harley and Ivy were here, shooting the shit. Freeze and his wife Nora mostly managed Ivy's Ivy by themselves these days. Barbara and Kara weren't, having been called by the Justice League, probably to report on me. I expected plenty of good-natured grumbling from Barbara when she returned. Jason and Cass represented the Bat family in her stead. Penguin, Two-Face, Riddler, Catwoman, and Black Mask were here for Gotham's villains. My regulars were still mostly local, that hadn't changed just yet. The Teen Titans weren't here, but considering how much they'd hung around the past few weeks, that was only fair. They were still based on the other side of the country, after all. Dee Dee was by my side, as always. She was the most consistent thing in my life. Hell, my whole existence considering how many times I'd died. I wouldn't trade her for the world. Simi and Ophis were, again, settling in well, with Ophis opting for cuddles tonight and Simi content to just never let me leave her sight. Then there was our newest member at the dead end. Hecate was doing decently well, all things considered. She was readjusting to freedom and reveling in the new age of magic I'd rung in. Every moment presented new changes for her to explore. In contrast, the dead end was a carefully maintained island of stability, always there for her to come back to. Zeus had reacted to my regifted demigod about how I'd been expecting. Violently, of course. So naturally, I'd paid him back in full. Hecate had broken out into a gleeful grin when Zeus' scream of pain echoed through the sphere of gods. He hadn't stirred since. Good. After proving my willingness to defend the first avatar of magic, magic itself began to prod me. Like a needy puppy did with a snuffling nose, practically whining for my attention. The reason for that plaintive begging quickly became clear, but I hadn't acted on it just yet. Not for lack of desire. More for the need to rein in my fury. The star heart was egregious. Simply loathsome. Once again, the Guardians of the Universe made the top of my shit list. They were exactly the type of organization, hell, people, that I hated most. The type that thought themselves beyond reproach, all too arrogant in everything they did for their personal vision of the greater good. But the Starheart situation wasn't as simple as it seemed at first glance. The Guardians would get theirs. Both for Didi's 666 shaped scars and presuming themselves worthy and wise enough to chain magic itself. But the star heart, magic whispered to me with excited nothings, was quite happy with its situation at the moment. It had been so long since its creation that it had developed something of a will of its own, parallel but slightly removed from the rest of magic. And the new age of magic had almost completely obliterated the chains that bound the star heart. For now, it was fine where it was, magic's mini-me, in a way. Also, the chains that originally contained the star heart weren't nearly as solid as the Guardians assumed. Because of course, they weren't. The Guardians couldn't even commit crimes against reality correctly. The star heart was already free in a way, a piece of itself finding its way to Earth, as all things seemed to do in this universe, long ago. It was actually in the hands of Earth's first Green Lantern, Alan Scott, now. As far as I could tell from Magic's overeager ramblings, he was a decent guy and the star heart was happy with him. I'd have to talk to him a bit, but I wasn't about to take out my anger on him. The Guardians, however. Well, I'd have to sleep on it. Whatever I did, I wanted it to hurt. I wanted the Guardians to know that they'd fucked up on a universal scale, multiple times over. Even to me though, the Guardians weren't casual opponents. They thought themselves beyond reproach for a reason. But soon enough, they'd come to know that vengeful justice was cold, calculated, and oh so sweet. It was something that stayed in the back of my mind. Magic made sure it did with its insistent, puppy-like nudges. I calmed the aspect of existence with gently soothing mental coups of patience. It would happen eventually. For now, any plans for vengeance were just that, plans. Compared to the Guardians, the Olympians, and Hecate's revenge was practically an afterthought. Which was almost impressive considering their king idiot tried to smite me in my domain with divine lightning. I hadn't forgotten about that. Zeus was out of the picture for the moment, but when the other Olympians continued to press me, they wouldn't be able to help themselves. I was going to show them just what a terrible idea that was. "You've been busy, Mr. Barkeep," Cheetah observed. "I always am, in a way," I smiled at her. "And just call me Sean, Cheetah." "Then the least I can do is let you call me Barbara," she said back. "That might get a bit confusing," I chuckled. "Batgirl's secret identity is also a Barbara. And she's bound to come in if you stick around long enough." "Minerva, then," Cheetah suggested. I nodded, "if you're comfortable with it." Alice pouted slightly, trying to hide it with typical teenage grumbles. "Why does she look more like your daughter than I do?" "It's okay, little one," Didi cooed, wrapping Alice in a hug for me since my arms were occupied. "Your father and I still love you very much. Little Ophi's presence doesn't change that." "That's not Dash." "So not Dash." Alice tried to protest. She quickly faltered and melted into Didi's hug. Okay. God, it just keeps getting cuter," Minerva murmured. "I'd agree with you, but I'm pretty sure Alice would hit me," Jason joked. "You know, once she recovered from deathly love." Degree, Cass wiggled her eyebrows at me. "So? What's a girl gotta do to get in on the snuggles around here?" "Ask nicely and say please," I suggested, raising an amused eyebrow. Cass lamented. "Oh no. My one true weakness. Being humble." Playing along, I turned my nose up imperiously at her. "Indeed. Beg. And pray that I deem you worthy, worm." Asterisk dot, she stared at me for a moment with wide eyes. "Fuck. That was kind of hot." Jason groaned. "Please don't ask Sean to step on you, Cass." I think I could happily go my entire life without hearing that. "Too late, I think," Clarion smirked with blatant amusement. Cass immediately proved him right. "Step on me, daddy. Treat me like dirt beneath your boot. Degrade me. Humiliate me. Make me work for it. I'll be so good for you. So good." Everyone paused what they were doing to stare at Cass, her words echoing even as they went unspoken. How exactly she managed that was still a mystery, but I'll be damned if it wasn't impressive in a certain sort of way. And as always, she had absolutely no shame. None at all. Even as the rest of the bar stared at her, Cass just grinned unrepentantly at me. Selena shook her head in fond exasperation. "Cass, darling, I love you as one of my own. But you have issues." She's not hurting anyone," Harley waved dismissively, grinning with wicked amusement. "What's a night with Cass without a little horny?" "More like enough horny to make a nun faint," Ivy retorted dryly. "Same difference," Harley shrugged. "Those damn nuns shouldn't be so damn prudish. Let a young lady live, yeah." Simi tilted her head to the side a touch, staring at Cass. Inquiry, niche personal communication method. ___/, Cass shrugged nonchalantly. "I don't know, it just comes naturally to me." "Interest," Simi hummed a single note. "Study." Cass glanced at me out of the corner of her eyes. "Only if Sean leads the experiment." Simi leaned over me from her position as my shadow. She stared at me upside down, a question in her utterly blank expression. Interest shined through her bright silver eyes. I rolled my eyes. If you're both good. Simi emoted a smile without actually smiling. She brought herself back upright, nodding at Cass. Cass struck an almost textbook anime girl victory pose, one arm stretched high and the other in front of her with two fingers in a V sign. They're joining forces. Jason muttered a dreadful realization. We're all doomed. Dude. Harley repeated, dramatically hamming it up. Dee Dee gave me an amused look and smile. You do know what you're getting yourself into, don't you, dear? I have a feeling, I sighed. And also a feeling that feeling is not even close to accurate. Equals cully logical and equals, Cass adopted an innocent, cat-like expression. I have no clue what you could mean. A flat stare showed I wasn't convinced. Sure, you don't. You're worse than Harley sometimes. Don't listen to Goth Boy. That's a compliment. Harley called. Shaking my head, I turned to Hecate. How are you holding up? I understand the dead end can be a bit much for newcomers. As I turned my back on them, Cass' expression didn't shift from its innocence. But she did momentarily break her act to give Simi a high five. Simi played along, to everyone's amusement. Otherwise, they both kept up the innocent act as if I couldn't see them. I gave Hecate an exaggerated eye roll as the two unorthodox communicators formalized their friendship. Straight face. Hecate giggled to herself. It's certainly lively. But also simply fascinating. It's been so long since I've been able to witness humans interacting so normally. For the longest time, I've been elevated onto a lofty pedestal. It makes observing these kinds of interactions practically impossible. I don't know if I'd call interactions in the dead end normal. Riddler hedged. Compared to only seeing men and women worship the ground I walk upon. Hecate asked rhetorically with a raised brow. It's enough to simply be able to go unacknowledged. It is as if I'm just another guest here. You're a bit more than that, I pointed out. I've offered you sanctuary. You're practically part of the family, if you want to be. Hecate blushed slightly and looked away. To be given the choice is refreshing. Thank you, Sean. You continue to do all you can for Magic and myself. I'm just doing what should have been done, I soothed. Righting wrongs, even. No, Hecate shook her head in denial. You've done much more than what should have been done. You've reignited my passion to learn/explore/play. Magic is as if it was young again. There is so much for me to study now. She smiled brightly as she spun into an excited ramble. Did you realize you inverted the Baba Yaga principle? It's fascinating. It was always a minor thing and it still is, but dark magic, not that most magic can be easily put into such labels, I'm just referring to the magics that are traditionally seen as dark, now seems to favor classical beauty and come more easily to classically beautiful people instead of the opposite and dash. Hecate blushed, catching herself in a run-on sentence. Apologies, I seem to be getting carried away with myself. It's fine, I gave her a genuine smile. I'm always interested in exploring magic's little intricacies. Quite a bit of my personal history has been devoted to just that. Please, continue. It sounds like this change might just be relevant to a certain Kaderi half-demon friend of mine. Me too, Alice pointed out, coming out of her motherly Didi-induced coma. I pull from dark sources just as much as I pull from light. I'm still not really sure of the differences though. Clarion says it's more complex than just good versus evil. Clarion interjected. That's how I understand and am teaching it, at least. I'm having to change things on the fly after your lesson, Sean. And the new age of magic. I had a whole lesson plan prepared in advance and now most of it is subject to change at any moment. He pouted at me slightly with that last sentence and I grinned back at him unrepentantly. I'm always here as a resource for you to pull from. And I'm sure Hecate wouldn't mind lending a hand. Not at all. Hecate eagerly shook her head. Teaching and studying magic is what I love most. I helped humanity take its first steps into magic. The chance to continue doing so now is simply delightful. Clarion had to steady himself against the bar in his shock and awe. It's an honor, Lady Hecate. I don't have the proper words. Hey, where's my honor? I teased. You are utterly beyond comprehension, Sean, Clarion deadpanned. Lady Hecate is native to this reality and I can actually put what it means to be taught by her into perspective. With you, that's a touch difficult. Just a touch, Alice snarked. Fair enough, I suppose, I chuckled. Hecate was practically vibrating in her seat at the chance to teach magic again. Excellent. As to your earlier confusion, Mr. Clarion, magic certainly has a light and dark aspect to it. But they do not necessarily coincide with good and evil. Few things definitively do. The definition of evil and evil magic also changes between realities, I put in. It depends on what concepts reality itself holds sacred. Here, for example, most forms of necromancy are viscerally abhorrent at worst and touchy at best because of Didi and her endless position at the top of existence. Of course, that's usually the case. But not always. Fascinating. Hecate murmured before shaking her head and continuing. Anyway, light and dark magic are categorized as such because they illuminate and shadow the soul respectively. A dark practitioner's soul might eventually become as dark as night and a light practitioner's soul might become a beacon. Neither is inherently better or worse than the other though. They merely are. Didi nodded. I happily accept both the darkest of souls as well as the brightest. There is a difference, of course. But not one of quality. Merely qualities and characteristics. Precisely. Hecate beamed, utterly in her element. The Baba Yaga principle I spoke of previously is referring to the tendency for a practitioner's appearance to embody their chosen magic. Light practitioners tended to be classically beautiful. Fair, delicate, and surprisingly similar features. Light practitioners are usually remarkably homogeneous in appearance, actually, ignoring inherent genetic factors such as ethnicity and biological sex. They embody the image of a pure, angelic figure haloed in light. That's not to say dark practitioners are ugly. Despite the mythos surrounding her, Baba Yaga is rather stunningly beautiful. They simply trend toward a different form of beauty. Darker, more striking, and varied. Much more unique than their lighter counterparts. Of course, the actual effect of this principle is quite minute. If identical twins each practiced one end of the spectrum, you might mistake them for fraternal after a decade or two. But the principle has also been completely inverted now. It's simply fascinating and I can hardly wait to study the lasting effects. Didi, Harley whined playfully. The nerds are off in magic land again. Make M stop and talk about something the rest of us can actually keep up with. Hecate's face flushed with embarrassment. I did it again, didn't I? Harley laughed to show she didn't mean it. You're fine, Hecky poo. Don't go listening to Lil Olme. It's simply all so exciting and interesting, Hecate pouted slightly. The dead end and everything else happening beyond it. Penguin chuckled. Wait until you hear one of Sean's stories. Stories? Hecate asked curiously. Of his other lives, Penguin clarified. Hecate turned to look at me with barely concealed awe and interest. I could practically see her brain catching up with what was said and the chance offered by that description. Other lives. Other realities. Other magics to learn about. Sean. Hecate said slowly. May I request a story? I suppose you can, I chuckled. Doesn't mean I'll tell one but you can. I was treated to a devastating pout at that. Hecate's lip quivered and her bright eyes almost teared up. Please, Sean. Yin yang, Cass even joined in to further the pouting devastation. Pretty please. I caved, as one does before a begging goddess and whatever unholy abomination of sex, sin, and cuteness Cass was. All right. Any specific requests? Cass cheered. Hooray. Magic, please, Hecate politely requested. All of the magic. I thought for a moment before nudging the infinite dragon god nuzzled against my chest. What do you think, Ophi? Should we tell them your story? Ophis didn't immediately give a coherent reply. You were good with magic, then. I'm always good with magic, I grinned smugly. I won't tell the story without your permission now that you're here though. I think I told part of it when the dead end was first starting out but this would be the whole thing. Okay, Ophis nodded. I will help. Silence can wait. For 55 minutes. Not a second longer. Have you timed out my story for that life or are you saying that's when you'll stop helping even if it isn't finished? I asked, amused. Yes. Good enough for me, I laughed. All right, everyone, buckle in. This story is a bit much. Not in the same way that Yarnum was but uniquely logic-defying all the same. If it's not eldritch horror, it can't be that bad, right? Riddler joked. He loved tempting Murphy, it seemed. I just gave him a knowing smirk. The world Ophis comes from is varied and complex. But beneath it all, there is one underlying truth. I paused for dramatic effect, arranging my reveal to play out on the mirror behind me. A pay. Boobs appeared in the mirror behind me. Bouncing boobs. Jiggling jugs. Bountiful breasts. Titanic titties. Massive melons. Fantastic fun bags. Awesome tig ol' biddies. Great hobberknockers. Earth-shaking, back-breaking milk tanks that promised the best damn paizuri the world had ever known. Bigger, perkier, and more supple than should have been physically possible, the flood of a pay defied the heavens. If I looked closely enough, I could even identify who each pair of breasts belonged to from sight alone. That pair were Rias. Aquino's there, impossible to forget. Sarah fell, without a doubt. Sona's itty-bitty beautiful titties. Yasaka's overflowing MILF tanks. Gabriel's heavenly bosom. The absolute cornucopia of Ape was clothed, but only just. Clad in skimpy bikinis and overtaxed lingerie. Miles of cleavage burst out of shirts and tops. Gloriously jiggling tit flesh bounced free of support, perky beyond belief in a way that showed the Ape didn't need the touch of a bra at all. What the fuck? Jason exhaled his disbelief and confusion. Huh. Cheetah blinked. And then blinked again. I mean, damn, but huh. Oh, Cass emoted a shocked, open mouth. Gasp, titties. Asterisk, her expression quickly turned awestruck and half-drooling. He, titties. Dee damn, Two-Face nodded approvingly. Giving us a feast for the eyes tonight, Sean. I would kill for tits like that don't need a bra, Selena groaned. Did you see that bounce? Harley gaped in envy. Ivy. Did you see the bounce on those banging bazongas? What exactly, Black Mask asked, remarkably calm. Is going on here? Ape, Ophis answered for me in a soft monotone. The will of reality runs on Ape. The universe is two infinite breasts and we are all nestled in the cleavage. That can't be true, can it? Black Mask seemed somewhat worried by the prospect. I chuckled, in Ophis' native reality, it essentially was. That universe really did run on boobs. Boobs had power, either as motivation or in themselves. Boobs were power. It was a ridiculous reality. Hilariously so. Also where I had some of the most fun I've ever had. Hecate's mouth fell open in utter, uncomprehending shock. What dash? I dash, how dash? What? I think you broke the goddess of magic, Sean, Clarion deadpanned. Please explain. Hecate whimpered, sounding on the verge of giving up entirely. I smirked but indulged her, it's really rather simple. Two beings stood at the top of that reality. Ophis, dragon god of infinity. And Great Red, the dragon of dragons and dreams. And what do men dream of most? Two-Face nodded at my leading question, answering sagely, fat fucking tits. Exactly, I nodded. Ophis is rather reserved, as you might be able to tell. She tends to keep to herself, and as a result, didn't influence that reality nearly as much as her draconic counterpart. Great Red, however. Baka Red, Ophis frowned and everyone in the bar felt her infinite resentment. Didn't keep to himself at all, I finished flatly. And with God dead dash. I'm sorry, what? Jason reeled on me. Penguin furrowed his brow, you can't just drop bombs like that so casually, Sean. Yeah, I waved dismissively. God was dead. It was a whole thing but the important part is that he wasn't there to balance out Great Red's influence over reality. An influence driven by the ultimate dreams of men. I trailed off again and Two-Face nodded again in turn, sagely finishing the thought, fat fucking tits. Couldn't Ophis have balanced out this Great Red's influence? Ivy asked shrewdly. Ophis let out an adorable little grunt, NNGH didn't wanna. Too much work. Not enough silence. Understandable, Harley nodded an exaggerated nod. Relatable, even. Underscore, Cass' expression screwed up slightly in consideration. So, a reality powered by boobs. And where did you come in? I was born a farmer, I began simply, almost nonchalantly. The world was young. God had only just done his thing. It was long before Christ, before even the great flood that washed the world anew. The original man and woman had been cast out from the Garden of Eden. From them, mankind spread across the world. My voice grew with gravitas as I spoke, angels, fallen and pure, and devils roamed the lands. Myths and legends were made real in their original forms, only later evolving into something you might be familiar with. It was an age of gods, of men, and of monsters. In time, God would reassert control of his creation but when I was born, he was in a somewhat hands-off phase. Did you ever meet God? That specific aspect of his? Penguin asked reverentially. Something like that, my lips twitched. See, I had a brother. Together, we farmed the land, tilling the soil and devoting a portion of our harvest to God. God favored my brother over me. I'm not proud of it but I didn't react well to that. Oh my, fuck dash. Jason shouted. You were Cain. I smirked slightly, it is in my name. Not like I ever tried to hide it. Holy shit, Selena intoned breathlessly. Literally. Harley cackled. You were the first murderer, Riddler stated the obvious. Big fan, Black Mask drawled sarcastically. I was, I nodded. Some called me the origin of greed and violence. Bullshit, of course. I was simply the first one, the first human, recognized and made famous for it. God cursed me then, much more vengeful than he would come to be. I was haunted by my brother's memory and forced to walk the earth forever, never to know hearth or home again. How terrible. Truly, I can think of no greater torture or curse. A voice, mournful and sweet, drifted in on the wind. It came from no one in the bar. Yet the dead end let the voice in any way, heralding an arrival to come. As if called by the talk anathema to her divine domain, a woman with a warm aura entered the bar. Behind her came a man cloaked in death and another woman who brought life wherever she walked. I laughed freely at the unexpected arrival. Ha! It seems we'll have to put the story on hold for a moment. Come, come. I may have beef with your family, but you three have come of your own volition. If you maintain your peace, you're more than welcome here. The three Greek gods, notably not Olympians, made their way up to the bar. Hestia gave me a soft, sad smile. Hades bowed a nod to me and Didi. His wife Persephone did the same, bowing a touch deeper both times. Hecate stared at them all, visibly conflicted. What's all this about then? Two-Face asked. Greek gods, Minerva hissed to shut him up. That's fucking Hades. Persephone and Hestia as well. Hades' lips twitched in amusement and Persephone tittered behind her hand, but neither of them said anything directly. Spots at the bar were cleared for them. Everyone watched the gods curiously, just a touch tense in anticipation. There was nothing to anticipate. They hadn't come in hostility. I could tell. Their intentions were projected almost politely, free for anyone to pick up on and know they meant no harm. Hestia hardly looked like a goddess at first glance. She was quite short and almost unassuming. The kind of woman who could fit and blend cozily into the corner of any room. Her beauty was subtle and soothing. The more you looked at her, the more you came to accept that she could be nothing less than a goddess. An aura of warmth surrounded her constantly, as much a part of her being as her divine blood and bone. Her skin was ever so slightly dusky and flatteringly flushed from the warmth of her being. Toasty brown hair fell in a sheet of long, tight ringlets down her back. When she smiled, the world seemed to huddle in closer for comfy warmth. In contrast, Hades was a cold man, with angular, striking features set in an almost constant flat scowl. Not just in bearing and demeanor, his very being striving to drain warmth and life from the world around him. He mitigated the effect well enough that it was barely noticeable, but there was still an undeniably deathly air to him. His wife complimented him perfectly in that regard. She too was a warm woman. But not in the same way Hestia was. If Hestia was the warmth of an essential flame, Persephone was the warmth of steady pounding blood and the summer's bloom. She was life to her husband's death. Flowers blossomed in her shock-white hair and intangible butterflies fluttered everywhere she looked. The two opposite spouses fit together perfectly. Even just watching them, I could see the care and love there, thought and consideration always given to the other. They matched and supported each other, leaning without leaning in the way only long-loving, and still deeply in love, couples could. Better Hades. Ophis mumbled, turning her head into my chest as she compared this Greek god to the version she knew. She'd seemingly made her mind up on that matter already. Didi smiled at the king and queen of the Greek underworld as they sat down. Hades, Persephone, it's a pleasure to see you again. What brings you to my beloved's domain? Hades winced. We've come to right a wrong. Not of our own making, but a wrong all the same, Persephone added, her voice like a warm spring breeze. We feel the need to apologize. Hestia nodded in agreement. For our family's unacceptable actions. Not like we got much say in those actions, Hades scowled. I didn't agree with them even before learning you were involved, boss. And I didn't get a chance to smack some sense into my dickhead brother after learning either. I see, Didi considered for a moment before smiling. Apology accepted. Have you met my prince consort? Hades blinked. It cannot be that simple, boss. Our pantheon is firmly in the wrong here. Not just with what we've recently done against you and your prince consort, but also everything that has happened with Hecate. Hecate glared at him. Indeed, you are. For what it's worth, Hades treated her with a genuine look of apology. I'm sorry, Hecate. I never meant to hurt you. I understand if you're unable to forgive me. It's what I deserve. All I ask is that you take your anger out on me and leave Persephone out of your wrath. I think you two would actually get along quite well. He finished with a sad smile. Hecate glared at him even harder because of how heartfelt his regret was. A fierce frown furrowed her brow. It was ruined by Persephone lightly elbowing her husband. Don't make excuses for me, husband. I played a role in Hecate's pain as well. Why, I was scarcely better than a homewrecker. I seduced you more than you seduced me. Again, the surprising responsibility and accountability from those who'd wronged her threw a wrench into Hecate's wrath. It was hard for her to stay mad in such a situation. They accepted the roles they'd played in hurting her and didn't even ask for forgiveness. Just expressing their regret and wishing her well. She was torn. I reached over and squeezed her hand for support. Confused, scowling eyes turned back to me as if to ask what she should do. I gave her a small smile. It truly was up to her. I'd support her decision, my eyes and touch saying as much. If she wanted me to kick them out, they were gone in an instant. That seemed to be the straw that broke the camel's back. Hecate sighed, ha. I don't think I blame you, Hades. Not truly. I've been furious for a long time. A very long time. And now faced with the one who should be the source of my anger. I simply can't find it in myself to hate you. You're better than me, Hades bowed slightly. And me, Persephone chuckled. I would salt the land if I was in your situation, Hecate. I'm not ruling that out just yet, Hecate smiled wickedly. Just against those who deserve it. Those who haven't apologized once in their divine lives. The majority of your pantheon seems to have forgotten just who I am. Without a doubt, Hades sighed. I've just about reached my limit with most of my kin. They are troubled, Hestia said sadly. Troubling, more accurately, Persephone snarked dryly. Even Mother still hasn't forgiven Hades for our elopement. It's been millennia and it was my idea in the first place. The Olympians have fallen into stagnancy, Hades nodded. And it seems that they've finally found someone who won't yield to their brute force. Sounds like your family could use a bit of change, I smirked. Hades paused. I don't know what you mean by that, but it does not sound pleasant at all for my brothers and sisters. Cass cackled through just her expression. He. Those fuckers are gonna get fucking fucked. All three of the Greek gods blinked in confusion at her method of communication before the vulgarity within set in. Hades and Persephone exchanged worried looks. Hestia just sighed, seemingly having accepted the outcome from the start. You will not be too harsh on them, will you? I shot her a dark grin, no promises. Now, which one of you wants to run Olympus when I'm done with it? There was a brief, stunned silence that followed my words, broken by Persephone a few moments later. Dibs. Didi and I shared a chuckle at that. Even Hecate cracked a smile. Hades sighed, sticks damn it, woman, you're going to be the death of me. Oh, you're so dramatic, Persephone giggled. I won't make you leave your dark, brooding throne. Not when you look so handsome on it. Hades grumbled, but certainly didn't pout, at that, and Persephone continued with a grin, I'll even have to rule from home for half of the year. Come now, dear husband, don't you for your beautiful, amazing, and powerful wife to become even more beautiful, amazing, and powerful. Harley giggled in the background, oh, I like her. Truly, a woman after my own heart, Ivy smirked. I. And, don't worry, the story will pick right back up next chapter. This just seemed like the best spot to insert Hades, Persephone, and Hestia. Unfortunately, that means you all have to wait for next week's chapter on Friday. But I am a generous author. So have some hot cosplay girls as compensation, winky face, some of the images might not show up. Web novel can be tricky with image censorship and stuff. Try visiting my profile/recent comments to see them all. Chapter 62, 54, Cain Rises. So. Cain, huh? Harley grinned. Sean, Cain. Hades blinked in confusion, I'm sorry. We were returning to the story, it seemed. I was more than fine with that. Hecate still needed a good introduction to my special brand of bullshit. Well, another of my special brands. She already knew I was bullshit with my unique relationship to magic. Now, she just got to hear about my fun that transcended reality and dimensions. Plus, a few of the better Greek gods were now here to listen in as well. They were being thrown straight into the deep end, so to speak. I wasn't planning on taking it easy on them just because they were unfamiliar with the dead end. Introductions had been made. That was enough for me to go all out. And it didn't get more all out than DxD's Wild and Wacky World. That's what Sean was talking about when you three came in, Ivy explained helpfully. The curse he spoke of was the mark of Cain, placed upon him by the biblical god. You don't look anything like the Cain I've heard of. Persephone said hesitantly. Didi shook her head, try thinking a bit farther afield. Ah, Hestia realized. This universe is not your home, is it, Sean Cain? I gave her a subtle smirk, no. No, it isn't. Of course, neither was the reality I'm talking about now. 'Twas merely another link in my chain of stories. Yeah, Dad's bullshit like that, Alice deadpanned. Hestia smiled warmly, but what is home truly? You've had many, Mr. Cain. I can tell. Even so far from the hearth of your birth, you found a place to belong. That is something beautiful and special. It was easy when the one who matters most was always so close to my soul, I said, shooting Didi a wink. She blushed, must you make it sound as if I was stalking you, dear? Weren't you? I teased. Didi turned her nose up at me, trying her best to act unfazed through burning cheeks, and not consciously. Just because someone dies many times doesn't mean they'll grow close with death. But I did, I pointed out, amused. But that's because you're you. Dee Dee blurted out. Not because you happened to die a few dozen times. So I'm just special in your eyes? I asked knowingly. Yes, exactly. I would have chosen you even if you only died once dash. Eep. Dee Dee's lips suddenly snapped shut. I am going to stop talking now. Embarrassment poured forth from her side of our bond. My amusement and love welcomed her with open arms. Even without meeting my eyes in the physical world, Dee Dee sunk into my spiritual and conceptual embrace. Hestia smiled brilliantly at our homey, loving display. Still, there is something to be proud of in finding a home wherever you go. There are others who would struggle with such a feat. It speaks well in your favor, in my opinion, Mr. Kane. Call me, Sean, Hestia, I insisted. That goes for all three of you, actually. You've all managed to endear yourselves to me surprisingly well for Greek gods. Thank you, Hades sighed. I can understand how the rest of our family might make that a difficult task. Insistence, story. Request, data, Simi interrupted, bringing us back on track. Ophis nodded in agreement, leaning back onto my chest. Time, wasting. Patience, waning. Of course, I nodded. Sorry, Simi, Ophi. Where was I? I covered my origins in that reality and the boob logic the universe ran on. I don't know what he means by that and I'm honestly afraid to ask, Hades muttered. Persephone tittered, sounds like Dite would have a time and a half there. And Zeus would either become the most powerful being in reality or single-handedly doom it, Hades added in exasperation. Cass shrugged nonchalantly. I could take him. Bold, black mask deadpanned. Arrogant and foolish, some might say. Sigma, Cass struck a determined pose of declaration. With the power of boob logic, anything is possible. So, yes, I picked my story back up with a chuckle at Cass' antics. In that universe, I was born as Cain, firstborn son of Adam and Eve. The usual story played out from there. I killed my brother Abel, bringing evil into the world. In my defense, I have reason to believe I was subtly prodded in that direction so God could make a statement. Also, I loved him, but Abel was kind of a dick. That's a unique take on the scripture, Penguin said, his face screwed up in an awkward expression. But I suppose you were actually there. I don't mean to shake your faith, Penguin, I shook my head. It was an entirely different reality. Don't take my story as, gospel. Harley snorted, hee, nice. I continued with my retelling. I was cursed with the mark of Cain, cursed to wander eternally. Thankfully, wandering is something I'm quite good at. I couldn't settle down anywhere, cursed to never know peace and all, but that didn't affect me too much in the beginning. I just got up to some biblically accurate incest and set about seeding the world with humanity. ****, Cass leered. Kinky. What's a good story without some incest? Riddler joked. Normal, Jason deadpanned. It's normal. Not for quite literally every mythology I know of, Hecate pointed out. I'd go as far as to challenge you to find a creation myth without incest, Minerva put in. Unfortunately, I can't argue with that, Jason sighed. It's something of a common theme for humanity, I smirked. Sometimes, all you can do is fuck your sister. Harley groaned, back to the story, please, goth boy. And maybe skip the nitty-gritty, Freudian incest stuff, yeah. I grinned wickedly, alright, I won't tell you about all of the intimate, lovey-dovey, brother-sister, breeding for the sake of breeding that happened in those initial years. No one wants to hear about that stuff anyway, right? Curly logical end, Cass' eyes went wide. Wait. Let's not be so hasty. Anyway, I wandered the earth, populating it and coming back every 100 years or so to check on my descendants. I pressed on right over Cass' protests. Cass screamed her disappointment to the heavens. No. Again, she went ignored. My reach was actually pretty impressive considering the times. From the tip of Cape Horn to the frozen wastes of the Scandinavian Arctic, from Portugal to Siberia, I left my mark on the whole world. I even made it to the Americas with the original nomadic migrants. Fucked around there for a bit, literally, before getting bored and walking back to Eurasia and Africa across the bottom of the Atlantic. Everyone stopped to gape at me with that casual bomb. I just shrugged, immortality both sucks and rocks. The world changed throughout my wanders. Civilizations rose and fell. Gods and monsters were born, ruled, and died. Humanity developed. But not without their hiccups. Fuck if that isn't ominous, Jason muttered. God decided to reassert control of his creation at some point while I was isolated in the Americas, I explained. I returned to a known world at war. A great war between the three supernatural factions that spawned from God. The angels, bathed in his light, the fallen, cast out from his grace, and the devils, cloaked in sinful darkness from birth, cruel shadows of his creation. As I spoke, scenes flashed in the mirror behind me. Angelic radiance, fallen glory, and devilish temptation. Then, came scenes from the Great War. Cannon fodder from the sides of light and dark, even the weakest individual strong enough to topple skyscrapers, clashed in seemingly endless waves that blocked out the sun. The fallen mostly kept out of the battles between heaven and hell, but when they joined in force, often more powerful on average despite their limited numbers. Spears of light boiled away at demonic flesh. Demonic clan traits and powers fought back in wave after ceaseless wave. Halos and burning horns locked in a vicious clash. Wings from 2 to 12 carried their owners in grand aerial dogfights that lit up the sky. White feathers. Black. Darkness-stained, leathery skin. All were the same when they fell to death's final embrace. The angels would say they were all crafted with his personal attention. The truth of that matter was brought into question by just how many of them fought and died all the same. The devils didn't lie to themselves there, at least. As soon as they spawned from Lilith's tortured, twisted blood, they were thrown right into the meat grinder. Endless fodder against the armies of heaven. The mother of devils was never seen, locked away as a close-coveted secret of Lucifer himself. She must have lived a sorry existence, I considered somberly. Forced to condemn her children to the Great War without a chance, likely enthralled and chained by Lucifer's devilish love. I never got the chance to meet Lilith in that life. If I had, I imagine I would have stopped at nothing to take my father's first wife for myself. My God. Selena exhaled breathlessly. Holy shit. Jason nodded his agreement. Jehovah save us. Penguin intoned. I'd make another literally joke but, yeah. Even Harley was forced to trail off from the scenes of the Great War. By Cerberus fucking balls. It's worse than the Titanomachy. Hades exclaimed. You know he doesn't like you using his name for swears like that, dear, Persephone absently chided, mostly distracted by the sheer scale of conflict they all now bore witness to. I think the damn dog would fucking understand in this case, Hades grumbled. The Great War was waged for millennia, I continued, my voice serious. No place in the known world was left untouched. The forces of heaven and hell dueled themselves nearly to extinction, recovered, and did it again. Over and over. For close to 2,000 years. Even other pantheons were sucked into the conflict. It truly was the war before all wars, worse than anything humanity alone could hope to dream up. Stunned horror answered my words. During the Great War, I did my best to stay out of the main conflict. I wasn't always successful though, that much was an impossible task. The devils tried to press gang me into their service at one point at least. I came down on them with the force of a son of Adam. See, even before being cursed by God, I was the very definition of a primordial human. I was of the original blood of humanity. And it showed. After being cursed, I only had more time to grow stronger. I mastered and pioneered the first magics of men. My strength was practically unmatched. Only God, his archangels, and Lucifer themselves were truly above me. And even then, I wouldn't have gone down without a hell of a fight. The scenes behind me shifted again. In the mirror, I fought a multi-winged ancient devil, the stuff of humanity's nightmares, an embodiment of pure sin, to a standstill. He tried to scorch me with hellfire and demonic power. I simply straight-up boxed him into submission with pure, overwhelming physical might. Left. Right. Right. Left. A straight jab smashed into the devil's face. A vicious hook threw his whole body to the side. An uppercut rocked him, physically launching him off his feet for a moment before he fell back into a devastating left cross. Spit and teeth flew free from his mouth. Blood splattered off his brow. His whole face was one big, deformed bruise, and I still wasn't close to being done with him. In the mirror, a past version of myself obliterated a country-killing being with fists and fists alone. Oh, Cass reacted with visceral glee, shouting at the top of her lungs. Oh, fuck yeah. Beat his ass. Get him. Fuck. Fuck. I'm so close. You're totally getting off on this, aren't you? Jason deadpanned a question at her. Shit, I can't even blame her. Harley cackled. That's fucking hot, goth boy. Not enough magic, Hecate pouted slightly. I chuckled, how about this then? The scene in the mirror changed with my words yet again. Array after array of spells were crafted in an instant, magic answering my beck and call. The small squad of angels before me barely had a chance to react. They burned. They froze. They danced beneath unseen lightning. The world itself twisted to do my bidding, subduing angels until they rejoined their father's light. Calculation-based magic. Hecate perked up at the sight. How intriguing. I actually teamed up with that world's Merlin to help harness magic into a system all humans could use, I elaborated. That was a fun decade or so. We had to do a lot of research on demonic power and God's miracles before settling on calculations and coming up with a set of formulas to start with. I can't even begin to be surprised that you pioneered a whole system of magic for humanity to use, Clarion sighed. Request, data. Simi dinged. I blinked. That would actually be a good magical system for you, Simi. Perfect, in fact. Here, magical calculations. Simi's whole form vibrated for a moment, her shard shining through. She let out a content little ding noise before settling into a state of thoughtful semi-stasis. Hecate also blinked as data filtered into her mind as well. How fascinating. Positively splendid. So you were, like, what, goth boy? Harley cocked her head. The third party to end all third parties or something. Something like that. I waved my hand SOSO. I most closely aligned myself with the fallen. It simply made sense. Angels fallen from his grace and one of his personally chosen humans who was cursed out of his favor. I'd say it was a match made in heaven but, well. Really, chuckling, I shook my head. The only faction I didn't help at some point was the devils. They were awful under Lucifer, just deplorable. Everything you'd imagine a race of literal devils to be. But even the angels requested my assistance occasionally. How the hell does that work? Jason's expression screwed up in confusion. Turns out that in a war, the first murderer and his skills suddenly become quite desirable, I smirked. Makes sense, Persephone nodded. Bit hypocritical though, isn't it? As if we have anything to say there. Hades muttered. It wasn't as hypocritical as you might think, I chuckled. Him above never stopped loving me as he loved all of his children. He just didn't approve of me, made me into an example for the rest of humanity to follow. It was a unique sort of relationship but I suppose I didn't hate the old man either. Alice stopped and stared at me with a flat look. You had daddy issues with God. That's one way to put it, yes, I nodded. Maybe granddaddy issues would be more accurate though. Penguin barked an incredulous laugh. I would not have put the pieces together like that. Looking back on it now, I considered. A fair amount of us had daddy issue type relationships going on with God. Me, Azazel, Lucifer, of course, Michael, though he would never admit it. Good old JC was the worst off, I think, but I never actually got to meet him to say for certain. It seems even omnipotent power can't make you into a good father, Black Mask sniped. Nah, that's on God personally. There are plenty of gods and godlike beings who are good fathers. The old man just isn't one of them, I shook my head. Anyway, I spent most of the war aligned with Azazel and his fallen. Great guy. I can honestly say I miss the MILF-seeking Nettery enjoyer. Cass stroked her chin like a wise, old master. Ah, a man of culture. How, based. Nettery enjoyer. Jason hit me with a dead look. Really? Yeah, really, I laughed. In later years, he even started bleaching his hair to look more like the Japanese pretty boy/delinquent stereotype. He was quite fond of stealing wives away from their husbands. Lust was his sin, his literal downfall, after all. Don't let his laid-back, horny attitude fool you though. He was the leader of the fallen for a reason. So how did this supernatural great war end? Penguin asked. Yes, who won? Ivy added with a nod. The angels. The devils. We already know God died at some point. Was it during the war? No idea, I shrugged. I didn't make it that far. You died. Jason looked at me strangely. As a cursed immortal. I laughed. I know I'm good at the whole dying thing but I think you're giving me a bit too much credit there. No, I was merely incapacitated before the end of the war and set into a sort of stasis coma by the woman I loved. How romantically tragic. Persephone mourned softly. The woman you loved did you dirty like that? Minerva asked. Didi frowned slightly. I'm not sure I like the sound of this, dear. It sounds too much like a lover's betrayal to me. Hey, don't knock on Gabriel too hard, I defended the archangel. She was doing her best. She loved me too, though she could never really show it in the traditional way since we were fated enemies. I mean, really. The first murderer in the might of God, his archangel of salvation. It was practically unthinkable. Cass nodded with wide eyes at my reveal. Sure blows pussy-ass Romeo and Juliet out of the water. You had a lover's affair with an archangel? Jason asked, his voice strained. Not physically, I half denied. At least, not then. She simply saw me as redeemable. It was honestly inspiring. She held out hope for me, went against her father's decree, and still managed to keep her faith and light. Gabriel worked hard to redeem me, to offer me another chance at his salvation. My voice grew soft and forlorn. It didn't quite work out that way, sadly. We fell in love over decades of her chasing me and trying to redeem my cursed immortal soul. I confessed. She didn't reject me, but she was never able to outright return my feelings either. Not while her father's light denied me. She would never dream of abandoning her purpose. It was part of what brought us together in the first place. Falling from her father's grace. It would have broken her. Broken the woman I loved. So eventually, I gave in to the inevitable. Gabriel would never be able to redeem me while her father's curse marked my soul. But she couldn't kill me and offer my final salvation. She wouldn't have been able to even if it was possible. As much as I enjoyed our games, I grew tired of running from her. She caught me. We fought. I could never truly hurt her, just as it physically pained her to hurt me. In the end, I simply allowed her to seal me away from the world. The last thing I saw were tears in her beautiful eyes. Oh, goth boy. Harley sighed in sympathy. Cass fought back tears. I am not crying. You're crying. Truly, a romantic tragedy. Hestia shook her head sadly. A small smile grew on my face. Thankfully, it doesn't end that way. This is only the halfway point of our story, after all. Tell them about the dreaming. Ophis said, almost blushing. How we met. I'm getting there, I promised with a chuckle. So there I was, immortal and sealed by the one I loved. And as I slept, I dreamed. At first, my sealed slumber was ruled by my curse. My brother's murder haunted me, over and over again. Then, something changed. I was visited by a great red dragon in my dreams. Great Red, you might call him, I elaborated with a smirk. He was a size beyond sense and reason. A scale immeasurable and incomprehensible, even in a dream. He came to me with a single question. I paused for effect. Behind me, the mirror showed scenes that corresponded to my words. An impossibly massive dragon filled the view. His scales were like tectonic plates. His teeth, pillars that held up the sky. Even just his slitted pupil and iris were like a lake visible from space. With the voice of an apocalyptic explosion, Great Red asked, ### wanna see something cool. ###. The words contrasted strangely with his majesty. A voice to herald the end of the world called out to me like a child, urging me to watch. Watch. From millions of miles away, I watched the strongest pure dragon I'd ever met do loop-de-loops the size of the sun. Ophis twitched. Still too loud. I soothed her with head pats and an extra application of silence. He can't bother you anymore, Ophi. Oh, Mother Nature, Ivy groaned. He's just a big kid. The biggest, I nodded. Cass smiled coyly and pointed. To be fair, it is pretty cool. I mean, yeah, he's a huge fuck-off dragon doing aerial stunts, Two-Face snorted. Shit doesn't get much cooler than that. Give the poor dragon some hoops to trick through. Harley called. I recommended just that, funnily enough, I chuckled. Spent a good dozen years or so just helping him come up with stunt routines and the like. Honestly, there are much worse ways to spend an eternity seal. Of course, after a while, I realized we were bothering a certain someone. The mirror matched my words, showing off some of the obstacle courses and routines Great Red and I came up with. Impossible, flaming hoops. Tightropes that a dragon, especially of Great Red's size, had no business dancing across. It turned out that Great Red was a natural performer. Instead of being the dragon god of apocalypse, he'd missed his calling as the dragon of daredevils. As the scenes continued, a certain infinite presence made herself known in the background. Ophis then was a grumpy, hateful being. Everyone and everything disturbed her silence. She hated it. Hated it all. Hated, hated, hated. A well of infinite power twisted toward lashing out at the rest of reality. You were mean, in the beginning, Ophis murmured, pouting with the tiniest shift of her lips. I know, Ophi, I sighed. I'm sorry. I didn't know we were bothering you so much. Eventually, the me in the mirror left Great Red to his increasingly elaborate stunts. Astrally projected in the dimensional gap, there wasn't much else for me to do. Or so I thought. Until Ophis attacked me with infinite fury in her heart, lashing out at the one who she thought made the noise of reality even worse for her. Infinity pressed down on my sealed soul. It nearly overwhelmed me in an instant. The mirror itself shook as Ophis unleashed her frustration. Pure void threatened to spill out into the real world from just the memory. The audience in the bar recoiled as one, from mortal to god to avatar of magic. Tartarus on a fucking stick. Hades grunted. Fuck, Ophi-chan. Harley squealed. We're cool. We're cool. Ophis in the present made a little noise of realization. Ah. My bad. Resonance goes, brrrrr. Didi's lips twitched in amusement. Indeed, it does. Perhaps a little warning next time, Sean. I matched her smirk. Heh, where's the fun in that? Some of us prefer not dying to collateral damage from a fucking story, Jason grumbled. With great amusement, I let him grumble and the others recover. The scene in the mirror continued, Ophis rushing my sealed and astrally projected soul with intent to erase infusing her every action. By some miracle, perhaps literally considering my godly curse at the time, I weathered the first assault. Then I spun the tables back on Ophis. I took the little infinite dragon lowly over my knee and began to discipline her like a stern, disappointed father figure. Spank after spank rained down upon her little bottom. Infinity was taken to heel. For the first time in existence, Ophis herself was the one to break her silence, with paradoxically monotone pained squeals and squeaks and tearful apologies. The audience stared in open shock and blatant disbelief. The literal embodiment of infinity surrendered under a simple, stern, spanking hand. The Ophis in the mirror had no real choice but to repent. The Ophis in the present shuddered slightly against my chest. Spanks. Love. Deserved. Nostalgic. Asterisk. Cass was the first to break the audience's stunned silence. Wow. Lucky bitch. So all I gotta do to get the spanking I deserve is attack Sean with the force of infinity. Deal. Ophis. I require your assistance. Rolling my eyes, I casually swatted my hand at thin air. Despite hitting nothing, a satisfying, meaty thwack resounded through the bar. Cass jumped in her seat, earning me the first actual sound I'd heard from her in the form of a surprised and excited squeak eep. Behave, I shot her a stern stare. Wavy dash, Cass settled back into her seat, prim and proper, with a blushing, smug grin on her face. Yes, Daddy. This. Jason began. Almost instantly, he seemed to just give up, shaking his head, you know what? No, not my problem. Persephone wore a mischievous smirk now that everyone had started to recover from the scene in the mirror. You know, I can think of a few of my immortal peers that could use discipline like this. You're not wrong, Hades couldn't help but snort. I'd pay to see Athena taken off her high horse like this. And the less said about Artemis, the better. Please don't give our new vengeful friend any ideas, Hestia chided weakly, as if she didn't even fully agree with her own protests. This is a wild fucking night, Minerva shook her head in disbelief. But I suppose I shouldn't expect anything less from the dead end. You shouldn't, Clarion deadpanned. You really shouldn't. Chuckling, I continued with my story. This is the part of the story I shared a while back. Just to reiterate though, Ophis' punishment went on for a little more than a century. Even for you, that seems excessive, Dad, Alice said hesitantly. I took breaks for sweets. A mix of positive and negative reinforcement, if you will, I explained, shrugging. I simply felt it was necessary to break the infinite dragon god out of her hatred for anything and everything in existence. Leaving her as she was, Ophis might have done something silly like hand out portions of infinity to gather a faction hellbent on ending the world for silence. Looking away with a pout, Ophis mumbled, it was just an idea. Alice paused to stare at her. On second thought, good job, Dad. I chuffed in amusement, yes, I thought so as well. Besides, Ophi was happy this way, though I doubt you'd get her to admit it. And Great Red fled the dimensional gap out of second-hand embarrassment, so Ophis got her silence back in the end. By the time I left, she was content to nap away the days, only waking up to prod me for sweets and affection every few decades or so. Ophis pinched me and buried her face in my chest, embarrassing. Commiseration. Consolation, Simi hummed at Ophis' plight. Thank, Ophis nodded to Simi without removing her head from my chest. Rest of story now. I will. Return to silence. Ah, it seems that Ophi's social battery is all used up, I nodded. I suppose we should move on from focusing on her. So, on to my awakening. Woo-woo. Harley cheered. Good Hammond, goth boy. Thank you, I sketched a shallow bow. Now, I was awoken somewhat rudely, about 2,500 years after I was originally sealed. As I said, sweet Gabriel had erected a sort of tomb around me as I slept. And some nosy little devils decided I was a good target for some classic tomb raiding. In the mirror, the sealed version of me lay still atop an altar. The shadows of time ravaged my form, leaving me desiccated and almost skeletal with gauntness. Across my body, glass-like cracks of Gabriel's light kept me sealed and asleep. The scene was soon interrupted by those pesky devilish tomb raiders. 4 of them. The lead 2 argued back and forth in hushed whispers. The 2 behind them seemed to be nothing more than dumb muscle. Hashtag, and I'm telling you this is a terrible idea. Hashtag. Hashtag, quiet, fool. We've struck gold here. I can feel it. Hashtag. Hashtag, this hardly seems worth the trouble. How in Satan's name is an ancient fucker supposed to help us create a functioning king piece? Hashtag. King piece. What are they talking about? Riddler asked curiously. Ah, that's a good point, I realized, pausing the scene in the mirror for a moment. It'll make the rest of the story flow more smoothly if I give a bit of background information now. Bear with me for a moment. After the Great War, all three of the biblical factions were left devastated. God and Lucifer were both dead and the factions were relegated to purely natural methods of reproduction, which they sorely needed after a millennia-long war. The angels were actually left the weakest since they could still fall to sin after their father's death, like, say, lust when trying to procreate. But none of the three factions had an easy time of it. To make matters worse, the devils found themselves engulfed in a civil war between those who wanted to follow in Lucifer's footsteps and those who wanted their race to change, adapt, and improve for the better. The second group, the anti-Satan faction, won in the end and the devils on a whole became an actually functional race that wasn't just pure evil. But as things tend to go, the first group, the old Satan faction, wasn't completely eradicated. Its leaders slipped away and its sympathizers slipped back into society so they could bide their time to strike. Now, to help solve their population problems, an absolutely brilliant devil named Ajuka came up with a neat little system. A sort of peerage system of service and a nifty series of inventions to help the system along. The evil pieces. They were magical artifacts given to devils of a certain rank that allowed other species and races to be converted or reincarnated as devils and sworn to a king's service. The evil piece system had its problems, of course. Some devils stole the other races into their service without consent. The reincarnated devils experienced something akin to racism based on the fact they weren't born as devils. And understandably, the other two biblical factions got all up in arms about it. But the evil pieces went ahead anyway and honestly did a pretty good job of saving a dying race. A few people shifted uncomfortably at my explanation. Harley said it best, that seems kinda fucked up, goth boy. Isn't peerage just feudalism with extra steps? Sounds an awful lot like slavery, Two-Face grunted. It was, I nodded. It was a system ripe for abuse, run by literal devils of all people. I'm not going to defend it, just point out that the devils didn't really have any other options. As a race, they're notoriously infertile. Like, to the point that a child per couple every 1,000 years is considered pretty damn good. If they didn't adopt the evil pieces, they would have undoubtedly died out with a slow, pitiful whimper. And like all living things, devils want to live, thrive, and not freaking fade into extinction. Still, they did so at the expense of others, it sounds, Riddler argued. Some, yes, I partially agreed, playing literal devil's advocate. But the new Satans, those from the anti-Satan faction, did a remarkably good job at turning devil culture around. By modern times, they were no worse than humans on average. It was honestly one of the most impressive feats of social engineering I've ever seen. Essentially, they were devils in name alone. Quite a lot of the peerage leaders, kings, as they called them, genuinely cared about those in their service. That doesn't excuse the other cases of straight-up slavery, but the whole devil race shouldn't be written off just because of the peerage system. The feeling in the air was still somewhat awkward after my clarification. But my audience mostly nodded and left it at that. They didn't have to like the devils or agree with them, I know I didn't, not completely. Just understand how their society was structured as background information. The king piece was an unsanctioned spin-off of the evil piece system that was being developed without the aforementioned Ajuka's consent. He was a genius. The ones working on the king piece, not so much. But it was too tempting to pass up on. If it worked, it would have concentrated an entire evil piece peerage set worth of strength into a single piece. It was exactly the kind of boost the lurking old Satan faction needed to further their cause. I explained. Which brings us back to the scene in the tomb, Selena nodded, motioning at the mirror behind me. Those four devils are of the still evil, Lucifer idolizing variety, and they seem to think your tomb holds the key to their ultimate power. Indeed, my lips twitched with amusement. For ambitious idiots interrupting my beauty sleep. I was quite fond of that nap, considering Gabriel put me to sleep for it. As such, I thought it was best if my intruders were properly chastised for their rudeness. Oh, this is gonna be good. Harley grinned, the expression appropriately devilish. Left semi-direct product, right semi-direct product, Cass matched her with wicked glee. The devil dummy should have known better than to disturb your sleep. Funnily enough, they're gonna be the ones to get a rude awakening. Deserved, Jason nodded, surprisingly vehement in his stance. Fuck tomb raiders and grave robbers. On principle. The bastards destroy way too much history before it has a chance to be properly catalogued. The playback behind me resumed at my mental urging. The interior of my tomb was dimly lit by magical light carried by the tomb raiding devils. At the very least, they were being somewhat professional about their post-mortem desecration, using special spells purpose-built for grave robbing. Shadows seemed to dance at the edges of the light. My tomb was a simple thing. Merely stone, with the single altar in the center of the room that my corpse lay upon. The devils would not find any traditional treasure there. Just a long-sealed corpse, Hashtag who did this tomb even belong to? Whose rest are we disturbing? After the labyrinth to get here, he better be worth it. Hashtag some ancient devil king or something probably. I don't know. Nothing I've read about the area even hints at a tomb being hidden here. The carving up above was in Enochian, so they have to be old. From the first half of the Great War, at least. Hashtag then why the fuck do you think he'll be useful to our research? Hashtag do you even hear yourself? Who knows the secrets of our ancestors that have been lost to time? Think of the power he could have wielded in life. Devil King. King Peace. It's all connected. Hashtag do. Do you think he knew Lucifer? That he was one of the original Satan's lieutenants? Hashtag perhaps even better. The body of the first Asmodeus still hasn't been found, after all. Hashtag wow. I almost don't feel worthy. Hashtag he's long dead either way. Any of the true devil's servants would happily give themselves after death to further our work toward his cause. Hashtag. The two lead devils bickered as they came to stand over my corpse. One of them began casting spells, careful not to disturb me. Not nearly careful enough. Subtly, the demonic power began to eat away at Gabriel's weathered light. Millennia of time had left her seal weak and vulnerable. Unnoticed by the fascinating, working devils, my seal slipped. My eyes snapped open like something out of a horror movie. One of the devils had been leaning over my face as they did. For the briefest moment, he caught a glimpse of ancient, primordial malice. A glimpse of the first murderer staring back at him with glowing eyes of shining silver. Then the light spell the devils had been maintaining went out without a whisper, casting the whole tomb into utter darkness. Hashtag Satan, FUCK. Did you see that? Hashtag idiot, what did you do? What happened to the lights? Hashtag boss. What are we supposed to do now? Hashtag create a new light, you simpleton. Hashtag air. We can't. Hashtag. An eerie chill filled the tomb, leaking through the mirror to my present, watchful audience. The sounds of too many skittering legs suddenly filled the darkness. The devils, dimly illuminated by my memory, locked up in sheer primal terror. The air itself hung heavy with a visceral, burning rage that smothered their demonic power. The view in the mirror followed me as I slipped from the altar into the shadows. Only then did I allow them a modicum of control over their magic again. The light spell came back just as suddenly as it had disappeared. The devils jumped in their skin, looking around frantically. Eyes landed on the now empty altar and the two leading devils froze as one. Nabla Cass grinned and giggled. Oh yeah. That's the good stuff. Hehehehe. Harley cackled. They awoke the mummy's curse. Very. Horror movie chic, Sean, Ivy commented as if she were casually critiquing a film. Scarecrow would have loved this, Riddler said, smiling with amusement. Back in the mirror, I stalked the tomb-raiding devils as an unseen predator. I was still slightly reeling from my abrupt awakening, watching the culprits closely to try and discern what was going on. The creaks in my bones and the near-complete lack of muscle or fat in my body told me I'd been asleep for a long, long time. The world must have changed since my sealing, that much I knew. Thankfully, I had 4 lucky volunteers to help me figure out just how much it had changed. Hashtag Sir Nibiros. The corpse. He's gone. Hashtag through painfully gritted teeth. Yes. I can see that. Thank you. Hashtag fuck this shit. You're on your own. I'm out. Hashtag. The second lead devil, yet unnamed, made a break for the tomb's exit. Without the light spell following him, the darkness quickly swallowed him whole. There was an ear-splitting, spine-tingling scream. Then, silence. Crouching on the ceiling of the tomb in the darkness, I held the devil that tried to flee. His body dangled limply in my clutches. His terrified eyes were forcibly locked with mine. They began to dim as I tore through his mind and absorbed his life force to help my body recover from its long slumber. In seconds, he matched my skeletal gauntness. An instant later, he dissolved to dust and ash. A low, menacing chuckle echoed through the tomb as I found my voice again after so long. It was all the warning the remaining devils received. The light spell flickered again, causing all 3 of them to quite literally jump. One of the 2 guard devils was unlucky enough to jump into my grasping claws. In that brief instant of darkness, I stole him away to repeat what I'd done to his boss. The light spell flickered back on just in time for an ominous, chilling splat to resound through the enclosed space. At the very edge of the light's reach, a blood stain splattered into view. The Nibiru's devil's jaw slowly dropped in abject horror. An unnatural wind underground carried delayed, echoing screams his way. Hashtag muttered Terror, Lord Satan, what have we awoken? Hashtag. Hashtag, sir. Sir. We need to go. It's already too late for them. Hashtag. Whispers of my laughter followed them as they ran. I stalked them from above, matching their pace with a casual, menacing walk on the ceiling. They never looked up. Stone hallway after stone hallway passed until they must have blurred together in the terrified devil's minds. They ran for salvation, any hope that they could be saved. The entire time, I haunted them with ghostly whispers in Enochian, the language of angels, literally scalding their devilish ears and brains with every word. The guard devil tripped and fell at one point. His boss didn't even look back, even as the guard cried out and begged for help. It honestly made me feel a bit bad for the guy. According to his colleagues' memories, they were just doing their job. Pitifully, the guard screwed his eyes closed and accepted his fate after realizing his boss wasn't coming back for him. I let him live, going after the lead bastard instead. The Nibiru's devil made it all the way to the entrance of the tomb, through a winding maze that I couldn't help but smile fondly at the thought of pure and serious Gabriel setting up. He was panting, impressive for a devil, by the end of his flight from death and damn near cried as he reached the fresh air of hell's surface. Those tears didn't stay relieved for long as I flickered into being in front of him and he caught his first clear sight of certain death. Hashtag begging Lord Satan, please. Hashtag. My hand gripped his throat. My will tore through his mind. The last thing Zairama Nibiru's knew was a whisper, knowledge taken from his mind to be used against him. Hashtag your lord is not here. The dead will not help you. But rejoice. The true lord's first murderer sends you to join him. Hashtag. He crumbled to dust as his power was drained to further fuel my recovery. Impressively, he got me nearly a quarter of the way to what I would consider my bare minimum power level. Must have been one of those high ultimate class devils. Hard fucking core, Alice said breathlessly, reacting with awe. Cass waved her arms excitedly. Yes. Violence. Horror. One-liners. Chaos. Jason groaned, damn it, Cass. Are we going to have to put you through sensitivity training again? X smiley face, Cass gasped. Asterisk gasp, asterisk no, I'm perfectly well adjusted. In the mirror, I looked around as devil dust drifted away in the wind. I quickly found an Enochian message carved into the stone above the tomb's entrance. Reading it was enough to make me go utterly still. Hashtag I dearly hope that one day this will be read by the one it's meant for. If it really is you, know that I am deeply sorry for what I've had to do. I'm sorry I never found another way. I pray that you can forgive me. If not, and even if I never see you again, know that you will be in my thoughts and prayers forevermore. Your Gabby hashtag. Hey, goth boy. What's it say? Harley asked in the present as we all watched my past self reel from shock in the mirror. I quietly repeated the message, translating for my audience's benefit. Oh, wow, Selena muttered, slightly stunned by Gabriel's heartfelt words. Dee Dee smiled softly, that's very sweet. I take back what I said earlier. I think I quite like this Gabriel. Two-Face grunted gruffly to hide the emotion in his voice, hell of a woman. Penguin shook his head, aren't we all looking for someone like that? Cass shrugged. I'm looking more for someone who will slaughter their way through an entire fortress for me. Like Sean. Attention returned to the mirror as something in the scene changed. The guard devil-eyed spared wandered out of the tomb, dread and shock written all over his face. He gaped at me, practically frozen in place. I didn't even look at him, simply staring at Gabriel's message. Hashtag. Go on. You alone will be spared today. Go on and spread what happened here. Spread the word. Hashtag only after saying that did I turn to look at him, silver eyes boring deep into his devilish soul. Hashtag tell the world that Cain, the first murderer, has returned. Hashtag. In the mirror, the devil scrambled off as if he'd seen the end of all things. Outside of it in the present, Cass was practically drooling. So fucking cool. You sure put the fear of, God into him. Selena gave a cat-like smirk. Is that it? Clarion asked slowly. Because that was already a lot. I grinned. Oh, no, the story's second act is just getting started. It just so happened that I awoke during some very interesting times for that world. Chapter 63, 55, DXD Matters. It was a brisk day in hell when I awoke and returned to the world. I intoned with a heavy voice. The sky bloomed a bright, alien purple with each day. Darkness under an artificial moon claimed each night. A vast, familiar landscape stretched out before me, a whole other world beneath the mortal plane. Across the entirety of hell, creatures of sin lived surprisingly normal lives. They lived and loved. They thrived parallel to the realms of man and heaven. They formed a society, an empire that had lasted the test of time and changed just the same as the rest of the world. The devils were no longer the deplorable creatures I once knew. They'd grown with their progenitors' death and absence. Evolved into something to almost be proud of. All at the behest of their 4 new great Satans. Though they bore the names of demons long slain, Ajuka, Seraphal, Falbium, and Surzex were almost nothing like their predecessors. They were honorable. They were willing to compromise. They were, if not kind or benevolent, about as close to good as devils could get. They'd seen their species brought to the edge of extinction by their cruel, old ways. Everything they did was dedicated to avoiding a repeat of that, to avoid a repeat of apocalyptic wars and the evil that brought their parents and grandparents so close to utter oblivion. Of course, the devils were not alone in hell. The fallen ruled a section unto themselves, gathered into an overarching organization called the Gregory for strength and safety. After the Great War, the relationships between the 3 biblical factions were tense and strained, always under threat by the smallest of transgressions. No one wanted another great war. And so, the factions' leadership did their best to maintain cordial relations, did their best to maintain the shaky ceasefire that saved all 3 of their races equally. Likewise, hell was not the only hellish realm beneath the mortal plane. It was merely part of a greater underworld, the largest part but certainly not alone. The rest of the world's pantheons did not cease to exist in God's creation, even into the modern age. Olympus and Hades persisted. As did Asgard and Hell. The same with the Shinto and their Yomi. With God and Lucifer's deaths, the biblical factions could not even claim the role of world's strongest faction. Not without dispute. The Hindu faction, with unbelievable beings like Indra, Shiva, Brahma, and Vishnu, challenged them for that spot at the top of the world. And that wasn't even mentioning the dragons and monsters that also inhabited God's abandoned creation. Draig, Albion, Tiamat, Crumcrotch, Apophis, Fenrir. Honestly, in a list of top 10 strongest beings, the biblical factions took up a worryingly small number of spots. When I was sealed, God, Great Red, and Ophis were tied for the top 3. Upon waking, God was dead and below them, the list had shifted quite dramatically. This was the world I re-emerged into. Little ol' me, I smirked slightly. Alone against the world. A cruel, apathetic world where power ruled above all else. Worse than that, a world that had trampled upon my descendants. Humans were hardly more than cattle, the masquerade of the supernatural only maintained because it would be slightly troublesome otherwise. As the oldest living human, I saw it all as a disgrace. Oh, Dee, he's talking about God and hell and angels and devils and pantheons and world's strongest, Barbara groaned, making herself known after she and 2 others made a quiet entrance during my monologue. It's not too late to just turn around as if we never heard anything. Diana, one of the 2 with Barbara, smirked at her. Take heart, Barbara. We are already here. Bolster your spirit and face your fears head on. In other words, Kara, the last of the 3 latecomers to my story time, giggled. Suck it up, Babs. This is a mistake, Barbara said flatly. At least you're in good company for this mistake, Jason joked, a weak attempt at consolation. Cass cheered. Hooray. More meat for the storytime slaughter. How heartening, Barbara snarked. She sat down and sighed. All right, we're stuck here now. Catch us up to speed. Oh. Can I? Alice asked, surprisingly perky if one ignored the mischievous grin on her face. Go ahead, I allowed. Wait, before you do. Lucy. You might as well make an appearance in person now that we're accepting new audience members. I know you're listening. With a flickering, swirling, twist of reality, the devil appeared in a seat at my bar with a devilish smirk on his face and a drink already in hand. Don't mind if I do. Thank you, Sean. I've very much enjoyed your story so far. Hades and Persephone went stiff in their seats, nodding polite, slightly deferential bows to Lucy, Lord Lucifer. An honor. Lucy, Hestia smiled much more calmly. Hello again. Hestia, my dear, always a pleasure, Lucifer smiled at her, ignoring her stiffer relatives. No greeting for me, cousin. Dee pouted an adorable partial pout. I'm almost hurt. Lucifer rolled his eyes. You've known I was paying attention since the beginning, Dee. I hardly think I need to greet you when we were merely across the metaphorical room from each other. Still, Dee grumbled. It's the thought that counts. Understandably, Lucifer quickly caved under to Dee's pout. Hello, cousin Dee. I'm always glad to see you again. Better. Much better, Dee nodded happily, a content smile suddenly emerging on her face. Lord and Lady Hades. Lady Hestia, Diana bowed to her gods. Diana of Themyscira greets thee. I intended to apologize to Sean on behalf of our pantheon, but it seems your benevolence has beaten me to the act. Hades sighed, the action not truly directed at Diana. Your instincts are commendable and you do your gods proud, Diana. Prouder than we deserve. How you manage to be more mature than my immortal kin, I will never know. Thankfully, it seems that Sean doesn't hold any ill will. At least, not toward all of us. We'll get to the rest of your gods, I grinned a promise and casually said. Hecate giggled a touch maniacally in the background, oh, I can hardly wait. Diana frowned, that does not fill me with confidence, but I find myself hard-pressed to argue if you feel such actions are necessary, Sean. Yeah, introductions, blah, Alice rolled her eyes hard. Can I get to my fun already? Go ahead, I chuckled. Barbara, Kara, Diana. I suggest you brace yourselves. Sit down, perhaps. Yes, even you, Diana. Freaking wonderful, Barbara grumbled as all three of them found seats at the bar. So. Alice clapped and began. Dad was telling the story of a world that ran on literal epee and soft hentai logic. Bullshit, Barbara deadpanned. That. Diana paused. Seems hard to reconcile with the powerful world of might and mythology we heard of upon our arrival. Kara cocked her head at me, didn't you tell us about this world already? Snippets of it, but yes, I nodded. Left semi-direct product degree omega degree right semi-direct product, Cass grinned eagerly. And now we're getting the whole, balls out, titties against the wall story. Meep. Kara squeaked. L language. Lewd. Bad, Cass. Bad. I'm more concerned with how my daughter seems to know what hentai is. Dee frowned. Anyway. Alice hurriedly continued. It's also the world where Dad met Ophis and seemingly got his last name from. I waved my hand SOSO, more like my last name influenced my birth in that world, I suspect. Cain. Barbara muttered to herself in confusion. Yeah. Dad was born as Cain then. Like, Bible Cain. The first murderer. Killed his brother, cursed by God, granddaddy issues with Big G, all of that. Alice grinned. Lucifer hummed in amusement. I knew I felt something familiar on you. The mark of Cain would do it. Thankfully, you're much more fun than the dickhead Cain I know. Bullshit, Barbara groaned, putting a bit of emotion into the expletive. Hee, Alice giggled, clearly enjoying herself. And now, Dad just got done telling us about the great war between heaven and hell, God dying, Dad being sealed until modern times, how Ophis was tamed with sweets and spankings, and his reawakening. Oh, and his Romeo-Juliet type affair with the Archangel Gabriel. Bull. Shit. Barbara shouted, her frustration at my everything boiling over. I'm still unsure how to feel hearing about Father's death, Lucifer considered. We may not always get along and he is rather hands-off these days, but existence would be entirely different with him gone. Perhaps not in a good way. Penguin barked an incredulous laugh, I'd hope not in a good way. Can we go back to his Romeo-Juliet affair with the angel? Kara asked. That sounds kind of nice and romantic. It was very sweet, Minerva nodded. Tragically bittersweet so far, but I have hopes it will turn around as the story continues. Diana glanced at her old friend with emotion thick in her eyes but visibly pushed down her desire to reconnect for the moment in favor of a question, and now we move on to your adventures there in the modern era, Sean. That's right, I nodded. Even upon first stepping out from the tomb I was sealed within, I was like nothing the modern world had ever seen. A primordial human, one of the first to ever walk God's creation. The very essence of a human being, as created in his image, and utterly undiluted by the march of time. I was still cursed, certainly. But that only added to my strength and magic. Born when the earth was still new, very few could claim themselves above me in that life. And the only one I respected and feared, the only one who could definitively kill me and free me from my curse, was now dead. As you may have realized, my existence somewhat skirted the norms and usual rules of power in that world. Humans, almost as a rule, were a race of potential. We weren't born strong like angels or gods or devils. But we also had no cap on our abilities, absolutely no upper limit to our growth. Under the right, very rare, circumstances and given enough time, plus effort and determination, we could surpass anything. Now. I paused for effect. I want you to imagine the most quintessential human from that breed of infinite potential, one generation removed from the original, for example, born at the dawn of time and cursed with an immortality that left them endlessly striving for more. The fourth human to ever exist. The second generation progenitor of humanity itself. And the only one in my immediate family who survived an apocalyptic war between heaven and hell into the modern era. Cain, firstborn son of Adam. The one branded the first murderer. Me. The silence was thick enough to cut. My audience stared at me in shock. Gaped at me in awe. Their imagination spun wildly at the picture I'd painted. Behind me, the mirror reflected my cane self. I looked remarkably similar to the me of the present. Sharp, handsome features. Matte gray hair, the color too vivid to be mistaken for a product of old age. And piercing eyes that shined glorious, almost blinding silver from white to pupil, impossibly staring dead at everyone on the other side of the mirror. Fuck. Jason forced out with a suddenly dry mouth. Fuck, Barbara nodded in agreement. That. Penguin gulped. Is certainly a mental image and a half. In contrast to almost everyone else, Cass' eyes sparkled with sheer glee. Oh, fuck yeah. Humanity, fuck yeah. Eat that, stupid monsters and gods and whatever the fuck. Humanity's got that dog in M. Damn, goth boy. Even Harley was a good bit stunned. You really don't play, do you? Certainly not back then, I chuckled. As I've said, humanity was being trampled and preyed upon. Killed for fun or sport, stolen by the devil's evil pieces, outright dismissed as vermin despite the fact that the earth was created to be ours. The last word was said in a growl that rumbled with all too real thunder. The reality of it all was simple. And unacceptable to me as humanity's remaining ancestor. The supernatural races coveted us. For our potential. For our numbers. And for our sacred gears. And not enough was being done to stop them from having their way. Sacred gears? Riddler asked, his voice left shaky from my current intensity. Dee Dee laid a calming hand on my shoulder. Ophis shifted in her silent nap, still cuddled into my chest. Simi sang a soothing song without words. I forced myself to take a deep breath. I'd gotten much more worked up about all of this than I meant to. Apologies, I exhaled. Sacred gears. Right, I seem to have missed them so far. Back during the Great War, humanity was taking a beating due to the sheer collateral damage involved in the fighting. To help solve this, I teamed up with Merlin to gift humanity magic they could use. And God made a system of his own, the sacred gears. They were powers gifted to humanity alone, operating within heaven's cycle, and sourced from the enemies of humanity, God, monster, and dragon alike. 13 of them were powerful enough to kill gods. Good intentions, Father, Lucifer hummed with interest. But it seems that project went bad somewhere along the way, yes. It did, I confirmed. After God's death and the advent of the evil pieces, sacred gears became just another aspect of humanity for the supernatural to covet. It allowed some to defend themselves and others, but it also invited a certain level of risk, even for the weakest of sacred gears. To say nothing of the 13 most powerful. It sounds like being a human in that world was a rather unfortunate affair, Hestia said, hedging her words diplomatically. Sounds like it sucked donkey taint, Two-Face grunted crudely. Just absolute donkey taint, Harley nodded sagely. Thank you both, Penguin deadpanned. Your colorful language is greatly appreciated. And accurate, I chuckled, having settled down by a considerable margin now. I discovered humanity's unfortunate situation firsthand from the devil's minds when I first awoke. Those two leading devils were the worst devilkind had to offer. Even just personally, they were responsible for a fair few small-scale crimes against humanity. Now, understandably, I was not content with the situation as it stood. After millennia of being trampled upon en masse, it was about time someone, close to the problem, stood up for humanity. The church did a job of it. I'd hesitate to call it a good job though. And they had their own problems with taking advantage of humanity, seeing their service to God as a golden ticket to do just about any atrocity they could think of if it meant hurting heaven's enemies. Which, I'll remind you, weren't supposed to be a thing considering the already tenuous ceasefire between the three factions. The Christians getting ahead of themselves, doing more harm than good, and perhaps sparking a war. Ivy drawled dryly. Why, it's practically unthinkable. Definitely no precedent for it. Harley giggled along. There was good in the church, I chuckled. Plenty of it, in fact. Most of the nuns and priests and so on genuinely wanted to help people and live according to their good book's teachings. Then there were the saints-to-be like little Asia with her healing sacred gear. She was pure enough to give Kara a run for her money. I'm not sure I like being the standard against which purity is measured, Kara pouted and grumbled adorably. I can be bad. So bad. Everyone stopped and looked at Kara. Then as one, we all decided to ignore her protests. To do otherwise would be to acknowledge a sun that suddenly reversed course across the sky and set in the west. I continued right on over Kara, receiving an adorable hey. But there was also plenty of evil to be found in the church. Wolves in God's flock. Sinners who would make the staunchest of atheists blush. Don't even get me started on all of the church-funded experiments. A few of those would make Nazi scientists sit up and take notes. Ah, organized religion, Lucifer sighed fondly. Truly, you did more to kill my father's ambitions, teachings, and vision for humanity than I did. It's just what tends to happen when you leave divine teachings and truths in imperfect, corruptible, mortal hands. I actually spent a decent amount of time with the church, particularly their younger exorcists and clergy in training. That was how I met adorable little Asia, I shrugged. But I digress. The point is that the church wasn't doing a good enough job of protecting humanity in my mind. So I was going to do it my way. But I'd just woken up in an era that was practically alien to me. I needed a way to get the lay of the land, so to speak. So I went to see an old friend. I finished with an amused smirk, not at my audience's expense but at the memory of said old friend. Scenes played in the mirror, showing my reintroduction to polite society. Deep in one of the most secure facilities in the greater underworld, there was a meeting room. And in that meeting room, a series of immensely powerful individuals were arrayed. Fallen angels, the leading cadre of the Grigori. Some were merely 10 of wing, powerful enough to sink Australia if they truly tried. Others were archangels in their own right, some of God's original creations who had fallen from grace long ago. Penemu, even more enamored by NTR than Azazel, Shemhazai, that damned trap, Barakiel, unique, in his enthusiasm for SNM, particularly the M part. And Azazel, leader of the Grigori and the old friend I'd come to see. He sat at the head of the table, almost disrespectful in his irreverence. His feet were kicked up. His chair was leaned back. His head was resting back in his hands as he stared at the ceiling and balanced a pen on his upper lip like an utter fool. He hadn't changed a day, in age or demeanor. Penemu spoke to the room, acting as officiator for the meeting, hashtag and the last order of business for the day. Kokabeel, calm your fucking tits. This is the 5th time in a decade we've had to chastise you for playing fast and loose with the masquerade. Some of us are coming to the edge of our patience. Hashtag. Kokabeel scoffed like a petulant child, hashtag TCH. I am perfectly calm. It is those damned humans that should be in trouble for provoking me. Hashtag. Yes, a mistaken order at Starbucks is flawless reasoning for what the human media is calling domestic terrorism. Hashtag Shemhazai drawled sarcastically. Hashtag are we done now? Hashtag Azazel asked, his tone utterly bored. A wave of general agreement went around the table. Azazel sighed in relief, hashtag excellent. I have a fun little sacred gear curiosity to address. Hashtag. He pulled out some report or file or another and began to read through it, ignoring the rest of the room. The Grigori cadres began to get up and go about their business. I suddenly leaned over Azazel's shoulder to read with him, unnoticed by everyone until I spoke. Hashtag you seem to be doing good work with the gears these days, Zell. Why, the old man might even be proud, hashtag. Hashtag father's fucking tits. Hashtag Azazel quite literally jumped out of his seat, spinning to look at me with an uncharacteristic gaping mouth. Hashtag Cain. Is that really you? Why dash? What dash? How? The fuck? Hashtag. I can feel that reaction. Barbara groaned. In my fucking bones. I grinned, hashtag boo. I'm back, Zelly Zell. It's good to see you too. Care to help out an old friend and ally? Hashtag. Hashtag an imposter. Cain hasn't been seen for millennia. How did you get here? I'll kill you. Hashtag Kokabeel reacted with all of the sadistic enthusiasm and glee I expected from him. Hashtag bad coke boy. Heal. Hashtag I deadpanned, bringing the powerful fallen angel to an immediate, obedient stop. Hashtag obviously, the rumors of my death were greatly exaggerated, hashtag. Hee. Classic. Harley grinned and sing-songed. Cass asked an enthusiastic question. Did you smack down the terrorist turkey boy? Did ya? A few times, yes, I chuckled. Both before and after this point. Kokabeel was a rather troubled individual, even for the fallen. Sometimes, he simply had to be put back into line before he carelessly destroyed a city or two in search of a good fight. Azazel was many things but a strict, helicopter leader wasn't one of them. I'm quite interested in this version of Azazel, Lucifer smirked. Mine is such a colossal asshole it's hardly funny anymore. Zell had his moments like that, I nodded. But on the whole, he was rather chill. Especially so long after the Great War. He was mostly just interested in lust and knowledge. And he felt that peace was the best way to go about those pursuits after his father's death. Lucifer gave a throaty chuckle, peace. Oh ho ho. This whole story is slightly surreal for me. Thank you, Sean. I'm enjoying it very much. Look what you've done, Sean, Ivy teased dryly. Even the devil thinks you're beyond belief. What a sentence. Minerva muttered to herself, shaking her head. Clarion reached over and patted her on the back in commiseration. In the dead end, insanity is ever present. I like him, Hecate said firmly. He seems more interested in learning and researching these sacred gears than routine bureaucracy. I can relate to that. I suspect I would do the same in his position. I glanced at her. I don't know if you two would get along, but your drive for knowledge is quite similar. I think you would find sacred gears fascinating as well, Hecate. They're the type of subject one devotes their whole life to and still learns new things about. Hecate was practically drooling at the prospect. How fascinating. Now, Azazel brought me up to speed on what I'd missed during my sealed slumber, I said, pulling the story back on track. During this explanation, Zell was called away to deal with something in the human world. So naturally, I tagged along. Naturally, Barbara deadpanned. Just so, I chuckled. It was a whole thing with a treacherous cadre member of the Grigori messing around with creating artificial sacred gears, some of the humans the Fallen had recruited, and an ambitious third party of magicians. Centered around this one guy, just a kid, really, named Tobio Acus and his sacred gear, Canis Lycaon. I won't get into it all. Mostly because there wasn't much to get into after I stepped into the picture. In the mirror, a scene unfolded. A boy and his god-killing dog stood in the center of the frame. The aura of absolute menace they emitted was tangible even through the mirror's memory. His teammates surrounded him, none of them out of high school. Two fallen angels, one Barakiel from the earlier meeting and the other unknown, stood off to the side, locking eyes in a standoff. Against Tobio, a wretched old witch puppet, a beautiful young woman's body. A massive doll of pure ice, manifested by the young woman's sacred gear, and a giant formed from purple flames danced to the old witch's bidding. Domains of god-killing ice and fire were forced to work together in a terrifying showcase of power that ravaged the very air around the old witch. The tension between the two sides was high. A fight to the death, bound to occur. Peaceful resolution had long since ceased to be an option. 4 of the 13 Longinus faced off for a battle that could shake the world. And then I walked into the picture, heedless of Azazel's groaning protests. Satanel, the unknown, fallen angel, was the only one who recognized me. In an instant, all of the fight went out of him and he practically begged to surrender himself to Barakiel. The other antagonist was not so lucky as to be allowed to surrender. The world itself shuddered and shied away from me, the first murderer. Even Canis Lycaon laid down, put its paws over its eyes, and whimpered. And so it was. Cain's return was announced to the world. The world reacted with a scream, a whimper, and the offering of an old witch to the first murderer. The witch, Augusta as I came to know, even put up a half-decent fight. She was an accomplished magician, boosted even further by her sacred gear, Incinerate Anthem, the holy cross upon which Christ was crucified. She sent forth wave after wave of powerful spells that attempted to consume me. I simply walked forward, absorbing the spells and their power for myself. Even when she resorted to her god-killing flames, I reminded Incinerate Anthem of who killed first. My god. Penguin exhaled in awe, practically breathless. It's like you're a god with a domain over killing and killing alone, Hades shrewdly observed. Don't be silly, I smirked. There's only one god in the Bible. Lucifer snorted an honest laugh, as if me and some of my siblings wouldn't be considered gods in any other pantheon. It seems the same can be said for Adam, Eve, and apparently, you. Cain. Yeah, the difference is purely pedantic in my mind, Barbara said flatly. Sean Cain, god of killing. Jason shuddered. There's a terrifying thought. I think it's adorable, dear, Didi cooed. That you were taking after me before we truly met. Something like that, I shook my head in amusement. I was quite literally the first person to kill another in that world. The cause of the first human death. The whole creationist mythos was basically true there. But also kind of not at the same time. Don't worry, I won't get into that. Can't you? It, seems like something worth getting into, Riddler asked. I pretended to consider it for a moment. No. No, I don't think I will. Wonderful, Jason groaned. Now, he's being smart about it. As amusing as this is, Diana chuckled. I would like to hear more of the story. How did you end up aiding humanity as Cain? Well, after pretty much shouting my return from the top of a proverbial mountain to the rest of the supernatural. I began. Yes, I'd imagine killing one of 13 potential god-killers tends to do that, Persephone smirked. Yeah, I nodded. And the reactions were appropriately mixed. Mostly negative at first. Only a few beings were alive to remember me as I was, but my legend had certainly spread. I had to gently dismantle a few exorcist teams the church sent after me and, politely, dissuade a few overambitious devils from delusions of recruitment. They didn't know any better, so I wasn't too harsh on them. Eventually, I accepted that I wasn't going to be left alone anytime soon. It wasn't anything new to me. So I just set myself to wander. As I was cursed to do. God's curse was weaker so long after his death, but it wasn't completely gone. My existence essentially returned to normal. Though I did quickly begin to pick up strays. Behind me, my cane self wandered through many disparate lands. Fertile farmlands. Arid deserts. Lush tropical forests. Snow-capped mountains. Tiny rural towns and bustling metropolises. Even visiting hell and its purple sky here and there. I never seemed bothered by my eternal wandering, merely radiating acceptance, as close to contentment as I could get. In some of the scenes, I wasn't alone, instead accompanied by a cute, stony-faced preteen who we watched grow in spurts between the scenes into a stoically handsome young man. The first stray I picked up was a silver-haired half-devil, I continued. The White Dragon Emperor. He wielded the sacred gear Divine Dividing, which was all about siphoning an opponent's power into itself. Strong little dude. Daddy issues out the wazoo though. He was technically Azazel's ward, but I became a much more fitting father figure than the fallen pervert. He certainly looks like he could be your son, Hestia observed with a smile. A light smirk played on my lips. His name was Vala Lucifer. Dee Dee's breath suddenly caught in her throat and Lucifer just raised a single, unflinching eyebrow. I had children. Me. He was actually your. I paused to think for a moment. Great-grandson. You, rise of him, what's his face, and then Valley. Yeah, great-grandson. Grandbabies. Dee Dee exclaimed breathlessly. Grandbabies. Cousin, do you know what this means? Do enlighten me, Lucifer drawled with dry amusement. I have a grandnephew. Dee Dee squealed. Yes, I suppose you do, Lucifer smirked. And you're also more excited about this Vala's existence than I am. Why aren't you more excited? Dee Dee pouted. I'm intrigued, certainly. I just wouldn't say excited, Lucifer shrugged. Dee Dee turned her nose up at him with a haughty sniff. Apathy does not make you look cooler, Cousin Lucy. Of course, little Dee Dee, of course, Lucifer rolled his eyes. My apologies. Anyway, I cut back in. Valley was that world's youngest Lucifer. He escaped an unfortunate familial situation after the abuse of his mother, and Azazel essentially adopted him. Then after I showed up, he started spending time with me in an effort to grow ever stronger. Diana frowned slightly. That does not seem like a healthy mindset for one so young. He didn't really have any other choice, I said. His grandfather Rizavim, the original Lucifer's son, was one of the strongest beings in the world. Valley wanted to be free from his influence. He figured the best way to do that was to get strong enough to challenge and kill Rizavim. It helped that he was a little battle maniac all on his own, of course. Honestly, that silly boy was never happier than when he was going all out against me or his fated rival. Phi Omega Phi *, Cass nodded. Yeah, I get it. Nothing better than life or death to get the blood flowing. I bet fighting against you would be exhilarating. Unfortunately, I doubt you'll be allowed to do that anytime soon, Cass. I shook my head with a chuckle and continued. The second stray I picked up was a sweet young damper girl. The daughter of that world's Vlad Tepes, actually. Not the original Dracula, but of his lineage. Penguin chuckled. You seem to run into vampires quite often, Sean. Dracula, more specifically. I shrugged. In the grand scheme of things, they're rather common. These vampires weren't even anything special. They had the whole stereotypical Transylvanian castle thing going for them, but that was about it. The only thing that was even somewhat interesting was the fact that they were split into two major factions, Tepes, dominated by men, and Carmilla, dominated by women. Other than that, they were pretty damn bog standard. I didn't even feel anything for wiping their leadership out wholesale. They preyed on humanity, blood chattel and the like, too much for any regret. Also, the king and prince were abusive to sweet Valerie, their own blood. That was unacceptable. In the mirror behind me, scenes played out as I single-handedly brought down an entire castle. Spells for sieges tore it apart brick by brick. Magic natural disasters ravaged and salted the lands surrounding it. The human blood chattel and slaves were liberated, led to fight back against the vampires that used and abused them. In the castle's tallest tower, I found a young girl, kept weak and bled dry of her vaunted and coveted power. #ARU, a knight. Here to rescue me. How strange. I don't see any shining armor. #. She fainted immediately after, the words seemingly taking all of her remaining energy. My cane self took her from her tower prison. She was swathed in the warmth and love she sorely needed. Scenes changed. We watched her heal and come out of her shell, becoming a sweet and lively young woman who lit up the room. HNG. Harley bit her lip to muffle a squeal. Must protect. I shook my head fondly. The idiots didn't even realize how much they were taking her for granted. Taking advantage of her, too. They were so focused on exploiting her sacred gear that even her father and brother, hell, especially them, ignored everything that made her a person. Valerie deserved so much better than to be born into the family that she was. Thankfully, I was able to rectify that before it was too late. What was her sacred gear? Hecate asked curiously. Sephiroth Graal, I answered. Quite literally the Holy Grail. Bathed in the blood of Christ, it was complete and utter dominion over souls. To the point of rivaling God himself if he was still alive. Oh. Clarion squeaked. I suppose I can understand why her own family were such bastards to her now. Doesn't excuse it though, Hades grunted. Truly, Hestia agreed firmly, her frown darkening the room like a flickering hearth fire that threatened to go out. The home is sacred. Yet it seems that Valerie was cheated of it until she met Sean. Despicable. Utterly despicable. They weren't even using it to its true potential, I scoffed. Merely to buff their foot soldiers and themselves for self-serving purposes. Sephiroth Graal could single-handedly fix God's failing system. It could breathe new life into the world and revive the dead. It could modify and mold souls like clay. It could prevent angels from falling or restore them to their lost light. When it came to souls, the Grail's potential was practically infinite. Leave it to vampires to have the solution for all that ails them at their fingertips and squander it, Lucifer chuckled, the sound harsh and dismissive. They used some of its potential but not nearly enough of it, I continued. And of course, there was a cost to such power. One that Valerie paid every time she used her Grails. Namely, information overload that threatened to overwhelm her mind. Dominion over all souls was hardly a forgiving mistress, especially for mortal-born minds. It was a recurring problem for wielders of the Grail. Users before Valerie were almost constantly taken advantage of, much like Valerie herself was. Unfortunately, their power left them rather vulnerable to such things. Sounds like as much of a curse as a boon, Hecate noted. Please tell me you did something about that. Even just from an academic perspective, it would be a shame to not improve upon something so flawed. I did what I could, I nodded. I crafted a spell for her to help her mind cope and sort through the overwhelming, incomprehensible data of souls. Actually, you might be interested in it. Partition and sort. Simi let out an excited ding as the spell's data filtered through my words. Hecate squealed in sudden glee and excitement. Clarion groaned, oh, hell, that's so fucking useful. The array is even easy to understand, modify, and apply. Enjoy, I waved my permission for them to do what they would with my magical creation. Now, other than adopting Valley and Valerie, my wanders took me all over the world. From the Vatican in Rome to the Shinto capital in Kyoto. The other pantheons usually weren't very happy with my presence. A wicked grin came across my face. But there wasn't much they could do to the first murderer. A montage of scenes overtook the mirror. I visited the Pope on a whim. God's first murderer simply walked right into the heart of the Vatican. I danced past devil and heretic-hunting exorcists and priests as they frantically tried to stop me. All they succeeded in doing was tripping over themselves as I made off with the Pope's prestigious hat. Oh, God, Barbara couldn't help but laugh. That's so fucking blasphemous. Just no respect at all. The Pope was a surprisingly good sport about it, I said. He and his second-in-command even gave me a decent little fight. They were in great shape for 80-something-year-old men. You fought the Pope, Jason deadpanned. And the Pope fought back. Yep, I simply nodded. Sure earned my approval. If he hadn't, I likely would have had to dismantle the whole church and start all over again. What good's a Pope if he can't kick some ass? Here. Harley cackled. For all, Cass gave an eager, devilish smirk. I suddenly have a new goal in life. She either means to fight the Pope or become the Pope. Selena shook her head in exasperation. I don't know which is worse. The montage behind me continued. I somehow snuck my way into Valhalla, crashing the Eternal Party there. The Norse were good sports about it. Thor especially shared quite a few drinks with me. Odin and I laughed and caught up on old adventures. He'd gotten himself a new assistant Valkyrie who was simply adorable to tease. Another scene change saw me casually smacking the shit out of Sun Wukong. The old monkey was grinning with glee at the chance to return to his youth. Fighting energy, Tuki, poured off him like a raging inferno, shaking the earth and the heavens. An entire mountain range in Tibet suddenly found itself looking very different as our fight rearranged the landscape. That might be the most impressive thing I've seen you do, Hades deadpanned. That. Harley cocked her head. But it's just an old monkey. Hades shuddered, don't fuck with Sun Wukong. Ah. Harley paused. You know. Valid. I guess I didn't quite realize who that was. Now, as you might expect, I began to earn a reputation, I said with a chuckle. The first murderer? With a reputation? You don't say. Ivy drawled dryly. Why, yes, I do say, I smirked right back at her. I was something of a faction unto myself. Similar to how I was during the Great War, but taken to an even greater extent in accordance with how the world had developed. But of course, that reputation didn't come without its issues. The mirror shook with a deafening boom. Hell itself was turned upside down as past me clashed with someone who could render the world inhabitable and hardly break a sweat. Magic, enough to raise civilizations to dust, flew freely through the air. I pushed off the ground, breaking the sound barrier with almost negligent ease, and flying as a bullet toward my apocalyptic opponent. Dear magic. Hecate physically paled at the destruction on display. Who could warrant such power? Rise of him Levon Lucifer, only son of and the first devil to surpass the original Lucifer, I answered solemnly. See, the stupidly malicious old Satan faction began to talk shit, you might say. Oh, Harley muttered, a vicious grin on her face. Left semi-direct product, right semi-direct product, Cass matched Harley's grin. That means they're about to get hit. Get hit, they did, I nodded. They claimed me as one of theirs, the closest thing to a primal embodiment of evil the Bible had now that Lucifer was dead. Understandably, I took offense to that. And went about wiping the old Satan faction from the face of hell. Rise of him was the last boss, per se, of that faction. The only one able to put up a fight against me. A hell of a fight at that. Demonic power burned away at the air, leaving the space around Rise of him more akin to the void of space than anywhere livable. A blood-chilling frown darkened his lips and brow. Impressively, the pinnacle example of devilkind was actually bruised and bloodied. Not only that, a wicked curse ate away at his flesh, fueled by my mark of Cain, the ultimate curse of God himself. Unfortunately, even as I landed a punch to shake hell itself, I was in a similarly poor state. Blood leaked from my split lip. My clothes were tattered rags, more appropriate for the moments after I'd first woken up in the present. Dark Tukey, a damn near physical representation of my determination to fight, cloaked my form in shadows. God's mark burned like the sun on my chest, the only form of light allowed near me. Oh shit. Clarion exclaimed softly. I think this is the worst off we've seen Sean ever. Dee damn, this Rise of him guy is absolutely not to be fucked with, Jason shuddered. Scary. Kara nodded in agreement. Terrifying, Selena corrected. Should I be proud of my offspring? Lucifer asked, his voice more amused than worried, of course. Dee pouted, no, I don't think you should, cousin. I'm very close to writing him out of the family. Lucifer stared at her for a moment. Now, that. Dee, going so far. That is terrifying. In the mirror, Rise of him and I threw everything we had at each other. Spells to rewrite reality. Physical blows that tore through the fabric of space. Dark energies that obliterated everything they came into contact with. Only when hell itself was nearing collapse did Rise of him and I back down, mutually agreeing to a temporary stalemate as we glared pure revenge at each other. In the end, he was left worse off than past me, never able to truly rid himself of the caustic curse fueled and maintained by the mark of Cain. My audience was left stunned and silent by what they'd witnessed. That kind of power was the kind of thing that completely turned someone's world upside down. Even here in a reality of gods, villains, and heroes, it was hard to comprehend. That little bastard likely would have enjoyed himself here to his cold heart's content. Now. I clapped, startling everyone out of their dreadful shock. For something lighter. The mirror changed and we watched as I cast a grand spell that restored an ancient city to its prime, literally raising it from the waves that had claimed it. The land around rose with it. Weathered and eroded marble came to shine like new. Streets reconstructed themselves from almost nothing. Tapestries came back from the brink of oblivion, their vivid colors painting the buildings and flying free in the wind once more. Oh. That's the stuff, Hecate moaned. Please tell me that wasn't Atlantis, Barbara begged. Okay, I smirked. I won't tell you. It looks remarkably similar to the Atlantis we once visited, Persephone noted. The current Atlantis has changed so much it's practically unrecognizable from the past. Not to mention the change in scenery. Indeed, Hestia nodded, pointing at the mirror. In fact, I believe I visited that same bakery when the city was still above water. They served the cutest shaped honey bread. Minerva fixed me with an intense stare, the archaeologist within her shining through. I could kiss you right now. I laughed. Unfortunately, the Atlantis here is still very much in use, so I doubt I can pull off the same miracle again. Wouldn't raising Atlantis again have been a breach of the supernatural masquerade? Riddler asked. Sure, it was, I shrugged. I didn't particularly care. I just left it as one of those unexplainable curiosities about the world. More like impossibility, Alice snarked. Well, that's hardly my problem, is it? I teased. You were quite literally the only one responsible, Dad, Alice deadpanned. I don't see how that should have changed anything, I steadfastly ignored her implication. She rolled her eyes. I wiggled my brows at her. That just made Alice roll her eyes even harder. Dee Dee giggled at our antics. Satisfied, I turned the focus back to the mirror as the scene changed one last time. A blonde fox woman tittered drunkenly, hiding her mouth full of fangs behind numerous fluffy fox tails. She was deep in her cups. And overflowing from her cups too. Just absolutely spilling out of her dress. Cleavage deep enough to drown in was thrust forward upon the world. Miles and miles of smooth, soft, succulent flesh were put on display from a half-opened kimono as the kitsune leaned forward to pour past me more sake. Men or woman, the scene stole every breath in the bar. Yasaka did tend to have that effect on people. She was a stone-cold fox. In more ways than one. Centuries of experience using her looks to her advantage served her well in that moment, considering the Shinto faction went for the soft sell with me. A honeypot, one might say. Oh. Two-Face began. My. Selena continued. Goddess. Harley finished with a shout. Oh, that's not even fair. She's not even fair. Persephone pout. Tell me about it, Minerva nodded in agreement. I'd still take you any day of the week, Persephone, Hades reassured. Persephone turned a queer eye on him, then you would be an idiot, dear husband. Mother's grain, I'd be disappointed, even. Look at her dash, bountiful tracts of land. They are somewhat impressive, Hades admitted, never looking away from his wife. But I prefer the flowers of spring. Oh. Persephone gasped, taken aback and now blushing up a storm. She glanced away, too flustered to meet his eyes. A silly smile played upon her lips. Nodding my respect to Hades, I casually twisted space to deliver him a discreet fist bump. That shit was smooth as hell, masterfully done. Dee Dee hummed. Despite her attractiveness, I'm not sure I'm the biggest fan of this one. Even the largest epee have their limits, I said sagely. Yasaka was partially interested in me, but mostly, she acted that way with an ulterior motive. Namely, ensuring the first murderer wasn't going to bring her realm to ruin. She might have been down for a roll in the hay or two, but she also had subjects to look out for. And my heart already set on someone else then anyway. Ah, yes, Penguin physically shook off the hypnotizing power of fox titties. The Archangel Gabriel. I notice you haven't made any real mention of her since you woke up in the story. Riddler nodded along, there was the message. But that's it. What has she been up to? How did she react to your return? Gabriel. I began. Well, let's put it this way, I'm pretty sure I heard her scream from heaven when she got the news. Hell, I'm pretty sure the whole world heard. The mirror montage was put on pause. A great scream echoed forth from my reflected memory. It was a complex thing, layered with emotion. Grief and loss. Anger and excitement. The Dead End's audience got a taste of an angel's complicated feelings for the one who should have been anathema to her being, but clearly wasn't. Then the scenes in the mirror began to shift again. We all watched and heard the warnings I received in that life after my return. From just about everyone who knew Gabriel or who had a direct line to heaven. From Odin, the divine pervert warning me with a smirk, to Azazel, disgruntled and almost petty with his grudging warning. A particularly faithful human exorcist named Griselda Corda imperiously notified me of her lady's interest. Even Gabriel's brother, the Archangel Michael, awkwardly told me that his sister was stopping at nothing to find me again. ## go on, Cain. Make the rest of us old farts proud. Wisdom says making a woman like her wait is a terrible idea, ##. ##. I still hate that she chose you. Bastard. We may be slightly estranged, but I don't want to see her cry, Cain. If she does, even father's curse won't save you, ##. ##. The Lady Gabriel has tasked me with keeping my eyes out for you, cursed one. Know that I shall be reporting your presence here to her at once. You would do best to not keep her waiting too long. And, heir. It's a rather romantic situation, I confess. I'm rooting for you too. ##. She won't stop looking, Cain. My sister is determined for the first time in centuries. No, beyond that. I haven't seen Gabriel like this in millennia. It's as if we were young once more. I think even father would approve of the two of you at this point, ##. And still, I led Gabriel on a merry chase across the globe. I could practically feel her following me at all times. She had my scent and she wouldn't let it go. I essentially recreated the circumstances through which we first fell in love. Only this time, Gabriel didn't seem to be wasting any time with lying to herself. Eventually, I let her corner me. The mirror showed the scene of our reunion. She'd changed. For the better, as amazing a prospect as that was to contemplate. The might of God had been tempered by ages of peace. The unstoppable strength of her sword arm fell behind a much softer curtain of diplomacy and compromise. Yet the woman I loved was still there, clear as day. Long hair of spun gold. A holy halo, unwavering above her head. The most beautiful white feathers I'd ever seen. Brilliant blue eyes, as clear and calm as tropical waters. A body that simply wouldn't quit. Even covered by a pure, white sundress, her figure should have been positively sinful. Instead, it somehow managed to bring forth faith and purity in even the most depraved, desolate, and sinful minds. And on her face, in her eyes, a fierce glare was leveled at me. Complete with adorable puffed-up cheeks and perfectly pouting lips in an angry frown. Oh, God. Harley called upon the name of Gabriel's father. She's adorable. Heavenly, Ivy nodded beside her. I've known Gabriel for 3 seconds, Barbara said, her voice firm. If anything happened to her, I would kill everyone here and then myself. She's certainly prettier than my Gabriel, Lucifer snorted. Which is an impressive feat, Hestia added. Considering all of your brothers are men the youth would call up pretty boys. Back in the mirror, Gabriel pouted. Fiercely. Hashtag moo. You made me chase you. Chase. Stay still, dang it. Let me catch you. Hashtag. Hashtag heh, nostalgic, isn't it? Hashtag. Hashtag. I suppose. Didn't you see my message though? Hashtag. Hashtag sigh I did. I guess I just wasn't ready right after waking up. Hashtag. Hashtag oh. Are you ready, now? Hashtag. Hashtag I've prepared my heart. I'd say I had a lot to think about but I really didn't. With you, Gabby, my decision always has and always will be the same. Hashtag. Hashtag IIVE thought a lot too. About you. And me, hashtag. Hashtag oh. I've been on your mind. Hashtag. Hashtag my message said as much, didn't it? Even after father. You've always been in my thoughts and prayers, Cain. Hashtag. Hashtag end. Hashtag. Hashtag and I think I've come to realize something I should have realized long ago. I don't care. Hashtag. Past me couldn't help but flinch involuntarily. Hashtag you, don't. Hashtag. Gabriel firmly shook her head. Hashtag I don't care about our differences. Or what should and should not be. Sealing you was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I promised myself when you awoke. I promised myself I would speak the truth from my heart and say what I never could. Hashtag. Hashtag relieved sigh oh. Hashtag. Hashtag Cain, son of Adam. Marked by my father. I believe you can be redeemed and you have. Even father would see it. So I won't hesitate to say this any longer. I love you. I love that you have earned your second chance and I wish to be the one to deliver it to you. Hashtag. Even on the other side of the mirror, my smile at that moment was practically palpable. Hashtag I love you too, Gabby. But I think you probably know that already. Hopefully, what comes next will surprise you. Hashtag. I got down on one knee. Gabriel gasped, covering her open mouth with dainty hands. Eyes wide and cheeks turning pink, she stared at me in shock as I proposed. Hashtag Gabby. I think we've waited long enough, wasted enough time. Will you marry me? Hashtag. Hashtag yes. Yes. Oh, father, yes. I do. Hashtag. Gabriel suddenly stopped and gasped, zeroing in on me with an intense stare and a grip on my shoulders that could have crushed steel. Hashtag Cain. Say it back. Do you? Quickly now. Hashtag. Hashtag I do. Hashtag. Hashtag perfect. By the power vested in me, I now pronounce us man and wife. Hashtag. Hashtag chuckles your brothers likely won't be happy about missing the ceremony. Hashtag. Hashtag later. We'll have a proper wedding in heaven later. For now, you're forgetting something, mister. Hashtag. Hashtag indeed, I am. Let's rectify that, shall we? Hashtag. I rose from my knees and Gabriel quite literally leaped at me. Catching her, I swung her around to bleed off momentum as she grinned with unconcealed glee. Then, of course, I kissed her and everything was right in my world. The memory in the mirror faded to black as our lips met. Woo-woo, Harley and Cass cheered as if their favorite team had just won an important sports ball game. Yay. Happy ending. Happy ending, indeed, Lucifer chuckled. I can hardly believe I'm rooting for Gabriel's happiness in marriage, though it does help that this version of my sibling is much more personable. That was very sweet, Kara smiled softly. Almost like a fairy tale. I've decided, Dee nodded. Gabriel has my stamp of approval. I quite like what I've seen from her here. I'm sure she'd be very happy to hear that if she showed up, I chuckled. Or when we go visit her ourselves, Dee hinted firmly. The wedding was nice. Ophis said, speaking up from her position on my chest where she'd been left to nap. I got to be ring bearer. Please tell me you have memories of that. I think I'd just about die from cuteness. Minerva pleaded. Based on the nods from the rest of the women in my audience, she wasn't alone in that need for Ophis-flavored adorability. Enjoy, I chuckled, waving at the mirror behind me. The feminine squeals that followed were almost deafening. From that reaction alone, I quickly spun up a slideshow-esque reel from me and Gabriel's wedding to play in the mirror. Shaking my head in amusement, my attention turned to the bemused menfolk. Fortunately, most of them were smart enough to cover their ears when the slideshow started playing. So, Penguin began. An angel, huh? How'd that work? Also, Two-Face gave me a nod of manly respect. Nice. I let my amusement show in a twitch of my lips. It worked out very well for me. For both of us, I should say. Gabriel and I were happy together. And the consummation? Clarion asked diplomatically. Angels can have sex, you know, I said. Especially after marriage. But just in case, I asked Valerie to make it harder for Gabriel to fall. Not impossible, mind you. Gabriel's light was important to her, but she still believed the ability to fall was part of her father's vision for her and her siblings. That's rather admirable of her, Lucifer nodded, impressed. Given the chance, I believe most of my siblings would completely negate their ability to fall. I know I would have. Huh. Neat, Jason blinked at that information before compartmentalizing it and turning back to me. So have you got half-angel kids running around somewhere out there? I sighed. Unfortunately, it was not to be. Something dire came up, as they tend to do. Rise of him Lucifer managed to summon 666, the beast of the apocalypse, a few years later. I sacrificed my life, using my curse to finish what God started and seal it away for good. That little mongrel. Dee shouted uncharacteristically, her attention ripped from the blissful wedding slideshow by the mention of Rise of him. Oh, he is so cast out of the family it's not even funny. Woo. Righteous disownment. Harley cheered. Hades chuckled, not something you normally cheer for. But considering the circumstances, I can certainly understand it. Lucifer denounced his other-dimensional son with much fewer words and an all-too-casual sip from his drink. Deserved. Chapter 64, 56, Olympus Fell. And, hello, everyone. Quick announcement before this chapter, please bear with me. I suppose I should just get this out of the way. The next chapter after this one is going to be the last dead-end chapter for a while. The story ran much longer than I thought it would. It'll likely be almost 420k words after this next chapter. While I still enjoy the story and characters very much, I've just about burned myself out on them for the time being. Like the grind, I'll almost certainly be returning to the dead end in the future. The way I see it, the dead end's potential is good for, like, double its current length. There are still stories to tell and more importantly, Dee and Sean going on adventures in his past worlds. That's kind of what I see as the endgame/next grand arc of the story. When I return to it, Sean and Dee will be going on dates to his past lives, more stories will be told, and the Guardians of the Universe will get what's coming to them. But again, that's not going to be happening immediately. I hesitate to use the word hiatus because I feel like it's a death sentence for Fix. Still, it's basically accurate. The dead end will be going on break for a while as I recharge my motivation to write it. In the meantime, I already have several projects in the works. For one, I'm going to be returning to my Goth Girls Galore story. I feel it didn't get a fair shake of things, so I'm going to be devoting a portion of my time to that. From that story, expect shorter chapters, a reverse sexual morality world, and of course, Goth Girls. Secondly, I actually have two Worm, Wildbow, stories that I'm developing. For the unfamiliar, Worm is a superhero deconstruction setting and serial web novel written by Wildbow. It's kind of infamous for its grim darkness to the point of stupidity and ever-increasing, shit-piling escalation. Neither of my stories are going to be nearly as grimdark as the Worm canon is. In a way, I'm planning on turning the setting on its head, as so many fanfiction authors do. The first Worm FIC is something of a combination of standard gotcha system power and the celestial grimoire. My working title so far is, A Fey Gamble, or, Fey Luck. Expect parody of the grimdark/grimderp stuff, plenty of roles/RNGesus, and of course, goth girls, practically a given, knowing my work lol. Goth ponpon, anyone? The second worm FIC is more of an OC thing than a SI. Working title, WYRM. Which might give you some hint as to what it's about. If you don't follow, it's going to be a Shadowrun Greater Dragon OC/insert into worm with the goal of building a conspiracy to rival Cauldron. That one promises to be fun. Hell, both of the new stories do. This second one will probably be kept in my back pocket for a little while though as I focus my attention on Goth Girls Galore and A Fey Gamble. Anyway, I felt I ought to give everyone a fair warning. There's still one chapter left of the dead end to come. Then I'm moving on to new things for a while. As always, thank you all for your support. I couldn't do what I do without you all, smiley face. I. It took quite a bit to calm Dee Dee down from her completely justified rage. Rise of him Lucifer had crossed a line for her, impressively managing to piss off the usually placid Death. Not only had he been responsible for Sean's demise in that world, but he'd also spat in the face of family. That was unforgivable in Dee Dee's eyes. He was quickly written out of the family. Dee Dee took pleasure in striking his name across all dimensions. If dash. No, when she and Sean visited that world, she would make her displeasure fully known. And since it would be a different reality, she wouldn't be bound by her usual rules. Such a thought boded very poorly for Rise of him. He didn't even know the damnation that was now coming his way. Family was very important to Dee Dee. Their visitation to that world was only a matter of time, in Dee Dee's mind. As much as she enjoyed Sean's laid-back retirement, she also wanted to see the things he had. To experience the past that made him the man she loved so much. Fortunately, Sean had promised her dates. Promised to take her beyond what she knew and show her the greater omniverse he had traveled. They were just waiting for things to settle down a touch more. Then, Dee Dee would have him all to herself. Not only that, she would be introducing new things to her endless existence. New realms of death to preside over, new old friends to be made, and new family to be welcomed via Sean. Despite her anger at the disgraceful little mongrel descended from an alternative cousin Lucy's loins, Dee Dee couldn't help but smile at the prospect of the novelty to be had. The other girls would likely enjoy some of Sean's previous worlds as well, but Dee Dee intended to keep it just her and Sean to start with. As much as she enjoyed their company, there was something to be said for just Death and the prince consort she loved. The night at the dead end continued after Sean's Kane story. The mortals adapted. They did that well, in Dee Dee's experience. Cousin Lucy was as incorrigible as ever, reveling in the amusement Sean had brought into all of their lives. The visiting divines were friendly if bemused by everything the dead end had to offer. Dee Dee herself simply took a step back and observed her beloved prince consort in action. The way everything in his domain swirled centered around him. A small smile constantly played upon her face. It was all simply adorable, warming Dee Dee's endless deathly heart. From little Cass' usual chaotic and horny antics to how Hades complained about the workload that came with deathly association as Dee Dee nodded along and resisted the urge to pat him on the head like he was a particularly dutiful child. Hades, Persephone, and Hestia were such good guests that Dee Dee almost had hoped that the rest of their family would be the same. Almost. She knew better than to truly expect such. Especially after the ignoble Zeus had already reacted so poorly, trying to strike Sean and the dead end down. It was always going to be the way with the Olympians, Dee Dee knew, sighing to herself. As a pantheon, they were far from the most harmonious divines. Conflict was in their nature. She just hoped they'd temper their self-destructive tendencies. Otherwise, Sean would very well teach them to. Events looked to be trending that way. Outside the dead end, the rest of the Olympian gods were out for revenge. For their stolen goddess, though only two focused on that specifically. The rest bristled from the disrespect they were shown and the justified retaliation their king had seen for his dishonorable attack. They were out for blood, of body or ego. In the sphere of gods, 8 divines plotted and schemed to kill and conquer outright or humiliate to an equally extreme extent. Such extremes were completely justified, necessary, even, in their eyes. Their king of gods still lay comatose on his throne. Zeus wouldn't be acting on his own behalf anytime soon. Struck by his own greatest weapon, he was practically deceased in mind and spirit, if not body just yet. He would recover. Maybe. If Sean was feeling particularly generous, which honestly wasn't looking likely. In a way, he was lucky. His being indisposed meant he escaped from further retaliation. Other than him, only a fraction of the Olympians were in a similar place to avoid the consequences of their actions. Aphrodite and Hephaestus shared their own counsel, ignoring the stirred-up, running high emotions of their kin and colleagues. I imagine we'll be dragged into this no matter what we do, Hephaestus said. Aphrodite sighed, it's looking likely. I'd still rather we avoid the frenzy if we can help it. We could do as Hades and Persephone did, Hephaestus suggested. Indeed we could, dearest, Aphrodite agreed. They would likely vouch for us as well. If they didn't, Auntie Hestia would, Hephaestus grunted. Still, it will be quite difficult to excuse our family's actions, Aphrodite considered. They stretch the limits of even my love at times. I'd say the best course of action would be to come with a gift, Hephaestus reasoned. And I believe I have just the gift in mind. Oh, dear, Aphrodite giggled. I know that tone. What are you planning, my love? Hephaestus grinned a wicked grin. Uncultured plebeians would have called the expression ugly. Aphrodite thought it was beautiful in its own unique way, perfectly fitting for her mold-breaking beloved. She sighed besottedly. Then blinked as his words caught up to her mind. Why, my utter bitch of a mother, of course. In comparison to the unorthodox lovers, Dionysus simply couldn't bring himself to care. No, that wasn't true. He subtly slipped his way down to the mortal realm with a single purpose in mind: he was going to have a damn good drink at this dead end. He drew no attention to himself as he entered the dead end. Dionysus was in no mood to party or revel or frolic. Some would have thought such a mood to be unthinkable for the god of wine and madness. But Dionysus was more than cultured enough to enjoy a classy, quiet drink by himself. He had more important, mad things to think about than the simple excessive revelry of his youth. Like watching your weight, and waiting for your watch, and the sheer, uncomprehending madness of cheese that old loony Sheogorath was always on about. Despite purposefully concealing his presence, the bartender, who Dionysus knew of from Hercules XII's memory, noticed him. He was suitably discreet about it though, not even pausing the story he was telling. With a twist of space and causality and good service, the bartender simultaneously continued telling his story and appeared in front of Dionysus to give the youngest Olympian his full attention. Hello, Dionysus, Sean greeted. Dionysus greeted him back simply, hello. What'll you be having? Sean asked. There was no need for pomp, circumstance, or introductions. Just the implicit understanding between the bartender and a customer who wished to be left alone to his thoughts. There were times for extended conversation and interaction and times for leaving a man to his drink. The bartender understood that. Dionysus nodded his approval. Something new, he replied. Surprise dash. A drink was placed on the bar in front of him before he could finish his sentence. Once again, Dionysus was impressed. And not just by the speedy, almost precognitive service. The drink put in front of him was unfamiliar. Fresh. New. Curious. Dionysus considered. What is it? Scumble. Made from apples, mostly, Sean shrugged and didn't say anything more. As it should be, Dionysus nodded. Revealing the secrets of a good drink took half the fun out of it. This scumble would give him something to ponder over in between his bouts of quiet madness. Apples, mostly, what a wonderful introduction to this. Scumble. The god of wine and madness drank and madly pondered, quite content to be left to himself. Elsewhere, the unorthodox, loving couple went about kidnapping the queen of the gods to present as an apologetic gift. And the rest of the Olympians plotted and schemed, unheeding of the downfall they were bringing upon themselves. Of course, they wouldn't do something as productive as work together in their schemes. Each Olympian was much too proud to do that, independently coming up with creative and worrying methods of ensuring their punishments to come. Artemis, for example, decided the best course of action was for her to do what she did best, exercising her divine domain to hunt Olympus' offender and bring him to justice. She stalked the mortal realm, her bow in hand and patience in her heart. The moon hung overhead, guiding her steps. A trail led her straight to the dead end. Sean didn't bother trying to hide. He never had in this reality. Artemis was just about invited into the dead end, partially removed from the physical world as she gazed in through a suspiciously open threshold. What she saw within the dead end set her fury alight in an instant. That grandstanding bastard. Truly, the mysterious owner of the dead end seemed dead set upon making an enemy of Olympus. Not only had he stolen the minor goddess Hecate away from them, but now he held Hades, Persephone, and Hestia hostage. Artemis did not much care for her uncle. She was somewhat indifferent to the god of the dead, other than his infamous abduction of Persephone. That, of course, set Artemis' divine blood on edge. Oh, sure, Persephone herself insisted that she was wonderfully happy with Hades and that there was more to the story than Demeter claimed, but Artemis was confident she knew a woman's bondage when she saw it. While Hades was family, he wasn't even technically an Olympian. But Artemis would be even more remiss if she let his wife, a woman, wallow and be held against her will by an outsider. And even worse than Persephone's situation was Hestia's. Hestia was the single member of her kin that Artemis liked the most. Many a long hunt in the wilderness of the sphere of gods was spent in her company when Artemis lit a temporary fire and Hestia graced her with home and hearth. As it tended to with the Olympians, arrogance ruled Artemis' mind. A single-minded focus set in. Her preconceived biases and prejudices flared drastically in her heart. Hypocrisy fueled her onward, careless of how the gods within the dead end were very clearly enjoying themselves. In Artemis' mind, the man was at fault, holding her divine cousin and aunt against their will. Considering her history with the male gender, they always were. Bias and hypocrisy drove rage in Artemis' heart. A silent arrow of pure moonlight was knocked in her bow. A breath was held in her chest and she loosed the bolt of moonlight, knowing her aim to be true. A firm look set in her eyes as she already knew how things would play out from there. The wicked men would fall. Her sisters in divine blood would be freed. Another scourge would be scoured from the face of the earth. Of course, that was not how things played out. In her arrogance and single-minded focus, Artemis had already forgotten what the Olympians had been shown in Hercules' XII's memory. She'd willfully blocked Sean's power from her mind. And so, when Sean simply caught the moonlit arrow in mid-flight without even looking up from the drink he was mixing, Artemis was startled enough to fall from her perch in the skylight that appeared in the dead end solely for her use. She landed with a shocked squeak in the bar's midst. Instantly, she was casually, almost contemptuously, bound in chains of magic. For reasons Artemis couldn't hope to comprehend, Hecate grinned at her with a vicious promise of vengeance in her eyes. Why? How? Artemis' mind spun at the sudden and complete change of her situation. One down, Hecate chuckled darkly. That was rather stupid, Artie, Persephone deadpanned. Hestia shook her head in disappointment, which hurt Artemis more than any magical chain or humiliation ever could. Oh, Artemis. You leaped to conclusions, didn't you? What have I told you of acting before you think? Artemis whined and struggled desperately. Futilely. I wish to save you. This isn't how things were supposed to go. Tough, Sean simply said. Now, sit there and shut up. Your family will join you shortly. A familiar and infuriatingly arrogant chortle filled the bar. Artemis scowled. Of course, her twin wouldn't be far behind her. And of course, the bastard would laugh at her embarrassing predicament instead of helping. Oh ho ho ho. Will we? Apollo asked rhetorically, a constant smirk at home on his handsome face. Even if we must, I have to say that was very entertaining. Congratulations, bartender. You've earned a modicum of praise from the god of all things fun. No bias there, of course, Hades grumbled brutally. Of course not, uncle. I am undeniably the most fun Olympian. I challenge you to name another of our kin as joyful and gay of spirit as I. Apollo reclined on a sunbeam created by his whim, cocky and good-natured as can be. Anybody who knew the god of the sun knew that even its warmth could turn. Gay as hell is definitely one way to put it. Harley giggled in the background. Apollo grinned and laughed, unbothered. A simple pun and play on words, yet I walked right into it. 'Tis always splendid to see comedy flourish in the modern age. You're being remarkably agreeable about this. Did you not come to join your sister against me? Sean asked with a single raised eyebrow. At first, yes. Apollo claimed his hostile intentions without a hint of shame. I originally came to challenge, decimate, and utterly humiliate you with my most divine words. But watching you handle my dear twin so handily was much more entertaining than a mere spar of words, ha ha. Rejoice, bartender. Your ego shall live for another day. One of these days, I shall surely kill you, brother, Artemis growled, straining against the chains that held her. Apollo simply smirked back at her, so you always say, dear twin. Wait, so you're just going to surrender yourself to Dad? Alice asked, confused. Perhaps. Apollo sing-songed playfully. I would recommend it, Lord Apollo, Diana quickly counseled. Even if it might bruise your divine pride. Ha ha. Apollo laughed carefreely. What is there to bruise? The sun cannot truly be contained. Even if he binds me, it is of my own permission. I am merely allowing myself to be entertained. Are you sure about that? Sean asked, his voice deceptively calm and unassuming. Of course. I simply need to do dash. Apollo flexed his divine power as an example. Nothing happened. Absolutely nothing. Shock etched itself onto his face. Dash. Performance issues, little sun god. Lucifer teased. For the first time, Apollo and Artemis alike noticed the morning star sitting at the bar as casually as if he belonged there. They both paled dramatically, their current situation redefining itself in their minds. Perhaps, they'd both been a bit hasty. But it was too late to change anything now. In a flash of light, Apollo found himself speechless and bound on his knees next to his twin. Hecate sing-songed over him, and that's two. Ha. Barbara sighed. They're just going to keep walking right into this, aren't they? Sean nodded, it's likely. I'd give it dash, hold on. 3, 2, 1. Right on cue, the door to the dead end burst open like a gunshot. The god of war descended upon them with a roar. Ares, in all his glory, towered over the pitiful mortals, his trusty spear in hand and a helm on his head. War flowed through his veins. Battle pounded with his blood. The flames of combat burned in his eyes like raging infernos. Olympus shall pay back your impudence twofold, thief. Ares roared. His battle cry given, Ares charged. Blood would be spilled. The pride of Olympus demanded it. His father's pain would be answered with slaughter. Bathed in the guts of countless men and gods alike, Ares' spear was leveled at his foe. The damned fool just stood there. As if the god of war was no threat to him. Bah. Ares would show him. From there, things happened too quickly for even Ares' reflexes to keep up with. The tip of his spear, sharp as any razor, was batted aside. The divine artifact of pure slaughter was gripped upon the haft and snapped in half without any pomp or circumstance. Ares' charge continued without pause or consideration for the development. Before he could draw his sword, he was upon the bartender. Fine by him. His fists would be more than enough for the bastard. Except, they weren't. Ares wasn't even granted the chance for a single strike. He was brought up short by a flash of sheer killing intent that left the god of war quailing and quivering in his divine boots. His mind stuttered and failed him. For the first time in his godly life, bloodlust was turned back upon him. Slaughter found him wanting. Impossibly, Ares was given absolutely no chance to fight back. He was seized by something greater than himself. Greater than his lust for battle and blood. Something that made all of his combat experience look like a drop in the ocean. His domain of war was run roughshod over as if it never existed, never mattered at all. And as he struggled for his life, for his divinity itself, the god of war was stopped by a simple slap to the face. A solid and meaty thwack echoed through the bar. The other Olympians watched with sheer, uncomprehending shock. Ares' head was physically turned by the slap. His face and ego were utterly destroyed by the simple disrespect. He began to turn back forward, disbelief written across his expression. He was slapped again. And then again after that. Each slap destroyed the god of war. There was simply no way to recover against such clear disrespect and disregard. No way for Ares to cope. He'd been stabbed. He'd been burned. He'd bled his divine ichor. But never before had he been slapped as if he didn't even deserve a closed fist. It broke something within Ares' mind and left him positively babbling, how can he slap? He was answered with another blow, open-handed, that left his will to fight and live crumbling. The bartender stared at him, his eyes utterly unflinching and impassive. Ares wasn't even a bug in Sean's mind. You would at least squash a bug. Not slap and utterly dismantle everything it was. Despite himself, all of his pride and vaunted ability, Ares felt his lips start to quiver like a tearful child. It's not fair. Stop that. Stop. With hardly any acknowledgement of Ares' temper tantrum, Sean simply threw the god of war to Hecate, allowing her to deal with him. Her grin would have been visible from space. The way Apollo and Artemis were dealt with was good enough for her. But seeing Ares reduced to nothing more than a kicking, screaming child was so much better. She bound him in chains of magic like his divine siblings, cackling with wicked glee. That's 3. Apollo and Artemis looked at the bawling god of war as if they didn't even know him. River Styx, get a hold of yourself, man. You disgust me. His siblings' disdain hit even harder than the pain in his face. Ares was rendered inconsolable, practically sobbing as everything he thought he knew about himself was dismantled. His ego died, not the death of a warrior, but the death of a bitch. Taken out back and shot by slap upon slap to his face. Jesus, man, you killed him, Jason said, disbelief clear on his face. That's certainly one way to deal with the god of war, Clarion barked an incredulous laugh. Harley devolved into a fit of giggles, hee. How can he slap? Curly logical and, Cass simply stared at Sean. Holy shit. Have my freaking babies. I concur, Diana nodded in agreement, to general shock. What? Lord Ares has never been my favorite divine. I did not know how much I needed that until it happened, Persephone smirked. Hades sighed, we should at least pretend to be upset, dear. Hestia shook her head, to be completely honest, I do not believe we should. That encounter could not have gone any other way. Didi scowled lightly, utterly deserved, in my opinion. He came in determined to attack. Didn't even look around at the situation inside. I don't look too kindly on those who treat my Sean so stubbornly. Stubborn. Yes, that's about right, Hades sighed again. My apologies, Didi, Hestia said earnestly. To think that one of my kin would not even pay the simplest regard to hospitality is disgraceful. I'm ashamed to call Ares family at the moment. Didi's glare softened as she turned her gaze onto the kind goddess, apology accepted, Hestia. I wouldn't hold you responsible for your family's actions anyway. It's just the way they are, Sean nodded in agreement. I count it as lucky that I enjoy any of the Olympians' company. Overall, you aren't the worst version of your pantheon I've run into. Why you can't just ignore me? Ares shouted, his red-hot, painful frustration boiling over. Ophis opened her eyes to give him a single glare, silence. Ares' mouth snapped shut. No matter how he struggled, no sound would be made. Even more, disrespect crushed the shattered remains of his ego into dust. He was relegated to infinity-enforced silence. The one responsible simply turned her head up to look at Sean for praise. Good Ophi, Sean cooed, patting her on the head. Mem, Ophis' eyes fluttered closed again and she settled back into her nap. Gaia's tits, Apollo muttered, horror in his voice. What have we gotten ourselves into? For once, Artemis agreed with her twin, I fear I do not know, brother. I fear. You should, Hecate interrupted her, a wild, manic gleam in her eyes. You should fear. Vengeance is righteous and inevitable, even if hardly any of you are self-aware enough to realize your crimes. See crimes. Haha. Apollo tried for a laugh. It came out strained. Surely, you exaggerate, little Hecate. Hecate's voice boomed with might and magic, I am older and greater than you could ever dream, boy. Your damned pantheon has smothered my legacy and legend. Worst of all, you have all forgotten my truth. My origin. I guided your pantheon and every other when they were still young. I shall have my due. The bar shook with her righteous fury. Apollo and Artemis both paled as they felt their very divinity stutter at the roiling magic within Hecate. For a moment, they felt as if they were holding on by the thinnest of threads. Even when their godhood settled again, it was an uneasy peace. The first avatar of magic was pissed. And though they didn't remember the true breadth of Hecate's being, the chained Greek gods knew the fear of change, so volatile to their established legends and existence. Now is not the time for your irreverence, Apollo, Hestia frowned with fierce disappointment. Apollo quailed immediately. Yes, Anti-Hestia. My apologies. Blasted fool boy, Hades grumbled under his breath. Oh, don't be too mean, Hades, Didi chuckled, her lips twitching with amusement. They don't even know what they don't know. Not that it excuses their disrespect, of course. But I believe they are coming to understand the gravity of their mistakes. Too little, too late, Sean shrugged, largely unfazed. They need to learn that they're still subject to change. What are you planning on doing with my gods, Sean? Diana asked, her tone cautious but curious. Cass grinned, the expression all too innocent for the vicious glee it contained. Yeah, tell us. Are you gonna kill them? Strike them down for crossing you? Leave them broken and begging for mercy? Not as such. I've been there and done that before, Sean said, not quite answering outright. These Olympians will at least live to regret their crimes. Potentially even redeem themselves. Of course, I don't mean to maintain the status quo at all. Zeus should already be 1 foot in the grave. No matter what, he won't be king of the gods after tonight. What gives you the right? Artemis asked, her voice quivering against her will. Sean stared at her, stared into her very divine soul, magic and death. The Olympus you know dies tonight. But don't worry, magic shall ensure you survive to change. Ivy shuddered with awe and no small amount of arousal, oh. Chills. Literal chills, Sean. Oh, fuck yeah, goth boy. Harley added eagerly. You're based as fuck right now. Fucking terrifying too, Jason muttered. Cass pouted out of the side of her eye, I still think you should at least kill 1 or 2 of them. Please don't, Hestia requested. They are still family. Not to mention the fact that Persephone and I would be the ones stuck dealing with their souls afterward. I'd quite like the relative peace and quiet of my home realm to stay as it is, without my relatives. Hades grumbled. Since it's you and you asked so nicely, Hestia, Sean nodded. I won't kill them. Not even Zeus. Not to say I couldn't. I simply won't. Didi giggled, I don't think they were questioning your ability, darling. Before entering the dead end, if someone told Apollo or Artemis that they'd kill Zeus or any of the other Olympians, they would have laughed and taken offense respectively. Now, however, it didn't seem so far-fetched. Almost reasonable, in fact. Especially considering the bartender had slapped Ares into petulant submission, or that Lucifer Morningstar seemed to be a regular customer and friend of his, or that they were finally coming to recognize the end of all things now that she, Didi, was in front of them. Ever-eloquent Apollo, always with his way with words, put it best. Fuck. Of course, Artemis, Apollo, and Ares were merely the first 3 Olympians to run afoul of the dead end that night. The rest of the offended Olympians didn't get the chance to realize how utterly futile and foolish their schemes would be, planned independently as they were. Those who remained still sought the revenge they thought was justified. And while the first 3 aimed to maim, humiliate, and slay respectively, the next had a different aim in mind. Hermes, the divine messenger, was admittedly a tad more clever than his sibling gods. But he had his flaws just as they did. Artemis' prejudice, Apollo's arrogance, Ares' bloodlust, and Hermes' thieving greed. He was the god of thieves, after all. And in his quest to pay back his father's humiliation, an unrivaled prize presented itself to him. He ghosted his way into the dead end, completely confident that he'd gone unnoticed. He observed the scene within for a moment. 3 Olympians already knelt in chains before Hecate. Hermes dismissed the warning they might have borne. Clearly, they were too hasty and were caught off guard. Hermes, thankfully, was much more subtle. Clever and subtle as he was not self-aware enough to notice his own clouded judgment. The trophies behind the bar called out to him. They set off his sense of value like nothing else he'd ever encountered. Even the god of thieves was left drooling at the potential score to be had. Yet as he crept forward, all sneaky-like, he was suddenly cut off by a few unimpressed words from the bartender. "Simmy. Fetch." All Hermes saw a flash of white feathers and a flat silver gaze. He physically recoiled, startled out of his stealth. So quick. Even the fastest of the Greek gods couldn't keep up as Simmy practically teleported in front of him. The tiny wings on his divine boots flapped frantically, futilely. What? Something had him caught. Alien logic stared at him from behind those silver eyes. New data was compensated for in real time as Simmy kept a telekinetic stranglehold on the thief who dared to steal from her daddy. Simmy's new models, the novel data, magical, she'd gathered so far, were put to good use holding a god. It was a sufficient first showcase of the newfound working theories that enabled Simmy's power. In a way, she was a god in her own right. Simply one of understanding instead of faith. Simmy brought the held god before her, daddy, with another flickering burst of speed. Hermes didn't even feel them move. His mind could barely process that fact. How she did it was a Simmy secret, and if she had her way, it would stay one. Hey. Hi. Hermes tried for a good-natured laugh as he was confronted with the men he tried to steal from. This whole thing wasn't an entirely new experience for the god of thieves, but something about this time made it different. Perhaps it was the cold, flat, and utterly unimpressed look Sean gave him. Hermes could have sworn he saw his death in those eyes. It terrified him. Yet no matter how much he struggled, Simmy held him fast. "Stealing from me is a terribly stupid idea," Sean said, his voice as if he was just stating a fact of common sense. Wahatat. Hermes grinned, innocently. "I don't know what you're talking about, man. Come on, dude, I wouldn't steal from a fellow bro, would I?" Hades snorted, "Pull the other one. It's got bells." "Come on, now, Uncle Hades," Hermes groaned. "Don't do me like that. Okay, maybe I did try to steal from you. But I can't help it. It's in my nature." Sean was visibly unamused, "Then maybe I should help fix that. A little something like yoink." With that yoink, Hermes felt a core portion of his being stolen away from him. He gasped as if his heart was suddenly ripped from his chest. His divinity frayed around the edges of a mantle that was no longer there. The messenger god became a bit less in the blink of an eye. Hermes gasped. He could barely breathe. What did you do?" Sean simply shrugged. "You steal from me, I steal from you. Not like you were putting that god of thieves mantle to good use anyway." Hermes wasn't given a chance to protest, beg, or plead for what was rightfully his. Even as he gasped for breath around his suddenly missing mantle, he was bound by chains of magic and taken to kneel next to his divine siblings. They looked between him and the terrifying bartender in sheer, all-consuming horror. Sean had stolen divinity from a divine, and worse, he'd made it look so easy. At his mercy, as they were, they couldn't hope to complain. "Sean, dear." Selena sing-songed, her voice almost painfully sweet. "Have I ever told you how generous you are?" Subtle, Sean smirked. "But I suppose I don't mind. Here, have fun as goddess of thieves, Selena." With a casual flick of his hand, the stolen mantle of thieves settled into Selena's breast. She gasped as she was very abruptly elevated beyond the mortal ken she'd known all her life. Pickpocketing became a snap. Sleight of hand became as easy as 1, 2, 3. The Gothamite cat burglar's already legendary skills transcended mortal limits. And with the mantle came Hermes' divine right to thieves everywhere. A fraction of his being, adapted to a new owner. A new legend began to take shape, already with a healthy head start thanks to Selena's prior activities as a thief. "Dee damn it, Sean." Barbara groaned. That's hardly fair." Hermes whined despite himself. "Oh, get over yourself." Hecate snapped. "It's merely a single mantle. You and your damnable pantheon have stolen far worse from me." Lucifer barked a dismissive laugh. "You brought it on yourself, boy. So, Selena. Penguin asked, amused. Feel any different? My goddess, do I? Selena exclaimed, her grin positively gleaming with cat-like mischief. Literally. Harley giggled. Looks like Gotham's got a goddess to call its own now. Two-Face snorted, she'll get plenty of work as goddess of thieves in this damn city. B's gonna flip, Jason commented flatly. Just absolutely flip. Everything feels so right now. Selena gushed with excitement. As if it was always meant to be. I'd imagine, Dee Dee tittered in amusement. You don't become as prolific as yourself without some connection with the domain of thievery. I'm honestly more surprised Lord Hermes hasn't sponsored you in the past, Selena, Diana said, ever respectful of her gods even though she felt they deserved everything coming to them. Hades sighed, you do realize you just demonstrated the most terrifying act a god could comprehend, don't you, Sean? Of course, Sean nodded. Divines hate nothing more than threats to their divinity. Think of it as a warning. I'm still going rather lightly on your pantheon. Hell of a fucking warning. Apollo muttered to himself, dread erasing any good nature in his voice. Be silent, brother. Artemis hissed. I shall never forgive you if you give the demon reason to do the same to us. I feel so empty. So cold. Hermes sounded as if he was wasting away with every passing second. It made even Hestia roll her eyes. You are perfectly fine, Hermes. How many domains do you still claim? Boundaries, roads, travelers, merchants, athletes, shepherds, commerce, speed, cunning, language, oratory skill, wit, messages. At Hestia's reminder, Hermes couldn't help but list off his domains as if nothing was wrong. He paused and blinked. Huh. Persephone smirked smugly, more than the three of us put together. Don't mind him, Sean waved. He's just not used to anyone being able to take him over their knee like that. Spoiled brat, Hades rumbled. Hey. Apollo's worse. Hermes whined petulantly. Apollo glared at him, if I could, I would kick you very, very hard, brother. I'm still not happy about losing one of my domains. Hermes pouted. I do believe that is very much the point, nephew, Hestia pointed out. Count yourself fortunate that Hades, Persephone, and I are here to plead for leniency. She paused and frowned, honestly, this is almost a boon. Your thievery has gotten you into more trouble than it's worth. Why, it nearly violated the hospitality Sean has offered me and your uncle by mere association. If you had succeeded, I would have been very cross with you. Hermes paled dramatically on the spot, why yes, Auntie Hestia. Sorry, Auntie Hestia. I shall strive to think through my schemes more thoroughly in the future. Because asking you to not scheme at all would be too much, of course, Hestia sighed. Lucifer chuckled, my condolences, Hestia. She pouted at him slightly, you're enjoying all of this, aren't you? Lucifer grinned without shame, enormously. The dead end was soon treated to another rude intrusion and interruption of its regular proceedings. Two more Olympians forced their way inside. One came with a crashing, intangible wave. The other, with the silent flap of an owl's wings. Athena and Poseidon didn't even get the chance to announce themselves before they were locked in a glaring match at each other with enough force to scour steel. Temperamental fool, Athena looked down her nose at her uncle. Conceited bitch, Poseidon returned the favor just as fiercely. Athena sniffed, this is all your fault, somehow. Poseidon laughed, you mean you don't know how? Some wisdom you have, niece. It was your legendary mood swings that made the Amazons of Themyscira refuse my request, Athena snapped. Nah. Poseidon petulantly denied her assertion. It was all that undue hostility you still hold toward me. In the background, Diana sighed a sigh of relief that her mother and sisters were able to avoid tonight's fallout. She paled to think what would have happened if some of her more zealous sisters encountered Sean and the dead end. Thankfully, it seemed they were wise enough to see the writing on the wall. Or more likely, they simply didn't want to get in between the legendary bickering of Athena and Poseidon. Undue. My hatred is perfectly reasonable. Yeah, maybe 3,000 years ago. Don't you start again, uncle. I will. And I won't stop until you accept that you drove both of our plans into the muck. I did no such thing. The Amazons were more than happy to assist in my quest to steal back rescue Hecate. At least, they were until you showed up. You have it backward, you stuck-up virgin. They were honored when I came to them with the issue of Hecate. It was only after you showed up that they started to show hesitation. How would that make sense, you old dolphin-fucking buffoon? I am the goddess of wisdom. Obviously, the faithful Amazons would leap on any plan of mine. Maybe they didn't want to have to deal with you micromanaging every little damn detail. You're a terrible pain to work with, you know. And you're worse. Your mood shifts at the drop of a hat. They wouldn't even know themselves safe under your command. It was at about this point that Sean and Hecate just about reached the limit of their patience. They glanced at each other, sharing exasperation. Hecate rolled her eyes. Sean chuckled. Without much fanfare, Sean waved his hand and Hecate waved hers. The two bickering Greek gods were trussed up in chains of magic like their fellow Olympians and deposited on their knees next to them. Almost impressively, they didn't even notice or stop their bickering for one moment. Poseidon had succeeded in dragging Athena down into an entirely childish contest of nah-s and yes-to-s. Just when it seemed they'd never be able to notice, Athena blinked and her scowl at Poseidon somehow managed to redouble. Bastard. This is your fault. Now, you're just blaming me for nothing. Arg. Look around, sir for brains. Why I out a dash. Ah. Huh, when did this happen? Apollo and Artemis were too ashamed to even look at the two previously bickering divines, knowing they could easily have been in the same situation with each other. Hermes was able to laugh about it though, about a minute and a half ago, UNC. Welcome to the party. We've got death. We've got the devil. And we've got a whole lot of people angry at us. Lucifer smirked at Hestia. Yes, I'm very much enjoying the fact that your family's drama is better than any television. As the personable goddess pouted at the devil, there was a polite knock at the door of the dead end. It was mostly for show, but the fact that the ones on the other side had knocked at all showed their good intentions. Hestia let out a sigh of relief that at least some of her kin still respected hospitality. Honestly, how had her family gotten so bad about paying due homage to her domain? Shortly after the polite knock, the door opened and three figures entered. A visibly disfigured man who carried his disabilities well. Handsomely, even, as he limped into the bar with dignity, paying no mind to the eyes upon him. Hephaestus, god of the forge, bore much worse attention from his family on a daily basis. He led his mother, Hera, queen of the gods, behind him. She wasn't being cooperative in the slightest. Hephaestus had kidnapped the bitch for her own good, and his, but she couldn't, see it that way. He'd even had to physically gag her. Almost immediately, in fact, as her infamously caustic tongue quickly became more than he could be bothered to listen to. The most beautiful woman in the world followed Hephaestus and Hera. The scent of love filled the bar for a brief moment upon her entrance. Youthful summer affairs danced through the air. A mother's love sighed fondly and indulgently into everyone's ears. A bittersweet lover's touch ghosted across everyone's skin. Nothing more than pure heart flooded the bar, accompanying Aphrodite's every footstep. Aphrodite and Hephaestus paused to take in the scene within the dead end. Hephaestus simply blinked, seeing his siblings bound in chains of magic. Ares was even silent. Practically impossible. The bastard never shut up. Aphrodite quickly dismissed her fellow Olympians, the ones bound at Hecate's mercy. She smiled fondly upon seeing Hestia, Hades, and Persephone. Then her eyes landed on Sean and Didi and they widened minutely. So many strings of heart. A web of bonds and connections centered around Sean. But more than that, the link between Sean and Didi took the goddess of love's breath away. It was truly beautiful in her eyes. Like nothing Aphrodite had ever seen. An ecstatic smile took over her face, stunning everyone who saw it into momentary silence. Hello, Hephaestus eventually broke the silence that followed their polite entrance. He was a man of few words. Aphrodite usually did the talking for him. Welcome, Didi called out, a gentle smile on her face. We brought a gift, Hephaestus said. Hecate skipped over to Hera, unlike anything the Olympians had ever seen from their magic goddess, the queen bitch. Oh, this is the best gift any of your pantheon has ever gotten me. Hera struggled and finally spit out her gag, you wretched little whore thing. I dare you to call me that when I'm free to respond in kind. Untie her, Hecate ordered, her sadistic glee darkening to a thunderous scowl. Hephaestus knew better than to argue. Something in Hecate's voice as it was, charged with change and magic. He could see his mother was digging herself into a hole she wouldn't be able to step out of easily. And in his mind, the best thing he could do was get out of the way. Hera held herself proudly, more proudly than she deserved, as the forged chains binding her dropped from her shoulders. Good. At least you aren't completely without sense, my son. Hephaestus was well used to Hera's dismissive attitude toward himself. As was Aphrodite. And while he didn't think much of it anymore, his wife bristled on his behalf. If Hecate didn't deal with the queen of the gods, Aphrodite would. Well. Hera turned back to Hecate, glaring. Say that preposterous title again. Queen. Bitch, Hecate growled, her voice two-toned with divine magic that shook reality. Hera, of course, didn't notice the danger, squawking in outrage, disrespectful reprobate. Arrogant harridan. Impudent witch. Undisciplined, ungrateful child. Why, you little bit dash. Thwack. An earth-shaking slap sent Hera, queen of the gods, sprawling to the floor. A visible handprint instantly took over her cheek. She held the disrespectful mark with her mouth gaping open in utter shock. Hecate stood over Hera, her hand still paused in the follow-through of her slap. When Hecate spoke, her voice was quiet and full of menace. I've wanted to do that for a very, very long time. You don't get to speak to me that way. Not after the role you've played in my situation. Do you think I've forgotten how you pushed me into a minor role? You and your kin may have. But I remember. Can't have another, an outsider, at that, challenging you for the queendom, can we, Hera? What are you talking about? Hera asked, her mind reeling and her voice shaking. Why you've always been a minor goddess? How dare you strike your queen? Have I? Hecate asked, her soft voice carrying shivers like a chilling wind. Have I, truly? Or have you and your kin forgotten your origins? Our arrangement. The hushed tension in the bar was deafening. The bound Olympians watched on in dread as Hecate, a minor goddess in their eyes, loomed over their queen. Hera didn't have any words to answer Hecate. She was too busy struggling to breathe steadily as the slap treated her to pain for the first time in centuries. Don't worry, I shall remind you, Hecate said, her voice barely a whisper yet completely clear as well as it resounded through the sphere of gods. The Olympians weren't the only divines paying attention at the moment. I am Hecate, avatar and firstborn of magic. I was old when your kind were nothing more than glimmers of faith in man's eyes. I am Hecate. And so I declare, Olympus has wronged me. You have forgotten our agreement, forgotten the respect I am due. Her voice rose as she spoke, coming to thunder with more power than Zeus could ever dream of throwing around. Then, it fell to a tense whisper once again, only 2 Olympians bear more responsibility than you, Hera. One of them has apologized. The other shall never again call himself king of gods. But you remain. And I am far from happy with you. I curse you, Hera. You fashion yourself as a queen, as a mother. My curse shall take that away from you. Your loins will never again know the fruit of offspring. Anything you rule will be just as barren. Any child you claim will come to disown you. You will never have another chance to discard or abuse your own blood and kin. Forevermore, your mantle of motherhood shall be stripped from you. So had magic spoken, so shall it be. Fat, ugly tears collected in the corners of Hera's eyes. Why you can't do this? You can't. I am the queen of the gods. Not anymore, Sean intoned, stepping into the scene. Hecate's shoulders sagged at what she'd been forced to do. Her vengeance, as righteous and deserved as it was, had taken its toll on her. She leaned on Sean's offered support, removing the so-called queen bitch from her sight. As far as she was concerned, it was over. It was done. She was free to look toward the future. The Olympus you all know, dies tonight, Sean continued in a grave, serious voice. Aha. Apollo tried to laugh off the gravity of Sean's tone and words. I thought you said you weren't going to kill any of us. I'm not, Sean confirmed. You'll live to repent for your crimes and arrogance. Perhaps even redeem yourselves by some stroke of miracle. But nothing you know will be the same. The majority of your leading pantheon has shown itself to be flawed. Unworthy of the power you wield. Bitches and dickheads, Hecate added, grumbling. Quite so, Sean nodded. Normally, I wouldn't bother to interfere. But the actions you've taken against magic itself cannot go unanswered. Things for Olympus have to change. Who are you? Hera snapped in harsh, whispered horror. Who are you to interfere? To censure and chastise us? Sean grinned and all of the Olympians' world seemed to darken irrevocably. Me. My name is Sean Kane. Owner of the dead end that your king tried to smite. Magic's strongest soldier. And prince consort of my beloved deity, death of the endless. The bound Olympians flinched almost as one. Ares wept silent tears. Apollo and Artemis both looked away, unable to bring themselves to meet Sean's eyes. Athena, Hera, and Poseidon leaned away in no small amount of shock and dread, their eyes widening as the gravity of their situation was laid out before them. Hermes couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Oh, we are so few keyed. See, can this not be left to us now? Athena pleaded. We've been made aware of our crimes. Surely from here, the punishment can be a purely internal matter. Olympus is flawed to its core, corrupted to its roots, Sean said, shaking his head. I've seen it before. I've dealt with it before. Just consider yourselves lucky that I actually like Hestia, Hades, Persephone, and Dionysus. Potentially Aphrodite and Hephaestus too, since they brought Hecate such a thoughtful gift. Dionysus. That drunk. Artemis spat, her stutter cutting harshly into her attempted insult. A wave of subtle madness washed out from a certain spot at the bar. Dionysus seemingly just appeared there, raising his glass to the moon goddess. He'd been content to be left out of the amusing troubles of his family. The drink Sean had served him was quite good, and a show to go along with his silent contemplation was always welcome. Of course, Artemis had to go and ruin that. "Tell me how you really feel," Dionysus drawled lazily. Artemis tried to sputter to save face. Sean talked right over her. "Yes, consider yourselves quite lucky indeed. This Olympus is bad, but I've seen worse. I've slain worse. Your lot won't suffer my true rage tonight. But someone will." Sean stood over the bound and kneeling Olympians. They couldn't do anything but stare up at him, horror in their eyes and their divine minds running dreadfully wild. A pair of vicious, curved blades flickered in Sean's hands for the briefest of moments, coming to solidify as he reminisced. The mirage of blades dripped ghostly blood onto the floor of the dead end. The blood of Olympus, of alternate Olympians long since slain. Chains dangled freely from their hilts, notably not wrapped around Sean's arms. Though their appearance was not quite there, they burned with power. Divine and god-slaying power, the bound Olympians couldn't help but notice. The aura of Olympus raised filled the air, a mere ghost of past truth. Yet that ghost was potent and clear enough for the Olympians to see their death at Sean's hands in a past life. "Didi?" Sean asked, his voice kind, casual, and practically unrecognizable to the Olympians who knelt before him. "Could you ask your brother for jurisdiction over a specific 3-in-1 subject of his?" "Of course, Sean," Didi nodded. "He owes me a few million favors or so. Especially with how many of his little pet projects attempt to cheat me. Think nothing of it. And maybe ask him and the rest of your siblings to come around for dinner tomorrow night," Sean suggested, smirking slightly. "It's about time I meet the rest of your family. The surprise is nearly here, after all. Surprise?" Didi perked up at that, smiling brilliantly at her beloved's initiative. "Oh, don't tell me, don't tell me. I'm happy enough with you just taking an interest in my siblings." "I think you'll like it," Sean hinted, giving nothing more away. The Olympians gaped at the two of them having a casual conversation during such a heavy moment. Their godhoods were on the line here. The disregard. The sheer disrespect. But, absolutely none of them were willing to speak up against Lady Death herself. Or the absolutely terrifying man she called her prince consort. With Didi getting Destiny's permission, Sean twisted reality, reaching into the sphere of gods. From the ascended plane, he pulled 3 meddling old bitches. The crones of Greek fate forcefully appeared in the dead end in midair. They barely had time to react and certainly, no time to try and weave their way out of what came next. Gravity took effect on their materialized beings. They fell. On a direct path into Sean's ghostly blades. Sean simply held his arms out as the 3 old crones decapitated themselves upon the reforged blades of chaos. As they'd done to so many before them, their thread was cut and abruptly, the Greek fates, who held themselves above even the gods, were no more. Poseidon, powerful god of the sea, whimpered at the sight, "Oh, sticks on a stick." The other Olympians gaped at Sean, almost unable to process what had happened. He'd killed the fates. That. None of them thought that was even remotely possible. Much less so easily done. They'd known dread before, but now, the Olympians knew nothing but the waking nightmare they were stuck within. Sean shook his head and the ghostly blades disappeared as a mirage in the wind. "Your punishment will be more merciful, in a way. And more grievous in another. Your king won't wake up. He sleeps the death of a king now. Zeus' reign over Olympus shall never rise again." "Hardly a punishment," Hades snorted in the background. The bound Olympians glanced at him in disbelief. In one way or another, they all knew it was true. But you couldn't just come out and say it. They stared back at Sean, sheer terror setting into their divine bones as he smirked an amused smirk at Hades' interruption. He continued, "The rest of you. Well, you won't be able to call yourselves Olympians any longer. Those mantles are being put to death. In the past, you all saw fit to make an avatar into a minor goddess. In turn, you shall be made even less. Never more than demigods. And you will like it. A.M. Clear." Already, Sean's words were being spoken into reality. Their titles as Olympians died quick, uneventful deaths. Yet even as their divinities were diminished second by second, the, now former, Olympians nodded their understanding with horrified haste. The chains of magic were no longer needed to restrain them. Yet still, they did nothing. What could they do against them and dash? No, the demon in human skin who slaughtered their fates. Who fucking lightning parried their king into a coma. Who casually talked with death about dinner with the rest of the endless. "We'll see if a little humility will help you redeem yourselves," Sean scoffed. "I have my doubts. Of course, I won't leave your subjects without any head at all. Persephone has volunteered to take over Olympus, but honestly, I can't think of anyone more fit for the job than Hestia." "Oh, Sean," Hestia sadly shook her head. "I never wanted such power." "That's exactly why you're perfect for it," Sean argued. If anyone can turn Olympus from its past, it's you. I'll help, Persephone reassured as Hestia worried at her lip in consideration. As will I, Aphrodite put forth. Olympus will need love in these trying times, and I know that you will respect my contribution unlike Zeus and the others. It would be my honor to assist you, Hestia. Hestia sighed in defeat. Very well. I suppose you've convinced me. Good. I have faith that you'll make Olympus into an actual family, Hestia. Sean nodded before turning back to the bound, former Olympians. As for the rest of you, I don't particularly care what happens to you. If I may, Sean. Diana interjected. Perhaps you can relinquish them to my supervision. They have erred, but they are still my gods. I feel a certain responsibility to them. Sean raised a questioning eyebrow, even Ares. Diana's eyes dimmed, but she pressed forward regardless. Unfortunately, yes. Even Lord Ares. If you insist on torturing yourself, Sean shrugged. Don't let them boss you around though. They're essentially mortal now, and the whole point of their current situation is punishment. Do not worry, Sean. Diana's eyes took on a certain hard light. I am not very happy with my gods either at the moment. I have a few ideas in mind to teach them the error of their ways. That doesn't fill me with confidence, Apollo muttered. Artemis scoffed harshly. What part of this situation does, brother? Diana shall at least be a fair and just warden, Athena offered weakly. I feel so weak. Poseidon murmured to himself as if stuck in shock. That is entirely the point, brother, Hades deadpanned. Now, suck it up and come drown your sorrows. I believe it's a rite of passage for mortals. Hera's voice wavered as she put on a strong front. Easy for you to say. You escaped practically you untouched. That's because I was self-aware enough to apologize and let the past lie in the past, Hades shot right back. Hera, dear sister, Olympus has brought this upon themselves. The best thing you can do now is shut up and drink. Trying desperately to hide her sniffles, Hera delicately sat herself at the bar. The rest of the Olympians followed her robotically, poorly adjusting to their new realities. Only Ares stayed on the floor, having fallen on his face with his dwindling divinity and now lying in a literal puddle of his silent tears. The hot-headed former god wasn't just adjusting poorly, he wasn't adjusting at all. Hey, look on the bright side. Harley chimed. You've never got to deal with Zeus and his affairs anymore, Hera Bera. Shockingly, Harley's quip actually managed to get a burst of incredulous laughter out of Hera. Ha. Yes. I suppose there is a silver lining to all of this. Hecate came up behind Sean and levitated herself slightly to rest her chin on his shoulder with her eyes closed. Remind me to never piss you off, Sean. Sean watched the former Olympian shakily settle in with his regulars, humming an entirely too nonchalant reply to Hecate. Oh, I wasn't pissed off. Olympus was never going to be an issue. If anything, you could call this rather lenient for me. Hecate opened a single eye to look up at him. You do realize how that's worse, don't you? Sean just chuckled. Hecate sighed with fond exasperation, closing her eyes again to simply lean against him. Her past was dealt with. The Olympians were unlikely or unable to bother her again. For the first time in millennia, Hecate's future was looking bright. All thanks to an old friend of magic itself. At the bar, Persephone watched as her husband egged on his siblings now that they could get drunk from mortal alcohol. Hermes, of course, aided him. Poseidon eagerly rose to the challenge, dragging Athena along with him in an attempt to forget the Sean-inspired terror that had settled into all of the former Olympian souls. Apollo had somehow found or summoned a lute, his not divine domains allowing him that much. Artemis sniped and snapped at her twin as usual. All in all, it was remarkably standard for an Olympian gathering if one ignored everything that had happened before this point. Only now, there was already a noticeable lack of arrogance, grandstanding, and bystander casualties. Persephone sighed, at least Mother was wise enough to avoid getting tied up in this dash. Just as she said that, Demeter burst into the dead end, laughing maniacally. Aha. I have reverted all of your drinks to yeast and grain. Dead end. More like a dumb end. Take that. Revenge is sweet dash. Demeter paused as she saw all of her siblings and extended family staring at her. Did I miss something important? Chapter 65, 57, Endless Family Dinner, Temporary End. On the mortal plane, destruction wandered. He did so because he was tired. Utterly exhausted. Fed up, really, with the very concept that made up his being. Destruction was not a kind master. And while he was not so limited to just the act of destroying, it was all he'd come to be associated with. Truthfully, it was merely one side of the coin. As all things must fade, so too must they shine into existence. Creation and destruction went hand in hand. Destruction, like all of his endless siblings, was spawned into being with the creation of, well, creation. The presence, source of all, was not directly responsible for their existence, but he was still the spark that started it all. And with the presence's creation, destruction knew creation as well. He and his endless siblings sprung to be in a newly created existence. They were part of the groundwork, a core aspect of the foundation. Life would eventually come to mimic them, but the endless had always been. Destruction didn't resent his purpose, the truth of his being. At least, not at first. There were complexities to destruction, nuance upon nuance for him to explore. In a way, he was quite similar to his sister Dee. In another, he was more like his brother Dream. In yet a third, he was his own being entirely. Dreaming led to creation, which led to destruction and to death. An interconnected cycle that defined the physical realm. All things had a beginning and all things had an end. Destruction was the herald to both sides, from nothingness and back to nothingness again. He was the chaos of destruction and the order that ensured it came to be. Once life emerged throughout reality, Dee and Dream dedicated themselves more toward such things. And destruction was left with the acts of creating and destroying themselves. He saw the reasons for such but did not direct them. Not as his siblings did. He merely ensured they were possible, with all of the vague and muddled effects that entailed. In time, he came to lean away from creation, the dreaming inspiration for it was seen as more important than the act itself. The same could be said for destruction. He became the act and nothing more. The come and go of tides that formed the realm of physical reality. Nothing before, nothing after. Simply, what was. Destruction grew tired with what was. He grew to resent his role in ending things, beautiful things. And though he also had a hand in creating said beautiful things, that knowledge began to slip his mind more and more. Overshadowed by greater and greater acts of destruction that raised reality barren. The aftermath of a supernova seeded the universe with elements that would have never been without it. But few thought of such when the universe as they knew it was being torn apart by an exploding star. Life itself played a growing role in destruction's disgruntlement. It was one of those beautiful things. Yet it held so much potential to tear it all apart. With each inventive creation came the promise of destruction in turn. The inevitable march from one side of his being to the other wore on destruction over and over again. Eventually, destruction reached a point where he no longer wished to continue. He needed a step back from his own endless destruction. Bucking the inherent stagnancy of his siblings' endless beings, he abandoned his duties. He'd always intended to return. His concept was an undeniable part of him, the truth of his being. But before he could, destruction felt the need to examine that truth. To explore the possibilities of creation and destruction as he never had before. As none of his siblings had. He set himself to wander for centuries, a mere drop in the bucket of his endless lifespan, and since, had spent much time creating to regain touch with that side of himself. He was not an inspired creator. But few if any could match the breadth of his explorations. Everything he saw, he tried his hand at recreating. The copies were all inevitably relegated to destruction. Such was his way. Creation and destruction. He drew the connection between both sides of himself again and again. And a certain understanding, a peace of mind, slowly settled within his endless being. He felt as if he was coming to accept himself again. It was slow going and he thought he might wander for an age or more to fully come to terms. Until recently, when a novel oddity came into his self-imposed exile and showed him creation as he had never seen it. Little Mew was fascinating. And clearly not of the presence's creation. It had shown destruction as much. Its own version of the presence, in a way, by the name of Arceus. An entirely different version of creation it called its home. Even more versions of creation it had experienced with its eternally reincarnating friend. Dream would have liked the strange little guy. At least, as much as the aloof dreamer could be said to like anything, that is. Little Delirium would have adopted Mew in a flash. She often had mixed feelings about the horrors from outside creation, but Mew seemed to be one of the good horrors. Not like the madness of eldritch invaders that little Del held the line against. Dee also seemed like she would love Mew for the sheer scope of life the creature's impressively psychic mind spoke of. Though, perhaps that should be did love, considering they'd already met, with Mew being released into this reality by Dee's prince consort. That itself, this Sean Kane, was fascinating enough on its own. None of the Endless had taken anything like him before. Desire and Dream had had lovers in the past, but nothing on the same level as declaring someone their equal. Sean Kane was essentially that, an eternally reincarnating soul set equal to Death of the Endless herself. Upon hearing the news, his wanders kept him woefully out of the loop from the rest of his siblings by design. Destruction felt his interest piqued. Dee was generally considered by the Endless to be the best of them. Though they were all equally endless, she took on the role of the older sister, and was loved for it. Even by Dream, in his unique way of things. Dee's prince consort was the motivation Destruction needed to bring his self-imposed exile to a close early. Well, that and meeting Mew. Destruction was feeling positively inspired by the out-of-context pink cat creature. A first in his endless existence that allowed him to peek past the act of creation to catch a glimpse of the spark that came before it. For a brief moment, Destruction saw outside his concept to the inspiration of his brother's dreams. If Mew alone could do that, what could the men behind him do? It was slow going, but Destruction began his trek to the dead end. A return to form, to duty, to the domain he'd abandoned. The final journey of his self-imposed exile. He felt, if not fit to return to his endless role, then at least willing. For that, he had Mew, Sean, and Dee Dee to thank. Along the way, Destruction got to know Mew better. The little being never left his side, a constant lantern of energy day or night. It was a mischievous fellow, intensely devoted to doing whatever it pleased, whenever it pleased. Absolutely no force in the known universe could stand against Mew's reign of mischief and chaos, Destruction found. Much of their time together was spent pursuing a specific goal of Mew's. The little creature wished to recreate its descendants in this reality. Destruction couldn't begrudge the cat that task. It must have been lonely being the only Pokemon. So with Mew's direction, Destruction took to creating as they trekked, leaving breeding pairs of Pokemon behind to inhabit the world. As Destruction understood it, that little side activity of theirs had already begun turning the world on its head. Soon enough, by Destruction's endless standards, they found their way to Gotham, home of the Dead End and Dee Dee's Sean Kane. Immediately, Destruction could tell they weren't alone. While he'd gone to great lengths to obscure his presence from his siblings, they hadn't done the same in return. And as he and Mew approached the Dead End, he sensed, all of them already inside. "Did you arrange things this way, friend?" Destruction asked, glancing at Mew as he stood in front of the Dead End. He'd learned not to underestimate the little creature despite its diminutive size and unassuming cuteness. Mew was, while perhaps not up to his siblings' endless standards, a force of nature unto itself. As exemplified by the fact that Mew simply struck a pose, holding two of its paw fingers out in a peace or victory sign. "Very well," Destruction chuckled. "It seems reunion is the name of tonight's game." Yet, even having said that, Destruction hesitated. It had been a long time since he'd spoken to any of his siblings, much less all of them at once. What was happening within the Dead End seemed to be one of Dee Dee's familial gatherings. None of the Endless had ever been able to refuse her periodic calls for such. If she'd been able to contact him, her call for family dinner would have even temporarily pulled Destruction from his wanders. That didn't, of course, mean it was easy for him to suddenly meet with everyone again. At least, it wouldn't have been. If Mew didn't give him a mighty psychic slap on the back that set him on a direct course through the door of the Dead End and into their midst regardless of his hesitation. Destruction was shoved into the Dead End. Within, he found a star-studded cast from the top tier of existence. Every one of his endless siblings was there, as he'd sensed. But Lucifer was also inside the bar, with his side of the family, as Dee Dee liked to call it. Which meant his wife/right-hand Demonis Mazikeen, his demiurgic brother Michael, and a young woman Destruction was unfamiliar with. The presence didn't make an appearance, but then, he rarely did. Not even Dee Dee could pull the source of all from his retirement. Then there was a third faction at the family gathering. Dee Dee seemed to be as much a part of it as she was a part of the Endless. Heading it was the men who couldn't be anything but Dee Dee's prince consort. A young woman stood between him and Dee Dee, leaning into both of them for parental support. Additionally, behind Dee Dee's prince consort, a false angel acted as his shadow. And finally, Infinity in a tiny adorable package slept at the bar. Immediately upon his involuntary entrance, Dee Dee welcomed Destruction with a blinding smile, expressing unexpected joy. "Destruction. You've come to join us tonight. Wonderful. How simply splendid. The whole family's here." "Surprise, darling," Sean shot Dee Dee an amused little smirk. "This was your surprise?" Dee Dee asked, just about melting with happiness when Sean nodded. "Oh, Sean. You're so sweet." "I didn't do it alone," Sean admitted. "Mew was the one to kick it off. It's been subtly, or maybe not so subtly, hurting your brother this way for a month or two now. Took their sweet time, of course. But with you inviting your family over, I figured it was a good time." "Mew Mew." Mew chimed, floating circles around Destruction's head. Dee Dee gave the little cat a smile as well. "Thank you, Mew. This means a lot to me. Someone has been incommunicado for far too long." Destruction laughed sheepishly at the look she sent his way. "Hee. I had a few things I felt I needed to figure out for myself." "And have you resolved your inner worries, brother?" Destiny asked, his voice exactly as grandstanding and imperiously overdramatic as Destruction remembered. Yeah. Have you?" Delirium added, practically hopping in place with her usual manic energy. Destruction nodded slowly. "Yes. I believe I have. It wasn't easy. But I think the time alone, without my duties, has been good for me." "Good," Dream rasped with his usual level of care for propriety and empathy, "that is to say, none." We're tired of picking up after you and your brain-dead irresponsibility. Get back to work, you bum. I missed you as well, Dream. Destruction rolled his eyes. Don't mistake my modicum of care for concern or emotion, Dream snapped dryly. Dream. Dee frowned, a slight warning in her tone. Oh, shut up, bastard. Desire rolled their eyes even harder than Destruction had. You never have anything nice to say. You're better off just not saying anything at all. Dream scowled, as if any of you would survive without my wisdom and advice. I swear, I'm the only one with any sense for the bigger picture these days. Oh. Your words hurt, brother. Despair murmured. Her voice was soft and sad on the ears, a tragedy of sound. Paradoxically, there was always macabre beauty to be found in her constant pain. If you make Despair cry, I'll kill you. Delirium glared harshly at Dream, her manic mood turning in an instant. And I'll make it hurt, Desire added, coming to their twins' defense. Peace, siblings. Destruction naturally found himself trying to mediate. I won't have any killing in my presence tonight, Dee said sternly. We're here as a family. Family. Am I clear? TCH, Dream looked away sharply. The Endless are as dysfunctional as ever, I see, Michael observed plainly. Lucifer snorted, as if they're alone in that regard, brother. Michael raised a stoic eyebrow, and what is that supposed to mean? A dagger suddenly flashed through the air, sinking deep to the hilt in Michael's shoulder. He didn't even flinch. Mazikeen twirled a second dagger through her fingers as if nothing was wrong. Why, I wonder, Lucifer deadpanned. The unfamiliar young woman who had been sticking close to Michael recoiled at the sudden violence. What the fuck? He deserved it, Mazikeen shrugged without care. He always does. The other young woman in the room shook her head with exasperation. You get used to it. I don't think I want to. The first young woman exclaimed shakily. Here, I'm Alice. Alice introduced herself, taking pity on the other teenager. Stick with me and you'll make it through tonight all right. Elaine. Slightly shocked, the first girl introduced herself in turn before shaking her head hard and hissing, This is ridiculous. I mean, I've met Uncle Lucifer before but this is the first time I'm meeting the rest of the family. Including my literal fucking father. Who still hasn't said a word to me. Yet he was just stabbed. How could anyone adjust to this? For shame, Michael, Lucifer tooted at his brother. Michael simply stood there stoically. It is still not yet time for my daughter to be brought into the fold. This dinner invitation does not change that. I shall dash. Michael, you will treat your daughter like your daughter or I swear to your father, I will be very cross. Dee spun on the Archangel with a glare that got the first reaction of the night out of him. Michael flinched. It is not so simple, Dee. She has a greater purpose. Wait dash. Tough, Dee cut him off bluntly. Tonight is about family, not some greater purpose. Introduce yourself and get to know her as a father should or I'll do it for you. It was always a wonder to watch Dee work, Destruction thought with amusement. The Archangel quailed and gave in under her glare. He turned to his daughter, trying to regain his usual stoic nature. Hello, Elaine. I am your father, Michael said, apparently meeting her for the first time. Yes, I'd gathered, Elaine snarked. How else was Uncle Lucy supposed to be my uncle? Yes. It was the damnedest thing. The Archangel Michael was hesitating. Perhaps, we should take this conversation to the side. Just, you and I. Fine, Elaine snapped. I have questions. You'll answer them, correct? Michael seemed to struggle internally for a moment. The continued expectant glare from Dee made up his mind. Yes. Yes, I shall. The father-daughter pair excused themselves from the main group, talking quietly. So. Michael began awkwardly, his voice fading into privacy. How is school? Mazikeen grunted slightly. She's got fire in her. I think I might even like her despite the fool's blood in her veins. High praise from you, Maz dearest, Lucifer smirked. Was it a good idea to invite her, considering she seems to be rather ignorant of all of us? Destruction spoke up considerately. Yes, Dee nodded firmly. She's family. And family is family, no matter how unused to us they are. Desire snorted, if we're gonna have the dreaming bastard, we might as well have the kid too. Dream glared at them. Desire glared right back. Two endless beings, locked in an endless blood feud. The original reason had been lost to time. Dee sighed. She was sure even her siblings didn't remember at this point. They just hated each other's guts. Desire hated Dream's emotionless mind. Dream hated Desire's fiery heart. It was likely they'd never truly get along. But in Dee's presence, they were at least supposed to play nice. Sean cut in, distracting from the endless feud. How about we all sit down and eat? We did promise you dinner, after all. Despair shrugged, I could eat. Always. Delirium chimed happily. I don't know about always. Despair mumbled. Dee sent love her sister's way, it's okay, Despair. Sean's cooking is practically guaranteed to make you feel something. That'll be a feat. Sean clapped his hands twice. A table appeared in the center of the dead end. It was long and rectangular. A feast was already laid out atop it. The food was simple and not a salad. A whole bird, waiting to be carved. Then the dishes started to grow strange and esoteric. A soup made entirely of concepts that destruction barely recognized, steaming with feelings of home and family. Bread baked from flour of dreams and nightmares. A tentacled pasta dish of alien madness, distilled for mortal consumption. Simi. Could you help set the table? Sean asked. The false angel acting as his shadow dinged and destruction blinked at the strange, melodic, dataful language she emitted, content affirmation. Bullshit, Dream growled, his emotionless expression never shifting an inch. No, brother, Dee said, smirking slightly. His name is Sean Kane. Mew. Mew clapped its little paws together in excitement. Yes, I made you poffins. Magikarp flavored, Sean confirmed. That thing. Dream spat. Shouldn't exist. Not here, at least. Well, it does, Despair said simply, a hint of cruel sadism to her voice. So clearly, you're wrong. Sit, brother, Destiny tried to soothe Dream's bristling mind. I see peace and happiness in our future. There are no enemies here. Glaring at everyone and everything around him, Dream was still the first one to take a seat at the table. The rest of the Endless followed his lead. Mazikeen and Lucifer sat as well, not a care in the world between them, shown in their own unique ways. Dee smiled at the cooperation on display. They may have been a dysfunctional family, but they were still a family. It warmed her heart to see everyone gathered together like this. Come on, Ophi, Sean prodded the sleeping Infinity. Time to meet the family. Mem, Infinity awoke, opening her eyes to stare at the now sitting Endless. Hello. Hello. Despair responded to her flat greeting in kind. Ophis nodded, turning to Sean, food. Sweets. After you finish your dinner, Sean promised. That was enough to get Ophis moving. The world flickered and she teleported into a seat next to Delirium. Delirium grinned wildly at her. Ophis' lips twitched minutely. Lo, Infinity. Delirium greeted. Hello, Madness. Are you excited for dinner? I am excited for dessert. Good enough. Manic energy giggled in Delirium's chest. What are we waiting for? Mazikeen drawled, lazily picking at her nails with her dagger. Let's let Elaine and Michael rejoin us and then my side of the family will introduce themselves as we're served, Sean proposed. The father-daughter pair soon did just that. There was still some uncomfortable distance between them, but it was somewhat lessened now. They sat at the table between Lucifer and Alice. Michael pointedly kept his brother between himself and Mazikeen. She was already eyeing him like she wanted to give him another impromptu piercing. Alice gave Elaine a little, commiserating smile, welcome to the family. It's unique. Elaine snorted, you can say that again. Dee smiled proudly at Alice for including the other young girl, turning to address Elaine herself, we're very glad to have you as a part of it, Elaine. I am Death but you may call me Dee. I insist, in fact. Nice to meet you. Elaine said slowly, visibly boggling at the fact she was casually speaking with Death. You're Alice's mom? Yes, Dee happily confirmed. Adopted but I don't think that makes any difference. She is mine now. I have claimed her and I won't be letting her go anytime soon. Alice blushed brilliantly and groaned, Mom. And the rest of you? Elaine asked, fishing for introductions. The Endless went around the table introducing themselves. Destiny did so pompously. Despair mumbled just her name. Desire purred theirs in a way that set mortal nerves tingling. Dream just grunted. Delirium chimed her introduction like a bell, halfway spinning into a meaningless ramble as she went. Delirium. Oh, but not that delirium. That delirium. With an emphasis on the del and a wibbly-wobbly on the iri and then a hard Destruction smiled sympathetically at the young girl as her eyes just about spun from Delirium's introduction, you get used to her dash. Well, you don't, really. But we love Del anyway. She helps keep things interesting. I'm Destruction. Nice to meet you. Speak for yourself, fool, Dream scoffed. I don't need to love anything. Sanctimonious crab dick, Desire growled at him. Dream glowered darkly, I will smite you. Bring it, dreams for brains. Desire shot right back. Nightmare. 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 Delirium giggled, her bell-like tone not matching with her words at all. Elaine stared at all of them and Michael just sighed, please don't corrupt and confuse my daughter so much. She is rather new to all of this. And whose fucking fault is that? Mazakine's words were as sharp as her blade. Now, Maz, Lucifer teased. Michael may be a fool. But. Elaine asked when he didn't continue. Lucifer raised an eyebrow. No, but, that was it. Michael may be a fool. Always a pleasure, brother, Michael deadpanned. Elaine couldn't help but giggle at their byplay before moving on to the unintroduced side of the family, and the rest of you. Are you all also personified concepts of reality? No, not as such, Sean smiled. Dad's worse, Alice snarked. Worse? Elaine asked, confusion and horror blooming in her eyes. Perhaps, Sean chuckled. First, let me introduce my girls. The little bundle of infinity is Ophis. She's somewhat like the Endless. Only, not really. Ophis gave a little half-wave, already focusing on piling as much food on her plate as physically possible. Such a small being should not have been able to consume that much food. But all of them except Elaine had seen much stranger. Like the little pink cat who was quite literally swimming in the salad bowl of puffins specifically prepared for it. Sean continued, my lovely throne likes to call herself Simi. Contrary to appearances, she is not an angel. More accurately, she would be called a shard of crystallized intelligence. Alien mind with a spark of heart to give her life. Say, hello, Simi. Instead of a seat at the head of the table, Sean was sitting in Simi's lap. She seemed perfectly content with the arrangement. Maybe even more than content, Destruction thought. Ecstatic and satisfied. Her arms subtly holding Sean in place seemed to say as much, at least. Simi dinged in that alien but perfectly understandable language of hers again, greetings. Preferred designation, Simi. Purpose. That last line of hers said quite a lot. It spoke of data, and purpose, and freedom. A summary of Simi's story, the path that led her to the here and now. Destruction and the others quickly came to understand why she was so devoted to Sean. And for some reason, Desire was looking even more smug than usual as Simi spoke. Her mind is fascinating, Dream admitted begrudgingly, looking as if he wanted to be saying anything else. Hey, Desire gave a sinfully smug smirk at their brother's pain. That was all it took for Dream to spin onto her, glaring like a nightmare, what did you do? Desire simply smugged back at him, hey. Yes, what did you do, Desire? Sean asked knowingly. Would you care to share with the family? Desire. Dee furrowed her brow in concern. Under Dee's expression, Desire quickly caved, looking away with a huff, I just opened the door for Simi. Didn't even mean for Ophis to follow her. And maybe I pulled a few strings here and there, directing a few of Sean and Dee's relationships from behind the scenes, which were already blooming on their own, by the way. But nothing bad. Destiny gasped in grave, shocked offense, you would pull the strings of fate. How dash? How dash? How dash? Oh, shut up, despair cut him off, rolling her eyes hard enough to be felt. Yeah, Delirium frowned, her mood shifting surprisingly serious. You always act as if you're the only one of us who can affect reality. It's unbecoming, brother. Just because everything has a destiny doesn't mean you're the only one who can ever do anything. With his usual stuffy composure broken, Destiny's protests went ignored. He was left sputtering at his sister's uncharacteristic criticism, I dash. What dash? Del dash. N no dash. T that's not dash. Dee turned her attention back to Desire's confessed meddling, frowning slightly, I suppose, opening the door, and a bit of healthy meddling is fine. But I would much prefer if you would consult with me first, Desire. But that takes all the fun out of it. Desire giggled. You finally settled down and you're so happy now, Dee. I just wish to help in my own way. Dee blushed, glancing at Sean, I am rather happy. I think we can let Desire off the hook this time, Sean reasoned. She didn't mean any harm. And I'd rather not start a feud with your siblings on our first meeting, darling. Good, Dee smiled at that. Now, finish your introductions, Sean. We seem to have gotten slightly sidetracked. Of course, Sean nodded, turning back to the rest of the table. More than a few of the others waited in anticipation to learn about the men who'd won Dee's heart. Some in earnest curiosity like Destruction and Michael. Others out of icy disapproval like Dream, just waiting to coldly lash out if given the chance. Sean Kane, Sean introduced himself with a smile. I'm quite familiar with death, as you might have realized. Intimately so, even before becoming Dee's prince consort. As for why, well, I'm retired now but before meeting Dee and opening the dead end, I was a serial reincarnator. I've lived many lives, each different and unique. And when I died, my soul passed on to another reality in a seemingly endless cycle. Of course, after drifting into Dee's lap, the only thing I could do was settle down here. That dash. Elaine began, her voice slightly strained. That's possible. I've never heard of anything like it, Michael mused with clear interest. You are endless in your own right, Destiny declared seriously. In a way, I suppose, Sean considered. There certainly didn't seem to be an end in sight for my wandering soul before I met Dee Dee. And knowing the infinity of existences beyond existence, I could have very well wandered without rest for eternity. I consider myself lucky to have happened upon Dee Dee when I did. Destruction nodded in sympathy. I understand. Even endless wanderings and constant new adventures can become trying. Wait. Elaine seemed to realize something, pointing at Mew. Is that an actual Mew? Mew. Mew popped up from his bowl of poffins to answer for himself, sounding as if he was offended she could ever think otherwise. Elaine paled. Sorry. I didn't mean to imply anything. I just thought you were another stupid powerful being that happened to like Pokemon or something. Wait. How did I even understand that? You're half Archangel, little one, Dee Dee gently reminded. Dream scoffed, granddaughter of God, and she thinks she wouldn't understand a creature. He ducked just in time for a dagger to whiz through the air where his head just was, buzzing locks from his spiky hair. Mazikeen snarled at him, that's my niece you're insulting, nightmare. Watch it. Next time, I won't miss. Dream sniffed, sitting straight back in his chair, you will try. Lucy. Mazikeen growled. Help me kill him. Dee Dee would be very cross with me if I did that, Lucifer casually pointed out. You know how I don't like Dee Dee being cross with me. Mazikeen turned her snarl on her king and mate. Impressively, Lucifer didn't flinch an inch. Dee Dee sighed and Sean chuckled. Elaine shifted nervously in her seat at the fighting over her. This is normal. She leaned over to ask her father. Painfully so, Michael said stoically. Perhaps we should, eat. Destruction said, trying to be reasonable and maintain the peace between the most prickly members of both sides of the family. Yes, wonderful idea, Dee Dee agreed, relieved. Thank you, Destruction. Despite the meal starting soon after, Dream and Mazikeen locked themselves in an intense glaring contest. Surprisingly, or perhaps not so surprising for those who knew Maz, the Endless seemed to be losing the match. The rest of the table easily ignored them, Alice even initiating a conversation with Elaine to help her do so since the half-angel was out of her depth. Dream's glare lasted up until he bit into the bread baked from dreams and nightmares. Fuck, that's fucking good. He seemed more pissed off than pleased by that realization. Sean smirked, thank you. I'll take that as your compliments to the chef. Though the dreaming Endless glared at him, he couldn't stop himself from taking a second bit. Fucker. Desire cackled at their brother's expense. Which, of course, made Dream turn his glare onto her, his eyes flashing with nightmares. Desire shot back pure emotion with fiery fury. Dream flinched, Desire's heart clashing with his logical and not-so-logical mind. The other Endless largely ignored them, well used to their endless feud. In the chaos, Delirium tried to sneak a strange shadowy creature with glowing pink eyes of hard food from the table. Dee Dee quickly caught her as Delirium was unable to contain her manic giggling. Del, no shadowy unknowable horrors at the dinner table. But Dee Dee, Delirium turned to her older sister with puppy dog eyes. Heartless shadows need to eat too. Yes, I understand it's hungry, but unless you can quickly teach it the appropriate table manners, I'm afraid it will have to be excused, Dee Dee reasoned, stern but fair. That goes for you too, Dream. Dream scoffed and Dee Dee turned her stern disapproval onto him. Don't take that tone with me, mister. Do you think I didn't notice the Mind Reaper lurking around Sean's head in the dreaming? Dream scowled and Sean tooted, smirking with amusement. Tisk, TSK, it's just impolite, is what it is. Should we be concerned for your dad? Elaine quietly asked Alice in the background. Alice waved dismissively. It's Dad. He'll be fine. Sean's jab just made Dream scowl more petulantly. Reality wavered with his frustration. A writhing being of too many questing tentacles and too many slavering jaws was reflected as a ghostly image from the dreaming. It lingered above Sean's head, unknowably terrifying and grotesque even as Sean seemed utterly unconcerned. Alice paused and reconsidered her quick dismissal. That is certainly fucking horrifying though. Oh, God, I think I'm going to be sick. Elaine physically gagged at the sight of the Mind Reaper. Excuse it or I will give it its final rest, Dee Dee sternly chastised Dream. Fine, Dream spat, dismissing the Mind Reaper with a negligent wave of his hand. Not like it was doing any harm. Except for my daughter's mental health, Michael frowned imperiously, a warning in his tone. Well, look at that, brother, Lucifer smirked. You can show love and concern for your only daughter. Mazikeen snorted, he always tries to play strong and stoic but we all know he's a big fucking softy at heart. Michael didn't acknowledge their teasing, simply sitting straight and strong-backed as he stared intensely at Dream. Elaine blushed, looking away and muttering, "Thanks, duh." "You are welcome, my daughter," Michael nodded, maintaining his cool demeanor. "Never let it enter your mind that I do not care for you. I may struggle to show it, but that does not mean my heart is not there." "Oh, yeah," Desire confirmed. "The big guy definitely loves you. He's just shit at expressing his emotions. It's why I only ever try to stab him and nothing more," Mazikeen added, her tone flush with sarcastic amusement. "Wonderful. Simply wonderful," Dee muttered under her breath to Sean. Her honest smile could have been seen from space. "Look, dear, they're all getting along." Sean smiled at her hushed happiness. "So I can see, Dee. It seems tonight is a roaring success, even if not the most traditional one. Additionally, sustenance, quality, premium," Simi added with a hum, ravenously absorbing the good meal that Sean had made specifically for her consumption. There was a light clink as Ophis set down her utensils and immediately turned to Sean. "I have finished my veggies. Sweet and just desserts." "Dessert?" Delirium perked up at that word. Wildly sparkling eyes stared at Sean. Her heartless, not so heartless anymore, was stored back within Delirium's heart at Dee's request. Dee had said she couldn't feed it from the table, but Delirium still subtly slipped the shadow of heart scraps of love and emotion from the sustaining conceptual and emotional broth of endless family dinner. Still, the prospect of desserts on par with Sean's dinner grabbed Delirium's attention and wouldn't let go. "Oh, boy," Sean chuckled. "I suppose I brought that on myself. Ophis, how do you feel about something a little different for your sweet fix? I think I might just have something mad enough to satisfy both of you." Ophis nodded, emoting just about as much excitement as she could with her usual impassive expression. "Goody, goody." Delirium clapped and cackled. From there, Sean summoned a pair of round candies for the pair of them. Gobstoppers, charmed to be everlasting and flavored by a wonderfully madman, wizard, really, who used candy and magic to spread joy to the world, even the unsuspecting muggles. A fittingly endless treat for endless madness and infinity personified. Of course, neither endless madness nor infinity was so easily predictable as Delirium and Ophis immediately chomped through the magically endless, impossibly hard candy with a single bite. Even Sean was momentarily taken aback by that. Up until he was forced to scramble in search of another dessert to satisfy endless madness and infinity personified. I. Hours later, Dee sighed contently. Then giggled as she was already fondly reminiscing about the night that had just ended. A silly smile hadn't left her face, even as everyone excused themselves. There was just too much for her to be happy about. Goodness, she loved her family, no matter how difficult they could be at times. Her endless siblings had left the dead end for the moment. Some of them were sure to return, Dee suspected. Delirium, of course, as much as it was possible to predict her future decisions. Desire's return was likely as well, simply to stir things up in their very unique way. And Dee had a premonition that Dream wouldn't be able to help but show his face again as well. As prickly and difficult as he could be, truly unfriendly at times, Dee knew that Sean and more specifically Simi had piqued his professional interest. He did so like to be mindful of new, inspiring novelties like them. Despair hadn't come out of her shell much. She was always a hard egg to crack. It was unlikely for her to visit unless Desire managed to drag their twin along for the ride. Destiny was quite stuck up and usually preoccupied himself with his usual business, toying with fate all high and mighty. It had been wonderful to see destruction again after so long. Sure, his self-imposed exile was more like the blink of an eye to their endless existences, but that could only be said looking back at it. At the time, every moment he was missing brought aches to Dee's heart. The exile was good for him though. He was simply more stable now. His time away had grounded him in a way that was unique for the endless. He was calmer, more reasonable, and much less pessimistic. That had been becoming a problem before, one that Dee hadn't been able to help but worry over. Dee knew a thing or two about the weight of inevitability. It warmed her heart to see such thoughts no longer bothering destruction so much. Mew had seemingly played a significant role in destruction's peace of mind. It acted as a sort of artificial font of inspiration for destruction's creation, as far as Dee could tell. Without the playful little creature, Dee's brother might not have come back for another several centuries. Even though destruction had left again, he promised to keep in touch as he slowly worked himself back up to reassuming his endless duties. Just in case, Dee had asked Mew to keep an eye on him for her. Lucifer's side of the family had left on a similarly positive note. Cousin Lucy and Maz always kept things interesting. Michael had his issues, but Dee was proud of him for sucking it up when she told him to properly reunite with his daughter. Meeting her niece, little Elaine, had Dee jumping for joy on the inside, even as she tried to play the cool aunt role outwardly. She'd even made friends with Alice. Dee was simply ecstatic to see her entire family getting along. But of course, all nights must come to an end. The Endless family had departed for their own homes, or what passed for such. Alice and little Ophi had been put to bed. Simi technically didn't need to sleep but was updating her shard with data from the night. For the sake of privacy, if nothing else. Which left Sean and Dee Dee alone with each other, reclined and cuddling atop the dead end's bar as dawn peeked in through the windows. Tonight went well, Sean commented almost absently as he stroked lazy patterns that left a trail of pleasant shivers on Dee Dee's skin. It did, Dee Dee hummed, smiling. About as perfectly as I could have asked for, despite the usual difficulties my siblings present. Do you think they liked me? Sean asked curiously. Dee Dee chuckled, each in their own unique way, yes. We'll have to do this again soon. I'll never complain about excuses to see family. They lapsed into silence. A comfortable one. Dee Dee had never been more content, never more happy to simply lie there and let the universe turn around them. Family and Sean. Truly, the only things Dee Dee needed from existence. Everything else was simply wonderful cherries atop this utter satisfaction. Dee Dee smiled softly, breaking the silence but not the mood with a clear expression of her contentment. You drifting into my lap was the best thing to happen in a long, long time, Sean. I could say the same thing right back, Sean said, squeezing her shoulder slightly and pulling her into his chest. Of course, that's not to say I don't still want more. More? Dee Dee asked, her eyes flickering closed in bliss. She felt him nod with her head resting on his chest. What's retirement without a few vacations here and there? Dates, some might say. Dee Dee teased knowingly. I do still have things to show you, Sean mused. And it's not as if either of us will ever lack for time. With her eyes still closed, Dee Dee's hand sought out his, holding it lovingly, not if I can help it. I suspect you feel the same. I do, Sean intertwined his fingers with hers and pressed a nuzzling kiss to the top of her head. To an endless existence together. Together, Dee Dee agreed with a blissful sigh. Always. Until death do us part. I. And that's it. The end, for now, at least. I do plan on returning. I've only told stories from about half of Sean's lives. And the interdimensional dates have a lot of potential as well. But before I even think about those things, I need a break from this story. Expect new Goth Girls Galore chapters first while I work out the details for my worm story. I haven't quite decided how I'll be handling both of those stories at once, but I'm going to try and give them both at least somewhat equal attention. So until next time, folks. It shouldn't be too long, maybe a week or so as I take a break and spin my mind and attention onto something new. P.S. This story did end up wrapping up at 420k words from my software's count. Just a fun little, funny number, Easter egg, smiley face. Chapter 66, Companion Piece, A Look Back. Alright. First chapter back. Kinda, really, it's an a bit more than side content but not quite main story chapter. Definitely canon, though. I wrote 3 of these Dee Dee/Sean's past deaths focused chapters to get myself back into the swing of this story. This one is very short by my standards but the next 2 are chunkier. I've got the main story well underway on my Patreon by now, though. Public releases should be twice a week, Sunday and Friday, but if you'd like to read these 3 companion piece chapters plus 4 main story chapters, at the time of posting, at least, but I usually keep a significant backlog, forward log, available for my patrons, early, you can do so on my Patreon, patreon.com/dryskies_btb. Anyway, enjoy and welcome back to the dead end, smiley face. I. Dee Dee. In her free time, Dee Dee liked to look through the veil of Sean's extensive past. Through time and space and dimensions galore, she peeked into the lives he'd lived. Mostly, she caught slices of them. Mere tastes of everything he'd been through. It still made for a most fascinating, most entertaining pastime. The first of Sean's lives she saw was number 68. It was so close at hand and yet so far away at the same time. It was the life that led to the one Sean now shared with her, the death that first brought him into her endless domain. Sean hadn't mentioned it in any of his stories. But that just meant Dee Dee got to experience its novelty for herself. 68 couldn't compare to 69. Dee Dee took solace in that. Sean said none of his lives compared to the lucky 69. Namely, because of Dee Dee herself, he claimed. His reassurance sent Dee Dee's whole endless soul fluttering with happiness. He was hers. She was his. Neither of them would have it any other way. From the moment he drifted across her lap, Dee Dee knew he would never leave her side again. At once, it had been a new meeting and an old reunion. Now, with her atemporal, interdimensional stalking of Sean's past lives, Dee Dee bore witness to all of the previous times her concept had touched her beloved, her hubby, as Desire named him, her dear, dear Sean. Sean's 68th life was a simple place to start. Almost mundane. Or at least, mundane as far as Sean knew the concept. It took place in a world straight out of one of Dream's new fantasy clichés. A world of kings and demon lords, of systems and magic, of heroes and Sean who bucked that trend. There, Dee watched, felt, Sean's conception. She followed him from afar as he was brought into that newest world and grinned as he bore the indignities of infancy as only a man who'd experienced and remembered it could. Throughout his childhood, she was beside him and so far away. She witnessed his growth, his stumbles, his first words, and so much more as he accustomed himself to his 68th go-around at life. Silver-haired, stormy-eyed, and precious, the child Dee watched grow was both the Sean she knew and not. Most certainly, it was his soul and his true name, his heart and mind, and steadily he made the newly familiar body his own. But Sean 68 lacked the true mark of death. That iteration lacked the brand and claim that Dee herself had imparted on him when he first laid his head on her thighs. He also lacked the sheer scope of power Dee knew from Sean, the efforts of concurrent millennia and life upon life, for all of that power was only truly returned to him with Dee's mark. The mark's echo was there. All of Sean, across all of his existences, bore that echo. With the first kiss she'd given him, Dee had burned her mark right beside his true name. A gentle touch, a loving claim, a heavy anchor, and a harsh branding all in one kiss. In some ways, it transcended continuity. In others, Sean's continuity was all leading up to it. Always there and not yet present, not yet real. No matter where Sean could have ended up through all of his lives, he'd crossed Dee's lap. No matter what he was, had been, and could have become, he'd been claimed and chosen by her for good in that perfect, synchronous moment. Dee's mark would always be left on Sean's soul, but for the lives he'd already lived, it was a posthumous thing. All of Sean's iterations knew death. But only the final one knew Dee. That was fine. Dee almost preferred it that way. Sean had lived many lives, but only in the end, on the final, lasting leg of his life and death journey, was he graced by Dee's claim upon him. All of him. Her Sean was every Sean. But not every Sean was her Sean. They were the long, long prelude. They were the foundation Dee's Sean was built upon. And perhaps they'd touched other versions of death. But Dee was the death who truly won his recurring, reincarnating soul and true name and the legend he'd left across all of his lives. So Sean 68 was not her Sean. And in the beginning of that 68th life, he was, rather strangely, powerless. A child in that world, with an extensive history that it would never know. A young body with an old soul, and his childhood there reflected that. Dee had never seen her Sean powerless. It was a precious sight to her. But not one that could last for long. A system was woven into the fabric of that world. Divinely imparted or simply always there, its origins didn't particularly matter. The system visited every individual, be they human, beastkin, elf, dwarf, demon, or any other. There, it was both the great equalizer and the great distinguisher, for through the system, the native souls tasted strength. Power. Magic. That world lived and breathed through its system. Yet, Sean 68 was different. The system was not all he'd ever known as it was to the natives. So, while they lived with it as they always had, Sean 68 exploited it. Dee couldn't stop giggling to herself as she watched him find bugs and glitches in the fabric of that reality. Item duplication here. A negative stat buff there. A skill that broke a stat that turned a meaningless spell into the greatest of magics. Sean found his power in that life through impossible, natively unthinkable, and likely heretical, exploits. As a child, Sean found many an exploit in the infallible system. Dee's favorite was when he would clip himself out of the bounds of reality. He removed himself half a dimension from the world, and Dee watched him glide through physical barriers as if they weren't real. It was a wonderfully amusing sight that allowed Sean access to places that never should have been. Oh. Sean 68 muttered during one of his no-clipping adventures. Yeah, that's a dev room if I've ever seen one. That has implications. Overlord Light. Huh. Did I get reborn as an NPC this time? If so, they really should have playtested this world more thoroughly. The implications were lost on Dee as she watched. But even Sean didn't pay them too much mind. He discovered whatever it was he'd discovered about his newest life and then simply shrugged and moved on. His 68th life was a life only he could live, and Sean didn't let implications stop him from experiencing and exploiting it to its fullest. Both curious and content, he steadily entered adulthood. Yet, while the children around him aspired to follow their parents' trades and professions or dreamed of becoming powerful heroes, Sean 68 didn't bother. He took his impossible exploits and used them for his enjoyment and entertainment first and foremost. He didn't try to become the greatest hero or villain that his new world had ever seen. He didn't aim to slay and usurp a king, demon, human, or any in between. He didn't look to godhood above any of the world's divines. No, Sean just lived his 68th life as he would enjoy it most. Dee couldn't help but find the whole thing terribly charming. Just so Sean. She knew by that point in his reincarnating journey, her beloved hubby had seen more adventure than most anyone could comprehend. So he left the seeking of glory, fame, and power to those who desired it most. The players, Sean called them. All the while, he was content to play a fool's role as his newly native kingdom's court jester. A jester who just so happened to be leagues more powerful than the kingdom's greatest knights, the Demon King, and likely even the divines. In that deceptive role, Sean had as many adventures as the world's greatest heroes. All played for humor, not glory. He mocked and pranked his liege as if he was born to do it. And more often than not, he used his exploits to do so. Once, the king was shocked by the size of a great bird presented to him at a feast. It was certainly an impressive thing. As heavy as 2 men and physically larger by 3. It had been given to the king on a platter, already plucked and prepared for the oven. A raw jubbly of massive proportions. When he first laid eyes on it, the king was rendered speechless. And so, Sean ensured that wasn't the last the royal palace saw of the impressive meal in the making. Before it could be cooked for the feast later that night, Sean stole into the kitchens and duplicated the raw jubbly. The feast went off without a hitch. A grand occasion. The hunter who presented the massive jubbly was celebrated. The king went to sleep that night, fully sated and satisfied. When he woke, Sean's duplicated jubbly was waiting for him in the royal bath. A sign from the divines, some within the court said. A restless ghost, others whispered. Breakfast fit for a king. Sean had declared. None ever guessed the jester amongst them was responsible for the ghostly jubbly. Not even when it continued to reappear in the strangest of places. One time, the royal herald unwittingly announced a new visitor to the court, only for the doors to open to that massive plucked bird. Another time, it magically took the place of a man sentenced to be executed, while the, likely innocent, knowing Sean, man was spirited away to parts unknown. Yet a third time, the king found the jubbly in his bed after a long day and was so tired that he simply fell asleep beside it. Come morning, the jubbly was gone again like a ghost in the wind. The king and his court thought themselves haunted. Stalked by a long dead, long inanimate, chicken. And nothing they thought to do had any effect on the curse. Sean, amongst them, kept up his duplicated jubbly reign of terror for years. And removed from it all, Dee just about laughed herself to tears. That was just one of Sean's jests in that life. He played more pranks than Dee cared to count, caused more mischief than that kingdom had ever seen, and mocked more serious situations than even the loathable Joker ever had. She just sat back and enjoyed the show Sean 68 was unknowingly putting on for her as he lived his life exactly how he wished to. In another of his jests, Sean stole deep into the demon lands bordering the kingdom. Just for curiosity's sake, as far as Dee could tell. But once there, he found pitiable situations and sought to rectify them. In that world, demons and humans were 2 sides of the same coin. Likely even the same species originally, by Dee's reckoning. But history, culture, grudges lost to time, and perhaps a little push by divines on both sides pitted them ever against each other. Sean paid the animosity no mind. He came across a young, orphan demon girl from a noble family. Only the girl's uncle remained when Sean found her, and the older demon plotted to marry his helpless niece to steal her inheritance. Then, one morning, the uncle awoke to a terrible sickness. Out of nowhere, he began coughing confetti and expired only a few days later. In the chaos that followed, Sean demonapped the young girl to a better life with him. The demonapping repeated across the demon lands. The son of a succubus whore whose mother was beaten to death by a powerful client. Another son, orphaned by the eternal war on the borders. A daughter in an abusive home with dreams of singing and dancing freely. A sickly young prince who was simply unlucky enough to be born into the danger that a line of feudal succession and inheritance brought. Sean adopted them all, and Dee's eyes didn't dry for a moment in the following years she watched. He spirited them away from their unfortunate and dangerous homes. Under their new father's care, the young demons thrived. He showed them true, unconditional love and brought light and humor to their dark lives, and they loved him for it. Sean taught the son of the succubus to harness his seductive heritage. He taught the war orphan how to wield a bow and sword. He taught the abused daughter to sing and dance and led her. He taught the sickly prince to live without the poison from his brothers and uncles coursing through his veins. And for all of them, Sean taught his adopted children to exploit the system just as he did. He taught them power greater than any player and ensured they were able to defend themselves from any comers. Even in the court of their eternal human enemies, Sean kept them safe and free. The children grew strong and happy and loved. Dee watched from afar, celebrating as much as she lamented. If given the chance, she would have eagerly claimed them as her children as well. In his court jester role, Sean pushed and pushed until something eventually broke. Simply because he could. Simply because he wanted to. Simply because it brought him joy and laughter. He slapped the king on the ass, and lived to tell the joke that followed. Sorry, my liege. I thought you were the queen. He caused diplomatic incident after diplomatic incident, and talked his way out of the consequences. It's a good thing, truly, my liege. The visiting queen thinks you to be her soulmate. Might I suggest a royal threesome? It was only after he captured the princess' romantic heart, and the queen's, and the queen dowagers, that the drawn line in the sand became clear, alas. What would your father think, sweetling? Your husband, dear. Your son. Mommy. Truly, ours is a love doomed from the start. I shall never leave your side, but mine place is the butt of every joke. When the king discovered the affair, plural, he was wroth. Naturally. Finally, Sean was declared a threat to the kingdom's security and an insult to the king that could not be borne any longer. Calls for Sean's execution went out, and Sean went easily. He was old, though he didn't look a day over 28, and satisfied by that point. And Didi suspected, eager to move on to the next life that awaited him. His adopted children were grown and likely the strongest beings in that world thanks to Sean's exploits. His legacy there would live on through them. He was content to call life 68 a job well done. He comforted them before taking the executioner's block. Don't go crying, kids. Mourn me, miss me, remember me, but don't go shedding unnecessary tears for your old men. I've lived a life of laughter, you know. Tears just don't fit my vibe. Keep on. Carry on. Let your old man go with style into his good night. I've given you all the tools you need to transcend the system, so we'll meet again someday, I'm sure. A little thing like death never stopped me before. I love you, all of you. And I'm so proud. No matter what you end up doing, no matter how great you become, you'll always be my little demons. So when I'm gone, live. For yourself, for your brothers and sisters, for my memory, live exactly how I showed you to. We don't take shit. We cause it. And we give the players and their system the bloody runs while we're at it. Sean walked to the waiting block under his own power. Resting his head upon it, he looked up at his fate with a smile. The king's expression was complex, wrathful yet full of regret and a touch of fondness. He didn't truly wish to execute his jester, but Sean had pushed him too far. He allowed the fool his last words. Only to immediately regret doing so when Sean opened his mouth. Hear ye, hear ye. Your king is a cuckold by 3. His daughter calls me daddy. His mother calls me darling. And his wife calls me the best damn dick at court. Hark and witness the impotent jealousy of the men who rules you. The king hastily signaled for the executioner to swing his axe, but it was already too late. Sean's head rolled free. His reincarnating soul moved on, landing in Didi's lap soon after, but the legacy he left on his 68th life lingered. And his former king's dynasty would forever be plagued by scorn, mockery, and unrest. The players who came after would know that kingdom is one of anarchy on the borders of the demon lands. Far away and forever by Sean's side, Didi fondly rolled her eyes. Truly, Sean. You can't help but be a menace to the very end. Sean rolled over in bed next to her, humming sleepily. Nothing, dear. Just getting to know your past better. I'm all right. I keep no secrets from you, my death. If you feel up to it, give my love to those I've left behind. Didi bit her lip to muffle an honest moan. That pet name. So macabre, so fond and lovely. It was just entirely unfair, gladly. Now, go back to sleep, Sean, and leave me to stalk your past lives in peace. As you wish, my death. Chapter 67, Companion Piece, Ascendant Endgame. Didi. How long had this fight been raging? Didi didn't know. Perhaps she couldn't know, and for one such as her, that was a terrifying prospect. All she could say for certain was that her beloved was tired. Weary of body. Weary of heart and mind. Weary of soul, most of all. Sean fought for an eon, an age, and even beyond. He was given only mere moments of respite throughout it all. Infinite waves of invaders pounded against his mounted defense. When one fell, 2 more took its place. And from beyond time, space, and reality itself, Didi watched Sean's longest, strongest life as it reached its zenith and end. Her beloved took his seemingly endless battle beyond the gates of that reality. From what Didi was familiar with, he would be past the White Gate, where even Del dared not tread. He walked the Dreadlands and infinite madness at the borders of his current multiverse. He went where only outer malice and eldritch doom awaited. He guarded reality itself from invasion. In that damned boundary between existence and nothingness, even Didi's concept flinched and wavered. It was the infinite sea, not of stars, but of whole universes and multiverses filling the skies. The void between, and from that void, existential threats surged forth. The madness that lurked in the void between aimed for Sean's reality in that life. It sought to consume, corrupt, and conquer his whole multiverse. It hungered, for life, for death, for every concept in between. Many shapes and shades of it flooded forth. Ever-questing tendrils and tentacles as wide as stars. Legions upon legions of demons below even the worst Lucy's hell could conceive. Powerful entities, outer gods, and twisted facsimiles of people who called the void between home. Massive monsters from the depths. Concepts and ideas that were too damned for any one reality. Many worlds and myths spoke of a primordial chaos before creation. Through watching that life of Sean's, Dee discovered where the primordial chaos went once creation had truly begun. Creations were built on the reality stuff it left behind. But eventually, inevitably, the void between returned to reclaim the creation it wrought. The void between and its primordial chaos was the eternal beginning and the eternal ending. But that didn't mean realities went easily into its writhing goodnight. Just as the void had madness, reality had a madness of its own. A madness of endless proportion, death, destruction, despair, desire, destiny, dream, and most fittingly, delirium, little Dell. While Dee and her siblings weren't present in those other realities, their concepts existed wherever the void waned and creation reigned. Creation was just as infinite as the void beyond its borders. Not everywhere, but in the pockets of reality that infinitely dotted the void between. From their concepts, something real sprung forth. Despair and comfort, desire and contempt, delirium and composure, destiny and continuity, dream and certainty, destruction and creation, death and conception. Endless dual natures and endless possibilities from them. Something real to push back against the reclaiming void. Endless D/C concepts inspired reality everywhere they touched. Heart and mind. Body and soul. Life. People and beings, mortal and divine, who would fight for all they knew. It was the natural order of things. The void between was chaotic and destructive, but it wasn't intelligently focused. Its reclamation was simply the automatic action of it swelling back to fill space where it had once been. Like a great tide of all things, to be and not to be. The real madness and malice came from the things that inhabited the void between. Life but not as Dee knew it. They were impossible, alien antitheses to true life's very existence. They weren't a mirror to reality, but something entirely other. And with that otherness, they rode the tide of the void to fruitfully real feeding grounds. Against that surging alien tide, Sean fought. And he didn't do so alone. He had men and women by his side, beasts and divines. Every one of them had long since transcended reality's limits. They'd reached for the heavens and risen beyond. Cultivators from across a whole multiverse gathered to defend the gates from outer siege. Sean knew them all, and so Dee knew them as well. She knew them by their ridiculous titles and deeds, by Sean's friendships and rivalries with them, and for a few, by how they touched upon her concept in their DAOs. Cultivators were, as Sean would put it, a bullshit bunch. They were all at the peak of power. Far stronger than any god Dee knew of except the source. None were truly endless. But the greatest among them were perhaps only a step and some below. It was a gathering of greatness that could move entire multiverses. Sean was included at the peak of power. The oldest and wisest of masters. The most loyal senior and junior brothers. The staunchest of sisters. The noblest of ascended spirit beasts. There were the cultivator twins, e'en to each other's young. Brothers who walked mirrored DAOs. Twin paths to immortality and beyond that couldn't be separated. They argued and bickered as much as they fought side by side, back to back. Jean the most divine and Jin the most damned. There was the cosmic Black Widow. A seductress to sway even the stars. Where she passed, whole worlds held their breath. The slightest sway of her hips quieted gods and devils. The supple softness of her curves hid a most lethal secret. She who comes with dawn and sunset, fourth sister by Xiaodan. There was the oldest of the old masters. A senior who made his home at the end of time itself. His sword could rend apart atoms and spaces and time with ease. A man of peace and contemplation who'd been called to take up his arms for one last fight. Senior Zhong Hong, the swan at the end of time. There was the highest ascended spirit beast. A beast of gluttony turned noble and thinking even as she consumed entire worlds. Her fur was black and white with yin and yang, twin furnaces circling each other in her core of cores. Simple bamboo started her Tao, unknowingly at the time, and her gluttony only escalated until it was known to the whole multiverse. Fu, the paragon panda of 1,000 stomachs. There was the dragon of the cosmos. A great serpent between the stars. Its physical form was sinuous, like a living strand of silk. As wide as any star and so long that it weaved through an entire universe the dragon called home. Its spirit was even more massive. A primogenitor that gave birth to the life that ever sought to climb its cosmic scales. Longun, the star-devouring, life-giving serpent. There was the little cultivator queen. A diminutive woman of royalty. She was born to rule and took that birthright to a fittingly illogical extreme, as all cultivators were wont to do. With her royal decrees, men, beasts, and divines alike bent the knee. Furthermore, she was a mother, almost constantly giving birth to whole new lines of royalty to impart on the many worlds of her home universe. Little Qian Shifan, the phoenix mother of many. There was the young master, one of nature itself. He was life and growth. A young man of green and brown and flowers forever blooming. Nature's laws were his word, and his word was nature's laws. Liang Yi, true brother amidst the heavens' roots and branches. There was the young mistress. An icy jade beauty. Considered oh so young by her peers there. But an unmatched talent all the same. She ascended again and again on her Tao. Through it all, she never forgot the sect of sisters that first took in the orphan girl she once was. Even at the peak of power, she represented the piddling, insignificant sect as if it were the greatest institution in the heavens. To her, it was. Yen Yenyu, young mistress of the Eight Storms sect. There was the noblest being of all, man or beast, demon or divine, through heaven, hell, or earth in between. A being raised by a man touched once by death, a man who desired nothing more than peace on his farm. A being who never shed the beginning his first master granted him, no matter the heavens he mounted. A being who crowed in every dawn, even beyond the borders of reality. The noblest of cocks, standing straight and tall. Bida of the Fa Ram. Finally, there was Shan. Didi's beloved. Her Shan, yet, not yet. The drunken fist, they called him. The change that awaits. The first moniker followed him from his lowest of origins. The second only came as his Tao evolved. That Shan had lived a life of millennia. He'd grown and grown himself to the peak of power. He'd walked a path, a Tao, that ascended him above the heavens. He'd been through so much that Didi even worried this version of him had forgotten her concept's gentle caress on his soul. It was an essential life that Shan led. One that was fundamental to everything he became. The Tao he followed and the enlightenment he found carried over even now, Didi knew. But she lamented him being away from her concept's loving embrace for so long all the same. The Shan she watched had come so far, for so long. He began that life as a mortal. A cripple, even. From that inauspicious start, he carved his own path, his own Tao. From alcohol to poisons to pure impurities, Shan rose and rose. He ascended past the first heaven and then the one after. On and on he went, his cultivation growing, his Tao adapting and evolving. He became change itself and stood at the peak of power amongst his peers. There, at the peak, he received the call to arms just like the others. Now, Didi could only watch as her beloved fought where time had no meaning against enemies unending. It was a terrible, terrible war. Stars were born just to be thrown at fodder. Supernovas went off to little effect. Magics to end entire worlds raised the dreadlands. Concepts were wielded like swords, Taos like spears. What would have been an apocalypse anywhere else was merely another hour on the contested border of reality. Shan had allies at his side. Some noble friends. Some contentious rivals. All united in the fight against everything that threatened them from beyond. But even with such commendable comrades beside her beloved, Didi couldn't help but ache for Shan. Dozens and dozens of transcendent beings fought against the malice in the void between, yet there was still no end in sight to their plight, their fight. The stalemate took a toll on everyone involved. But Shan most of all, Didi saw, she felt, she knew. Her beloved was exhausted. Didi could sense his end was near. Not an end of mistake or failure, but one he chose for himself. Shan played at the motions of change, but he was done with that long, long life of his. He greeted his quietus on his own terms. Didi watched with bated breath to see how he did so, how he finally returned to her. Another abomination falls, ha. Jin the most divine exclaimed. That was my kill, wretch. His twin, Jin the most damned, swore. In your most damnable dreams, wastrel. Must you court death always? Death at your hands is the only demise I would accept, most damned. Ga. You say the truth we both know so plainly, brother. Enlighten me, dost thou feel the same? You needn't even ask. The answer you seek has always been, and will always be, yes. As they bickered, the cultivating twins carved through the battlefield like a mirrored tornado. They moved as one, breathed as one, and slaughtered all comers as one. A shadowy entity from voidy depths was ripped in twain by Jin's bare hands. A tentacled horror was kicked to oblivion and back again by Jin's barefoot, quite literally disappearing on the spot only to reappear dead. On and on they went, impossible to stop or separate. Your animosity is as touching as any show of brotherhood, fourth sister by Xiaodan deadpanned, her voice reaching across the whole battlefield on the borders of reality. Truly, we are honored to witness such petty bickering. Senior Zhong Hong joined her deadpan in the same cutting tone. She who comes with dawn and sunset moved like a wraith, like rolling fog that crept along the ground. She was untouchable and everywhere at once. Shadows lengthened where she looked. From their darkness, she sprung with lethal intent. She stalked the Dreadlands with a sword in hand and death in her heart of hearts such that Didi could plainly see it. A wicked web was weaved through her kills. A formation etched in maddening ichor and caustic knot blood. Bai Xiaodan wove death, a sight so beautiful and pure that Didi's breath caught on her lips. It was a fitting tribute to her concept. And so, even as far removed from the events she watched as she was, Didi made sure death answered Bai Xiaodan's call. Upon completion, a bony maw of splintered fangs rose in the Dreadlands. An outer god was casually caught in those jagged jaws. It struggled, a mess of exploding eyes and putrid pus and lashing limbs. But death had seized onto the maddening being. Soon enough, it withered and wasted away. Yet as the formation of death sprung to life, Bai Xiaodan froze in place. She looked upward and stared at nothing and everything. As powerful as these cultivators were, even Didi couldn't completely conceal herself from them, it seemed. Bai Xiaodan didn't know where, why, or how, but Didi could tell she sensed something aiding the death she brought. Fourth sister. Are you well? Senior Zhong Hong asked. It is nothing, Bai Xiaodan excused her odd behavior. But to Didi alone, she whispered thanks with a deeply bowed head, mine gratitude, senior sister. A little wind carried Didi's silent acknowledgement to the little sister of death she'd never known to claim. A little sister closer to her level than almost any could hope to truthfully say. Cultivators were a bullshit bunch to be certain, but Didi was never one to turn away family, wherever, whenever, and however they might be. As Didi's acknowledgement washed over her, Bai Xiaodan's eyes fluttered slightly. She turned back to the fight at hand with a newfound contentment in her heart. She did so just in time to catch a writhing, eldritch knife arm before it was plunged into the old master's back. The creature it was attached to quickly liquefied like a fly in a spider's cocoon. An unnecessary assistance, but you have my thanks as always, fourth sister, Senior Zhong Hong said. Leaving yourself open on purpose is far from noble, Senior Swan. I simply believe in giving all of my enemies equal chance to finally bring me my demise, fourth sister. Bai Xiaodan sighed, it is a miracle you have lived so long as to become old and grey. Senior Zhong Hong sighed right back, a miracle and my greatest shame. None I've encountered have liberated me from my curse of long and fruitful life. Even in the midst of heated eternal combat, Sean spared the time to laugh and quip as Didi knew best from him, haha. Don't go humoring the suicidal old man now, beautiful spider. He's been seeking death for as long as I've known him. If I have it my way, he'll be seeking death long after, too. Ever the wastrel. Ever the fool. Ever the menace, Taoist drunken fist, Senior Zhong Hong scowled. Call me what you will, old friend. My name will always be Dash. Sean. Kane. Sean turned his quippy retort into a grand, show-stopping attack. With a shout, he declared his true name for all of existence to hear. Not for the first time. And certainly not for the last. But its invocation had impact all the same. Sean's fight turned in an instant. He faced a shadowy giant of colossal proportions. Its limbs were pillars beyond pillars. Its hollowed-out chest cavity could have contained the Colosseum. Its head matched any megalithic statue, carved into an expression of malice and madness. The giant rampaged rampant, stomping and swinging its massive arms to strike at Sean. Sean kiked the colossus behind him, pulling its proverbial strings. It tore through the ground and the air itself as it gave futile chase. A man trying to swat a fly. But the fly was the one to win the day. Sean's shout, his proof of self, was heard. The Dreadlands shook. As if made real, his declaration physically struck the giant. His true name carried wrathful weight, life and death and experience beyond reason, obliterating everything it touched. The giant's hollow chest caved inward and disintegrated around the true name. The atlas of some void-based depth toppled. The colossus that could have held up a world shattered a sheer hole through the Dreadlands on its way down. Almost instantly, it disappeared into the depths of the void between. A dozen void-born terrors were dragged along with it. But even for the magnificent feat, none batted an eye. Sean's fellow cultivators barely looked up from their own battles. And the forces of the void certainly didn't care, certainly didn't stop coming. Immediately, Sean was assaulted again by flying horrors that swept across the hole he'd made in the very Dreadlands beneath their feet. Sean swayed and wove his way between questing claws, void-blooded weapons, and thirsting tentacles. His manner was calm. Utterly at ease. With a drunken tilt to his every movement, he countered right back at the impossible swarm. Paradoxically slow punches rent unreality to pieces. Sean looked as if he was doing nothing more than training. Sparring, even as he ripped through foes who would lay entire realities low. And as their enemies continued to stream forth from the void, just to fall to fist and sword, formation and Tao, the cultivators kept up their casual conversation. A woeful name for a true Taoist, senior brother, Bai Da, the cock of the heavens, sniffed imperiously. His waddles jiggled with the oh-so-human motion, and all the while, the clawed spurs of his chicken feet diced through tangled tentacles like knives in the kitchen. Sean laughed. Perhaps, Big D, but I've never claimed to have fully assimilated into the culture. My name is mine and I shall wear it until the end of time. A woeful name for a woeful Taoist, yes. By de cluck to scoff, a greater lie this lowly rooster has never heard, senior brother. If you are woeful, this one shudders to think what the rest of us are. Yen Yen Yu, young mistress of the Eight Storms sect, joined the conversation to declare. Truly, his humility is sickening, Liang Yi, true brother amidst the heavens' roots and branches verbally cut with a face as if sucking a lemon. This mother finds it rather charming, little Qian Shifeng, phoenix mother of many, demurred. One can only hope the seed he has fostered upon me grows to embody the same. Didi could sense life in the little mother's womb. She traced it back to its conception and felt Sean's touch upon the moment. A son. One who would begin a royal bloodline of rebirth and change, reflecting both of his parents. Qian Shifeng cultivated the wee babe in an inner womb, and her physical body was unhindered in the eternal fight she joined. An intriguing idea, by Xiaodan's whisper carried across the battlefield, deadpan but curious. Mine womb has long been rendered barren by the death I cultivate. Would the little mother be open to a potential surrogacy? Seeing the thought her newest little sister contemplated, Didi almost leaped to give her approval. More family. Even if she might never meet them. Another wind of death brushed up against Bai Xiaodan, carrying Didi's feelings on the matter. The little sister stiffened imperceptibly but nodded to the source of the wind only she felt. Most gladly, fourth sister, Qian Shifeng fondly agreed. Sean smirked, the expression one of casual amusement, the myth of consent. Isn't there someone you forgot to ask? Bai Xiaodan waved dismissively, the gesture also serving to sever several shadows from the strings that animated them. The idea is merely in its conception. When the time truly comes, I shall come kowtow at your feet, brother Sean. The statement brought Didi happy little flutters. At the same time, she watched as a sudden wave of exhaustion and resignation washed over Sean. Yes. When the time truly comes. He fell silent, even as the others continued to converse their ways through the eternal slaughter. Down went their enemies. Void stone walking fortresses were torn apart at their foundations. Void-scorched armies were cleaved wholly in half. Void-damned concepts failed to penetrate the defenses of reality. Void-born monsters writhed themselves to true death in real agony, Didi's concept finding purchase on them for the first time as they left the void between. Fu, the paragon panda of 1,000 stomachs, ate her way through the battlefield. Insubstantial shadows went ignored, but those void invaders with meat on their bones weren't so lucky. With quick, munching, crunching bites, she swallowed a whole outer god. She slurped up its countless tentacles like noodles. She chewed tender madness and chowed down upon crunchy malice, even the void proving to be nothing more than fodder for her 1,000 stomachs. By de clucked and chortled, your gluttony knows no bounds, insatiable sister. Should we worry of madness as it digests? Fu was preoccupied with her chewing, but a reply still came. When it did, the whole Dreadlands vibrated with the calm but massive rumble. Worry not, heavenly cock. If such madness comes to pass, I shall swallow our sister whole and contain her until sanity returns. The sky of the Dreadlands moved like a coiling serpent. Beside Baida, an enormous eye opened. The star-devouring, life-giving serpent long unput any worries at ease. Its sinuous, seemingly infinite body was both transparent and solid. Within, entire worlds were born, lived, and died. All none the wiser to the cosmic dragon around them. With a great, slithering pass through the Dreadlands, long unreleased its terrible fury. It breathed supernova fire. It crushed void demons and unreal shadows with black holes along its scales. Yet it never dared to swallow the foes they faced as its name described. To introduce the void to its inner universe would be to invite disaster. Through it all, Sean remained uncharacteristically quiet. And despite the awesome carnage around him, Didi focused her eyes on him alone. Now, her beloved's weariness truly showed. Not even the conversations between his allies, his peers, friends, and rivals, pulled him from his soul-deep fatigue. He went through the motions, fighting and killing his way through the endless enemies carried upon the tide of the void between. But, nothing had changed. Not for a long, long time. So long that Didi had to exert actual effort to cast her view back so far. For Sean and his Tao of change, that was a crushing issue. Nothing changed on the borders of reality. Perhaps nothing could. And Sean was drowning in the stagnation. How long would he be stuck to that noble defense? Another eon. Another age. More and longer still. Didi's heart went out to that version of her Sean. So powerful. So enlightened. So, stuck. Didi ached for him. She mourned. She couldn't help but reach out. And so, for that briefest of moments, Sean felt change once more. Didi's words wouldn't reach him there. Nor would her touch. but the ghost of an echo of her love. A reminder that death loved him brushed against Sean's transcendent senses. A reminder that death would always welcome him back, even if Dee herself couldn't meet him just yet. She was still far in his future, but his endless life and death journey was just waiting to be resumed. The change ran over and through him from ear to tiptoe. Sean stood straighter. He removed himself from the eternal fight, flying up above it all. Dee's reminder prompted change. The change after stagnation for so long prompted a decision to resolve itself within Sean. Death awaited always, and now, Sean remembered. Suspended above the Dreadlands, Sean began to bring change from within himself. An awesome weave and working of magic unseen. For a moment, magic itself seemed to blink. Then, giddily, eagerly, it flocked to Sean's will. Enlightenment brought endless power. In that moment, that grand finale of a most transcendent life, Dee felt Sean touch upon her level. He became both endless and temporary. Not death and conception as she was, but death and change in a way only he could be. Even then, he was hers. Sean was still of death. Dee's breath caught in her throat as she watched. Tears welled up in her eyes. She was proud, oh so proud, and struck speechless. Sean was not. He had words for each of his allies, his peers, friends, and rivals. They too stopped and stared. From the heavenly cock to the divine and damned twins. Sean brought his will of change, and even the void between seemed to pause. Sorry, Bai Xiaodan. I guess you won't need to kowtow. But Qian Shifeng stole some of my seed and stored it away within her. You have my permission to do whatever you wish with it. Sorry, Qian Shifeng. I won't be there for our son. I'm sure he'll do us both proud. I don't blame you for stealing more of my seed. I'm sure you only had the best of intentions for it. All I ask is that you give it to fourth sister as I've said. Sorry, Jean and Jin. We were never close, but you fought beside us anyway. Stick together and keep striving to one-up each other, yeah. And maybe open yourselves up to others. Your brother may be your other half, but there's room in the heart for many. Sorry, Zhong Hong. You won't be dying today. But there's no need to seek death, old man. She's waiting for us all in the end. Sorry, Fu. I'm sure you'll dedicate one of your feasts to my name. Eat well, noble friend. Sorry, Longun. We won't be able to finish that shogi match. If you need a new rival, though, try the chicken. He's surprisingly good. Sorry, Liang Yi. We won't be squashing our beef with butted heads like mountain goats on a cliffside. It's not as nature intended, but I'll leave my gardens to you. Look after them well. I know you'll see that the sproutlings are blameless, even if I was the one to plant them. Sorry, Yen Yen Yu. Never let anyone say you aren't worth the position you've achieved. You might be young, but you've earned your spot here at the peak. Just don't forget your roots. And finally, sorry, Big D. You noble, noble cock. Give my love to the farm. Your first master will always have the right of it. Peace, contentment, family, hard work with your own hands. That's true happiness, true power right there. The reactions to his apologetic goodbyes were many and varied. Jean and Jin stood at attention with closed fist salutes over their hearts. Bai Xiaodan looked away with the slightest dusting of blush on her porcelain cheeks. Zhong Hong grumbled and turned away to hide the regret that suddenly entered his eyes. Fu stood to give a perfectly practiced bow, slurping outer god tentacle noodles into her maw all the while. Longun shed a single, star-quenching tear. Qian Shifeng blushed and sputtered frantically as her thievery was called out. Liang Yi scowled a scowl without any real weight behind it. Yen Yen Yu nodded firmly and gratefully to Sean's advice. And by the crow to the rising sun, blessed be the Fa Ram. I will erect a grand tribute to you when I return. We shall always remember the wandering drunken fist. Sean spared them all one last smile as he brought his change upon the Dreadlands. Magic sword. Sean waned and receded in its wake like a sunset at sea. But even as he changed himself to death, Sean pushed on. He was the cause. The effect was unthinkable. Behind them all, reality itself surged and pushed outward. It washed past its gates and into the Dreadlands. Everything it touched turned real. And everything real obliterated the unreality of the void between. Sean changed his reality in that life during his final moments. He encouraged it to expand, welcoming and guiding it when it did. As if creation began anew, the void between was pushed back against its tide. The malice and madness invading the Dreadlands were drowned in the swell. A new border was defined, and once it was, reality curved up and in to seal itself from the void between. The seal settled. That multiverse set itself above and beyond the void between. It wasn't completely closed off to the rest of existence, just much, much more resistant to intrusion. Dee struggled to maintain her view, only doing so long enough to see Sean fade from that life of his and slip back into the reincarnation cycle with a serene and satisfied smile on his face. Far away and forever by Sean's side, Dee blinked in utter shock. Sean. Ah. Were you ever going to tell me that you were temporarily endless? Then, it was Sean's turn to blink. I was. Huh. Neat. Anyways. Suddenly much more awake, Sean decided that, while Dee was still reeling, was a good time to sneak his way under the covers and bury his face between her soft thighs. Eeoop. Dee squeaked and moaned and just about fell apart. Soon after, she decided that Sean's temporary endless status wasn't nearly as important as the glorious things he was doing with his tongue. Chapter 68, Companion Peace, Death and Chaos. Dee. In yet another life, war came for Sean at his end. A crusade from the blackest of hells ravaged everything sacred and living. The 13th of its kind, an ominously auspicious number, it threatened to bring the galaxy itself to its knees. Watching the end of that life of Sean's, Dee witnessed death, despair, and destruction on a scale that even she and her siblings would struggle to comprehend. In that reality, mankind had long since spread throughout the stars. They'd thrived once, only for an age of strife to strike down everything they knew. Then came hope once more. A unifying leader for humanity. An emperor for mankind to call its own. But as always for that reality, chaos came calling in the end. It struck once, crippling humanity's hope. It struck over and over again afterward, trying to finish the job. But humanity persisted. They stagnated and regressed but continued to live through the worst the galaxy, Matrium and Immaterium, had to throw at them. So it was that the Chaos Crusades began and persisted for millennia of stalemate and crippling stasis. Now, a certain end was threateningly near. The Black Crusade to end all Black Crusades surged forth from a lasting tear in the physical universe. Its goal was the last legs of crippled hope, humanity still kicking salvation, on Holy Terra itself. To get there, the Black Crusade pushed through the most fortified portion of humanity's Imperium. For millennia, Cadia and its surrounding sectors held the line against chaos. The Blackest Crusade brought that truth into question. First came the Space Hulks. They struck strategically, disrupting defenses in the prelude to the crusade. Then came the forces of pestilence. Massive rotting flagships, the Plague Claw and Terminus Estate, spread decay and death wherever they passed. Unnatural sickness doomed whole worlds. Apocalyptic sects and cults spread in its terrible wake. The plague of unbelief and the plague zombies that followed through any coordinated defensive effort into, well, chaos. Still, the Imperium of Men rose to the occasion. The Imperial Navy rallied to give Cadian defenses all the time they needed. The gathered fleet was overwhelmed and struck down by their chaotic rivals. Onward, chaos surged into the Imperium, led by Abaddon the Despoiler, War Master of Chaos. Soon, every world within 1,000 light-years of the Eye of Terror became embroiled in apocalyptic conflict. The forces of chaos reveled in the resistance they met. Mysterious and brutal raiders, dark mechanicum, traitor legions, and demons all united in their unholy, destructive aims. Chaos brought everything they had to bear. And as powerful and numerous as the Imperium's defenders were, the eternal enemy was undeterred. Unstoppable. The Imperium's defenders did all they could to hold the line, but they were being steadily pushed back. Adeptus Astartes chapters fought to the last emperor-blessed demigod. Imperial Guard regiments raged to the last mundane, mortal men, and burned just the same for their unconquerable spirits. Even Titan legions of mountain-sized god machines were brought to their knees. Reinforcements were tragically slow to come and often didn't arrive at all. Humanity, despite their tendency to claim such, didn't stand alone against the Blackest Crusade. No matter how the Imperial Creed preached against the Xeno, all life was allied against chaos. The craft world Eldar stood, perhaps not with the Imperium but fighting against the Blackest Crusade all the same. The same could be said for certain powerful Necrons. The Orcs were not so discerning of who they fought, helping and harming the defenses in equal measure. Likewise, the Tyranids were drawn to the conflict like bugs to light, often swarming the first party they came upon. But in all, a significant portion of the galaxy on every side came to be ravaged by the crusade to herald the end times. Sean, and by extension, Dee, were relatively late to the party. Dee's presence piggybacked off her beloved, unnoticeable and omnipresent. She saw the Blackest Crusade in all of its horrifying glory. No, more than that. She felt every soul, human to Orc to Eldar, mortal and demonic, embroiled in the terrible conflict. Uncountable billions upon billions, trillions, even, lived, died, and fought most of all. Entire sectors of space were brought under siege by the crusade from the Eye of Terror. Entire systems burned. Entire worlds died like fodder. Truly, it was like nothing Dee had ever experienced. Her existence was endless, but none of the worlds and realities she knew had ever been ravaged by such chaos. She knew war, but not war like this. She knew death, but not death like this. She knew doom, demise, quietus, but never like this. Through her view of Sean, Didi saw every death in that reality. But more than that, she saw the anathema parasites that grew fat off souls that weren't theirs to claim. Chaos was chaos, but there was a definite order to be found within. Fourfold. Each was as abominable as the last. Chaos gods. They were far from godly in Didi's eyes. They fell ever short of true divinity. They claimed concepts that weren't theirs. They grew fatter and fatter from undue feeding. They gave nothing back in truth, boasted truly unearned, undeserving claims of superiority, and corrupted the truth of reality by their very existence. Chaos didn't have gods. It had parasites. Leeches, scroungers, bloodsuckers to all life everywhere in that galaxy. None of their considerable power was original. Nothing about them was. If they claimed it, they'd stolen it. From their domains to every soul they sucked into their ever-hungry maws. Korn claimed blood, slaughter, and honor. But he was no origin to anything. Blood was not his to shed. Slaughter was not his to order. And honor was certainly not his to uphold as he claimed. Had the parasite ever fought against a worthy foe? Had he ever raised his weapon for himself instead of giving orders and demanding unholy service? Had he ever stood from his throne of skulls? No. That was no honor. Sench claimed fate, change, and hope. But he was no origin to anything. Fate was not his to direct. Change was not his to bring about. And hope was certainly not his to give and take as he claimed. Had the parasite ever forged his own path? Had he ever created or even destroyed? Had he ever changed anything for the better at the end of his grand schemes? No. That was no hope. Slaanesh claimed sensation, excess, and perfection. But they were no origin to anything. Sensation was not theirs to feel. Excess was not theirs to revel within. And perfection was certainly not theirs to pursue as they claimed. Had the parasite ever felt anything for themselves? Had they ever given instead of taken? Had they ever worked, struggled, or failed in the pursuit of something better? No. That was no perfection. Nurgle claimed mortality, decay, and quietus. But he was no origin to anything. Mortality was not his to decide. Decay was not his to waste within. And quietus was certainly not his to grant as he claimed. Had the parasite ever known the touch of death on himself? Had he ever rotted anything instead of letting time do his dirty work? Had he ever granted peace without puppeteering that peace for an eternity more? No. That was no quietus. There was no good side to the chaos gods. They couldn't fathom it, only knowing how to latch onto concepts that they didn't deserve. All they were was corruption and falsities. Even the lowliest of souls was more worthy of existence than them. All of Korn's vaunted prowess was copied from another. All of Tsench's scheming trickery was taken from infinite alternative realities where everything had already happened. All of Slaanesh's painful pleasure was experienced by someone else first and last. All of Nurgle's twisted peace was a lie that struck Didi most grievously of all. In the end, everything the Chaos Gods were came from true life, true souls. They were parasites to reality's host. True life was fighting with blood, slaughter, and honor. True life was dearly holding on to fate, change, and hope. True life was experiencing every shred of sensation, excess, and perfection. True life was accepting mortality, decay, and quietus. Chaos could only be what true life already was, and never anything more. The souls they unduly claimed were the only things worthy about them. And that worthiness was still stolen from life itself. Didi wasn't one to hate easily. Yet she despised chaos and its gods. Bloody, scheming, wanton, and rotting, she despised them all. Each one intruded upon and made mockery of at least one of her endless siblings. Tsench even dared to do so to Sean and his Tao of Change. Yet the worst god-beast parasite of all was Nurgle and his very literal slap in the face to everything Didi represented. Rot, decay, and find peace in grandfather Nurgle's embrace. Bull shit. Didi had never witnessed a more offensive lie. Never witnessed anything that left her so vibrating with fury. Nurgle had the rotten balls to claim only half of life and only half of death. Then, he mashed the opposing concepts together and portrayed himself as a god of what came out the other side. He claimed rot and decay, but not the rebirth that came from either. He claimed peace in death but left it as a lie to be told to all he touched. There was no finality to be found from Nurgle, for he didn't know how to let anything go. And his claim to mortality was twisted and hypocritical. For all his power, Nurgle feared nothing more than the very end he preached. Nurgle's existence and claim were anathema to Didi. A filched fiction she couldn't countenance being told. The greatest insult she'd ever known. His being relegated to that reality Sean knew didn't soften the sting. Just knowing he and his chaos kin were real somewhere pushed Dee Dee past limits of fury that she hadn't even known she had. She shouldn't have been able to do much, if anything, to act on her all-consuming fury. The events she watched had already come to pass, in a reality far removed from her. But as Dee Dee grew to know chaos on a level that even they didn't comprehend, well, she was so source darn mad that she might just find a way. I. Dee Dee rode shotgun to that reality, that life of Sean's. But not everything she witnessed there was so terrible. The Emperor of Mankind was worth something. Perhaps not something wholly good, but certainly leagues better than the god-beast parasites, especially as he reached closer and closer to godhood of his own. But despite his many flaws, the Emperor undeniably cared for those he claimed to protect. He tried to take humanity onto his shoulders and lift them as high as they'd ever been. He sheltered the souls bestowed upon him from chaos grasp, even as his very being was shattered utterly beyond repair. Dee Dee could confidently say she never would have liked the Emperor, but she could at least respect his intentions if not his execution. Humanity's god in the making wasn't the only true divine in that reality. The orc gods were real, ridiculous, and exactly what they revealed themselves to be. The Eldar gods were more akin to the pantheons Dee Dee was familiar with. Most of them had fallen to the wanton one's depredations, but a few noteworthy examples remained. As her view of that reality followed Sean, Dee Dee caught glimpses of those true divines through the galaxy's corrupted, parasite-ridden sea of souls. A great, unending barroom brawl between Gork and Mork. A North Star of pure anathema light and uncountable disparate workings from the Emperor as he tried to keep humanity afloat through his shattered state. From the Eldar gods, Dee Dee saw 100 shards of war. All that remained of Kayla Menshakine. She saw a fool hidden away, forever laughing at the comedy of tragedy. Dee Dee almost grumbled at the sight of Segarak. Even in that damned reality, jokers lived much longer than they should have. Lastly, Dee Dee saw a sympathetic scene that resonated with half of her conceptual being. A rose in a cage, held against her will within the rotting garden. It withered and bloomed, just to wither again and again. A goddess of life, chained by Nurgle's lie of death. Dee Dee didn't know she could get any more utterly fucking furious. Before she knew what she was doing, Dee Dee began to weave a vengeful working. One to reach through causality and dimensions as if she was truly there by Sean's side. She couldn't. But she could ensure what already came to pass once more, her viewing of that life of Sean making the events surrounding his death retroactively and proactively real. Dee Dee wove a paradox. Meanwhile, Sean arrived at the final battle of the Blackest Crusade, where and when he would undoubtedly meet his end in that life. He came with force and fury. A reinforcing rogue trader with his divinely sanctioned fleet by his side. Sean looked into the winking eye of the end times and he laughed. We ride against hell itself with the Emperor at our backs. Cadia stands. But it needs our aid to continue doing so. Think not of the enemy, for they've been dead in eternity already. No. I ask that you think only of humanity. Of our brothers and sisters holding the line. Of the Emperor's angels counterattacking against damning odds. Of him on Terra watching over us all. He's rooting for us, people, cheering on our victory here where it matters most. I don't know about you, but I couldn't ask for a better audience to witness us strike down this Black Crusade. We fight for dynasty, for profit, for humanity, and the Emperor's light. Let the galaxy know that when the end times come knocking, the Kane dynasty will answer the door with boot and Nova cannon. Sean's speech echoed through every bridge under his command. During his long life as a rogue trader, he'd rebuilt his dynasty's fleet from the ground up. A single vessel to his name eventually became 66 with strength and composition to match any imperial battle fleet. Rogue traders were divinely ordained by the Emperor of Mankind, but even compared to his peers, Sean's dynasty was monstrously powerful. Only 3 imperial battle fleets had been involved in the Blackest Crusade so far, and now, Sean brought a whole 4th into play. His ships were massive and numerous. And if that wasn't enough, the crews Sean called his own were veterans, hardened by careers on the galaxy's frontier in service to their rogue trader. But as if the butt of some cruel joke, Sean and his game-changing reinforcements were too late to truly affect the events playing out. He didn't arrive in time to support the Imperial Navy in their final defense of the Cadian system. He didn't arrive with the Phalanx mobile fortress monastery to strike a lethal blow on the Chaos Navy instead of just a crippling one. No, the Kane dynasty arrived, just as Abaddon the Despoiler decided his crusade was a lost cause and began moving to push his Blackstone fortress into Cadia itself. If the War Master couldn't win the day, he'd spoil it for everyone else. The emergence of Sean's fleet likely just sealed his petty decision. At the very least, though, the appearance of a whole battle fleet put the defenders at ease. Truly, they'd won. They'd held out and pushed back the Blackest Crusade. The Imperial Guard and its allies didn't break. Cadia still stood. But for how much longer, even in victory? The Despoiler was petty and spiteful in the worst of ways. Sean swore as he saw his enemy's movements on Auspex sensors. Fracking demonic manchild. He's still gonna try and pull this shit. On the bridge of his flagship, those closest to Sean tensed as they heard him. Sashava Casanova, Sean's right-hand woman in that life, was ever by his side. She was essential to everything he did, and the lady of his dynasty beyond. Even after nearly 1,000 years of well-lived, well-rejuvenated life, Sasha and Sean looked to be in their prime, both physically and in terms of their love for each other. With them was a grandson of many greats. At 200 years old, Caiaphas Cain, hero of the Imperium, was a legend in his own right. The Blackest Crusade had called him out of retirement. A day after he received the call, Sean showed up on his proverbial doorstep to offer his distant grandson a lift to the action. Along the way to Cadia's defense, the Cain dynasty picked up another guest of legendary significance. An inquisitor with the power to raise worlds and a half-decent track record under her belt. Amberly Vale, Caiaphas, something. Comrade. Superior? Paramour? All of the above. Sean was visibly just happy to throw his distant grandson and his something together and enjoy the fireworks when the chance presented itself. I don't like the sound of that. What's the arch-heretic trying to pull, Lord Cain? Amberly asked. Sean didn't answer immediately. First, can we confirm he got chased off planetside? Confirmed, Caiaphas nodded. His last attack on Kazarkrof was repelled by Cadian Kazarkan, Space Wolves, Black Templars. Custodes. A Necron overlord and the living Saint Celestine. God Emperor be good. This is certainly a battle for the ages. Hey, Sean chuckled. I knew that Metal Skelly Boy wouldn't be able to help himself. I'm sure it'll be good to see the old kook again, won't it, dear? And I'm sure I have no idea what you're talking about, Lord Husband, Sasha retorted with a pointed glare. Amberly, Ordo's Xeno Inquisitor, simply sighed, you know the Necron aiding Imperial forces down there, don't you? Of course, you do. Why am I even asking? I assure you, Lady Inquisitor, Sasha excused diplomatically. We've had no contact with such a Xeno. Certainly not in any time frame that would matter. A statute of limitations is super effective if the prosecutor wasn't alive when the issue in question took place. Sean dramatically declared. Regardless. Trazen isn't here. He's down there. Helping. But I digress. The heretical manchild has retreated to his flagship, yes. As far as anyone on the ground can tell, Caiaphas confirmed, quickly moving the conversation along so Amberly didn't have to deal with his eccentric grandfather. And that damned vengeful spirit is starting to turn, Sean pointed out. Shit, Sasha swore in realization. The Phalanx might be here, but the Imperium's still greatly outnumbered and outmassed in the void. And I don't want to think about what that other, bigger mobile void fortress can do. Sean grinned, but that's where we come in, my dear. We're here to tip the odds in favor of everything good and sane. Hold your asses on, grandson's booty call. We'll be coming in hot as a sororitas flamer. Didi could see that Sane and Sean didn't mix, even in that life. Sasha seemed both exasperated and relieved. She visibly trusted and relied upon Sean more than anyone else. And she seemed well used to his everything. Amberly and Caiaphas weren't so lucky. But at the very least, Caiaphas had Sean's living in interesting times blood in his veins. Didi suspected the titular grandson was very good at rolling with the punches, as was the titular booty call by proxy. Full ahead, crew. Sean shouted his orders. We're making fucking triple time. Get us into the action around Cadia or all is lost. The bridge around Sean reacted with fanatical enthusiasm, Lord Cain. The fleet shifted into high gear at Sean's command. The collective mass of a small planetoid began to move, chugging along through the void. Massive engines lit their fusion torches. Great plumes of burning energy and nuclearly fused matter propelled the ships to 3 gs of acceleration and beyond. The fleet as a whole beat a nigh dangerous clip in their haste to get into the thick of things. Escort-class ships, the destroyers and frigates that made up about half of Sean's fleet, quickly began to pull ahead. With much less mass to push, they'd reach the action first. But they knew their orders and doctrine. Until the true mass of the fleet caught up, they'd harass and kite the Chaos fleet to frustration and back again. A few of Sean's more nimble light cruisers joined the harassing vanguard. Even without his battleships and cruisers, the fleet roving on ahead was formidable. The Chaos fleet would pay them the respect they deserved or they would start taking losses they couldn't afford. A situation that would only get worse with the rest of Sean's fleet in hot pursuit. And now, all we can do is wait and pray, Sasha said. Not quite, my dear, Sean demurred with a smirk. There is, in fact, something else we could be doing. That, Sean? Sasha asked, pointedly glancing at the Inquisitor in their ranks. That, Sean nodded. The real reason for the Cain dynasty's flawless record. Oh, do tell, Amberly deadpanned. Watching her, Didi suspected the Inquisitor already had a clue as to the secrets Sean was hiding. Happily. Sean grinned and declared. So long as you don't accuse me of being a Xeno-consorting heretic, of course. Amberly raised an imperious eyebrow. Will I find myself wanting to do so? Almost certainly, Sasha sighed. Amberly actually rolled her eyes. Very well. I believe current circumstances call for a modicum of leniency. Indeed, Sean nodded. If not now when the end times are knocking, then when? Ideally. Never, Amberly quipped back. Sean chuckled. Well, that's just not the galaxy we live in, now is it? Yes, Syaphas, and I know that better than most. Amberly shot a commiserating glance in Syaphas' direction. Syaphas put on a practiced, easygoing smile. Don't look at me. I've always been a most loyal servant of the God Emperor. I'm sure I don't know what grandfather is speaking of. Ha. Sean laughed. Yes, you're 600 years too early to know the necessary heresy I speak of. Necessary heresy. The oxymoron, Amberly deadpanned. Syaphas simply shook his head. Grandfather, I'm an old man. And happily retired until you stole me away from that. 200 years has to count for something. So. I'm 1,000. I was there when you were born and there when we found you again in the Scola. You'll always be that moody teenager in my eyes, Sean grinned. So put those greats back in my name, boy. I've damn well earned them. Syaphas' smile grew brittle but not necessarily hostile. More exasperated than anything else, an expression Dee knew well even from afar, as you say, great-great-great-great-grandfather. Sean, don't bully our grandson, Sasha chided gently. But he makes it so easy and enjoyable. Sean insisted. That mask of his is just primed for a bit of poking and prodding. That, Sean, Sasha reminded. Pull yourself back on track. Right, of course, Sean shook his head dramatically. Eepy will give us a folded wave of space that'll have us catching up to the escorts in no time at all. Amberly stopped and stared. Who will what? Sean, of course, didn't bother addressing her question or sudden concern. Practically reveling in amusement, he produced a pyramid-shaped tesseract of contained space. Within, Dee sensed the broken and chained being that dared to claim her name. It bore none of her concept, though. No, its power lay, elsewhere, in something much more material. The Reaper of Death pushes us onward. Sean declared to the rest of the bridge and threw comms to the rest of his fleet. Within the Kane dynasty, there were legends. Relatively few had seen that they were entirely real. Their lord had a Reaper of Death at his beck and call. In the most dire situations, he released it upon reality. It was merely a significant shard of what it had been 60 million years ago, and even then, it was a god of the physical world. The Tan Nightbringer was a power not even chaos could hope to match. Not in the same way, at least. The fleet's auspex sensors flickered as a massive and wholly alien figure appeared at their backs. It was a wraith cloaked in tattered rags. At Sean's command, Eepy the Reaper pushed. Space itself folded and released in a wave. And as the figure disappeared back into its shard prison, the fleet rode the current it created. Amberly's mind stuttered and froze. Lord Kane. Was that dash? Is that a tan shard? A good eye, Sean hummed. But I shall confirm or deny nothing. God Emperor forgive us for grandfather's heresy. Syaphas muttered, making a religious symbol and gesture with his hands. Necessary heresy. Sean reminded. He has so far, grandson, Sasha consoled. Dee could confirm that much, though she couldn't reassure her step-grandson as Sasha did. The not-quite-God-yet Emperor was watching. Everything, everywhere, all at once in his shattered state. Some shards of him raged at everything Xeno. Others outright laughed at one of humanity's own harnessing the Xeno shard god for the good of his people. Most simply urged Sean and his fleet onward even faster, knowing the battle for Cadia wasn't yet over and done with. Idly, Dee wondered how the Emperor of Mankind would react to the weaved working she would put in place through the window Sean's death would soon give her. With the Nightbringer's aid, the true mass of Sean's fleet caught up to their escorts and forged on ahead. The Chaos Armada in the void around Cadia was intimidating. They numbered less than Sean's reinforcements but outmassed them. Chaos fielded no escort ships. Just massive cruisers, even more massive battleships, and the most massive Blackstone Fortress. The Blackstone Fortress, Will of Eternity, alone was as large as all of Sean's battleships together. It was a small moon that moved under its own power, taking the shape of a pyramid atop a flat cross and mirrored across its equator. Seemingly every inch of it bristled with weapons. At the center of its mass, fourfold cannons matched the flat-crossed hulls above and below. If fired, they would release destructive unreality upon real space, pure beams of immaterium pulled straight from the warp. By comparison, the Imperial forces in the void were noble but few. Before Sean's arrival, they consisted only of a few Astartes battle barges that persisted through the destruction of Battlefleet Cadia and the Phalanx. The Phalanx was the only vessel that could rival the Blackstone Fortress, perhaps in the entire Imperium, and even it fell short. When Sean's reinforcements arrived, the Phalanx and its comrades were fighting defensively. Their surprise appearance landed a significant blow on the Chaos Armada and a half-crippling one on the Blackstone Fortress. But since they'd been forced on the defensive, relegated to constant skirmishes to maintain the territory they claimed in the void. Now, though, the scales were flipped anew and the fighting began in earnest once more. The battle barges wheeled around to join the new fleet's charge. The Phalanx trundled along, slow but powerful, until it was in a position to trade blows with its Blackstone Fortress rival. And the Kane dynasty came in on city-sized steeds like a cavalry charge of old. Hold strong, Imperial fists, as you always do. Sean's call to action was heard on the bridge of the Phalanx. Hold the line and let the Kane dynasty strike back for you. By lance. By battery. By cannon and torpedo, we shall be the sword to your shield, Astartes. Such was the speed of Sean's charge that some of the Chaos Armada hadn't even turned to face them by the time they first struck. At Sean's command, prow-based weapons across the fleet were readied and aimed. Nova cannons to shoot projectiles and warheads at relativistic speeds. Energy lances to blister and burn through the greatest armors. Even the prows themselves, as some ships went straight to the ramming option. Cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war. Bring death to the heretical man-child. Sean's order to fire resonated through the warp with the fear, fury, and sheer firepower of an entire battle fleet striking in unison. The void near Cadia was almost instantly overwhelmed by chaos of a different sort. Nova cannons spewed warheads of plasma, gravity-induced implosions, and relativistic kinetic energy. Lances sliced through armor and shields like butter. Smaller ships were split in half by immutable prows and unstoppable speed. Larger battleships were crippled and exposed to the equalizing rush of the void. Meanwhile, the Phalanx stepped up to brawl with the Blackstone Fortress once more. Planetary crust-cracking weapons were unleashed without restraint, for neither side could afford it. Layer upon layer of armor sloughed off both of the massive mobile fortresses. But as the Imperial fists were known to do, the Phalanx held the line and began to make Blackstone bleed. As Sean's fleet got stuck into the action, orders and reports flew hot and heavy on the bridge, the reckoning reports crippling damage, Lord Kane. Sean saw to them all, coolly and always in control, have them fall back behind their sister ship. Triumph's arch will cover them for the rest of the fight. Chaos borders on the lower decks, sir. Headed for the engine rooms. The Catachan 17 will fend them off. The arch-traitor himself couldn't get through those maniacs once their blood gets pumping. All attack craft wings have been launched, my lord. Focus on one vessel at a time. Bombers have priority for concentrated fire. The fighters and interceptors only need to cover and screen for them. It was all going as well as could be expected. And though Didi felt every death, every soul unduly claimed by the parasites, she bit her lip and bided her time. Their time would come. They would pass. Didi would make sure of it. Until her opening presented itself, she simply sat back and watched her reincarnating hubby give their minions and thralls a very bloody nose. Seconds turned to minutes, turned to an hour and change. The forces of humanity beat upon chaos so badly that the Armada couldn't gather enough wits to retreat. Until from the darkness of the void came a voice, and an insufferably smug slow clap. Space warped and Sean's flagship found itself, not alone, but ever so slightly removed from the rest of the void battle by a great warp working of corrupted faith. Another vessel was with them in that suddenly new, slightly off-kilter space. A battleship to match Sean's flagship. And just above its prow, an unholy living figurehead stood out starkly against the void. The figure was 20 feet tall, yet somehow managed to seem so much taller. He held an unholy book as a humble preacher might, but its open, ever-changing pages tore at the souls and minds of all who so happened to gaze upon it. He was bald, with writhing liar's golden script tattooed across every exposed inch of paper-pale skin. More lying gold backlit him, shrouding half his form in a false prophet's light. It came across as a mockery most foul. The false prophet's voice echoed through every mind in the space removed by his faith. Regardless of the void, his slow applause and his taunts came through clearly. A little rogue traitor, come to profit off the deaths of untold trillions. Nothing new, nothing at all. Is it a coincidence you only arrive once the day is already done? Or do you claim the anathema brings you exactly where you need to be? Truly, I am curious. I am ever a seeker of truth above all else. Within the flagship's bridge, Amberly sucked in a harsh breath, Lorgar Aurelian. Demon Primarch. Oh. Syaphas exhaled just as harshly as if completing Amberly's breath. Well, this isn't ideal. Lord Kane. One of the bridge crew called. We're cut off from the rest of the fleet somehow. Sean didn't respond. Perhaps he couldn't. He was seemingly stuck in a staring match with the false prophet despite the void distance between them. Sasha took it upon herself to issue orders. Someone tell the tech priests below to turn on the Geller field generators. My lady, we're not in the warp. Are you sure about that? With a demon primarch on the horizon, I think we're close enough. Sasha snapped back. I'd like a pocket of reality to call our own right about now. Do it. The next few moments were tense, but soon, an indescribable hum started up throughout the ship. With the hum came a modicum of peace. As if silent, unnoticeable banshee shrieks on the edges of perception were pushed back by tech-enforced familiarity. Reality itself was projected over the ship, and the strange removed space around them quieted. Start maneuvers, Sasha continued to issue orders. Give that demon our broadside. It won't do much to Lorgar, Amberly informed quietly, her voice pitched just for Sasha. Sasha nodded to her but pitched her reply louder for the entire bridge to hear, but the ship below his feet is still real. We'll leave him floating and stranded in the void if it's the last thing we do. Didi watched the bridge spring into renewed action. Spite and determination were the names of the mood in the air. Everyone there was dead set on telling the false prophet that they weren't trapped in his removed space with him. He was trapped there with them. But even as the massive battleship began to turn its broadside on target in proverbial sword-fighting distance, the majority of Didi's focus was on Sean. From his throne at the peak of the bridge, Sean stared down the false prophet. His eyes tracked the demon as the ship moved. A duel of minds, demonic and mortal, took place where none could see. Lorgar continued his taunts with wretched glee. No matter how you lie to yourself, the changer of ways sees all. As with all others, you are nothing more than a cog in the grand machine. What you see as the end is only the beginning. You come to aid your pitiful imperium, but the events here have long since been set in motion. The primordial truth is already sated. The blood god has had his blood. The great conspirator has had his schemes. The plague father has had his decay. And the prince of pleasure has had their indulgence. Anything you do here is already pointless. All that drives you forward is futile and petty emotion. Even just watching the exchange of words, Didi wanted nothing more than to reap and rend the false prophet down to irrelevance. He praised the parasites over everything else. That corrupted faith was insulting. But Sean, as usual, was able to put it better than Didi could hope to articulate. No, you. On the other side of the staring match, Lorgar recoiled, that dash. Seriously, Sean cut him off. Your vaunted faith isn't based on any truth, primordial or not. Everything you are comes back to futile and petty emotion, demon. It all comes back to spite and inadequacy and feeling oh so butthurt that your real daddy rejected you. He wouldn't let you worship him for goals you could never comprehend. He sought something greater than godhood, something to rid the whole galaxy of predatory divine chains. He might have been wrong in his methods, but you couldn't even fathom the first of his ideals, wrapped up as you were in finding meaning in meaningless divinity. So you turned to unworthy gods who would happily claim to be anything so long as it let them manipulate you. They played the roles you wanted them to play and you gave them your venerated faith. Now, that faith is a crutch you can't exist without anymore. You've built yourself around it. And they need you to need it. They need you to keep chaining yourself to them, 'cause newsflash, gods ain't shit unless you make them shit. Lorgar snarled, what would you know of faith, worshipping a faraway corpse on a throne you've never seen? Sean simply shrugged, you've never seen your gods either. The real difference is that he tried to create something instead of tearing down everything until there's nothing left to destroy. Lorgar sniffed dismissively, the gods work in mysterious ways. One does not need proof of their being, nor proof of the work they do. Only tribute, worship, faith. They seem mighty provable to me, Sean shot back. So tell me, why do you need faith at all? Isn't that so telling about the things you call gods? I don't have to have faith in my emperor. I simply trust him. I trust that even with all the mistakes he's made, he's still trying. He might not care for me, I don't think he's capable of fully caring anymore, but he hasn't given up against all the combined power of your so-called gods. And trust goes both ways, so I haven't given up either. You are meaningless to him. So are you to yours. Didi was far from the only one watching the duel. The parasites watched and raged / cackled / tooted / moaned. And a shard of true gold watched and felt, perhaps for the first time since the Emperor's whole was shattered. Trust, not faith. That shard of the Emperor found it so much more valuable. A touch of true gold bestowed itself upon Sean's soul. Not much. Just enough to pull him away from Lorgar's stare. The Emperor trusted Sean to do the rest by himself. Sean shook his head and returned to his physical body. He saw his crew and ship moving without his direction and nodded to himself. Then, he turned back to Lorgar in the distance with his tesseract in hand. As macro-cannon batteries along the battleship's broadside opened up at their foe, Sean gave a single, calm command. EP. The Nightbringer's wraith appeared behind him as it was called upon. Rattle him. Kinetic shells and devastating warheads struck the opposing battleship. They ravaged the hull, cracking it open and damn near in half. Through the destruction, Lorgar stood unmoving atop the ship's shattering prow. Then, a wraith god of the material realm flickered into being before him, already swinging its reaping scythe. Lorgar's ties to the physical world were severed like so many stalks of wheat. Matter itself was destroyed before the Tan Shard's mastery of the universe, all that made up the false prophet's body. All that was left was his demonic presence in the warp. Lorgar's piercing shriek of pain was heard by all. Ayea. What? How? No dash. You dare. A wordless raging roar tore through the ship's Geller field. Didi felt what was coming, the death on the next line. Sean seemed to know as well. He had just enough time to turn to the woman he loved in that life with a soft, parting smile. Until next time, Sashava, my dear. Sean. Sean, no, you're not allowed dash. Sasha's frantic demands were cut off. In a terrible instant, Sean was stolen into the warp by all that remained of Lorgar. The false prophet had already grown wings and claws of lying gold. He tried to choke Sean's whole being, to annihilate the mortal who dared. But true gold came upon Sean to protect him and strike back at the faithless son. Sean didn't fight the true gold. He channeled it through himself, trust letting the Emperor in. His mortal body burned out in instants. But that was still long enough for anathema light to scorch the faithless sun past the point of no return. Lorgar disintegrated back into warp stuff, permanently and grievously scarred by close contact with a mere shard of the father he'd abandoned. Lorgar was crippled. Sean died. On Cadia, the planet still broke before the guard did in the end. But through the window offered by her hand's distant death, Didi struck out at that reality. And nothing would ever be the same. From immaterium to matrium, that whole reality twitched as a portion of endlessness crept in. The parasites screamed /cowered /groaned /whimpered. And Didi had only just begun. The Emperor tried to lay claim to Sean's soul, to shelter it in good faith, good trust, rather. Didi coaxed her beloved free from his golden fingers with a gentle but unstoppable touch. At once, the shattered Emperor moved to rise and resist. But Didi was endless, and endlessly human, too. For every human soul who'd ever lived, she was there for their most important moments, death and conception. In a way, she was more human than even the Emperor. He was shocked silent to run into that endless truth head first. Mine. Didi claimed Sean's soul. Trust. She imparted. As proof of that trust, Didi turned her gaze onto the parasites. The most loathable one in particular. Decay tried to run nowhere, tried to hide everywhere, and only ended up weeping putrid tears in the face of death. But Didi didn't strike it down directly. She harshly pushed it out of the way to get to the caged rows of life it dared hold captive. Isha of the Eldari went slack with relief as she finally felt death coming for her. Her acceptance made it that much easier for Didi to spirit her away from the parasites. As Didi restored life to its proper place, she reached out to another Eldari divine. A death god who wasn't yet fully formed. Didi ensured its conception. She elevated the local life and death domains past just the Eldar. All life and death were equal in her endless eyes. And the local divines would see it as such as well. Didi had given them her existential authorization, and she would be very, very disappointed if they failed to live up to her expectations. Didi's last act was to form a wholly new, all-inclusive realm of death, far away from and endlessly warded against the parasites. As she simply breathed it into that reality, the not-quite-god-yet Emperor and the hidden laughing god received invitations as well. There, as the galaxy turned over into the Nataz Grimdark 42nd millennium, the great game as they knew it had changed, flipped, and died at the hands of an outside player. Before Sean's soul passed on into his next life, Didi gave him a short pit stop. In that new realm of death, Isha blinked and found herself kneeling comfortably. A human soul rested his head on her thighs. And though Isha hadn't the foggiest clue what was going on, her hand subconsciously began to stroke the soul's head, fingers carting gently through his silver hair with the slightest portion of Didi's endless fondness for him leaking through. Far away and forever by Sean's side, Didi mirrored the scene. Sean's head lay in her loving lap and his arms hugged her soft thighs. His fingers lazily traced patterns on her skin. Didi shuddered and sighed, and everything was right in her world. "I love you, Sean," she whispered. "In every life you live. Love you, too, darling." Sean sleepily murmured. "I think I always have." Chapter 69, 58, Stories Never Die. Sean. So stories never die. They linger and spread and change posthumously. Some grow within their own bounds, others grow beyond. But so long as they're not forgotten, stories will be told somewhere, somewhen, somehow until there's no one left to tell them. As I spoke of immortality in the form of stories and legends and every tale in between, I looked out over my domain. A domain that had quickly become a modern legend of its own. The dead end was a place where those same immortal stories could be told. A place where enemies drank together and a place where the game of heroes and villains held little real weight. It was a sanctuary of neutrality, a haven of ever-flowing good times, and a bastion of change and motion. It was mine and I would protect, cherish, and encourage it until my lovely Dee Dee reclaimed everything that ever was in the end. I said stories never died, and in the dead end, that truth was known more than anywhere else. Gothamites from every walk of life came to revel within the bar. Rich moneybags who'd never known strife or struggle. Orphans who'd never had anything but what they'd clawed for themselves. Grunts and goons galore. Here in the dead end, they were all the same. All just people, enjoying good drinks, good company, and good stories being told. At the bar's bar, regulars and friends were gathered around. None I didn't already know or hadn't seen before. The usual villains from Gotham and a few from beyond: Riddler, Two-Face, Penguin, Catwoman, Clarion. Bum Bum Bum, the Witch Boy, and even the ever-boisterous Vandal Savage. The heroes who couldn't bring themselves to miss out, despite all the gray hairs I drove them toward: Barbara as Batwoman, Cass as Black Bat, Dick as Nightwing, Damian as Robin, and Diana as Wonder Woman. A few Greek gods who'd begun to regularly return to the dead end after the whole Olympus debacle: Dionysus for my drinks to please even the god of alcohol, Aphrodite and Hephaestus for a genuine date night of all things, and Hestia for the good company and home I'd made here. And then, there were the ones the dead end and I had claimed for ourselves. Selfishly perhaps, but they were mine all the same: the dead end itself with its burgeoning genius loci, Solomon Grundy in pursuit of all the knowledge he'd missed during his many mindless years, Harley and Ivy in all of their chaotic, lively glory, Simi and Ophis who couldn't bring themselves to leave my side perhaps ever again, Hecate and Alice in their places of magic and the best daughter in the universe, and of course, beautiful, perfect Dee Dee as my other half. As with almost every night, I settled in to tell one of my many, many stories. And as with every night, an audience naturally appeared. It changed every time, some almost constant guests and others rare additions. But one thing always remained the same: I welcomed them all. My retirement wouldn't be the same without them. I was happy to have them, each and every one. Does that give anyone confidence about this latest story? Barbara asked, snarky and rhetorical. Immortal stories. Clarion muttered aloud as he took notes. Confidence isn't the right word. It never is with Mr. Barkeep. But it's certainly valuable and fascinating information. It's true for certain, Hestia confirmed with a soft smile. Stories will be told forevermore, especially around a good hearth fire. They were what raised humanity from its ancient roots. Through the stories recited or created around those first fires, humanity itself was first born. By the Great Bear in the Stars. Savage laughed. His grin was blinding but a touch nostalgic. I remember those stories. Likely better than you, dear Hestia. When I was just a boy so long ago, we told stories to feed the flames and hold back the darkness of those primordial nights. More than anything else, humanity is its stories, songs, and legends. Dream and I, along with a touch of delirium and destiny, have always ensured that no story goes completely forgotten, Dee Dee casually said. In Dream and Death, they're immortalized beyond any mortal means. And truly, the endless don't forget. Even when I turn that final key and lock up reality behind me, they'll remain safely packed away until we all return to start it all over again. 2. Open up in the morning ever to come. Everyone stopped and stared at her. Even as used to existential topics as the Dead End's regulars were, hearing Dee Dee talk about closing up reality was something. Crises abound, I was sure. There was also the implication that everything real was an endless loop, different and the same every time. Even I wasn't immune, though it didn't bother me too much. I'd simply rather focus on the ever-changing present than the endless future to come. Damn Dee Dee. Harley whistled. Do it to Simi cocked her head in stuttering, requesting confusion, ta. Ophis quietly but firmly shook her head to stop Simi's shard in its tracks. Don't. Bad idea. Fuck, Dick muttered. How do you even react to that? Damian patted Dick's shoulder patronizingly. Repression, brother. And thanking she who gives exquisite head pats for being everything that she is. Cass hit a nonchalant little jig, ending with a proud thumb cocked at herself. Maybe for you. I'm simply built different. The existential dread only feeds and fuels me. And you would be special for it, child. Even the gods aren't too eager to think about just how limited we are in the grand scheme of things, Aphrodite pointed out. Remarkably similar to mortals, my love. Though, few if any would ever admit it, Hephaestus said. Jumped up idiots, all of us, Dionysus muttered. Speak for yourself, madling, Hecate shot back, more amused than hostile. I am, as Cassandra put it, simply built different. Meanwhile, Savage froze staring at Dee Dee for a different reason. No story is forgotten. Even the one about the young boy, the goat, and the peach tree. Dee Dee tittered behind her hand, confirming, oh, yes, that one is remembered just as readily as the one about that same young boy, the tribal princess, and the translation error. Ayaha, Savage coughed a laugh with a brittle smile. How fortuitous. Seeing the immortal force of humanity actually blushing was enough to break the existential crises that came with Didi talking about her closing duties. I gave a good chuckle before clearing my throat to bring everyone back on track to the story I intended to tell. So, immortal stories, the root of humanity, both are very much relevant. Especially to the reality tonight's story takes place in. It was one of magic, legend, and fate, where humanity's heroes and villains, gods and monsters had disappeared to the sands of time but were never forgotten. Where we have Didi and Dream to remember our stories that reality had. Akasha. The root of all things? Hecate asked curiously. Precisely so, I confirmed. An element of that reality that was both within and without everything there was. Everything came back to Akasha, and everything came from Akasha. It was, a record of creation. Now, that reality of Earth began with an age of gods. Akasha was there through it all. And when the age of gods faded, officially severed by Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, Akasha was there as well. Through the new age of men, legends continued to be born, live, and die. But the true magics of old began to fade. Oh, how terrible, Hecate gently interrupted. What would the world do without magic? It's unthinkable. I certainly wouldn't have let such a tragedy come to pass. I chuckled, I don't doubt you. But the world, humanity, more accurately, did what it could. It adapted. Flourished, even. The monsters and gods disappeared from the world, and men rose to take their places. As is only right and proper. Savage loudly declared. Humanity's fate is and always has been to thrive. I can't imagine magic faded entirely from the world. Something had to remain, Clarion commented. Indeed, I nodded. But it was no longer true magic. Science came as mankind developed. And a watered-down version of magic called magecraft persisted in the shadows. The true magics of the world, magic without the limitations of the modern age, were relegated to the root of Akasha. Their specifics were forgotten but the dream remained. Unlimited power, quite literally ripe for the taking if one could only reach the root of all things. No biggie, right? Dick joked. No, of course not, Penguin joined. Just find your way around reality itself and pluck the almost literal fruit of knowledge from Jehovah's garden. An undertaking that definitely doesn't sound like it requires unlimited power in the first place to attempt, Alice scoffed. Good ear, my dear, I said, reaching over to ruffle her hair and ignore her protests in the process. Yes, it was an impossible task. But humanity is rather good at doing the impossible if given enough time and effort. 3 of the remnant magical families, Ainsburn, Matu, and Tosaka, theorized one such way of doing the impossible. They combined their resources to create a Holy Grail. Not the Holy Grail but still an artifact of such accumulated magical energy that it would be capable of granting wishes and potentially piercing a way to the root of Akasha. But, of course, none of its creators could decide which family deserved the final product. And so the Holy Grail Wars were conceived. And every single one held was a disaster of some shape or form. Shocking, Barbara snorted. The quest for unlimited power going wrong. Inconceivable. That sort of thing never happens. Riddler smirked a riddling smirk. One hardly needs a mischievous genie to twist their wish to disaster if the process of getting said wish is a disaster all its own. Yes, how droll. And naming their prize the Holy Grail likely didn't help their case. I can't imagine the desert religions being keen to share. Dionysus paused before shrugging and swirling his glass. Well, anything, really. The church did, in fact, get involved, I said. But largely. No one cared. No one cared. About the war for a wish-granting artifact. Catwoman questioned incredulously. No one cared, I repeated. Well, now, what a shame, Savage tooted. Innovation often falls upon uncaring ears. I shall commiserate with their pain. Innovation, ineffective idiocy, what's the difference, really? I shrugged. But yes, the Fuyuki Holy Grail Wars, the original iteration, were minor events in the grand scheme of things. The larger world of magecraft just didn't care. Only the 3 founding families truly did. But considering they didn't have one real victor to show for 5 attempts. It was a failed experiment. Grundy rumbled in his slow, thoughtful way. I tapped my nose, spot on, big man. After the 3 founding families failed to produce any noteworthy results, most magi just left them to their little scuffles. Gotta admit that's a terrible track record, Dick chuckled. At what point do you just cut your losses? 4 magi. Never, I deadpanned. Now, let me tell you how the Holy Grail Wars actually worked. Because as insignificant as they were to that world of magecraft, they're also the most relevant piece of it to tonight's story. Savage leaned forward excitedly. Do not keep us on the edge of our seats, my friend. How does a war for wishes play out? Well, it's a war of champions, I explained. Traditionally, 7 magi enter the proverbial ring. These magi each summon servants to help them fight with the help of the Lesser Grail. They come in certain classes: saber, archer, lancer, rider, caster, berserker, and assassin, one each. And each of these servants is a heroic spirit, a resurrected legend, from across history. These heroic spirits, I cannot understate them. They are everything their legends have evolved into. Every exaggeration, every contradiction. Think. Batman, if he was summoned a few hundred years from now with every feat he achieved passed down through the historic game of telephone. He'd be stronger, faster, smarter, and so paranoid it would border on divine. That is the essence of a heroic spirit. They're themselves as they once lived, and so much more. Ah. Two-Face paused, absorbed that information, and shuddered viscerally. Yeah, nah. Fuck that. I'd set myself back on the straight and narrow if I had to deal with legendary bats. Here, I'd imagine all of you would qualify for heroic spirits, I said, chuckling. It comes with being heroes and villains, I'd expect. Diana and Savage certainly would. Hell, Savage would qualify 100 times over. Absolutely. Savage laughed uproariously. If I lived in that world, there could have been a war of just myself in different iterations. What a sight that would be. Someone write that down, Dionysus drawled lazily. I've half a mind to make it so just for the sheer madness of such a spectacle. Cass grinned like a gremlin. Gimme. The world would burn in the chaos and it would be glorious. Savage matched her grin. Oh, I like this little one. She's got the spirit. Is she on the market for a second adoption? No. Barbara denied all too quickly. Bad idea. Terrible idea. Worst idea. Phi Omega Phi. Cass seemed to whisper the opposite as if Barbara couldn't hear her. Best idea. So servants are legends X10, Ivy summarized. And the war itself? Yeah, goth boy, Harley eagerly purred. What kind of action are we looking at here? Ritualized battle royale, I said nonchalantly. Ritualized battle royale. Ivy deadpanned. Ritualized battle royale. Harley blinked. Ritualized battle royale, I repeated to confirm. Score. Harley cheered. Ritualized, how? Clarion asked, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. In the most literal sense of the word, I elaborated with a smirk. The essence of the Holy Grail War was one grand magical ritual. Unsurprisingly, it takes quite a bit of magical energy to summon legends into the modern age. The participating magi essentially bought into a magical system centered around the Holy Grail and dash. Hecate. Clarion. Simi. You all might want to take notes. This next part is somewhat technical and I expect you'll be interested in it. Oh, trust me, I've been taking notes. Clarion exclaimed with a laugh. Likewise, Hecate nodded seriously. Likewise X2, Hephaestus, surprisingly, added. Data. Simi all but squealed. Right, I chuckled. Sorry for doubting you all. So. The ritual worked roughly as thus: the Holy Grail was split into two aspects. The Greater Grail, which was the goal, and the Lesser Grail, which was a sort of stepping stone that carried the ritual to the Greater Grail. Ley lines fed into the Greater Grail to spark it to life, and the participating magi were selected. The magi, masters, then summoned their servants with the Greater Grail's aid, providing a portion of the energy cost up front and then maintaining the upkeep themselves. All of that introduced more magical energy into the ritual system. Then, as the servants proceeded to kill each other in the battle royale, even more magical energy was generated by their deaths. All of the ritual's energy was collected into the Lesser Grail. By the time one master-servant pair was left, the ritual should have reached critical mass. Theoretically, that was the point when the Lesser Grail and Greater Grail combined and pierced a route to Akasha for the winner, or simply granted their any wish if they were otherwise inclined. I'm hearing a but, Clarion said. Yes, theoretically. Hecate agreed. It was a fundamentally flawed system. I cut down the ritual's mystique without hesitation. At critical mass, the Grail contains so much magical energy that it will quite literally evaporate anyone who comes into contact with it. Only a spiritual body can reach it, which means a heroic spirit, which also means it can never reach the energy needed to reach Akasha because that would require the deaths of all 7 servants and one will always have to remain to make the final wish. I finished with exasperated, rolling eyes, and all of that is before the Grail itself became tainted by all the world's evils in an unfortunate series of events during the Third War. Because magi as a whole were the very definition of sore losers and would never play fair if they could help it. That sounds rough, Bud dy, Grundy groaned. About what I expected, though, Barbara sighed, likely equal parts an expression of relief and exasperation. A valuable experiment done by unmitigated, overly ambitious, and greedy idiot mages, Hecate nodded. Yes, that sounds about right. Now I see how a prize with such potential could be relegated to insignificance in that world, Clarion grumbled, scribbling one final line. Data equals, shit, Simi pouted. Trust mages to go forward with such a flawed construction, Hephaestus huffed. There, my smith, Aphrodite comforted her husband. Their idiocy can't hurt you here. I laughed. Fortunately, our story tonight concerns perhaps the most successful iteration of the Grail War, even if it didn't fully succeed, either. It was also rather unorthodox. Instead of a battle royale, the Grail War I participated in was a team deathmatch. Team deathmatch. Harley cheered. Team deathmatch. Dick joined her. Cass rounded them off with glee. Deathmatch. Oh, and it also took place in a timeline where the Grail wasn't corrupted by all the world's evils due to being stolen by the Nazis before that could happen and then being stolen again to set up my Grail War, I casually added. Nazis, Catwoman deadpanned, utterly unamused. It is always the Nazis, stepmother, Damien nodded somberly. With my specialty, I know that better than most, Tomcat, she just sighed. I just hate it every time. And how did you know about this alternate timeline, Sean? Dee Dee asked indulgently. Just for the record's sake, yes. Why, my dear, I smiled a trademark closed-eye smile, flower petals spontaneously fluttering around me. I saw all and everything the present had to offer from my tower prison in Avalon, of course. Oh. Clarion paused before realization set in. Oh. This is the Merlin life. By Hecate, respectfully, my goddess, why didn't you open with that? I shrugged. I had to set the stage first, didn't I? Was your legend as Merlin any different than the legend we would know? Hecate curiously asked. I remember Merlin. He was powerful and mischievous, but as far as sorcerers go, not all that special here. Certainly different in some ways, I imagine. In others, it would likely be quite similar. By simple virtue of me being him and him being me, the legend went slightly off the rails, I said. Well, don't leave us guessing, Sean. Ivy chortled. Come on, Dad, regale us with your usual bull dash. Alice stopped herself just short of cursing, glancing at Dee Dee. Crap. Very well, I obliged. Merlin, me in that life, was born of the union between the Princess of Wales and an incubus. Father came to mother in her dreams and I was born of air, miraculous conception, shortly after. From the moment I was born, I knew clairvoyance. I had the eyes that beheld the world, the mark of the highest mage. Without such a mark, no mage, no matter how powerful and knowledgeable, could reach the heights of most supreme. Throughout history, Gilgamesh saw the future, Solomon saw the past, and I saw the present. Those eyes of mine could see all if I so desired, and even as a boy, I became known for prophecy. Cass nodded wisely. Naruhodo. I see. A powerful ability. Think of all the gang-stalking one could accomplish. Damien chopped her on the head with an open palm. No. We call it intelligence gathering. Not gang-stalking. Remember the seminars. Prophecy is truly a curse most foul and mad, Dionysus gave a languid wave. I don't envy your childhood as Merlin, Mr. Barkeep. I got used to it eventually, I shrugged. Prophecies came and went. There was always someone who wished to take me at my word. Kings in particular loved to have their fortunes told. At the time, the British Isles were rife with petty rulers. So I wandered from court to court, speaking of what had been, was, and would come. Oh. Pray tell, my friend, how did you do that? Savage asked, leaning forward with interest. Yes, you said your clairvoyance could only see the present, Sean, Diana said. That doesn't make for very good prophecy, does it? Ah, but that's the thing, I smirked. Everything and everyone is present once. Technicalities and loopholes, Clarion nodded his understanding. Truly, the backbone of any good mage. Magic loves them as well, Hecate giggled. In the end, they change the way the game is played. And magic thrives on nothing more. I'd call bullshit, but that tracks with Mr. Barkeep all too well, Dick joked. With magic, if you aren't trying to change the established rules, you won't get very far at all. As Hecate said, magic thrives on nothing more. It loathes to be set in stone, I elaborated. But I digress. My sight saw all, but it was far from my only inborn magic. The second was more, essential to my being. If I was never reborn as Merlin, it wouldn't have come to be. See, my beloved death followed me through all of my lives. And as Merlin, Dee Dee's touch upon me manifested as the fourth of the true magics that world knew. It wasn't me. I haven't been atemporally stalking and maybe imposing my presence upon your past lives in my free time. Dee frantically denied an implication I hadn't realized was on the table. Why, you can't prove anything. Oh. Harley cooed. Timey-wimey, dimension suspension, existential romance. Riddler chuckled and shook his head. What is my common sense coming to that? I think that's just adorable. The right place in the correct opinion, Alice proudly declared, raising her nose high. My mom and dad's courtship couldn't be anything but adorable and romantic and perfect, no matter how impossible. Meanwhile, I just blinked at Dee. Huh. I guess you're right. I can't prove anything. Dee sighed in relief, thank goodness. Only for me to kill the distance between us to pull her into my arms. Dee looked up at me with wide eyes and I smirked. That just means I'll have to have faith that my death has always been watching over me. Meep dash. In the background, Aphrodite purred, mmm. You picked the best spots for date night, my Smith. Only the best quality meals for you, my love. While I hate to interrupt, I simply can't contain my curiosity, Hecate regretfully interjected. True magic, you said, Sean. As in the ultimate prize the mages of that world sought. I gave Dee's waist one last fond squeeze before spinning her away, leaving her slightly stun-locked, and refocusing on my audience. Indeed. True magic. Where should I begin there? 5 were known to that world, though I always theorized there was a potentially infinite selection of them waiting to be discovered at the root of Akasha. The true magics were remnants of a bygone era. Miracles and mysteries that could no longer be achieved by any means. They were characterized by the impossible. True resurrection was kind of the baseline. If it was on the table, you were looking at true magic, and actualized by someone forging a novel path to the root of Akasha on a first-come, first-served basis. Those who grasped them were true magicians, no longer mere mages. And none could retread their steps to the same results. The first and fifth magic were the result of reaching the root, while the second, third, and fourth were supposedly the means to reach it. I found the difference to be purely academic. No matter the origin, true magic was true magic. The first magic was lost to time, even when I lived as Merlin. Its wielder, Yumina, was the only true magician considered outright deceased. It was described as the denial of nothingness and represented as thus. In the mirror behind me in the bar, the reflection cut to black. Nothingness. Such that not even the Joker's trapped soul could exist. Then, with an imperceptible spark, something exploded outward. Matter, energy, thought, it didn't matter so long as there was no longer nothingness. Comically, the Joker's soul reappeared with the something and was ragdolled most dramatically in the explosion. The second magic was grasped by a powerful old mage. A paragon of wisdom. And, an immortal gremlin who couldn't keep his hands to himself. So, of course, Zeltrech and I got along splendidly, I smirked. His magic was kaleidoscope, the operation of parallel worlds. Peering into them, traveling through them, and drawing upon them. The infinite power of infinite possibilities. Fortunately for everyone's sanity, his kaleidoscope is contained to that reality. I would be very, very surprised if he managed to show up here. The mirror shifted to the scene of an old, bearded man in robes. His eyes sparkled with a million colors and none at all. Through them, worlds flickered from here to there, past to future, dystopia to utopia, and every possibility in between. The Joker's ghost was torn and splintered between the parallel worlds, silently screaming in unimaginable pain the entire time. I continued, the third magic was the purpose for the Greater Grail and the Grail Wars. The Einsburn family claimed to possess it once, and those were the lengths they went to reclaim it. It was the heavens feel, the materialization and actualization of the soul. Think, classical ascension/enlightenment/immortality mythos, and you're pretty close to what that actually meant. The visualization of the third magic was easily the most nebulous of the bunch, but I managed. In the mirror, gold and silver soul stuff coalesced. A formless spirit transcended a nameless physical body. And through it all, the essence of soulful truth shined brightly. The soul light burned and blistered the Joker's ghost. The fifth magic, I said, momentarily skipping over mine, was grasped by, of all people, a teenage Japanese girl. Her magus grandfather discovered a path to the root, and instead of taking it for himself, he left it open for her. She stumbled along his discovered path almost by accident and became the wielder of magic blue. And while she mainly used it for time travel, its true nature was one of progress as a whole. Whole civilizations rose and fell behind me. They progressed and decayed. Died and revived. Living testaments to humanity, to progress itself. Always marching forward, for even when it rewound, that was just progress in another form. The Joker's ghost experienced an ever-marching eternity in just a few moments. And finally, I finished. My true magic. A magic of ends from beginnings and beginnings from ends, of density, of death upon death upon death. As we've established thanks to Didi, I was ever touched by death. There, in that world, as Merlin, it manifested as the first and last singularity. In the mirror behind me, my true magic was visualized. A pulsing black hole with a corona of trapped light. A warp in space-time itself that brought everything it touched to its final end. Yet, at the same time, it shined with undeniable life. From its singularity to its event horizon, the black hole was as lively as it was existentially lethal. And if the Joker's trapped ghost was spaghettified in the black hole for the few eternal moments it existed in his mirror prison, that was just a bomb to everyone's soul. I plastered Merlin's trademark closed-eye smile on my face and waited for the inevitable reactions to come. I wasn't disappointed. Ooh, oh my. Hecate outright moaned, fanning her suddenly blushing cheeks. Why yes, this true magic more than makes up for the rest of this reality's lackluster magical showing. Power. Seized with one's own hands by forging new paths. Yes, that is humanity at its finest. Savage laughed loud and clear. I suppose their efforts to forge their fates could be considered admirable enough for mortals. Hephaestus grumbled, his heart obviously not in it. Aphrodite laughed like bells, oh, you grump. You love what they forged and achieved, even if it's not forging as you usually do it. I feel I must applaud the madness it takes to reach for and grasp true magic from the root of all reality, Dionysus drawled. Oh, how utterly inspiring. Oh, how utterly exhausting. Cass shrugged nonchalantly. Guess I have to go looking for a way to grasp true magic now. Cass. Please don't, Barbara deadpanned. We don't need you running around with miracles and damnations at your fingertips. You do enough of that already. Cass produced a whole-ass spear from seemingly nowhere, grinning like a devil. My carnage waits for no mortal limits. Only true magic and chaos can satisfy me now. Penguin raised his glass. I, for one, welcome our new silent yet somehow so loud chaotic overlady. Cass turned to stare at him with frightening intensity. New. Fuck you mean, new. Ah. Savage laughed at the top of his lungs, so loud one instant and then quiet and serious and staring right back into Cass' soul in the next. Seriously, child. I will adopt you in a heartbeat. Rarely have I found someone so worthy of handing a piece of my legacy, someone so alive. Simply say the word. Sigma, Cass scratched her head in thought. Grandpa Savage, maybe. So I can say my immortal grandpa is cooler and older than Damien's. It will be done. Savage grinned. Wait. Damien began to protest before realizing how futile it was. Fuck. So. Akasha totally burglar-proofed itself, right? Catwoman asked, pulling Damien into her lap while she did to comfort her stepson. Only one person could have a true magic at a time, and no one could repeat the proven process to the same effect. That's honestly a half-decent security system. Sure, one person gets away with true magic, but they then become part of the system. Can I be impressed by reality itself? I don't think you should have expected anything less from, again, reality itself, Riddler joked. Hold on, anyone else clock what that absolute Chad of a granddad did? Harley asked intently. Like, holy based, Batman. Hey. Don't steal my shtick. Dick cried. Sorry, not sorry. Harley sing-songed unrepentantly. Yes, I'm still trying to process that one, Clarion muttered, shaking his head in awe. It might be the single most based feat I've ever heard of. And I don't use that word lightly. He forged a wholly unique path to unlimited power, and then just didn't take it. He just left it for his granddaughter. For once, based is actually the only correct way to describe something, Dick agreed. For as much as he loves me, I can confidently say grandfather would never, Damien grudgingly admitted. Sucks to suck, Alice preened. Mom and Dad would do something like that for me. We might pave the way, little one, but it would be up to you to put in the work and place every stone along the way, Didi sternly but gently corrected. Alice glanced away in embarrassment. Right, course, Mom. I wasn't trying to seem like a freeloader or anything. I'd put in the work. We'd certainly ensure it was possible for you to put in that work, though, I added. We love you enough to make it so you won't fail for reasons out of your control. If my daughter fucks up, it'll be on her, not bullshit luck. Language, dear, Didi chided and fondly rolled her eyes. But otherwise, aptly put. Chuckling, I clapped my hands to get everyone's attention, so. Now that true magic is out of the way, who wants to hear about the quite literally mythical mischief that became the basis for my legend as Merlin? Instantly, almost everyone sat up at attention. Clarion, Harley, Savage, and Cass were the most eager. A strange grouping, but not an unexpected one. When mischief was mentioned, they were some of the first to come to mind. But really, everyone was interested in the legendary exploits from my time as Merlin. As Ivy put it best, chuckling to herself, do you even have to ask, Sean? Mischief? Harley demanded, playfully slamming her hands on the bar. Mischief? Give me mischief, goth boy. Gladly, I obliged. It was about all I got up to in that life. From the prophecies I gave out to every medieval aneurysm I caused. And it all started with a legend I'm sure many of you are familiar with. When I was a young man in that life, I came into the service of King Uther Pendragon. And as his court wizard, I was instrumental in the birth of the once and future king. Then, I lived at the end of one age and the beginning of another. The age of gods had officially ended centuries before. But magic and mystery lingered in the world for a while longer. It was only around my time that the age of men was coming into its own. I knew it. And my peers at the time knew it as well. But the most key figure of that transition had yet to be born. Hold on, hold on. Clarion interrupted. Peers. Peers as Merlin. I am both horrified and ungodly curious to ask just who could qualify for such. I lived in Britain at the heights of the so-called Dark Ages. I deadpanned. The Fae. It was always going to be the Fae. Oh, Clarion paled dramatically. Oh. Ancestor Faefucker. Savage exclaimed with a great scoff. The Fae. They have always been a problem. The worst aspect is that you can never pin them down. Some will hunt humans as prey. Others will be humanity's greatest hosts and allies. Frustrating, just absolutely frustrating creatures. Ancestor Faefucker. Diana raised an unamused brow. Bah, every lineage has one. Savage waved dismissively. Humanity and Faekind have been intertwined for longer than even I've existed. Chongling children, cross-species seductions, even those rare and clever men and women who manage to trick the ancient Fae laws. Madness will always flow from somewhere, Dionysus casually added. If not from the Fae to humanity, then the other direction just as impossibly. Fascinating, Simi chimed. When I was Merlin, Britain's Fae didn't keep to themselves nearly enough, I explained. But their role in the story will come later. For now, just know that the Fae and I both agreed that the transition of ages was finally upon us. And the once and future king was always fated to play a role. Now, King Uther loved and coveted the wife of another, Igraine, the wife of Duke Cornwall. I'm not completely proud of the next bit. But I pushed the two of them, Uther and Igraine, into an affair and Artoria was conceived as a result. Or as you would know her. Arthur Pendragon. NTR, is a trash fetish. Grundy frowned. I hung my head in shame, I know, buddy. I know. Cass shrugged. Can you really expect anything else from Merlin? Not always. NTR can be completely justified in some cases, Harley said with a strange seriousness of certainty. A moment later, she continued with a bright grin, but who cares about some unlucky nameless duke? Girlboss King Arthur is back. Let's frickin' go. I smiled softly, Artoria was special. I'm not proud of how she came to be, but I don't regret it for a second, either. She was equal parts girl and king, dragon and man, sword and crown. The Red Dragon of Britain was born within her, along with a fate she was much too good for. I raised her, you know. She was my daughter, my friend, and my king. I loved her at every stage along the way. Diana nodded seriously, a proud figure, and an even prouder legend. Girlboss, indeed. So. King Arthur is my sister? Alice asked. In a way, I smiled. But Artoria would sooner die than admit she'd claimed me as a father figure. Irrelevant, Didi said firmly, almost fanatically. Family is family. Ophis mumbled. Competition. Did you say Artoria was born with the Red Dragon of Britain inside her? How did that happen? And why do I feel like you had a role in it, Sean? Hecate curiously cocked her head. Because, of course, he did, Barbara rolled her eyes. Chuckling, I nodded, I did. I imbued her birth with a draconic concept. She had the magical core of a capital D dragon. It made her as strong as a dragon, and as ravenous as one, too. That girl could eat like few others I've ever known. Along with other draconic appetites. Oh, this I have to hear. Aphrodite purred. I just shrugged, dragons and maidens, am I right? Oh, no, the goddess of love and lust chortled. Don't leave it at just that, Mr. Barkeep. Spill. It's hardly my place. I demurred. But I will say. The only spell Artoria ever asked me to teach her was the spell to give herself a fat, fucking, kingly cock. Ivy nodded. Catwoman nodded. Aphrodite nodded. In unison, they all said matter-of-factly, as you do. The girl would have done well at my orgies, Dionysus commented. Honestly. Iconic, Dick agreed. I wouldn't mind a royal roll dash. Finish that sentence and I'll punch you in the throat, manslut, Barbara growled. Dick just sniffed and stuck up his nose, prudish and violent. Clarion faked a sigh, but couldn't get halfway through the act before breaking out into laughter, opft. The miracles of magic. Cass fell into a fit of silent giggles. Gaslight, gatekeep, girlcock. She might have earned a high five from Harley for that one, hey-ya. Of course, Artoria was more than the sum of her parts, I praised. She was a true king. The truest. Then and forever after. I taught her just about everything I knew about ruling. And I'd tried my hand at it a few times by then. As I spoke, scenes from Artoria's childhood with me played out in the mirror behind me. All the meals we'd shared together in my isolated wizard's tower. The grand two-person hunts required to keep a growing girl like Artoria fed. At the end of one, Artoria stood victorious over a veritable mountain of game, kingly stags, fowl galore, and the centerpiece of a massive magical boar to feed an entire kingdom's court for 3 feasts. It was just enough for one of Artoria's meals. We would have hunted the forests of Britain sparse, I chuckled fondly. Fortunately, I didn't contain Artoria's hunger to just the Isles. I took her to hunting grounds across the world. From the deep jungles of the Congo and Amazon where dinosaurs still lived at the end of the Age of Gods to the North American Arctic so Artoria could get herself a healthy taste for half-divine polar bears. Savage was enraptured, truly, a childhood fit for a king. And our hunts were only the beginning, even more scenes appeared in the mirror as I continued. I taught her the way of the sword. She was a natural from the first wooden blade I put in her hands. She wasn't one for magecraft, other than the cough, aforementioned spell, but I taught her to harness the power of her dragon's core all the same. In a world of demigods, giants, fae, and mages, she came to stand beside and often above the rest. Over and over, Artoria swung her blunted training sword. She carried on with the stubborn determination of a dragon. Even without a blade in her hands, she found something that would make do. The mirror showed her face off against a rampaging hill giant. Artoria, only 12 at the time, ripped a mighty oak from the ground, roots and all, to wield against her foe. Stars shined in Cass' eyes. Dee damn. I think I love this girl. That is a truly heroic visage, Diana nodded. She would have been one of the greatest among my sisters. Hecate gasped, oh my. The instinctive efficiency in how she channels the energy from her dragon's core. Why, it's almost miraculous. You did good work with her, Sean. Somewhat. But most of that is all Artoria, I freely admitted. But, of course, she couldn't rule through overwhelming power alone. Well, she could, but Artoria didn't want to be that kind of king. So I taught her the ways of courtly diplomacy and logistical ruling, encouraged her best traits so she might win over allies without even trying, and did my very best to give her a unique and experienced perspective on leadership. It all culminated in that legendary scene that I'm sure you all know, I finished, letting the mirror do the rest. Artoria, still so young but ready and determined, stepped up before a shining sword in a dark stone. Petty kings from across Britain had tried to claim it before her. None expected her, an unknown claiming to be King Uther's son, to succeed. But if Artoria wasn't worthy of pulling that sword, no one was. As she stepped up to the sword in the stone, the Merlin me in the mirror stopped her. Hashtag once you do this, Artie, there's no going back. You know me, I'll always be working against any unfortunate fates awaiting you. But your end has already been prophesized. It isn't pretty, my friend. If you do this, you won't be able to remain the version of yourself you know. Hashtag. Artoria barely paused. Hashtag the people you see in your visions, Merlin. The people I'll rule. Are they smiling? Hashtag. Hashtag always. Hashtag. Hashtag then, the decision is hardly mine to make. Even if it was, fully, I've decided. Britain will smile and prosper. If I die to ensure those smiles, so be it. Hashtag. She reached for the sword, for her very fate. It slid free as if it was never stuck, and she raised it high for the entire realm to see. Then and there, Artoria Arthur Pendragon declared herself. Then and there, her legend truly began. Well, did you? Harley sniffled. Did I what? Did you avert her terrible fate, goth boy dummy? In a way, I sighed regretfully. But there are some things that not even Merlin can change. One thing was certain, though. The moment she took up Caliburn and her crown, Artoria worked tirelessly to ensure every smile she could. Her legend may have ended in tragedy, but even after, she persisted until she secured a smile of her own. But that's Artoria's story. Even as Merlin, I can hardly claim credit for her eventual happy ending. Right. Clarion snapped his fingers as he remembered. She did find her happiness, but only after the Grail Wars came and went. The Sword Kid. I nodded, the Sword Kid. You should have tried harder, Dad, Alice sniffed, half joking. I mourned a life long gone, I know. Oh. Alice awkwardly froze. I didn't dash. I mean dash. I gave her a soft, reassuring smile. I know what you mean. I know you're not being cruel. But you're right. I really should have tried harder. But that's Artoria, shaking my head, I said proudly. Now, we have to dive into the second important character to my legend. The beautiful and wicked, infuriating and intoxicating, my greatest enemy and best damn lover in that life. Morgan Le Fay. Morgan, in all three of her forms, appeared in the mirror. Le Fay with her black veil and menace. Vivian, Lady of the Lake, with her veil of white and fey aura. And Morgan herself, barefaced and beautiful. All three gazes were piercing, intense beyond belief with power, ambition, and... Her hair was pale platinum, so blonde it looked white and almost blue in certain lights. Her features were ethereal and perfect, contrasted between Le Fay's sinister charm, Vivian's cold but good heart, and Morgan herself torn between them. In all three forms, her figure was one to die for. Full breasts, flawless skin, long legs and flowing silks, and oh so wide, sinfully sensual, breeding hips. / Cass' nose quite literally started bleeding at the sight of Morgan. Humana wooga. Fuck. Yes. Give me evil women. Ivy smirked at her reaction, she has good taste. Aphrodite giggled, the best, some might say. Nothing quite hits in lust like an evil woman. Diana, strangely enough, protested that true statement, those of us on the side of good can be just as fetching, goddess. Savage somberly and wisely shook his head, you fight for a noble cause, warrior princess, but the facts of the matter simply aren't in your favor. Wicked women are the worst blessing and the best curse. If a man is looking to destroy his life, he can do no better than someone who will tear it all down for him. Speaking from experience. Dick teased. I think all of us are, boy wonder, Clarion chuckled. Kara, Barbara said pointedly in argument, and nothing more. Dee Dee nodded faux seriously, yes, the complete opposite side of the coin. You fall on that side, too, my death, I teased, earning an embarrassed huff. Comma, _ that made Cass pause in consideration. Good point. Wickedness. Or wholesomeness. Truly, the world is so cruel to make us choose most of the time, I sighed playfully. Both are good, though. So when you find someone who can do both, hold on to them. Morgan, though. Morgan claimed she was all wicked. She couldn't see the hidden wholesomeness I saw within her. In the mirror, Morgan Le Fay greeted me with a hissed insult, ## infernal wretch. Did you truly think your dalliances would escape my eyes? That dash. That little tart you brought into your rooms. Well. Are you happy I had to use your teachings to chase her away from what is mine? ##. Le Fay, Merlin me deadpanned. ## that was a maid. ##. She was dash. She was frolicking in your sheets and scent, Merlin. The harlot knew no shame. ##. Changing the bed. Quite literally her job. ##. Le Fay's black veil shifted to white, and Vivian came out with a cold, stilted sigh, ##. What do you want from me, Merlin? ##. Merlin me threw my hands up in exasperation, ##. You, woman. Just you, in all your forms and all your issues. It's always been you. You're incorrigible, and I still only want you. ##. The veil from both of her masks faded, and Morgan herself remained, staring at Merlin me with wide eyes and blushing cheeks, ##. Me. You dash. You're a horrible, terrible, loathable liar, Merlin. You can't want me. I'm the witch, the primeval curse, the fey without feelings. Don't dash. Don't give me hope, ##. For the love of dash. ##. Throwing my hands up, Merlin me began stalking toward her like a predator to prey. ##. If you won't listen to my words, I will let my actions do the talking, ##. All three versions of Morgan came to the fore, just in time for me to sweep all of them into my arms with groping hands and lecherous lips on her neck. ##. Wretch. ##. Beast. ##. MRLIN. ##. My audience in the bar fell silent as they watched the heated and honestly rather toxic scene from my romance with Merlin. It was one of many just like it. Me and Morgan were both terrible and terribly perfect for each other as a result. Aphrodite breathed deeply, her eyes fluttering. Oh, just gorgeously good eating. It's like watching a train wreck, Barbara muttered. A stupid, sexy train wreck. I should call her. Dick suddenly said, sounding straight up mournful. I could fix her, Harley claimed. Oh, I could fix her so good. Good luck and no shot, love, I chuckled. I couldn't, though admittedly, I didn't try very hard at all. Morgan was complicated. Even as lovers, we didn't stop clashing outside the bedroom. See, Morgan was Artoria's older half-sister. And where Artoria inherited kingship of the people, Morgan inherited the mysteries of the Isles themselves. Le Fay claimed that made her the true king and sought to usurp Artoria at every turn. Vivian took another route. With her role as Lady of the Lake, she sought to fulfill all of the prophecies around Artoria. And Morgan herself, she was both personas and yet, a part of her just wanted to be Artoria's older sister. Damn. Harley whistled. That's one broken-ass mental. I think I love her. In the end, I continued. She helped bring about the downfall of Artoria's legend. And she ensured I couldn't continue interfering in her schemes at the same time. She loved me, I'm sure. But that didn't stop her from trapping me in Avalon on the reverse side of the world for eternity, only able to watch everything from a distant prison. An infinite field appeared in the mirror to show my prison as Merlin. It was paradise, soft sunlight, a constant, gently blowing breeze, and no worries at all until the end of time. At the center of Avalon's field, an impossible tower reached for the heavens. Merlin me lay lackadaisically inside the tower, lounging and looking upward at paradise's sky. Flower petals blew to and fro. For centuries, the scene remained unchanged. Until. Eventually, I acted on my eternal boredom, I said. Using true magic, I faked my death to even Akasha's eyes. Because something caught my attention. The Great Holy Grail War was in a timeline that wouldn't interfere with Artoria's eventual happy ending. So I invited myself to participate. Now, I grinned, finishing my legend and truly just beginning the story. Let me tell you about 14 legends, summoned from across history to be pitted against each other, all for the sake of winning a nigh-omnipotent wish from a stolen grail. And now, the dead end has officially returned. This chapter took a bit longer than expected. I went through 3 versions of the story Sean would tell. But eventually, I settled on this Fate 2-parter. The Grail War story is going to be centered around Fate/Apocrypha for those not in the know. Fate also isn't my best setting. Let me know how you thought I did with effectively conveying the information and any mistakes I made if you see them. As of right now, I'm thinking that I'll finish this Fate story, and then have a sort of Justice League Thread of the Week type chapter with Sean swooping in to announce his short vacation with Dee Dee. Then, the first road trip/world hop/vacation, which should be a good 2 to 3 chapters within the Beware of Chicken cultivation world. And eventually, Sean and Dee Dee will start taking others along with them for those. Chapter 70, 59, A Great War. Sean. As you might expect, I began. I couldn't do anything simply as Merlin. Cass' expression was utterly flat. You don't say. You can't do anything simply now, Dad, Alice snarked. Absolutely nothing has changed, Barbara agreed. Ophis nodded as seriously as ever. Sean is same. Purpose cannot equals simple. Boring, unacceptable. Data needs, dramatics, Simi said, floating over to hug my back. It must have made for quite a sight, even for those used to it. Which, in the dead end, almost everyone was. Still, my massive, not quite ex-wife clutched my smaller form. My head naturally fell between her breasts and her skin shined like crystal as she spread her wings around me. The scene only lasted for a moment, but Simi effectively got her point across. I would never be simple. Point, Penguin smirked, his argument airtight. I did expect as much, Clarion nodded matter-of-factly to my first statement and the one Simi made. If anyone had a flair for dramatics, it would be you as Merlin, Mr. Barkeep. Don't worry, though. We love you for it, goth boy. Harley chimed. It's just the way of things, Savage shrugged. The soul of my greatest rival must, in fact, always strive to excel in all things. After so many lives, simple would be rather boring, Sean dear, Dee Dee pointed out. As I was saying, I rolled my eyes. Nothing about me as Merlin could be considered simple. So my summoning for the Great Holy Grail War was no exception. I'm rather proud of the bullshit I pulled there. You would be, Catwoman giggled. Hecate perked up, magical bullshit. But, of course, I grinned. Firstly, the use of true magic to trick reality itself into thinking I was dead. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to be summoned by the Grail. And then, second, third, and fourth. The summoning itself. Set something straight for me, Mr. Barkeep, Hephaestus requested. This summoning process. How exactly does it work? You brushed over it before, but it seems like the sole source of competency in the Grail War's mortally idiotic system. It sort of was, I agreed. And that's mostly because it was only co-opted by the mages who made the Grail ritual. The summoning system itself was initially conceived by, well, a somewhat odd combination of Gaia, Aleya, and Akasha's records of all things in the form of the Throne of Heroes. And those terms in this context? Hephaestus asked leadingly. I very much doubt you're referring to great-grandmother when you speak of Gaia. I waved my hand SOSO, kinda. Also very much not. In this context, Gaia is the will of the planet itself. Great, Barbara grumbled. More arguably sentient planets. I continued right on over her grumbles, and Aleya was the collective unconscious will of humanity to survive, to avoid extinction. Savage grinned. Now, there's a goddess that I can get behind. Less divine, more primordial, I shrugged. But close enough. Together, Gaia and Aleya made up a key force for that reality, the counterforce. Essentially, semi-sentient spirals of energy that responded to planetary-level threats. But, of course, the will of the planet and the will of humanity aren't the exact same. As humanity gained independence, Aleya was put somewhat at odds with Gaia. Largely, they sought the same goals, but with different methods. Both sides of the counterforce coin had agents to act in their names. Gaia had the elementals, fairies, true ancestors, essentially, vampires plus, and some but not all of the phantasmal species and divine spirits. Meanwhile, Aleya had the Throne of Heroes with all of its legends and heroic spirits, and the counter-guardians. So the ritual to summon planetary defenders always existed as a product of the counterforce. The Grail War ritual piggybacked off that existing framework and temporarily bonded those defenders as servants for much, much less important matters than their true purpose. But even being summoned for a petty war is a welcome break when you're otherwise dead and stuck in the Throne of Heroes. Unlike the true ritual, the Grail War system had limitations. It was mostly contained to Aleya's side of things. Divine spirits were impossible to manage without specific circumstances, and even then, never in full. Likewise, the summonee had to be dead as far as Akasha was concerned to be eligible within the Throne of Heroes. That further ruled out many of Gaia's elementals since they were immortal and usually not considered part of humanity in the first place. Which was why you needed to trick reality, Clarion pointed out perceptively. You were trapped in Avalon as Merlin, but not dead, yes. Without your true death magic, you wouldn't be telling this story at all. Doubly true, cause reincarnating onward from that reality would have been rather hard without it. Much for the same reason I needed a loophole to join the Great Holy Grail War. My imprisonment in Avalon was supposed to be eternal. I just never liked to play by the rules, I chuckled and confirmed. But I digress. The Grail's summoning ritual worked by contacting the Throne of Heroes and sort of faking a need. As willful as the counterforce was, it wasn't truly intelligent. The Grail requests a heroic spirit, and Aleya is more than content to send one from the throne. If left alone, the summoning will tailor its selection to the mage performing it. But usually, catalysts were used to aim it per se relics, symbols, and so on, relating to the desired legend. Once the heroic spirit is chosen and summoned, the Grail imposes itself upon them. They are bound to their summoner through it. Only then do they become master and servant. Furthermore, the master is given 3 ritualized spells that can be used as commands their servants can't disobey. And then, well, you're about to hear the rest. Fascinating. Hephaestus muttered, visibly considering the lesson I'd given. Perhaps even worthy of recreation. The original ritual, at least. I shrugged. If you feel like crafting a local Throne of Heroes, be my guest. Good luck, though. He began brainstorming aloud, already crafting a blueprint. Even I would need aid for such a masterwork. Aunt Hestia for a suitable home of heroes. Apollo and Athena for their records of legend. Likely. Styx, that's unfortunate. Uncle Hades might be agreeable to providing heroic souls from the fields of Elysium. Perhaps looking farther afield. Thoth, Seshet, and Osiris. Chitragupta. Oh, and Lady Hecate most importantly of all, of course. Aphrodite swooned fondly. Oh, you are simply beautiful when you get like this, my Smith. None compare, none even come close. Oh, magic, yes. Hecate was practically vibrating in her seat. It's been millennia since I even considered a work as grand as this. Even just for academic sake, I would agree, little Smith. It wouldn't have to be purely academic, Dee pointed out. I'm torn, Diana admitted. On one hand, I can't deny the usefulness of a system to summon living legends for Earth's defense. On the other, I can already see the paperwork. Barbara groaned, oh, Dee. The paperwork. So, that sounds great and all. I think. Harley interjected. Did that whole explanation just go whoosh for anyone else? Essentially, Damien deadpanned. The Grail Wars Mr. Barkeep is telling us about were magic gladiatorial slavery. I gathered as much as well, Ivy nodded. A flawed, petty, and ultimately mortal system that usurped an actually useful one. Awesome and sickening. Savage spat. Legends resurrected, just to be relegated to fighting a petty war. Why, I would slaughter my master straight away. Some did, I hinted. See, foreshadowing is a narrative device dash. Dee Dee giggled at my antics. Oh, dear, just get on with the rest of your story and stop leaving us in suspense. Very well, I sighed dramatically. We begin with my summoning. Except, I didn't have a master. Not in any way that was normal for the Grail Wars. I summoned myself. To summon a servant. To then summon the rest of myself, my legend, in full. Cass' face scrunched up in confusion. Is that some kind of time travel bit I'm too poor and sane to understand? Dick laughed. When Cass is claiming to be sane, you know stuff's gone wonky. Almost, but not quite, I clarified. Another servant summoned for that Grail War was rather close to my legend, so I hitched a ride with her. Oh ho ho. Riddler giggled. What a riddle. A legend rather close to yours. And you summoned yourself to fight against her. Yes. Savage exclaimed. I smell investment. Stakes. Drama. Team deathmatch, remember. I was summoned to her team, not against, I corrected. Of course, that didn't do much to diminish the drama, but we'll get to that. You summoned yourself. Grundy rumbled observantly. That makes you master, too. As a matter of fact, it did. I gave the lumbering, but not at all stupid, reforming zombie a genuinely proud smile. I summoned myself and then didn't give anyone the chance to think about stopping me from summoning my own servant. In the mirror, my summoning played out, ## by silver and steel. By blue and gold and platinum and red. By a history yet to be fulfilled. By a death so true it does not die. By air, present sight, and a fey promise left open. By shit, kingdom come, thy deliverance done. Fuck it. By death and one who walks with it. #3 No, 4 gates close, and an intersection to a, yes, threefold road opens. Fill, and fill, and fill, and fill, and fill. Fill, one more time, and shatter. Oh, throne and counterbalance, hear this ahem, my oath. I am the watcher beyond time. Finally, I come to participate. ##. Merlin Me's oddly freeform chant got me a few odd looks. Some confused, some amused, and all rather questioning. I glanced away with the slightest of blushes. I was kind of bad at incantations as Merlin. Most of the time, I winged M. And even then, I stuttered and lapsed. They still worked. Just awkward to watch myself get all tongue-tied and improvise. I explained. Clarion looked at me most incredulously of all. Merlin was bad at chants. How does that even? If I had to guess. Magical ADHD, exacerbated by my clairvoyance being able to see anything I wanted to see at any time, I said, shrugging. That. Clarion paused. Might do it, yeah. Magical ADHD. Harley exclaimed excitedly. What the hell, that's wicked. Alice nodded, Dad's just like me, for real, for real. Hecate, at least, sympathized with Merlin me, these mortal words can be so easy to confuse. I think you did all right, Sean. Oh, how utterly, ironically droll, Dionysus chortled. Winky face, Cass shrugged. If it works, it works. And it did, in fact, work. Despite my incantation being a jumbled mess, Merlin me's sincerity shined through. Off the cuff and from the heart. And I certainly compensated for any perceived inadequacies with enough magic, power, and skill. Power pulled from beyond the veil of death by true magic flooded the summoning ritual, and the greater grail just about purred as it sent the chosen heroine my way. A flash of pure magical light blinded the mirror, sketching Merlin me in silhouette. When the light faded, smoke remained. Smoke and a new silhouette within. The figure stalked forward with sleek curves and a long lance in her hands. Quickly, the smoke drifted away and my lancer was revealed in full. She was a tall, delicate woman with a slender yet full figure. Her beauty was physically transcendent. Divinely ethereal features that made her look like a moonbeam personified. Her long hair floated free from common sense, looking everything like a pair of wings around her. She wore a calm, gentle smile like a mask, only hints of her legendary loneliness leaking through. Everyone, I said, smiling both fondly and painfully. Let me introduce you to Brynhildr, Odin's Valkyrie, the hero Sigurd's fated person, and the woman some have insensitively labeled the crazed lover. I summoned her, and she finished summoning me. We became each other's masters and each other's servants for the great Holy Grail War. Dick let out a low whistle. Oh, Donning. Diana sadly shook her head. I know that legend. Her fate wasn't kind to anyone. Aphrodite didn't seem able to stop grinning. Oh, Brynhilde, my lovely. I'll forever welcome any iteration of her. She's always been one of my favorites, even if I can't claim her as mine. Crazed lover, Damien simply said. I think we can all see where this is going. Not quite yet, I sighed. But I won't deny that her legend plays a role in tonight's story. Oh, dear, Dee placed a demure hand on her cheek. I suppose I shouldn't expect anything less when it comes to Sean, love, and tragedy. Brynhilde was. I continued, finding the words. She was a beautiful woman with a beautiful soul. Compassionate and passionate to the point of her downfall. For those who don't know her legend, Brynhilde was born divine as a daughter of Odin. At some point, her father stripped her of divinity and cast her down to the mortal world. There, she was imprisoned in a cave of eternal flames and cursed into a sleep like death. A hero coming to rescue her was but a mere possibility, a scant chance, and Brynhilde resolved herself to hopelessness. But eventually, the hero Sigurd came and spirited her away from her prison. Despite saving the maiden, Sigurd vowed not to love her. Immediately, he failed. The couple were married. Brynhilde had lost her place as a Valkyrie, but she retained her knowledge. She passed this knowledge of divine origin on to her husband. And so, Sigurd left her to continue his hero's quest. During his time away, however, tragedy struck Sigurd. He lost his memories and wed another. Sigurd's new wife forced Brynhilde to marry another as well. Brynhilde wept but accepted the tragic turn as her fate. So her love and pain were repressed and stowed away to simmer. Eventually, she broke. All her tragedy came rushing out as nigh divine madness. She killed her beloved Sigurd with her own blade and then killed herself to follow him. Hers is a legend of love, betrayal, and mad passion. That is who I summoned to my side. Brynhilde's legend was met with silence. Sympathetic silence, mournful and fuming on Brynhilde's behalf. Fate was often cruel, and Brynhilde had done little to deserve hers. Sean. Ivy said ominously. You better have given that woman all of the love in the world. I raised an eyebrow, even if I wasn't Sigurd, her fated person. Especially then. Harley exclaimed. Fuck Sigurd. I mean. I get that none of it was really his fault, but still. Fuck him. Valkyrie babe deserves better. Seeing a round of agreeing nods, I sighed. It was complicated. Not on my end. I was more than happy to love her. But Brynhilde had nothing if not baggage, plus a bit of conflict during the Grail War itself that we'll get into. She had to work through herself first, and all I could do was let her make the first move. The disowned divine princess of Yandere murder had baggage. Barbara deadpanned. You don't say. Honestly. Completely understandable. Yes, love can leave us oh so deliciously scarred. Yet we still thank it for the pain, Aphrodite swooned. Isn't it beautiful? Hestia gave a brittle smile. That's certainly one way to put it. I think I prefer my love a little bit more wholesome. A little bit more complete. I say. I think I'm noticing a trend in your life as Merlin, my friend. Savage declared with a knowing grin. Was this your, how do the youth say it? Sticking your dick in crazy, era. That era started in my very first life and it hasn't ended yet, I deadpanned. Dee giggled, all of creation itself couldn't stop Sean from, quote, sticking his dick in crazy, dot. Ugh, Dad. Alice groaned in disgust. And Mom. You. Haha, entirely fair and most valid, Sean. Commendable, even. Why, it makes me want to match you crazy for crazy. For are we not fated rivals, immortals of different stripes brought together by the greatest of luck? I will have to. Savage paused for effect, genuinely grinning. Up my game. Now, that, Dionysus muttered into his drink. Is a madness a touch too rich even for me? Madness too mad for you, nephew. Hestia giggled. Are you losing your touch? The god of wine and madness snorted right back. I can hardly be expected to keep up with this place, dearest aunt. Two-Face shrugged. Guess you just gotta be from Gotham to get it. Barbara grumbled. I don't think that's as much of a brag as you make it sound. I rounded them off with a fond chuckle. Are we just about done? Doesn't anyone want to hear about the summon I hitched a ride on then? Oh. Hecate perked up at attention. Oh, yes. A heroine close enough to your legend for you to magically drag yourself alongside her. Now, who could that be? Not Morgan Le Fay, no. That would have made things even more awkward than they were, I laughed. No, not Morgan. But she was still someone tragically dear to me. It's probably best if I let the scene do the talking for me. Drawing everyone's attention back to it, the mirror shifted. But not far. The summoning I tagged along on played out rather near to my summoning of Brynhilder. A painfully American stereotype of a man acted as the master, and we caught up with him just as his ritual was completed. When the smoke faded once more, a knight in a wicked-looking suit of armor was standing before him. The knight thrust her sword downward, mounting its tip in the ground and standing proud. Then, the armor began to shift and transform in a way that was most certainly not medieval. More Gundam than chivalric knight. It was magic I recognized, even as Merlin, for I'd helped design it. The helmet retracted. And Artoria's face was revealed. I heard excited gasps throughout my audience in the bar. Then, the Artoria lookalike declared herself, and the excitement was mixed with climactic surprise. Hashtag you may call me Mordred, the one and only true successor to the famed king of knights, Arthur Pendragon. Hashtag. You. Harley exclaimed. Plot twist. Clarion chuckled, I suppose if Arthur truly was a woman in this world, why wouldn't Mordred be as well? Prime betrayer or true successor? Savage questioned aloud, grinning across his whole face. Which is it? I am on the very edge of my seat. Both. Neither, I shrugged, not really answering the question. Mordred was oh so like her father, just as noble, just as worthy, only led astray. At my urging, Artoria accepted her, but it was never enough. Not when Lufay at her worst was pulling the rest of Mordred's strings. In the mirror, the aftermath of Mordred's summoning continued to play as her master, Kairi Sisegu, questioned her gender, hashtag but, man, who would have thought Mordred was a woman? I mean, the son of King Arthur dash. Hashtag. In a violent flash, Mordred turned on her new master, bearing her sword to his throat and snarling, hashtag next time you refer to me as a woman, I won't be able to restrain myself. I am a prince. A king. As my father before me. I am as much man as any dash. Hashtag. You tell, girly. Harley cheered. Catwoman chuckled, for some reason, I don't think Mordred would appreciate that particular encouragement, Harley. In the mirror, that was when I joined the scene, breaking the tension with a dramatic gasp, hashtag Morty. Little Morty, is that you? Oh, my stars. All grown up, just look at you. Hashtag. Mordred suddenly stiffened in sheer disbelief, hashtag no. No, this can't be possible. You cannot be here. Hashtag. Hashtag yet, here I am, hashtag Merlin me grinned. Hashtag in the flesh hashtag. Hashtag someone wanna key me into the loop here. Hashtag Mordred's master asked. Brynhilder gently sighed, hashtag I'm afraid I'm just as clueless as you, fellow master. Hashtag thought I cleared the area pretty well, but sure, let's just have a whole other master-servant pair show up, hashtag Kairi grumbled. Hashtag master-servant and servant-master, hashtag I corrected. Hashtag huh. Hashtag don't worry about it too much. I am Merlin. And this is Brynhilder. It's an honor to meet you, fellow master, and just an absolute pleasure to see little Morty again, I must say. Hashtag you're both heroic spirits. Well, that can't be right, hashtag. I can't help but feel for this guy, Barbara said, shaking her head. Yeah, he seems just about reasonable, Dick agreed. Yet he has to put up with Sean in his Merlin phase, Ivy giggled. Cass mimed a gasp. Oh, Dee Dee. The HOORRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR pumpkin is in for the ride of his very life, and you jest. Hashtag Mirrorlin of flowers. Hashtag in the mirror, Mordred just about snapped, even mixing my name with my title. She came at me with her sword swinging and fiery fury in her eyes. Merlin me ducked to the side. My staff matched her sword. Merlin me just chuckled as we fought. Hashtag I trained your father in the blade, little Morty. You're still 1,000 years too early to defeat me. You have eyes, yet you fail to see Mount Tai. Hashtag why? Hashtag Mordred didn't care. Mordred kept coming. Mordred began to vent a death's worth of emotion on me alone. Hashtag why do you haunt me so? Hashtag. Clang. Hashtag why didn't you stop mother's schemes? Hashtag. Clang. Hashtag why couldn't you speak more sense into father's thick, fucking skull? Hashtag. Clang. Hashtag why didn't you fight for me more? Hashtag hashtag. She swung and swung and swung until she was panting. Until her swings lost structure and her foundations were collapsing. Until every emotion came rushing out of her. Red-rimmed eyes glared at me through haunted tears. And still, Mordred kept coming, kept venting everything onto me. Her only outlet and all that remained of the tragic life she once lived. Hashtag hashtag why dash. Weren't dash. You dash. There. When we needed you the most. Hashtag hashtag she finally shouted, getting to the crux of her conflict with me. Crash. That final strike shook the nearby trees and stripped grass from the dirt beneath our feet. I parried it just as easily as the others. Then, I pulled Mordred into a gentle embrace. With my hug, the fight went out. She all but collapsed into me. Hashtag hashtag why. Hashtag hashtag she pleaded. Hashtag hashtag you would have fixed everything. As you always did. Talked sense and reason back into both of us. Why, Merlin? Why weren't you there? Hashtag hashtag. I held her as she needed to be held. That child of tragic birth and an even more tragic fate. As always, I welcomed her as her father and mother never could. And only when she cried herself limp did I answer her heart-aching question. Hashtag hashtag because of your bitch of a mother, my child, love her as I do. Hashtag hashtag. That shocked a snort of laughter out of Mordred, though she hurried to cover it with a bitter hiss. Hashtag hashtag lo fay. Hashtag hashtag. Hashtag hashtag at her very worst, yes, hashtag hashtag I confirmed. Hashtag hashtag but that doesn't mean I'll shirk my share of the blame. I'm sorry, Mordred, for the fates we couldn't escape. Hashtag hashtag. In the bar, there wasn't a dry eye amongst my audience. From Savage, unashamedly bawling like a real man, to Grundy, looking rather confused by the tears he was shedding. Dee Dee leaned her head on my shoulder and wept for a child she didn't know, but who I know she would have adopted in an instant. It's okay, love, I comforted her. We both found a measure of closure then. He's my brother, always, but destiny can be oh so cruel, Dee Dee confided. If I meet that girl Prince, I will give her the whole world to call her pain. She shall know she belongs. Savage declared. Seconded, Hestia softly agreed. Mordred deserves a home. I can already see the concept is foreign to her. Thirded, Dee Dee stated firmly. I suppose the dead end will just have to adopt her from across time, space, and dimensions. In name if not practicality. I chuckled, I think she'd like that. As much as I advocated for her, there was always a certain distance between her and Artoria, her and Lefay. That's just the way her cards were dealt. Little Morty did some terrible things, no doubt, but I can't find it in myself to truly blame her. And I would never, never, call her the Knight of Treachery, as her legend was named. Yeah, I can see how the title might have rubbed her the wrong way, Barbara nodded. More than you could know, the poor girl, I shook my head regretfully. But regardless, that was my summoning and my reunion with Little Morty. We all joined Team Red. The Reds were sponsored by the Clock Tower. Essentially, one of the foremost mainstream magical institutions in the world of magecraft. Our foes were Team Black, sponsored by Ig Millennia, or just YGG as I took to shortening the name. YGG was a Magus clan aiming to rival the Clock Tower. The most pivotal aspect of this opposition was the fact that their leader was the one to steal the Greater Grail and set this whole timeline in motion. They were a clan of misfits and outcasts, essentially. Storied, but not noble. Numerous, but with few noteworthy individual magi. The Clock Tower deemed them insignificant. Until it was revealed that they held a Greater Grail, that is. Protests went out within the Clock Tower, of course, and through a complicated mess of politics, the Great Holy Grail War was declared. Sounds about right, Dionysus grunted. Organized power is always a special kind of madness. And don't get me started on politics. Even in the modern age, they remain a key phenomenon feeding into my domains of madness and debauchery. The Clock Tower sent 7 potential masters, I continued, smirking. Thanks to my intrusion, only 5 actually managed to summon servants. With Brynhilder and I being each other's masters and servants simultaneously, I usurped Fiend Vorsembrin and Brynhilder usurped Jean Rum in the war to follow. I doubt the Clock Tower appreciated that, Clarion smirked right back at me. Not at all. But don't worry, I waved dismissively. They were utterly unimportant as individuals. In fact, the majority of the Red Masters were. See, the Church's designated master was pulling strings even before the war truly began. He summoned Assassin of Red, Semiramis, the wise Queen of Assyria, and used her powers to subvert the Clock Tower masters. Truthfully, Team Red was just him, Kyrie, Brynhilder, and me. Data equals disadvantage? Simi inquired. Not as much as you might think, I explained. The Church Master, Shiro Kodomine, acted as a proxy between the entranced Clock Tower masters and their servants. Of course, he was actually serving himself only and lying to the rest. I discerned Shiro's deception from the start, but we didn't truly need or miss the masters who could have been. I was caster of red. Brynhildr was lancer of red. Mordred was saber of red. Semiramis was assassin of red. And the remainders, archer, rider, and berserker, were Atlanta, Achilles, and Spartacus respectively. The servants of Team Red appeared in the mirror behind me, split into two groups. Merlin, me, Brynhildr, and Mordred made up one. Semiramis, in all her dark siren's beauty, stood at the fore of the other. Behind her were Atlanta, blonde with genuine cat ears and tail, Achilles, with his smug, hero's smirk, and Spartacus, scarred and chained even after death. Cass happily drooled. Ehehe. Goth mommy Semiramis. Stacked lineup, Penguin whistled. Atlanta. Truly. Diana asked with palpable interest. And Achilles, oh dear, Aphrodite held a hand to her cheek with a wistful sigh. Spartacus. No, I am Spartacus. Savage declared. No, I'm Spartacus. Harley giggled. No, I. Dick grinned, playing into the bit. What? Savage looked at them oddly. No, truly, I was Spartacus. At least, here in the history we all know, I was. Oh. Harley paused. No cap. None at all. Gotta admit, that's one hell of a setup for one team. Legends, yeah, but we expected that. The whole church usurper business, though. That's interesting, Two-Face said. Damien asked, and what of the other? Your misfit foes on Team Black. You saw all, Mr. Barkeep, so tell us of the other side. Team Black had all of their masters, I exposited. But with a twist. Individually, the Black Masters couldn't sufficiently supply their servants with the energy they required. So, they found a workaround. One that consisted of artificially created humans, homunculi, that they strung together like matrix batteries. It worked, but it was far from a pretty solution. I don't know whether to be appalled by the immorality or slightly impressed by the ingenuity, Hecate admitted. Just. I hesitated. Keep the homunculi in mind. They'll come up again later. As far as servants go, though, Team Black had a half-decent selection as well. Chiron, mentor of Greek heroes, was Archer of Black, an unassuming warrior appeared in the mirror as Team Black's servants were revealed. Oh my. Diana gasped. Vlad III, the Impaler, was Lancer of Black, a haunting, aristocratic figure with blonde hair and an icy gaze appeared. Vlad, not Dracula, this time, Riddler noted. Astolfo, the 12th Paladin of Charlemagne, was Rider of Black, a pink-haired, feminine man grinned a fanged grin from the mirror, striking an adorable pose. Oh, he's just precious. Aphrodite squealed. I would eat him right up. Smash, Dick stated with only a bare moment of pause. Solomon Ibn Gabirol, of Eastbron, was caster of Black, half jester, half armored, of Eastbron appeared as a walking enigma. Pass, Dick's face scrunched up in confusion. Frankenstein's monster was Berserker of Black, the figure that appeared was unexpected. More doll than monster. Honestly, she was cute, with pink hair that covered her eyes and a golden unicorn horn sticking up from her forehead. Grundy stared, and stared, and stared some more, seemingly coming to a personal awakening. Wife. Harley giggled, thankfully not teasingly, oh, I ship it. Jack the Ripper, Bittersweet Jackie, was Assassin of Black, the figure who appeared was clearly a child. Yet, her entire being seemed soaked in blood. The innocent expression on her face contrasted jarringly with her wicked knives. Huh, several people muttered. We'll get to Jackie, I said somberly, leaving it at that. And finally, Siegfried, the dragon-blooded knight, was Saber of Black, the dragon of Amun was last to appear. A knight, a hero, a legend that was very easily confused with another. Wait. Siegfried. Barbara was sharp enough to pick up on the implications immediately. Siegfried, I simply nodded. Against Brynhildr, she noted. That won't end well. We'll get to that as well. I paused to correct myself. Well, now, I suppose. Yes, Brynhildr and Siegfried seem to share an origin. Only seemingly, though. What's the big deal? Two-Face asked. Siegfried. Sigurd. They sound about the same to me. They aren't. They're just achingly similar, two parallel legends that came out of the same part of the world, Hecate said, read, lectured. It's a fascinating bit of etymology, really. Both names start with Sigi, a Proto-Germanic word meaning victory. But their names diverge from there, as do their legends. Curiously, both heroes were said to have killed dragons. But Sigurd's dragon being named Fafnir was a much later development by Scandinavian mythology. Meanwhile, Siegfried was said to have killed Fafnir from his Germanic start. It's all a complicated web of similar names and similar stories, I said, shaking my head. As most legends become. In all likelihood, both legends arose from the same origins, just split across two cultures, Germanic for Siegfried and Norse for Sigurd. But as far as our story is concerned, they're very much unique individuals. Of course, at first glance, especially from an invested party, the two parallel legends could be easily confused, I hinted ominously. Our girl Bryony flipped her shit, didn't she? Harley asked, hitting the nail on the head. Oh, yes. Absolutely, I nodded. She did, indeed, flip her shit. The first real skirmish of the Great Holy Grail War played out in the mirror. It just so happened to be between Brynhildr and I, and Siegfried. The mission Brynhildr and I were sent to complete was interrupted by Siegfried's appearance, and fighting naturally broke out. While I stepped back and let Brynhildr fight, she and Siegfried both held their own against each other. Superhuman legends clashed. Brynhildr's spear sought blood from the start, as did Siegfried's sword. Lancer versus Saber was a rather even match. But as both sides stepped back for a moment to acknowledge each other, shit truly hit the fan. Hashtag I would have your name, warrior, hashtag Siegfried declared. Hashtag I am Siegfried. Hashtag. Brynhildr froze on the spot, hashtag Sig dash. Hashtag. Instantly, Merlin me saw the change, hashtag oh, dear. Hashtag. Brynhildr lunged right back into the fight without giving her opponent an answer. Immediately, she revealed herself to be faster, stronger, and madly vicious. Her spear sliced through the air and Siegfried found himself pushed back. She stabbed at his head with eyes that only saw her beloved. Hashtag V very well. Hashtag Siegfried masked his surprise with bravado. Eyes like hearts, yet with only mad fury shining out of them, glared and swooned, hashtag beloved. Why did you leave me? How could you make me dash? Hashtag. I'm sure I have no idea what you're talking about. Hashtag Siegfried insisted. For Brynhildr, who'd witnessed her husband return without his memories, that only made things worse, hashtag Sigurd. My love shall wash you clean, heart, mind, and soul. Hashtag. In the end, it was all Siegfried could do to dig deep and call upon the legendary blade Bomung to push Brynhildr's pulsing, heart-shaped spear to the side and pin it there. He roared like a dragon right in her face, hashtag your name, warrior. I am Siegfried. Hashtag. Stuck so close, Brynhildr was confronted by eyes she didn't quite recognize. She blinked. Maddened hearts began to fade, hashtag you're not Sigurd, hashtag. Hashtag I am not, hashtag Siegfried said, his tone surprisingly reasonable. Hashtag truly not. Your name, warrior. Hashtag. Brynhildr, hashtag. Siegfried just nodded and smiled, hashtag well met. Well fought. And, understandable, I suppose. My condolences, Brynhildr, for your fate. Hashtag. What the hell? Harley threw her hands up in the air. He's, actually likable. Infuriatingly so, I nodded in commiseration. Genuinely, just a good dude. Shame we didn't get to see much of him in truth. Uh-oh. I don't like that from you, Sean. What did you do to this perfectly reasonable man? Barbara visibly prepared herself for the worst. Oh, no, that righteously reasonable fool did it to himself, I waved. For a good cause, even if it was sacrificial in the extreme. See, his master accidentally killed one of the YGG homunculi who escaped with the help of Astolfo and Chiron. So Siegfried saw the poor artificial boy and decided to tear out his own heart and give it to him to revive the boy. It was noble. It was awesome. And it might have even been the right choice in the end. But that'll come up again toward the end of the war. Ugh, heroes, Dionysus rolled his eyes. Heroes, indeed. Savage exclaimed, completely ignoring the mad god's sarcasm and disdain. Didi be good. He deserves to be celebrated as a legend all over again. I have found new heights of heroism to strive toward, Damien said. Father will be ecstatic. What? No. Dick panicked. Terrible idea. Don't go ripping your heart out for any reason, Damien. I'm sure he'll be fine, I shrugged. Plenty of people do it. Do they, Dad? Do they really? Alice wasn't amused. Didi was, though, I think your perception is a bit skewed, Sean. As it usually is. It worked out for Siegfried. He even discovered his true wish in the end. Just once, he wanted to save someone of his own volition instead of being told to do so. But oh, well, I sighed. That was one servant down for Team Black, and the war had barely begun. Immediately, they were having internal issues. Did those internal issues have something to do with the homunculus Siegfried saved? Hecate asked cannily. That whole arrangement sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. Creating homunculi is fine. Magic doesn't necessarily mind creating wholly new lives. But doing so solely to enslave them as magical batteries. Disgraceful and just so pointless. Oh, I do agree, Dee nodded along. It's a terrible waste of conception. Yes, that whole workaround came around to bite YGG immediately, I confirmed. The freed homunculus became a key figure in the war. And when he chose his name, he honored the hero who gave his heart. Sieg had at most 3 years to live. He used his time to the fullest. In a way, Sieg became a third party in the war. And he did so under certain protection. See, I didn't tell the whole story earlier when introducing the servants. There weren't just 14. Another was summoned to act as a neutral overseer of the proceedings. A whole new class called Ruler. Her name was Jeanne d'Arc, Saint of Orleans. Dude. Harley squealed. This shit is girl boss galore. Joan of motherfucking Arc. Bad ass. As you might expect, she became something of a focal point for both sides of the war, I continued. Both Shiro and the Black leader Darnik sought to bring her onto their side, thinking she would turn the tides. That was actually the first mission Brynhilde and I were sent on, where we encountered Siegfried and his master doing the same. Jeanne held strong in her neutrality, however. She took in Sieg and eventually, tragically, fell in love with him. Apart from Jeanne and Sieg, the rest of the war wasn't idle. Team Black initially had the advantage, seeing as YGG held the Greater Grail. It was only ever going to end in a fight, a raid. For Team Red, Shiro continued ensuring his place as leader. He steadily talked the Clock Tower Masters into giving up all of their control. Meanwhile, Semiramis fully completed her noble phantasm, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. I paused. Oh. I just realized I haven't mentioned noble phantasms. Essentially, there were powerful crystallized magics, pieces of a heroic spirit's legend that stuck with them after death, often the most dangerous weapons or defenses at a servant's disposal. For example, Siegfried had his dragon-slaying sword Bomung and nigh invincibility from his armor of Fafnir. Brynhilde had the spear of maddened love she used to kill Sigurd, Brynhilde Roma and Tia. And as Merlin, I had the Garden of Avalon where I was trapped, for eternity. So. Kamehameha, Destructo Disc, Gallic Gun, and Special Beam Cannon, Riddler summed up. Named attacks and skills, Penguin nodded his understanding. It's only natural. Curly logical and, Cass held up a strong arm. I cast bone-breaking, coma-inducing, brain-damaging, pile-driver elbow. Fucking nerds, Two-Face chuffed. And one terrifying bat. They've just about got it, though, I said. And Semiramis' most powerful noble phantasm was the EX rank, anti-world type Hanging Gardens of Babylon. A giant floating fortress, called Vanity itself, by some. It quickly became the main base for Team Red. As soon as it was finished, the tides turned in our favor. And it was used to launch an attack on YGG's castle to secure the Greater Grail. In the mirror, the attack on YGG's castle was shown. The Hanging Gardens were even larger than the castle itself, and flying completely free from the ground. The attack played out in many disparate scenes. Astolfo rode for the garden's gates on Hippogriff back. The feminine knight's charge was turned away by a massive beam of magical energy from the garden's defenses. On the ground, Achilles faced off against his former mentor Chiron, the reluctance in the battle clear. Spartacus was subverted by a Visbron and turned on Team Red. Frankenstein's monster separated herself from the castle's defenses and was confronted by Shiro as a result. Mordred showed up late to the party. But when she arrived, she went on a tear. She fought Astolfo, and beat him. She fought Sieg, and beat him. She fought Frankenstein's monster, and beat her despite her last sacrificial attack. She fought Sieg again, now possessed by and inheriting a portion of Siegfried's power, and beat him again, too. Then, she fucked up Spartacus, cutting him right in half just for good measure. And within the castle, Atlanta, Brynhilde, and Merlin me fought Vlad III. Atlanta dashed about like a cat, impossible to pin down. She shot arrows of magical light from an infinite quiver, each one as damaging as a tank's main battle cannon. Brynhilde and Merlin me fought side by side. Master and servant, lancer and caster. Brynhilde's spear was vicious. My staff was my sword, and I wielded it well. All the while, beams of pure spell stuff acted as fire support, weaving around us both to scorch Vlad III. We fought Vlad to a standstill and held him there. Legendary skill from all parties made decisive victories rare. But we only needed to buy time. Eventually, the call came that Shreya had secured the Greater Grail, and Team Red retreated back to the Hanging Gardens. Fights worthy of a holy war. Savage eagerly declared. Mumana magic. Hecate swooned and drooled. Diana shook her head fondly. I never would have expected Merlin to be so skilled with a sword. Waifu. Grundy sadly moaned, mourning the sacrifice of Frankenstein's monster. Ah, it's okay, buddy, Harley comforted him. I'm sure you'll still get a chance to meet her, somehow. Still, Mordred really went off, huh? That girl didn't know the meaning of chill, just like her father, I chuckled. But that wasn't the end of the fighting that night. Vlad, Chiron, and Avisbron followed us into the garden to take back the Greater Grail. And there, Vlad's master forced the unthinkable upon him. The legend of Dracula was Vlad's ultimate noble phantasm, but it haunted him. His one wish was to erase Dracula from existence. But with their backs against the wall, Vlad's master Darnik commanded Vlad to use the legend of Dracula. Master and servant merged under the legend, creating something new and nameless. All of us there teamed up to defeat the nameless vampire. In the end, it wasn't us who did so, but Shiro, with holy weapons to smite the transformed vampire. Ivy gave an overly dramatic sigh. I guess you can count on the church for at least one thing. They are usually half-decent at killing vampires. Heretics and witches, too. And false positives galore. You know, just in case you're feelin' frisky. Harley chimed before pausing. Or should that be the other way around? In case you're feelin' ordinary. I'm pretty sure they were wrong way more than they were right back in the day. Yes, and holy weapons tended to work just as well against normal people caught in those false positives because they're still, you know, weapons, Penguin deadpanned. Damien nodded seriously, dress it up however you like, a sword is still a sword. And that's how it should be. Catwoman cooed and clutched him to her breast, oh, my adorable little murder Tom. Never change. Damien didn't struggle one bit, I find this title acceptable. Cass silently squawked in outrage. Oi. Don't steal my title. There, Catwoman soothed them both. Damien's my little murder tomcat, and you're my little murder kitten, Cass. Fair. Fine / ring in equal to _ ring in equal to, Damien and Cass shared side-eyed glances at each other. I guess. Now, I chuckled and continued. During the smiting of the nameless vampire, Shiro was revealed to not be who he said he was. In truth, he was a heroic spirit himself, the ruler-class servant from the former Grail War who survived in hiding until he could get his second chance at a wish from the Grail. He was Shiro Tokisada Amakusa, a legendary rebellion leader from Edo-era Japan. And that's just about where shit hit the fan for the Great Holy Grail War. I don't get it, Alice shrugged in confusion. What's the big deal about this guy? It wasn't so much his identity, I explained. It was the betrayal of it all and the wish he sought. Well, I'll just let him put it best. Shiro's last prayer echoed through the bar in all its ambition, heedless of the cost, ##, so, God. Give me another chance. Next time, I won't lose sight of the bigger picture. I will eliminate all obstacles, enemies, and hardships in my way. Next time, I will obtain all the good in the world. A world where everyone is happy, everyone is good, and everyone is perfect. I will exterminate all evil and create a new, pure world. ##. Oof, Dick winced. A new, pure world. Yeah, we hate the word pure used in this context. So. Shiro's salvation was utter annihilation for mankind, right? Clarion clarified. I can't really see any other way to eliminate all evil. How would you even define evil on such a scale? Just so, I nodded. Or close enough that the difference would be purely academic. Shiro's cause was noble. Theoretically, at least. In practice, well, disastrous barely begins to cover it. Yes, it's a pretty thought, at least, Dionysus drawled. But then, many wish to save the world. Few if any have an effective plan and understanding of how to do so. The madness of good, no. That. Hestia blinked. Was surprisingly well put, nephew. Regardless. Savage exclaimed. This Shiro couldn't have been supported any further. I know you are wise enough to see that, my rival. How did you respond? I decided to remove myself from the running for the most part. As I said, Shiro's reveal was something of a turning point for the war. The faction lines were redrawn. Achilles, Atlanta, and Avisbron joined Shiro's side. Jean, Chiron, Mordred, and Astolfo refused and continued to fight to take the Grail and its wish from Shiro. And Brynhilde and I, quite frankly, fucked off to more peaceful pastures. I led us to help the innocents caught up in the Grail War. Mordred and I kept in touch, of course, but I wasn't about to be sucked into that whole idealism versus idealism mess. We did much more good tending to the innocents and such. Grail wars were not clean conflicts by any measure. A montage of my aiding efforts played out in the mirror. Merlin me didn't shy away from openly using magic. And Brynhildr was by my side the entire way. She didn't fully get it at first, not much thought was ever given to the bystanders and legends, but she quickly came to understand and even agree that something should be done for them. We rebuilt ruined homes, repaired damaged infrastructure, and generally soothed the wounds caused by the secret war taking place in Trifas. Technically, the fighting was only supposed to take place at night and out of view from the general public. But amidst a heated war, technicality and practice were far from the same. That went doubly for the giant flying fortress now parked above the city. The hanging gardens were kept out of sight during the day. But there was no hiding the giant defensive beams that had been fired at midnight. Merlin me went around reassuring people that they didn't have too much to fear. I made no excuses and didn't try to hypnotize people into forgetting as the clock tower would. Instead, I mostly just laid out the facts as they were, that the world was always bigger and stranger than anyone realized and that all the chaos that had come to their homes would pass. Brynhildr visibly began to look at me differently through it all, ##. This is good work. Righteous work. Heroic work, even if not the heroics I am used to. A different kind of good being done, but good all the same, ##. Never forget the little people, ##. Merlin me replied. ##. Many do. But they are just as alive as you and I. Do they not deserve comfort? Peace. I taught the only king I'll ever recognize that. Life isn't just named characters. Anyone who thinks differently isn't someone I would wish to get along with. And if others resist or deny my stance, well, I'll just forge my own path. Always and forever. ##. Yes, you always do tend to prefer doing your own thing, don't you, dear? Dee Dee gently teased. Oh, getting myself out of all of the drama was definitely a plus, I chuckled in agreement. But genuinely, I felt I was best served helping those harmed by the secret war of literal legends being fought in their streets at night. And it was a good thing I leaned that way, too. Because one servant was still unaccounted for that far into the war. Assassin of Black, Jack the Ripper. The montage behind me continued. But the damage turned from collateral into something very direct. Rare though they were, haunted people roamed the streets of Trifas. People who'd been hunted and survived, either by luck or dismissal. Merlin me soothed their fears, promising to take care of everything. But for some, we were already too late. Oh, fiddlesticks. Dick paled at that realization. Jack the freaking Ripper was on the loose that whole time. Abruptly, Barbara turned on him and wrapped her hands around his throat. Why dash? Can't dash. You dash. Just dash. Curse normally. B-boy wondered dash. Doesn't curse. Dick choked out. That boy. Catwoman shook her head. He never seems to remember that his own name is a curse. Hey. Dick casually broke Barbara's chokehold in an instant just to protest. It's a perfectly normal nickname. Historic, even. Most of the bar ignored them, Ivy saying. Anyway. Jack the Ripper. Bittersweet Jackie, I nodded sadly. She was a special situation from the start. Beginning, of course, with her legend. Some of you might have a mental image of Jack the Ripper in your mind. Whatever it is, Jackie wasn't that. She was a child first and foremost. A tragic, tormented little one, lashing out with rage and violence at a world she could never understand. For she was never even given the chance. In the mirror, Jackie's visage peeked out from behind the bar. She was tiny, just tiny, with short white hair and a stitched scar on her adorable cheek. It took a second for everyone to notice her. But when they did, there were more than a few reactions. She's, Penguin just cocked his head in confusion. This is the legendary serial killer? Clarion asked. Truly, a terrifying soul, Dionysus nodded. What? No way. Harley gasped. She's just a precious little child. For some reason, I doubt her appearance is as it seems, Riddler warned. Actually, it was, I corrected. It really was. Unfortunately. Jackie was the ghost of not one child, but many. The collective wraiths of aborted children from a time before abortion was truly a feasible and safe practice. But the prostitutes of Victorian London made do with what they had. To torturous effect. Jackie was, childish cries that would never be heard. She was the tears of many mothers in terrible situations, often wishing for the same peace and death they granted their children. She was the uncaring depredations of paying men who gave no thought to the consequences for the women they visited in the night. And because of all that, Jackie was misdirected fury incarnate. By all of the gods. Even Savage paled at that tragic description. That's dash. Clarion choked out. That's certainly one take on Jack the Ripper's legend. Oh, poor baby, Dee mourned. I just want to hug all of her and apologize for the lives that could have been. It's not even the abortions themselves. Conception is conception, but life doesn't truly begin until that first independent breath is taken. And souls begin to truly form and settle even later. No, it's the violence of it all, the violence of Jackie's whole situation from every angle but hers. Is that why she's collective wraiths, not collective souls? Hecate asked before realizing how her question could be taken. And not to be crude or crass or disrespectful at all. I know, Dee reassured her, still mournful. But you're essentially correct. Wraiths aren't souls, but animated emotions without anything to tie them together into a cohesive whole. They actually fall into despair and delirium's domains more than mine. As fascinating as that is, I think I'm too horrified to truly appreciate the new information, Riddler muttered. Curse or legend, Jackie made her mark on history, I continued. And so, she was eligible to be summoned from the throne of heroes. Her summoner was aiming for her, even. But nothing he did seemed to work. So the asshole decided to recreate a scene from Jackie's legend. Clarion sighed, Dee save us all from mages like that. Cass pursed her lips to the side. Stupid cunt, huh? I hope he gets what's coming to him. He did, I confirmed. The summoner tried once more to summon Jackie, only this time he murdered a prostitute as a sacrifice. And as Reika Rikudu lay bleeding out, her wish to live finally succeeded in summoning Jackie. Rightfully, though, something was off. Jackie saw Reika as her master. The summoner panicked and tried to command Jackie to kill herself. She cut off his jaw mid-sentence and took the hand with the command spells to transfer them to Reika. But Reika wasn't a proper magus and thus, couldn't supply Jackie with the energy she needed. Jackie and Reika decided to solve that problem by having Jackie devour the magical energy she needed from souls, starting with the summoner. Deserved, Grundy grunted gruffly. Dee winced, however, debatable. As awful as the summoner was, no one deserves to have their soul devoured. I can't even think to approve of that in good conscience. Part of that blame falls on Reika, I shrugged. Jackie was a child, and a collection of wraiths beyond. Even as a servant, she didn't really understand common sense or right from wrong. She never got the chance to understand them in life, and her worst traits were only emphasized in legend. But what happened, happened. Jackie and Reika continued on from there, murdering for sustenance. They came to Trifus to join the war, but never outright. Jackie fought Mordred but escaped. She joined the Battle of Castle Ygg, just to slaughter the homunculi and feast upon their magical energy. And as the war shifted, she kept up her killing spree until no one could ignore it. Brynhilde and I went looking, while Jean, Sieg, Astolfo, and Chiron tried to draw her out, and Atlanta ambushed her once they did. Reika was killed by Atlanta in the chaos. She used her last breath to command Jackie to live on without her. Jackie was, shaken by her master's death. So shaken that she brought her nightmare of a legend into the real world. Jean, Sieg, Atlanta, Brynhilde, and I were swept up in it. We found ourselves, on the dark streets of Victorian London at the height of Jackie's legend. Clarion let out a low whistle, she pulled Merlin into a nightmare illusion. Never underestimate the legendary murder daughteru. Harley chimed. Quite, I smirked back at Harley. It was in that nightmare that the truth of Jackie was revealed. Atlanta reacted, poorly. Jean decided the best thing to do was to exorcise the wraiths making up Jackie's being. I disagreed. As you do, Dick nodded. Catholics, Penguin huffed. It's always an exorcism with them. To be fair, I probably would have leaped straight to exorcism, too, Alice defended. Thankfully, I have certain advantages that others don't, I said. True magic can open and close a lot of doors. Like, say. For a collective of wraiths tortured by death. Dee smiled brilliantly, you do me so proud, dear. I try, I smiled back at her. Even when I didn't know you were watching. It took constant effort, but I was able to hold Jackie together in deathly peace, not pieces. I gave her something she couldn't even comprehend. A father. And Brynhilde gave her something she sorely craved. A mother. And she didn't even judge Jackie for trying to kill her. Brynhilde knew a thing or two about being forced to kill those you love. Home. Hestia was sniffling but smiling. It's perfect. I doubt anyone else could have done it as well as you and Brynhilde, Sean. This just makes me more eager to adopt a murder child of my own. Savage declared. You may have a legendary murder daughteru, Sean, but I shall have a heroic murder granddaughteru, haha. Straight face, Cass gave a serious nod. I shall strive to live up to my legendary rival. Wait. No. Don't, Barbara chopped out, her eye twitching. I forbid you dash. Ring in equal to, Cass just squinted and smiled and somehow made her words sparkle. Heh, murder. Cassandra. And so, that was about me done for the war, I said anticlimactically, moving right on from Cass' insistence on murder and Barbara's insistence on not. That's it. Ivy blinked. What about the climax? The wish? Shiro versus Jean. Anything else? Oh, all of that happened. But I'd suddenly found myself the father of, essentially, a newborn, I chuckled. Brynhilde, Jackie, and I found better things to do than the rather pointless chore the war had become. You know what? Fair, Ivy nodded. And valid, Hestia smiled in agreement. The mirror behind me showed scenes of my new family getting to know each other. Merlin me teaching Jackie to read and write. Brynhilde doting on her with all of her love. Jackie returning the favor by trying to slice Brynhilde open to little actual effect. But it was the thought that counted. We took her shopping, introduced her to foods she never would have experienced. It wasn't Magus Hearts, but Jackie seemed to like fizzy drinks, and gave her all the hugs she'd never had. Oh, just sickeningly precious, Dionysus drawled. My Smith. Aphrodite turned to her husband. Perhaps, it's finally time for us. I see, Hephaestus muttered, sounding shocked. I would be honored to create something so special with you, my love. They proceeded to stare deep into each other's eyes, sharing a moment with their foreheads touching. Hephaestus could never be as beautiful as Aphrodite, but that didn't ruin the sweet scene. She obviously didn't mind in the slightest, loving her husband for all that he was, every unique strength and flaw. Dionysus rolled his eyes, of course, but Hestia had happy tears in her eyes as she watched her family potentially grow. Elsewhere, though, I continued. A climax was, in fact, approaching. Jean and Shiro couldn't coexist. Shiro was determined to rewrite reality itself with his wish, and unable to allow that, Jean led a grand final battle against him. The Hanging Gardens were breached by Astolfo. Mentor and student, Chiron and Achilles, battled one last time, and the student surpassed the mentor. Atlanta confronted Jean, giving into her bestial side in her faith that Shiro's wish would enable hers. She wished to save all children of the world, unable to see that Shiro's salvation would only lead to disaster. On and on, the fights went, until Mordred confronted Semiramis and lost her first fight of the war. Only when she lay dying next to Kyrie did I interfere in the climax. Both had accepted their deaths, but well. Hashtag tisk tsk, tragedy, I hardly know thee. There's no need for all of these theatrics when true magic of death is at play. Hashtag Merlin me's voice echoed through the bar, summing up my attitude in that life rather nicely as Mordred and her master were spared and revived back to full health. Ahem. Savage cleared his throat. I believe the correct term for this situation is fuck yes. Tragedy, I hardly know thee, indeed. Smirking ever so slightly, I finished my tale for the night. In the end, Shiro's wish began to go through. His misguided salvation for humanity, seeking to free every soul that ever was and hold them as equals in peaceful stasis forevermore. It was doomed just as it was salvation. But Sieg got the chance to make a wish, too. He sacrificed himself, just a homunculus who'd barely known life, to spirit the Grail away to the reverse side of the world where there were no humans for Shiro's wish to effect. And so the Great Holy Grail War ended, the most theoretically successful iteration, for 2 wishes were actually made, but truly changing nothing at all. Parting scenes filled the mirror. Sieg's transformation into a dragon and sacrificial spiriting away of the Grail. Shiro lay on Semiramis' lap, accepting her feelings for him in his final moments. As the sun rose, he found bliss beyond his one wish. And for the survivors, new lives began in the modern era. Brynhilde, Jackie, and I had our family. Merlin me roped little Morty and her master into it without hesitation. Kyrie found perhaps not the daughter he mourned in Jackie, but a niece at the very least. And as soon as I found out about his past, true death magic was unrepentantly used to reunite him with the daughter he'd lost. Astolfo also survived to wander the world, periodically popping in on our new lives. With a new beginning, the scenes and stories from that world faded to black. Sean. Diana said stiltedly. You said nothing of Sieg's sacrifice making him into a dragon. I just shrugged. How else would he have gotten to the reverse side of the world, where myths and monsters roam? Clarion nodded his approval, hardcore. Not bad for an artificial human. To Sieg. Harley raised a toast. To Mordred. To Jackie and Bryony. To victory by saying, fuck the war, we'll stick with slice of life. I nodded along, and to Astolfo and his charmingly feminine penis. The whiplash was comical, whatt. Oh, dear. Deawad, eeeeww. Degree, and suddenly, I'm very intrigued by this Astolfo character. How can a penis be feminine? More easily than you might think. Hold on. You can't leave us with just that, goth boy. How do you even know about something like that? Like, it's obvious looking at him, but did you confirm it or something? Merlin sees all, I simply said, my closed eye smile twinkling. Everything is present once. Also. Smash. Chapter 71, 60, Kaiju. Kara. Mid-flight, Kara was forced to duck and dive. A beam of electrified, half-solidified, and widely varied radiation swept through the space she just was a moment later. Even her Kryptonian physiology would have had trouble standing up to it. Especially since the monster seemed to be learning, adapting, and semi-evolving on the fly. Half of that radiation was of the kryptonite variety. Kara pulled her charge up short and flew back up. Hovering high, she took a moment to take in the battlefield. The destruction that even the Justice League was struggling to prevent. City blocks upon city blocks lay in ruin. They were working overtime to keep the fighting contained and evacuate civilians at the same time. Flash was dashing about at full speed. Batman and Martian Manhunter were acting as the proverbial eyes in the sky. Aquaman kept the fighting from surging into the bay. Zatanna and Dr. Fate fortified and warded an evacuation shelter that was ever growing. The Teen Titans had been called up due to their close proximity, running around everywhere they were needed. Shazam, Green Lantern, and Kal did what they could to help in the fighting itself, while Plastic Man was on the defensive. Kara and Diana were with them, but they weren't making much progress on that front at all. At the center of it all, a towering, mutated monster rampaged. It had risen from beneath the ground without much warning. The earth had barely even quaked. But it had come all the same. A gaping sinkhole marked the source, the start of the rampage. And from it, there was a consistent line of pure destruction. Buildings had been stomped completely flat. Roads were in ruin. Whole train and tram lines were thrown straight into the air, seemingly never to come down again. The smallest of sparks lit reserves of gas and fuel into massive fireballs. Burning lines were constantly carved from irradiated breath beams. From it all, it seemed as if Godzilla had truly come to San Francisco. The monster itself was a massive thing. Stories upon stories tall and heavy enough to crush buildings outright. Its skin was black and cracked like cooled lava. When it bled, something offensively orange leaked out from the wounds. It looked, for everything, like a primordial cross between lizard, burrowing insect, and biblical demon. Half a dozen pairs of horns formed halos behind its head. Its jaw didn't so much open as it split its face in two, with beam-firing mandibles extending from either side of the gaping split. It moved with terrifying strength and quickness, just as home on 6 legs, 2 pairs of arms, as on 2. And that was all without mentioning the scorpion-like tail and stinger that emerged from its rear. As if to make things even worse, it had regeneration on par with Martian Manhunter and seemed bestially intelligent enough to direct that regeneration into adaptive evolution. Only to a certain extent, thankfully. It wasn't developing immunities on the fly. Just adjusting the attacks that didn't work, piling on more magma flow armor, and reinforcing its biology to the point of redundancy. Still, its threat level was steadily rising. The claws it wielded carved and cleaved through just about anything in front of it. Its beams of irradiated energy and force were even worse. And Kara was positive it had grown in size since it emerged. The only saving grace was that it wasn't flying. But Kara didn't tempt Murphy by thinking about that too hard. And the kaiju, Kara really couldn't bring herself to call it anything else, was only one side of the destructive equation. It came from the Earth, and an opponent appeared from the stars. The Justice League had more warning about that one. But not by much. They'd ignored all attempts to communicate, just plowing straight into the fray. Following the kaiju train of thought, the other party couldn't be anything but Super Sentai robos. There were 5 of them, and they'd come plunging through the flames of re-entry like a Kryptonian, not a scratch on them. Each was bipedal, classically mecha-human in shape, and about 5 stories tall compared to the kaiju's 20-something. The mechas brought whole arsenals to bear against the kaiju, machine guns, autocannons, lasers, plasma beams, more than a few missiles, and even 2 swords, katanas. Kara honestly didn't expect anything else. Then, the 5 mechas combined and transformed. Because of course they did, Kara sighed. Was there ever any doubt? The 2 sword-wielding mechas became the arms, 2 others became the legs, and the last became the torso and head. Combined and transformed, the new mecha just about matched the kaiju in size. And that's when the fighting and destruction truly began. Honestly. While this could be considered their threat of the week, the Justice League was playing second fiddle here. The real fight seemed to be entirely between the kaiju and the mecha. But they couldn't just not show up. So they rescued civilians, contained the destruction, and did their very best to stop the 2 city-destroying foes from fighting to the death. The mecha hopped back with worrying dexterity and agility for its size. It moved just like a warrior. With the distance it gained, a flight of missiles streaked forth from its shoulder blades. The roaring rockets arced and homed in on the kaiju. They splashed against its blackened armor in quick succession, exploding payloads heavy enough to level buildings. The kaiju roared. But largely, it was unaffected by the missile barrage. A few craters formed on its body. A bit of orange blood bled. But that was it. In return, it leveled its mandibles at the mecha and let loose with a quick, bursting beam. The alien mecha was staggered by the counter. But just as quickly, lasers on its torso snapped into being. They lanced across the distance between the two foes in an instant and carved a scale from the kaiju's armor. Watching it all, Kara heard Batman's voice broadcast across all open frequencies, trying to get through to the mecha. Unidentified mecha, stand down. Respond to our hails. We can work together here. Otherwise, you will be held responsible for the collateral damage you're causing here. Kara thought it was a bit of a pointless gesture at this point. The mecha from space hadn't responded to any of their other attempts. There was no telling if they even understood them. Only one thing was certain about them: they were dead set on their mission. The kaiju could have been the only thing on Earth, and the mecha still would have shown up to duel it to the death. Sure enough, the mecha didn't even flinch at Batman's call for peace. One of its katanas lit up with plasma as it leaped back into the melee. The kaiju swiped it out of midair. Uncountable tons were diverted from their course as it slammed the mecha into and through an office building. The mecha's torso lasers fired again as it scrambled back to its feet. The kaiju screeched in pain as the concentrated light burned across its face. Still, Kara and the others tasked with focusing on the fight couldn't sit idle. With an empowered glare, Kara used her heat vision to a similar effect as the mecha's lasers. Cal joined her after only a moment. They struck one of the kaiju's mandibles, burning it straight off. It fell away but was already growing back mere moments later. Still, their combined attack brought a moment of pause. Shazam took advantage of it. In a flash of lightning, he seemed to teleport right into the kaiju's face. The punch he threw there thundered, quite literally, and sent the kaiju down to 4 legs out of 6. But the remaining 2 legs swatted Shazam like a fly. He cartwheeled boot over cape for a mile or so through the air before he recovered his bearings. Meanwhile, Diana mounted the mecha's torso as it was getting to its feet. It paused. But she didn't even get a word in before all of the lasers on the mecha's torso lashed out at her. Instantly, Diana's shield was up, deflecting the lasers back into the mecha's armor. Kara imagined Diana's glare then would have given the mecha pilots a second moment of pause, but they just swiped her off the torso with one of its massive swords. As Plastic Man caught Diana, the mecha fully stood. So did the kaiju. Immediately, the duel refocused and resumed. The kaiju's stinger shot out and lodged itself in the combined mecha's hip. The mecha used the moment to get close enough to swing its swords, both illuminated by plasma coatings. For a moment, both foes deadlocked each other. Even the plasma swords failed to completely burn through the kaiju's armor. And though stuck, it was clear that the stinger hadn't gotten anything crucial to the mecha's function. Bound together, both sides let loose with all they had. The mecha's lasers snapped, its shoulder-mounted cannon barked, and even a flamethrower on its crotch, of all places, spewed blue-hot, blowtorch-esque flames. With that, a decisive blow was finally landed. The lasers burned through blackened scales until they were boiling blood. The cannon ripped a gaping hole in the kaiju's opposite shoulder. And the crotch-mounted flamethrower didn't really do much at all. But at the same time, the kaiju tore at the mecha's armor with its claws, snapped a bite out of the mecha's raised arms, and fired its breath beam straight through the mecha's core from there. Steel screamed. A minor explosion popped off to one side of the mecha's core. And the bitten arm came straight off the combined body to float at the mecha's side. Kaiju and mecha separated, both limping. But already, both were healing. They'd seen the kaiju do so already. The mecha employed its own recovery methods now, though. Nanomachines, magi-tech, straight-up magic, whatever it was, the mecha was healing at a visible rate. The floating arm mecha recombined with the hole, and claw-shaped furrows in the armor closed rapidly. In mere moments, they were back at it. The kaiju roared. The mecha replied with an electronic screech. This isn't working, Martian Manhunter's voice resonated through Kara's mind, linking the fight-facing members of the Justice League in that unintrusive psychic way of his. You don't say. Shazam snarked, his true age showing through. It's quite difficult to find an opening here, Diana said. We could force one, but I'm worried the mecha will turn on us just as readily as the monster. Kel hesitated at the end. Kaiju. Kara helpfully and excitedly corrected him. Cal just sighed, yes. Kaiju. Gotta get the terminology right, my Superman. Plastic Man chuckled good-naturedly before suggesting. Tripline ambush. You mean having them trip over you, Batman bluntly translated. Well, yeah, duh, Plastic Man joked. You see anyone else made of plastic here? No, but I could do a thing or two to help that plan, Green Lantern said. And then what? Just wrestle M down? Shazam asked. Why not? Kara could practically hear Plastic Man shrug. I'll let you invulnerable packages deal with the, ahem. Rastlin. Just call me when you need a rope. Patrick. You're arguably the most invulnerable one there, Batman pointed out with a grunt. Waya what? Nah, Plastic Man playfully denied. Lil Olmi is just made of plastic. Japes aside, Diana pointed out. It could work. Conventional options for subduing them don't hold the same promise. You're right, Batman admitted. We'll be here all day if they keep healing like this. The city doesn't have that luxury. So. Me and Diana, Cal and Billy. Kara asked. Do it dash, Batman chopped out. But on Kara's end, he was cut off by an unexpected arrival. A wide portal split the air beside her. Kara was still reacting when a vehicle, just about spontaneously appeared, in midair. It didn't fall. Just parked itself there as if there was a road beneath its wheels. No surprise attack came, and Kara was left blinking, until she saw the familiar faces smiling at her through the driver's side window of the Honest Turao and Didi Classic VW camper van. Then, she was suddenly smiling too, bright and genuine. Hiya, Sean. Hi, Didi. And hiya, right back at you, Kara, Sean waved. Hello, Kara, Didi greeted her as well. Kara felt Shazam's face scrunch up in confusion in the back of her mind through the link, telling her the new development was being conveyed to the others. Who? Plastic Man laughed, you don't know about Mr. Barkeep. Even I paid enough attention to hear about him. Well, mostly Mew, but still. Hey. Shazam protested. Some of us have, like, other stuff that occupies our time. You mean homework? Shut up. Children. Be serious. This is a major development, Green Lantern chided sternly. Kara mostly ignored them. Sean was here. And Didi. The threat of the week was as good as solved. And maybe she'd get to hang out with some of her favorite people in one of her favorite places after everything was wrapped up. Bit of trouble? Sean asked, gesturing at everything. Oh, row, more than a bit, Kara groaned. These meanies are just dash. Just rampaging. If they have a reason for it, we haven't found it yet. Can you help, Sean? Please. Since it's you who asked so nicely, Sean put on an overly dramatic side that made Kara giggle. I really just came to make a little announcement, but I suppose I can lend a hand or an artifact or so on. In the back of Kara's head, Batman grumbled, grr. Just perfect. Batman, stop being a grump, Kara said aloud. Sean's here to help. And as much as we could use the assistance, that's the problem, Batman deadpanned back. He's complaining about me, isn't he? Sean smirked. Kara giggled, was there ever any doubt? None at all, Sean shook his head. But I suppose I'll just have to shut him up for his own good. Let's see what we're working with here, shall we? Keep it quick, dear, Didi said. I don't want to waste too much time before we can get to our fun. Of course, Kara nodded. We wouldn't want to keep you. But essentially, Sean. Big kaiju running rampant, plus big alien mecha that isn't answering our hails and is doing just as much damage as the kaiju. Classic, Sean hummed, glancing out the window at the continued fight and its destruction. Even the location is perfect. If it's not Tokyo, it's bound to be San Fran. Personally, I think it's the bridge that attracts fights on this scale. He has a point, Diana noted in the back of Kara's mind. We should keep that in mind for the future. Somehow, I can't imagine it's truly the Golden Gate's fault, Cal chuckled. The two colossal parties hadn't paused for a moment. The duel raged on and on. As Sean looked them over, the kaiju shot a beam that missed its foe and tore through the buildings behind the mecha. Likewise, the mecha fired another salvo of missiles. They missed as well, the kaiju darting to the side at the last second. Massive clawed feet trampled through a park, and the missiles themselves exploded amongst asphalt and abandoned cars. Immediately, they were back upon each other. The kaiju tore a road into its claws and flung the debris into the mecha's face. It bum-rushed the massive combined robot, tackling it through yet another building. The mecha grappled with it for a moment, before throwing it off as if it was just another normal-sized judo match. Meanwhile, Sean and Didi considered their options aloud, Didi pointing out, you could show them what mecha truly means, Sean. I could, Sean considered. But that would mean getting out of the van. I don't know if I could be bothered. Despite the nonchalance, Kara couldn't help but giggle. It was an urgent moment, but not necessarily a dangerous one. Other than property damage, of course. Flash and the others tasked with search and rescue had long since cleared the area of potential collateral damage. That didn't stop Batman from grumbling, genuinely grumbling. In the Justice League's mental link. I think I have a Master Bolt stashed away somewhere. Sean muttered. But even after I made Zeus into a vegetable here, I don't particularly want to deal with the drama that would bring before we leave. Leave. Kara cocked her head curiously. Was that their announcement? It sounded serious, but she was confident Sean and Dee Dee would never leave them for good. She'd just wait and see what they meant from the proverbial horse's mouth. You could use that one shard that likes impersonating me so much, Dee Dee suggested. A tan is a bit overkill, my death, Sean chuckled. They're barely 300 feet tall, after all. Eye of Magnus. Chaos Emerald. Triforce. Dee Dee shot off rapidly. Unlimited power does have its appeal. Sean allowed. But they'd all be a whole thing. No, I think I'll go with something they've seen from me already. We hardly want to come back to the paperwork Batsy would force upon us. You mean, Dee Dee tittered behind her hand. As my hand, any and all paperwork, mortal or otherwise, falls to you, dear. As is only proper. Yes, only proper, Sean rolled his eyes. So, good old Keyblade, it is. That should do it, Dee Dee nodded, satisfied. Kara cocked her head to the other side and just watched. As she did, Sean reached into his heart. A key-shaped blade emerged from within his very core as he pulled his hand back out. So casually, Sean held the keyblade out the window, looking as if he was just lounging with the powerful weapon in his hand. He flashed a grin Kara's way, back in just a M.O., farm girl. It made for a unique scene. But then, everything about Sean did. Kara considered herself decently used to Sean's antics by now. This, however, would be the first time they saw him in a situation the whole Justice League could understand and relate to. It was the closest thing to traditional heroics Sean had done. And he did so with a key for a weapon, an old, chugging camper van as a steed, and death in his passenger seat. Oh so casually, his van pulled away from Kara. It spat all the smoke one might expect from so ancient a vehicle. But the huffing and puffing only added to the van's character. Sean didn't make the van fly as much as it simply ignored the terrain, or lack thereof. At entirely normal speeds, Sean and Dee Dee entered the fray in honestly enviable comfort. Contrastly, the Mecha Kaiju fight was anything but mortal, anything but normal. In another age and another world, either could have been considered a god. The Kaiju raged and roared with primordial fury. The mecha clanged its colossal swords and challenged right back. Neither noticed the fly coming their way until it was already between them. Once there, Sean put the van in park. But he didn't even bother getting out. Instead, he simply inserted his keyblade into a lock none could see. The mecha and Kaiju lunged at each other, sword and claw primed to tear the other apart. Sean twisted the key. A gong rang, the sound not quite real yet heard all the same. Instantly, both dueling parties were locked. Motors and muscles ceased to move. Joints froze stiffer than steel. And as if gravity was suddenly working quintuple over time, both the mecha and the Kaiju were forced flat in their frozen states. They couldn't move an inch from there. Between one moment and the next, the entire battleground city had gone utterly silent. Kara heard Martian Manhunter sigh, not quite in her head but not hiding it at all, either. A moment later, the rest of the Justice League and their allies were added to the mental link. Flash, of course, was quickest with his reaction. What the hell happened? Mr. Barkeep happened, Batman grunted. Cal sighed, he did something. With a keyblade. It was certainly effective. Oh. Sean. Cool, Flash rapidly transitioned from stunned realization to a nonchalant shrug. Truly. By fate itself. Dr. Fate muttered, audibly stunned. AA Keyblade dash. Zatanna sputtered. We saw a Keyblade in action. Please, tell me someone recorded it. It'll be in the report, I'm sure, Diana chuckled. Sean, Raven deadpanned. Of course, it's Sean. Friend Sean is here. Rejoyous. Starfire cheerfully chimed. Dee Dee as well. Kara added to her friend's chime. Oh, how splendidiferous. Odd. Damien considered aloud. Mr. Barkeep does not usually interfere like this. And she who gives exquisite head pats certainly doesn't. I think it's just a coincidence, Kara explained. Sean said he and Dee Dee came to make an announcement, not join the fight. Until Kara convinced him to help by asking very nicely, Diana teased. Understandable. Kryptonian puppy dog eyes will make anyone cave. Aquaman's nod could be heard even through the mental link. Kara blushed. I just said please. Politeness. That's it. Nothing else. We realize he's still going to make that announcement, right? Sean. Raven stressed. Making an announcement to the whole Justice League. Batman summed that realization up best. Fuck. Oh, do calm yourself, Brucey, Sean said, suddenly joining the mental link as if it were nothing. You might even enjoy our announcement if you just hear us out. John. Batman growled a warning after the sudden breach set in. Don't look at me, Martian Manhunter said dismissively. There isn't enough good Zaza in the universe to make me try and stop them from doing what they please. Felt that, Raven unceremoniously announced in commiseration. Cal just sighed. Again, what were you going to tell us, Sean? Nothing much. Sean's shrug was audible. Just that Dee Dee and I will be going on vacation. It should only be a few days on your end, so we'll be back before you know it. Just thought it best to let people know before we disappear outright from your reality, even if only temporarily. Kara and Starfire were quick to give encouragement. Have fun, / the bestest of times await, friends. Man, when was the last time we got vacation days? Cyborg muttered, mostly to himself. A few moments later, Zatanna choked out, Death, and her hand, are going on vacation. Wonderful, Batman growled. Don't worry yourselves to death, Dee Dee giggled. Only a portion of me is leaving. My usual duties will continue uninterrupted. And I left the dead end in decent hands, Sean added, chuckling. If you need a drink, go on down. Hecate, not Alice, Simi, not Ophis, and Ivy, not Harley, will have you covered. Again, we'll be back before you know it. Don't get all twisted up, yeah. I, for one, will join Kara and Corey in wishing you an enjoyable time, Diana said. Yeah, have fun, you kooky kids. Flash laughed. Where are you even going? Raven asked flatly. Sean's replying grin must have flashed through everyone's mind, a cluster of worlds with spectacular sights, even more spectacular fights, old friends, rewritten ends, and enough bullshit that we'll certainly won't be bored. We'll bring back plenty of souvenirs, so until then, kiddos, always remember to defy the heavens. With that cryptic hint and nothing more, Sean's keyblade unlocked a garage door in reality that he proceeded to drive his van through. Just like that, he and Dee Dee were gone, beginning the first of many road trips in Sean's retirement. And the Justice League were left with one question, Raven voicing it best. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Well, maybe two questions, as Beast Boy spoke up as well, You guys think he'll bring back any interdimensional snacks? Aye. And, short chapter this time, but it really is just set up for the mini-arc to come. I figured it was best to not waste too much time on this and just hurry on to the good stuff. So, Cultivation Vacation begins next chapter. Anyone else looking forward to it? Chapter 72, 61, Into the Wishing Woods. Sean. Traveling out past the source wall and through the void between to other realities and clusters could have been instantaneous. But really, where was the fun in that? Every vacation needed downtime. To relax, to comfortably simmer, to truly appreciate the break from it all you were giving yourself. So instead of traveling in an instant, Dee Dee and I settled in for the ride. We surfed the void between, our core set and nothing that lurked there truly able to touch us. There was madness and malice all around, for certain. But Death and her prince consort paid it no mind. It was the road trip to end all road trips, yet also, only the first. Who could say they'd traversed the void between with only an otherwise unassuming van separating themselves from utter oblivion? It was a unique feat, even for me, even for Dee Dee. And it just made the first vacation of my retirement that much more fun. Out the windows, the void writhed. It was a churning sea, and yet, nothing at all. An ever-shifting kaleidoscope of something so close to energy, something so close to matter, and yet, not at all. The void was nothingness, and yet, the beginning and end of all that could ever be. From not quite waves, incomprehensibly massive tentacles rose like snakes summoned from a basket. They whipped about, in and out of view across distances that didn't really matter in the void. But on our ride through, Dee Dee and I brought death so that even the things here could understand it. The curious eldritch beast didn't bother us in the end as a result. The void bubbled like boiling asphalt beneath our wheels. Eyes and antennae and even tongues looked up at us between the bubbles. Curious things that had never known anything real. We let them look so long as they didn't do any harm. And when an impish creature reached for the van, I swatted it like a puppy with a rolled-up newspaper. On and on, we continued. Both forever and no time at all. It was a strange but pleasant experience. One we likely couldn't chance again if we wanted to take others on vacation with us. Dee Dee and I could handle the void between. The others would go mad, age to dust, and be born all over again. Jet lag had nothing on void travel. Still, Dee Dee and I enjoyed the experience while we could. We were comfy cozy inside the van. It had everything we'd ever need, and then some. I'd hired Hephaestus, Hecate, and some others to put the marvelous vehicle together. And Dee Dee and I both put our own touches on the final product, of course. The styling was all me. We were going to be traveling and experiencing things, new and old. The only suitable vessel for that was a hippie van, in my mind. The dead end had its own mystery machine now. It even looked like one, only the psychedelic flowers and jarring colors were replaced by a clean black and white palette and cute chibi skulls. Dee Dee loved it immediately. The kiss of gratitude I got from her was slow, lingering, and hinted at good times in my future. Just as it should be. We christened it as the Valkyrie vessel, after the mystery machine, and it was glorious. In the end, this baby would survive the spontaneous birth of a whole new universe and keep on driving as if nothing happened. Both of us stamped it with our true names so it would respond to our wills alone, for ease of use if nothing else. Furthermore, it was comfortable and spacious from the steering wheel to the trunk. The front bench was big enough for Dee and I to cuddle with room for another. And via magical and conceptual fuckery, we had a whole home and method to return to the dead end in an instant regardless of distance or dimension in the back. Hephaestus built it strong and efficient. Hecate imbued the whole thing with magic, leaving surprises that I was still finding. The alchemical coffee machine was a very nice touch. Dionysus fortified it against madness. Ophis gave it a touch of infinity. And Hestia made it a moving home by divine decree. Even Alice got in on the creation process, adding what was essentially a magical phone line so we could call her, all while claiming, "Not like I'm trying to check up on you or anything." She was so proud of that. As were Dee and I. It was her first venture into magical creation and a commendable first attempt at that. So our dear, earnest for once, daughter didn't necessarily need to know that I had to put a few correcting touches on her work to make it actually work across the void between. "This is an alien place," Dee mused, leaning on my shoulder as we looked out the window and let the van do the driving. Alien, but perhaps not wholly terrible. I couldn't help but agree. In the end, even the knots here in the void, not life, not death, and not reality most of all, follow patterns we might understand, despite not recognizing them outright. Dee nodded along. "It's beautiful in a way. Hauntingly terrifying in another, even for me, especially for me. Not a mirror of everything we know, I don't think. Just something other. And perhaps that's okay all on its own. This is why we travel." I waved a hand at everything beyond the windshield. To see things with our own eyes that we wouldn't have seen otherwise. Good or bad, it's certainly something new, something novel and noteworthy. Dee hummed in agreement. "Well, whatever we see, I'm glad to do so by your side, Sean." I put an arm around her shoulder, squeezing her to me and smiling, "As am I, Dee. It wouldn't be the same without you. Life wouldn't be the same without you, mine and everyone else's. I wouldn't mind inviting some of the others along on trips like this," Dee said. "Neither would I nodded. "But they'll always be additions. Not bad additions, mind you, but extra all the same. You and I will always be the constants, the core of these trips." Dee turned her face into my neck and I felt her smile on my skin, murmuring, "I think I can live with that. Now, I think I've seen enough of the void for one serving," I chuckled. "Shall we?" Dee raised her head to look at me, her eyes twinkling. "We shall. As Harley might say, dear. Punch it." My chuckle turned into an outright laugh. "You make me want to drift to our final destination." "And what's stopping us from doing so?" "Absolutely nothing. At all." Without taking my hand from Dee's shoulder, my other came up to retake the wheel. I punched the pedal as Dee had requested. The Valkyrie vessel shot forward through the void. I cocked the wheel to one side and quickly swung it to the other. We spun into a grand drift and I tapped the brakes to keep us that way. Somehow, the traction of the void beneath our tires was beautiful, just perfect for drifting. Our old-seeming girl went sideways like a show car. Dee beamed a smile, giggling and whooping. That alone made the whole show worth it. Her infectious glee spread to my face like wildfire. The void between bore witness to one of its first tastes of glorious reality, the pinnacle of everything that could be, a VW hippie van Tokyo drifting like there was no tomorrow. And at the apex of our drift nowhere and everywhere, I left them wanting more, opening a portal that we flew straight, sideways, through. Right on target, right to our destination. We arrived in that old world of mine spinning and laughing and just enjoying the silly things in life. Goodness. Dee giggled. Did you see the face on that outer god? None of his eldritch pantheon will ever believe him. And I wouldn't even blame them. Honestly, Sean, were we trying to give the void itself a conniption? If it thinks, or perhaps even if it doesn't, in this case. No matter, everything and everyone are fair game for my bullshit, I shrugged, grinning unrepentantly. Don't I know it? Dee fondly rolled her eyes. Now, where exactly have we arrived, dear? Looking around, all we could see was forested terrain in all directions. But that didn't narrow things down at all. At the very least, I was certain we were in the right world. The dense and lively chi in the everything couldn't be mistaken for anywhere else. Here be cultivators, I was certain. Cultivators I very likely knew. I hummed, sticking out my tongue to taste the chi more specifically. It had hints of mystery, monsters, and misconceptions from those who didn't live here for themselves. Dee giggled at the sight of me with my tongue out. I, of course, defended myself. Hey. It's a perfectly valid method of chi sensing. Truly. Even if it looks so silly. I can't see the proud cultivators I've heard so much about stooping themselves to such a method. Just because I've never seen anyone else use it, doesn't mean it's not perfectly valid. It sounds to me like sticking your tongue in the wind is something unique to you, Sean. Perhaps. But you have no way of proving that, so I'll keep denying it until you do. Does it at least help? Dee Dee asked. The look she was sending my way was fond in the extreme. It does, I nodded. I believe we're in the Wishing Woods, a southern-facing province of the Crimson Phoenix Empire. Practically on the opposite side of the empire from where I usually spent my time. The Fa Ram is way to the north. And if I remember correctly, this province is held somewhat apart from the rest of the empire. I've certainly never visited here specifically. So this first stage of the trip will be new to both of us, Dee Dee concluded with an eager smile. Indeed, it will. I grinned back. So there's nothing else to it. Exploration and adventure await, my dear. Into a forest the size of Appalachia, we set. Oh, I can hardly wait for all the things we might see. Dee Dee just about swooned at the thought. They won't wait for us, either, I teased. We'll just have to seek them out. And we can hardly do Southwest and Park. Pick a direction, my death. We're gloriously lost, so any will do. Dee Dee played along, tapping a finger to her lips, That one. No, that one. Yes, 300 degrees from full forward here. Is that arbitrary? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Or do you know something that even I don't? We'll just have to see, won't we? Dee Dee teased back. And wasn't that just part of the fun? I grinned as I turned the wheel and set us on the course Dee Dee had selected. I also cut the vans huffing and puffing as we began. We were running on pure magic with a hint of chi now. After all, it wouldn't do to scare away the mysterious things we wished to see. Utterly silent, our van crept forward. Even through untamed terrain and tangled undergrowth, the Vakui vessel found no troubles. It defied logic and common sense that way. We could drive over an active lava flow just as easily as the most pristine of roads. Nothing would stand in the way of our exploration. We forged a path that closed up behind us as if nothing was amiss. Through bushes and shrubs and mounted roots. Even the wildlife native to the forest would have had trouble matching our progress. Life of all shapes and forms made way for death. Yet we were a gentle touch, barely noticeable. And the interconnected system native to these wishing woods carried on as if we didn't exist. The air itself was heavy and invigorating with natural chi. Every breath felt like life, and I let out a blissful sigh as the familiar cycle of cultivating chi within me simultaneously began anew and had never stopped in the first place. The legacy of my past life never left me, not truly. But here in its natural environment, it settled back home beautifully. The trees here were tall and the forest floor was wild. Beams of spectacular sunlight peeked through the canopy high above. Yet half of the forest floor we drove over was still shadowed and protected, almost hidden away. Visible only to eyes that dared to venture deep within for themselves. The scenes around us were both soothingly peaceful and viscerally wild. Here and there, trees wider than the van stood strong and tall, having undoubtedly done so for a millennium or more. More common were trees of a more mortal size, the species as foreign as the scene was familiar. Some trunks reached straight above. Others bent over, tangled with their peers, and even grew together. More still were fallen and broken, but not out of place, never out of place. The broken boughs and hollow logs added texture. Between them all, pure life painted the ground, sprouts and shrubs, moss and wild grasses, and of course, fungus galore. Ivy would love this place, Dee Dee sighed fondly. So wild, so free, so utterly untouched. She would, I nodded. I'm curious, though. I honestly expected the foliage here to be older. Older. Dee Dee raised an eyebrow, gesturing at a specific trunk that stood thick and nodded with strong, exposed roots. That one is celebrating its 1299th year right now, dear. Isn't it a beautiful thing when even the trees have enough life to celebrate another year? Without a doubt. Chi is a blessing that almost nothing in existence else can match, or match in the same way, at least. But for this world, a millennium and change is nothing, I said. There are human cultivators older than that noble, birthday sapling by magnitudes of 4 or 5. And that's without mentioning the civilizations or the true spirits of earth, sea, and sky. No, this portion of the forest is young, I'm certain. We must be near the edges of the province. Truly. Dee Dee blinked. I thought this was already rather impressive. Oh, it is, I confirmed, grinning. But that just means there are even more impressive sights awaiting us. In a world where even the grass can potentially cultivate to immortality, a 1,000-year-old forest is only the beginning. Auspicious beginnings, though, Dee Dee noted. Earth would be hard-pressed to match a forest like this in the modern age. Even this edge portion must stretch for miles upon miles. 3% of the province, at most, I estimated dismissively. You're still thinking on Earth's scale. This world is massive. I never truly figured out if it was even a sphere and not a nigh-endless plane of existence. This province alone is bigger than the US's eastern seaboard if I remember correctly. And it's considered a small province within the Crimson Phoenix Empire. A strange, foreign reality, Dee smiled softly. I suppose I should abandon the facts of life that I usually take for granted, no. As a rule, I'd say to take everything you know and recognize, and then add more, I advised. Larger, deeper, higher, more profound and conceptual and powerful, generally just more. I always theorized it's a product of chi itself, pushing everything to fulfill its every potential and then exceed it. I'll keep that in mind, Dee said with an indulgent sigh. But if I can't take anything on the scale I'm familiar with for granted, you'll just have to enlighten me, Sean. For once, you know reality better than I. Will you be my guide? Always and forever, I stated firmly and instantly. But for now, we'll begin with what I know of these wishing woods. Mind you, I never visited here for myself, even during that long, long life. So most if not all of this will be hearsay. But I do have a few interesting tidbits to share. Do I have to beg? Dee teased. I wouldn't say no to a kiss as payment, I cheekily shot back. A moment later, Dee laid a feather-like kiss on my cheek, tracing my jaw with her lips. Half up front. And the other half after you've satisfied my curiosity, dear. Sold. I declared before continuing with a chuckle. Now, the Wishing Woods. As I said, we're in the southern half of the empire. There's a province or two below us, along with more inhabited lands that aren't technically provinces of the empire. Yet, most likely, and 3 straight north until you'd reach the Sea of Snow, the Phoenix Rest Plains with the capital of the empire, the Yellow Rock Plateau, and then the Azure Hills where the Fa Ram is. The Green Stone Forest and Raging Waterfall Gorge are also north, but they trend more eastward in a vague latitude line with the Phoenix Rest Plains. Then, the Soaring Heavens Archipelago floats in the sky above the ocean to our northwest. I think I'd like to see the Soaring Heavens Archipelago at some point, Dee considered. I'll add it to the itinerary. Still with me, though? I asked. Dee nodded, listening intently. I believe I'm building a mental map of this empire, yes. I just have to keep in mind that each of these provinces is comparable to the largest countries on Earth. Exactly. But cultivators are more than bullshit enough to hold such a massive empire together, I said. Still, some are more integrated than others. The Wishing Woods are, certainly not excluded, per se, but they are somewhat separated. This is considered something of a frontier province, even for an immortal empire of cultivators. Not even the Phoenix Emperor knows what goes on in the deepest and darkest depths of these woods. And while the locals and natives are imperial citizens, the whole province mostly keeps to itself. They lived in their ways for thousands of years before the empire, and after being incorporated, they just kept on living the way they always lived. I continued, but these lands are rich, exceedingly so. Too rich to ignore completely. Now, only the most northern 1/10 is truly settled and actively exploited by the rest of the empire. And that's already enough to satisfy demand. From mortal resources like lumber, hunting, and foraging to cultivation resources like spiritual flora, fauna, and chi treasures. From what I know, it's an acceptable situation for the local natives. They've essentially ceded that northern 10th to the Phoenix Emperor as a tribute and stay south. I'm excited to meet them. All of the stories I've heard of them paint an intriguingly tribal, druidic, even, picture. Their cultivators are all said to be one with the land here, in a way that sounds very, very familiar. But I'll wait to meet them for that final judgment. Oh, how mysterious and promising. Dee tittered. Don't tell me, though. I think I'd like to see if I can figure it out for myself. Without any bias, you'll have a better shot of figuring it out than the natives of this world. If it is what I suspect, of course, I chuckled. To a cultivator, the concept I'm thinking of is almost anathema. But that's what makes it so much fun. Now, I clapped, continuing. I have one last bit of trivia to share. It's perhaps the most well-known facet of this province to the rest of the empire. Rarely, someone will venture deep into these woods. So deep that they're lost to the rest of the world. And there, they'll whisper a wish. And there are stories about those wishes coming true. That's where the province's name comes from, the Wishing Woods. Love that, Dee grinned. But I can't imagine it's as simple as you've made it out to be. If it even is real, that is. I think there's some truth to it, I said. But you're right. One doesn't just walk into the woods with a wish on their lips. They'd have to survive everything thrown at them. Even Sky Realm cultivators would be cautious in these deep woods. There are also stories of the wishes being turned back on the wisher, of course. For success, you likely have to win over something that pervades these woods. At my words, something blinked. The sensation came from beneath the ground, between the trees, and down from the canopy, all at once. It was only with transcendent senses that I felt anything. Dee felt it as well. She shared an excited grin with me, but by some passing agreement, we both stayed quiet as if nothing caught our attention. Something felt us arrive. Something watched us and trailed our progress through its woods. Something was very, very curious. It felt a bit like death and a bit like life. But mostly, it felt like the fundamental building block of the forest, of the land, of everything here. But for now, we left that something to follow and peek through the cracks. Meanwhile, Dee and I drove on. As we did, we finally started to see wildlife, as if something had given tentative approval for us to peek into its system as it peeked at us. It started small, simple, mortal. But steadily, we began to see more and more as the hours passed by. Songbirds sang from the rooftops of the canopy and flitted between the lower branches. A rabbit popped out of the undergrowth, just to dart back in and disappear just as quickly. A fox frolicked as readily as it stalked that same rabbit. A herd of deer grazed with the graceful stag at its head looking around, constantly alert. A badger staked its claim on its burrowed home, snarling and barking at a snake that sought entrance. An aerial raptor much like a goshawk swooped and darted through the trees, pushing off one trunk mid-flight to dive at a shrew that didn't quite make it to the underbrush. Throughout it all, there was, not peace, but stability. A cycle. A system. Not a perfectly planned or organized one, but something that had worked for millions of years and would continue to work for millions upon millions more. A chaotic orchestra and ever-shifting natural choreography for me and Dee to observe but not intrude upon. Kept deathly silent, our van's passing became just another part of the system here. The scene changed as we progressed through the forest. Darker, deeper, we left the shallows. An apt analogy. The wishing woods were like an ocean, vast, diverse, and progressively mysterious. We'd arrived in something akin to a coastal paradise. A coral reef, even, teeming with life. A self-contained, self-sufficient system within the greater ecosystem of the province-wide woods. But eventually, we took the plunge off the metaphorical continental shelf. At the edge, mortal wildlife suddenly ceased to appear. As if they didn't dare go out this far. The colors of the forest dimmed and the songs faded to eerie silence. The brown of tree trunks turned almost black. The vibrant shades of green, ivy and leaf and moss, darkened, richer in chi but warning of more danger as well. The trees began to reach higher and higher, blocking out more and more light with their canopies. Even the shadows themselves deepened, hanging heavy with the increasing chi. Life could still survive and thrive off the shelf, but only at greatly increased risk. The day turned to twilight, dusk, and night, even while I could still sense the sun high above in a noon position. And then, the beasts came out. Each sighting of lively wildlife was rarer here, spread across vast bestial territories and influenced by the power that could be grasped off the shelf. But that just made each one a unique and fascinating event in itself. The first spirit beast we saw was feline in nature. Anywhere else, it would have been a simple bobcat. But in this world, in these woods, chi had more of a say than any diet or evolutionary success. And so, the simple bobcat stood as tall as a man, with prodigious, padded paws each the size of a torso. It looked as if it had been utterly drained of color, with no brown or tan or white in sight. Instead, only shadows shifted across its coat, incorporated within the fur in varying shades of gray and black scale camouflage. It stalked in the shadows of the trees, one with each patch of darkness it crossed. Dee exhaled with breathless awe. Oh, it's beautiful. Just gorgeous. And dash. And so lively. I've rarely met a beast with such concentrated life energy. That'd be the chi in cultivation, I explained. Some say chi is power or magic. It's not. In truth, it's life. Pure life that is gathered, internalized, and expended just like any other energy cycle, deepening and expanding everything it touches in the process. And humans are far from the only ones to cultivate it. Spirit beasts just like this one have been doing so for longer, and the true spirits of earth, sky, and sea for even longer still. This spirit beast isn't even all that powerful. Early stages of the profound realm at most. And already so fierce, so alive. Dee admired before nodding. I believe I can put words to your more warning from earlier. It's more life, Sean. Chi is life energy, and so much of it makes for life like I've never experienced before. This reality is more because it's fundamentally more alive. From the men to the beasts to the very world itself. I paused to consider that for a moment. Yeah, that tracks. Sort of like life plus. So much so that it even leaks into the underlying concepts and understandings of reality. There should be an imbalance. Dee considered. On an endless scale, at least. But I don't sense anything wrong or amiss. So for all of this, ahem. Life plus, there must be an equal weight of death in this reality. I raised an eyebrow. I would say the demons and their demonic realms, but, no, that doesn't seem quite right. Perhaps the counterbalance is just death. After all, even the strongest beings in this realm can still die. The only immortality possible here is in the moment of ascension. But I can say from personal experience that everything sort of starts all over again afterward. Ascended beings don't stay immortal in the next realm up. Yes, that would contribute, but... Ah, I know what it is. Dee gave a soft, delighted smile of realization. That moment of ascension, that moment of immortality. Even fleeting, it would be a moment of perfect balance between life and death. That's the last thing needed at an overarching endless level to fully balance the scales. Death first and always, then life plus building up and up to match it, and then, that one perfect moment of both in the ascension before it starts all over again. I cocked my head as I ran that through my mind. That shouldn't make as much sense to me as it does. I think you're rubbing off on me, my death. Dee pressed herself to my side like a cat, chuckling, always. I squeezed her in an embrace. Well, as fascinating as the metaphysics of this all are, we came here to see and experience, not theorycraft. Onward. Onward. Always. We saw more spirit beasts as we continued through the open woods. It seemed the chi, off the shelf, was dense and rich enough that mortal animals simply ceased to be. Every life here had ignited their chi, most even born so. From the initiate realm to the earth realm, they prowled these lands. Hunting. Mating. Surviving and thriving. Living, most of all. Each was unique. Each was glorious. A tortoise with an earthen shell, walking around with a sprouting sapling on its back. A bus-long serpent that coiled its way up trees, only to spring off them and weavingly glide its way through the forest, more at home in the air between branches than on the forest floor. A great stag with sprawling metal antlers and metallic leaves growing from them like branches. An otherwise unassuming, if individually massive, wolf pack, yet I could sense one shared, overarching intelligence among them, a pack mind. A surprisingly tiny woodpecker, just about its mortal size, with sword intent like a master, sawing through and felling an ancient tree in only a second with a few pecks. We spent hours essentially just on safari. Just watching the powerful spirit beasts in their natural habitat. This one could run straight over a city, that one could eat their way through a whole mountain, and each one was beautiful in its own way. I doubted many, if any, humans got the chance to see what we saw. Not even those native to these woods. But thanks to powerful bullshit fuckery, Dee and I didn't disturb a single blade of grass as we passed. And that gave us a glimpse into the world as it would be if we weren't even there. Eventually, though, our unintrusive observation came to an end. A certain scent of chi on the wind caught my attention. Human chi. Wild and cultivated and somewhat in tune with the land all at once. My interest was certainly piqued. I pointed it out to Dee, taught her to sense the way I was. She was a natural at sensing life energy, but no surprise there, and soon she was just as curious as me. I changed our course to follow the scent. Curiously. Something seemed to be leading us in that direction as well. The same sensation of intelligence which pervaded the whole woods to a degree. The same. Something that had been following us since we arrived. Certain spots on the ground spontaneously popped and snapped to get our attention, each next to a patch of fungus. Then, as we followed the sounds and the chi scent, more fungi came alive to lead us farther. Some puffed clouds of sparkling spores, looking like will-o-wisps in the shadowy depths of the woods. Others bent at their stalks to point the way with their mushroom caps. Soon enough, the something settled on a method it preferred, and a bioluminescent road of toadstools, shelf mushrooms, and banners of lichen led the way. We heard our destination before we saw it. There wasn't any way to miss the chaotic cacophony. Something very, very big was running rampant right out of sight. Trees crashed and the earth shook. Moments later, it burst into view. Built like 4 steam train engines in a cube, and likely with twice the combined horsepower, the rampaging spirit beast revealed itself to be a boar. Because of course, it would be devil spawn like that. Instead of fur, it had scales like a dragon, sparkling jade green in the rare rays of light that reached through the canopy this deep in the woods. It looked like a polished figurine made massive and deadly, and the tusks only furthered that appearance. They were, quite literally, carved jade, inscribed with patterns and formations as if jewelry created by a master craftsman. How, I didn't know. But the end result was as beautiful as it was devastating. The spirit beast was certainly living up to its boorish nature, though. Pure anger, pure destruction, and pure fuck you. Almost nothing stood in its path. Not millennia-old trees, not eon-old rocks, nothing except a single human cultivator. She was young-looking, but you could never be certain of things like age by appearance with cultivators. More telling on that front was the flavor of her chi, still developing, still deepening, and still drawing itself up to a unique whole. I'd say she was 30 at most. Really rather young for this world. Furthermore, she carried herself with a certain air I recognized. It had been a long time, but I knew a young mistress when I saw one. In this case, the young mistress was quite unlike the others I'd seen. She was beautiful, of course. But with genuinely shimmering dusky skin instead of pale porcelain. With dreaded locks of white hair in a practical arrangement instead of flowing curtains of quintessentially, and vaguely, Asian black. With fine furs and masterwork leathers instead of supple silk robes. And with a three-bladed ring weapon that she seemed lethally proficient with, even if she wasn't currently getting the chance to use it. Everything she wore and everything she carried bore the touch of her chi signature. She'd personally slain every beast, personally claimed every pelt of fur, and personally crafted every tool and weapon. It was a refreshing change from the young mistresses I was familiar with. But there was no denying that she was still a cultivator. Just one of a different culture and tradition. Even against overwhelming odds, the woman stood strong and proud. Just as a cultivator should. And the odds were overwhelmingly not in her favor. She was at the first stage of the spiritual realm. No small potatoes as far as cultivators went, not at all. But her breakthrough to that new realm was recent, I could tell. And against the opponent she faced, only enough to let her barely survive. The jade boar was a whole realm above her, first stage of the earth realm, though it had likely just taken that step, mirroring its current foe. Like all boars, it was an angry motherfucker. The blinding blood rage worked somewhat in the woman's favor, but it was still a miracle and a testament to the woman's skill that she'd lived this long. That she hadn't been squashed and gored instantly. There was just about nothing she could do to strike back at the spirit beast, though. She survived so far, but it was only a matter of time. The jade boar lunged, shaking its head and tusks to devastating effect. A whole tree came off the ground, torn out by its roots. The cultivator woman just barely dodged in time, darting off the tree before it was torn apart. Still, the boar followed her without losing a step. Instead of running away, the intriguing young mistress took refuge in audacity. A bold strategy, especially against a boar. But it seemed to work for a moment. She turned around and ran straight up the jade boar's snout. Instantly, its head bucked and she was sent flying. With the grace of a cultivator, of a hunter, she recovered in midair and seemed to fly in truth. Just then, the light hit both parties just right. The boar shined with soft jade fluorescence. The unorthodox young mistress did as well, glowing with a shade of blue that was unmistakably similar to the bioluminescence that led us to her. She was favored by something. But more than that. I let out a snort of laughter and realization as the sight hit me. Oh, I get it. Jade beast versus jade beauty. Truly, I miss this world. What do you say, my death? Should we lend a hand to the young lady this? Something seems so fond of. Well. Dee pretended to consider the question before breaking into an excited smile. A guide would be a nice change of pace right about now, wouldn't it? Aye. And this vacation arc should be decently long. 30k words maybe. Not quite sure yet. I have 4 chapters planned for it, but we'll see how that develops. The Wishing Woods here is entirely my own homebrew. It has a few secrets that I'm excited to reveal, but Sean and Dee won't be spending all of their vacation there. The last chapter or 2 should be within the rest of the Empire, mostly concerning the big 3 sects, Soaring Heaven's Isle, Cloudy Sword Sect, and Sovereign Sword Sect, the Emperor's personal sect, and then Sean's endgame buddies making a surprise appearance in the Level 1 world LOL. But until we get there, enjoy my attempts at adding to Casual Farmer's world building. I've really only got one thing to tease about the Wishing Woods right now, other reveals will come later. Native American Monster Hunter Cultivators. Look forward to much more on that next chapter. P.S. I do mean Monster Hunter, as in the games. Spirit beasts and cultivators are just chef's kiss perfect for that. And yes, I do have a Gemma XP in the works LOL.